Jokic in the backcourt catches, dribbles on Looney. Jokic from the chase center side, banked it in at the buzzer, and Denver wins the game.
Oh, baby. I mean, I'm trying to laugh the tears away.
No, I'm not going to laugh.
Because the Nuggets ended the game on a 25-4 run in the last 6:51 of that basketball game.
I'm so upset.
Yeah, I'm upset. I'm depressed. I'm angry. I couldn't sleep. I didn't brush my hair today. I didn't comb it. I took a half-hearted shower. I didn't eat anything. I'm sick to my freaking stomach at what went down last night. And so the Doobie Awards, folks, are canceled today. To hell with the Doobie Awards today. We got things to talk about. I already see the lines lighting up. I didn't even give out the number yet. So everybody out there, good morning to you. Getting off your graveyard shift. You know the drill. I know it's a payday Friday. It's a Frisco Friday. But I don't really give a damn right now because this basketball team can't seem to figure it out. The coach can't seem to figure out the rotations. How does Jonathan Kuminga not play the last 18 minutes of the basketball game? How does Steph Curry throw that pass across the court?
That wasn't even the worst play of that.
It wasn't.
Final 5 minutes.
Wasn't even close.
How about the shot he took with Gordon all over him? They had a reset. Sarge gets a great rebound, and you're taking like a dribble fadeaway three with a second to go. They had multiple shot clock violations. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Let's just start here with Curry because I want to go. I want to go in. Curry is an all-time legend. Okay, all-time legend. I charted it. Jokic outplayed Curry in the final 6 minutes, and it's not even close.
Not even close.
Curry, bomb three, miss. Curry, ball hogging, mid-range, off the backboard, miss. Curry, hunted on D. Aaron Gordon, pass from Jokic, dunk. Jokic, 2 free throws. Curry, layup, miss. Looney, offensive foul. 2 more free throws for Jokic. Curry, fouled, hits both free throws. Wow, finally something good. And then the TJD coming up on the bad foul on Aaron Gordon. Subbing CP3 in, 2 minutes to go, 2:53. Curry misses a wide-open three again. Wide-open three. And then Curry off the double team, throws it to TJD, one of their few buckets with 6 minutes to go. Watson hits a three off a Jokic pass. Clay runner, Saric gets the rebound, and this was the play to me that was horrific. 10 seconds left to go, and Curry's dribbling into no man's land. They don't even run a play. There's no high pick. There's no movement. It is a bombed three.
No, he threw it across the court.
What are you doing?
Andrew Wiggins and Jamal Murray steals the pass so easily with 3.6 seconds left. They call a timeout. Look, Curry was playing fine. He scored
until
30,
that 5 minutes.
11-23. But you know what? It's the lineups around him. That's on Steve Kerr. Why the hell? Not Andrew Wiggins. Aaron Gordon is cooking in the fourth quarter. Destroying them in the paint. But somehow, you go smaller in that game. You go smaller than Chris Paul. At one point in that stretch in the fourth quarter, you had no Kaminga or Wiggins on the play. Like, you need perimeter defense. You need something to cut off the water. Shards cannot guard Jokic in the paint.
No.
It's not even close.
No.
Jokic takes him to school.
And Looney.
TJD.
Poor Looney.
Looney got called for some loose ball fouls. But you know what? You're up 18 points with 6:51 left in the fourth quarter. After shooting 70%, over 70% in the third quarter. All right? But I'm just fed up with this.
What are you fed up with?
I'm fed up with everything. The rotations, the inconsistencies with the rotations, not riding guys. I don't know, man. And then Draymond's going to come back in a couple weeks. And I told you this was going to happen. Once the podcast is going to get released on Monday, he's coming back. And you know what? That's going to muddle up the rotations again. So who's going to be the odd man out? Well, it sounds like it may be Jonathan Kaminga. And that's unfortunate. I got quotes from Kaminga from last night.
Kaminga, the guy that was dominating?
The
guy. So in the third quarter, right, they're down 10 to start the game. Right away, Jokic hits that three. And I charted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 impact plays from Kaminga. And then he went to the bench with 6 minutes to go. And I know they went on a tear there, but to me, Kaminga was the guy who totally carved into that lead and got it back to where they could actually take the lead.
Zena Kate is going to join us at 9:20. I know, Sam, we were going to catch her because we're going to take your calls all day long. But Zena, I was talking to her right after my show, post-game show. She's about to do Del Talk Live. She goes, I got notes on JK. I just can't believe this young man. I'm watching in the tunnel, Shasky, especially in that third quarter. And I'm just watching him. right? Curry's cooking. Podziemski's doing it. Podziemski got a hell of a third quarter. I was like, wow.
The steal, where he should have got the and
steal,
one?
the three, the layup. Which one you want? I mean, I got 5 different plays about
multiple
Podziemski.
threes.
Kaminga was playing
Drawing
at such
charges.
a championship pace last night.
I totally agree.
I mean, a championship pace, all right? This guy was slowing it down. He was making the right pass. He was being patient. He was hitting his free throws. He was going to the cup. He was engaged. He was fired up. And somehow, some way, he's at the end of the bench with the warm-up on in the last 18 minutes of the game. And you know what? The explanation after the game, and I love Steve Kerr. I think he's an all-time coach. The explanation just didn't do it justice.
Well, why is that?
It just infuriated me a little bit. You know, his normal rotations, but we wanted to ride Wiggs a little bit. But at some point in the fourth quarter, you didn't even have Wiggs in the game. All right? Just look at this. I mean, the third quarter, they shoot 78%. They shoot 78% from the floor, 18 to 23. JK's got 7. He's 3 of 4. He's making the hockey assist. I mean, everything is rolling.
He had a nice assist to Curry on the three-pointer.
Very nice assist.
The little kick out. And then he had a really nice post-up.
This guy needs to start the rest of the season.
The 8-1 was sick.
I look at the fourth quarter. Wiggins plays 9 minutes and 39 seconds.
Yeah.
JK plays 0 minutes in the fourth quarter. 0.
So who should have been out?
Well, I got to ride Kaminga. That's for the coach to figure it out.
Well,
Kaminga's one of my 5 best players last night.
It feels like they never want to play Kuminga and Wiggins simultaneously.
Well, don't. But JK's got to find some minutes.
So what I don't understand is
it's just Shasky. He's got to play.
Well, I don't get it because to me, like you needed a little more perimeter defense out there, and you needed somebody who can get to the free throw line. You need somebody who could be a point presence. I mean, on that final possession, for example, and I know the game wasn't just the final possession.
No, it wasn't.
Final possession. Sarge and Clay are standing next to each other in the corner. It was bad spacing.
Well, Peyton Watson was wide open on the 3. Peyton Watson scored 19 points off the bench.
How about him getting his own rebound and Wiggins standing there watching?
I know. Well,
if I watched Wiggins get clipped by a high screen and just give up passively one more time, my head will explode. He was the one who came up slow on that play with Jokic to Gordon, throwing it up. Yep. TJD had to step up, even though he's supposed to honor baseline, because Wiggins is falling asleep. Let KCP palm a 3.
I mean, Looney committed 4 fouls in that fourth quarter.
It's disgusting to watch. Thanks.
He committed 4 fouls at 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
And one on an offensive rebound.
And I thought Looney, look, I get why he started yesterday because you don't want to throw the rookie on Nikola Jokic. I mean, it's just, you know what?
The TJD foul on Aaron Gordon was terrible.
He shouldn't have been in the game in the fourth quarter. That wasn't his game.
He had one of their few buckets. He had the layup.
Scouting reports out on him. I mean, he played 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Your roller was charged defensively on Jokic. You're asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble there. I mean, just Oreo cookie in Oakland. Let's go. I'm depressed right now. I'm sick of this. I'm tired of this stuff, man. I just want to win some basketball games, stack some wins. They've blown 4 games when they've been up 18-plus points. 4. All right? They've blown 7 when they've been up 10-plus points. OKC, Sacramento. I mean, it's just a joke. Clippers on a Saturday afternoon when you led the whole damn game, and then Paul George hits a 3 to win the damn game. I am tired of this stuff, and it's driving me insane.
You know what?
I couldn't go to sleep last night. I came in the house, and I was a madman. I'm having a meltdown. I am having a meltdown.
That final shot reminded me of Chet Holmgren so much, where I was like, I knew it was going in.
Oh, I knew it too.
I knew it was going in.
What's the Nuggets? Cut it to single digits. I said to Festus in the gatehouse, said, they're about to win this damn basketball game. And I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game 4 feet away from the TV. I'm in front of the TV like this. I'm saying, Festus, I'm about to lose this game, dude.
And what's
They're about to lose this game. And he's depressed. You go to look at his Instagram. He's having a come to Jesus moment. He's having a come to Jesus moment. I'm sick, Oreo cookie. I'm sick. What's up, man?
You're right, man. You're right, bro. Hey, I love the passion, man. You guys are straight on, bro. This dude, Steve Kerr, he don't know what he's doing, bro. If you want to look back at his career, man, he came into a team that was already on the come up. The guy has never developed anyone, bro. I can't remember a time where he made a move and we were like, oh man, what a great move. I don't understand how Steve Kerr keeps just getting put up there as a pedestal, man. And to me, he was along for the ride. And when he says he wants to ride or die with his 3, that's just because he doesn't know how to adjust. He has no adjustments, bro. I'm just getting sick and tired of it, man. Kaminga was having a good game. When he says that Wiggins was playing great, how do you define great? Wasn't Kaminga being great? That guy's got to go, bro.
All right. You know what, Ora Cookie? I don't know what's going to happen. He doesn't have a contract. I'm pretty sure Lakem at courtside sitting there thinking, what the hell's going on here? But here's Kerr on his decision to not play Jonathan Kaminga now 1 second in the fourth quarter in the last 18 minutes of the basketball game.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
We're just going to die on that hill.
Well, here we go. Like the third quarter, the Kaminga. Third quarter. All right, we want to rip Kaminga for all the things he doesn't do. Let's praise what he did do. Defensive rebound. Then he comes down with a post up because a beautiful pass out to Curry for a three. CP3 hitting Kaminga in transition for a dunk. Cuts it to 77-74. Later on in the game, Curry to JK. Layup, 84-81. Then JK goes bully ball and one on Murray. Gives him his fourth foul. Puts Murray on the bench. Ties the game 84-84.
Not only that, and then the Warriors in the quarter on a 23-6 run.
Thank you.
And they're up double digits. And Chase Center is popping.
Exactly.
Chase Center is popping. It's a party in there. And I'm thinking, okay, you get back to 500. This could be the win that helps springboard a winning streak. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know what a winning streak would do for this basketball team. As I'm looking at the graphic right now, most losses with leading by 17-plus points this season. They have 4, tied with the San Antonio Spurs, who's in the rebuild right now. Now, he has the wherewithal, Jonathan Kuminga, to recognize that Jamal Murray has that 4th foul, goes at him, gets the N1, and they take off. The ball was Shasky, I'm telling you, that third quarter, it felt like old Warriors. They scored 44 points in that third quarter. Now scored the Nuggets by 20 in that third quarter. It was the most points they scored in the quarter all season, 44. And it was Potts was hooping, man.
Sarge hooping. It was nice.
And I'm thinking, the young guys are figuring it out. The young guys are getting better and better by the game because they need reps. It's just like Mark Grandy at night on Warriors Wrap-Up. I listened to Mark Grandy on the way home. I said, man, this guy's got me fired up. I was ready to call the damn show. I swear to God, I almost called Mark Grandy, and he had full phone lines. And I said, but it's reps, right? Same thing with Kaminga. It gets better every single game. And now I'm afraid once Draymond gets back, and Draymond, he may come back and just start. But what does that mean for Kaminga? We saw GP2 come back for 2 games. Already have Moses Moody out the rotation.
Moses Moody's on a milk carton right now. But Bonte, when I heard Klay Thompson in the postgame, we really need, Draymond back. I'm really looking forward to getting Draymond back. My eyes rolled right out of my head. They did. They rolled right out of my head. Here's the problem with this team. We are so caught, and the Wiggins is a great example. Wiggins had a couple of nice moments. Defensively, he's so passive on the screens. He's so passive on the help defense. It is driving me nuts. He's not rebounding at all, okay? He dribbled and crashed into guys on a turnover play multiple times. And he had a couple of nice plays. I'm not saying he didn't, but let's keep the same energy for Andrew Wiggins making $25 million a year that we do for Jonathan Kuminga.
Well,
we critique the ever-living hell out of Jonathan Kaminga. And here's the part where I'm frustrated. Because Steve Kerr is clearly playing Andrew Wiggins so that he gets his feelings feeling better and so that his ego's stroked and so we can get him back feeling good again. Instead of trying to win the game. I am so sick about worrying about getting back to where we were 2 years ago and your feelings. And we got to get him feeling right. And he's playing good and we're going to ride the momentum because I'm worried about his emotional state of being. What about my 21-year-old ascending stud?
Well, JK,
what about him? What about him?
Well, JK here. And
I'm so sick about trying to appease the ego of whether it be Draymond, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry even at times, CP3 or Wiggins. Win basketball games.
So
execute.
So Kaminga has some quotes yesterday. It's a Football Friday brought to you by
I'm triggered.
It's Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. The way Kaminga sees it, and this is, I don't even know whose article this is. Maybe I'll look this up. I don't even know whose article. I just got it sent to me. Kaminga said about the rotations, about sitting in crunch time, spending the final 12 minutes on the bench. It's tricky. Since I've been here, we don't have just 5 guys that we know that they're supposed to be on the floor whenever it's closing time. It's a little, I don't know how to say it, it's a little weird. I've been here for 3 years now. I'm used to it. I'm never surprised when I see a lineup change at the end of the game or even in the game. It's a culture thing. I'm very proud of myself. I've come so far and I still have a lot of things to accomplish. This is just the beginning of the journey where things are just changing. Hopefully it changes even more. Anytime I get a chance to go on the court, starting or not, I try to go out there and make sure that next time they start me, or they know that if they need anybody off the bench, if they need any player that could do something, I'm always there. He also added, too, I really didn't have much to say about that, about sitting on a bench at the end of the game. The rest of the guys were playing good. We had a lead. Everybody was happy. There was no explanation. I was just on the bench cheering just like any other teammate. Hyped because we were in it. I really don't know. I didn't see it coming at all, especially the way I was playing. I look back and I used to have stretches where 2 months I was playing good. But I feel like now I'm even more poised and more mature in knowing what I need to do instead of just being out there running wild. Now I'm more poised. I know a lot of things. I know how people are playing me. I know how people are playing us. So, JK said a lot in the media. He's backed up his talk. He's played well. 14 straight games or 13 straight games where he scored double figures. He's hitting his free throws again, 6 of 7. What are you going to say about him? The guy's playing well, and he gets bitched Shasky in the last 18 minutes.
So let me play devil's advocate, and I want him to play. Believe me, I want him to play. You had Wiggins on Jamal Murray, okay? Who's Kaminga guarding in this situation? Are you taking out Wiggins? Are you what? How,
you can play both of them.
Okay,
you could put Kuminga on Peyton Watson. You could put Kuminga on Aaron Gordon.
Okay,
he has strength to box him out. You could play Wiggins and Kuminga together.
Okay,
it's just like,
why is that a misnomer?
Like, I don't know. I have no. It's just like the thing. It's just like it with the 49ers. You can't play. Oh, you can't, Debo. Why not? The hell you can't.
But that's my point. Like I kept hearing, like, you can't play these two.
I don't get. I don't know what
Andre Iguodala.
Who's saying that?
Well,
I don't get why. I know a lot of people are, but why?
They don't think that either of those guys can pass. And my thing is like,
hold on.
No.
Wiggins may not be able to pass. Jonathan Kaminga can pass.
I agree with
What
you.
are you watching, folks?
I know. Well,
this guy, hockey assists,
he had multiple
assists.
Yeah.
He had 4 assists yesterday. He was rolling.
Yeah.
Rolling. Kaminga's a very underrated passer.
Well, and I feel like his discernment has gotten significantly better. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there's a narrative that they can't play together.
Yeah, I don't know who
when
built
I watched
that narrative.
Iguodala and Clay and Durant, all three wing guys, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all play together beautifully.
Yeah, I don't know where that, and I'm not saying you did it.
No.
But I'm a little triggered by that because I've been hearing it over the last year and a half.
It sounds like people
they can't play together. Yeah. He can't pass. Kaminga doesn't have IQ. Are you watching the game? Are you watching the game? We watched him in his first ever game at the California Classic. Yeah. I watched him every step of the way during his entire 3 years. He gets better and better by the game. In game, he gets better.
But is that going to solve their problem of allowing the ball to get into the paint over and over and over and over again?
I mean, you got to try something, right?
I know. I'm trying to play devil's advocate.
No, I hear you. No. You're fine.
Because Jokic continued. If I watch Jokic initiate contact, lean the shoulder in, and get fouls, they're like, he's 39 of 44 over all of the last 4 games. Yeah, because he goes to the free throw line 28 times a game.
But even then, last night he didn't really get to the free throw line. He was 6 or 7 from the free throw line. My problem is you got to take something away. You got to take something away.
So what are you taking away?
You're taking away his passing.
Yeah, I know.
Because he doesn't get anybody else involved.
3 times he identified Aaron Gordon on a mismatch, either on a lob or down in the block. He does a great job on that.
That's where, you know what?
It's a great call.
You let him just go cook.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying let a guy just score at will, but you try to just force him to the bad shot. You try your best. Now, in the third quarter, when the Warriors did play some defense last night, they sent some smart doubles and smart triple teams at him. Mm-hmm. One of them, they almost got a jump ball. They called a weak foul on him. The other time, they frustrated him.
Pod's got the charge.
Pod's got the charge on him. And so you got to take something away. Take away the passing, because once he started passing in the fourth quarter, Aaron dunk, wide open dunk. Peyton Watson, wide open 3. Peyton Watson with another move. Jamal Murray's cooking.
Peyton Watson got his own rebound, and I watched 3 guys stand there, Wiggins being one of them. And if Kaminga was on the floor and he allowed that offensive rebound, wouldn't we have gone crazy?
Yeah, we would have gone crazy. We would have gone crazy. So we're going to break here. I'm really, really distraught this morning, folks. I am. 888-957.
I can't go over the last couple of possessions. Curry was bad in the final 6 minutes.
No, it was 6'5", 651. The whole damn team was bad.
No,
but you know
agree.
what? I think it's a byproduct of the players around them. You got to get the right combination at crunch time. There's no spacing. They're daring Chris Paul to shoot. They're saying, Sarge, we know what you do. All right? Wiggins, he's no threat on the 3-point line. This is a bad loss, folks. This is a bad loss. It's the worst loss of the season, by far. By far. And we're going to talk all about it all day. No Doobie Awards today. We'll cancel it until next week. I'm telling you, I'm ticked off right now, Shasky. I'm ticked, dude. You blew an 18-point lead last night at home. You're playing so damn well. All right, anyway, kickoff show Sunday with Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Hilton Hotel, Santa Clara, you know what it is. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Your phone call's coming up. We're going to talk about this game. We're a little chipper this morning. We're a little spicy. And you know why. They blew another 18-point lead. They blew another double-digit lead. They scored 4 points in the last 6 minutes and 51 seconds. That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
I like my Warriors.
With heating bills as
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors lose 130 to 127. They get outscored in the fourth quarter, 36-20.
Are the Warriors now wanksters?
I'm not going to call it.
Damn, homie.
I'm not going to
It's a
call
shame.
it.
It's
For the last
embarrassing,
decade,
really.
you was the man, homie.
It is what it is, man. I mean, 36-20 in the fourth quarter. The Nuggets shoot 11 of 18, 61% in the fourth quarter. They go to the free throw line 11 times. They go 11 of 11. Aaron Gordon scores 15 points in the fourth quarter. 15.
And hits free throws.
6 of 6 in the fourth quarter. Jokic, 9. Peyton Watson, 7 off the bench in the fourth quarter, 6 minutes and 24 seconds. And the Warriors blow another game. And now they're 2 games under 500. They're 1-3 in the 7-game homestand. And they got the Pistons tonight, which could be the best thing for them. Because now you get to wash away last night. You play the Pistons, but hell, Pistons are playing better. Ain't no guarantee with this team. Ain't no guarantee whatsoever. I'm not counting this as a dub. So where do we go from here? What was the biggest takeaway last night for all the roasters out there? 888-957-9570.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Because, I read the Kendra Andrews article yesterday regarding the Warriors and the young players. And they're like, basically everybody in that article is saying, and I'm summarizing here, wow, like we didn't expect the youngsters to do this much. He's in his 3rd year. What was the point of keeping and drafting a guy if you were never going to play him?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm dead serious. I want to sit down with Steve Kerr and ask him, Steve, what exactly was the plan with Jonathan Kaminga heading into this year?
Well, last year, this is where it was botched. And pardon me, because when they went 0-5 on that road trip to start the season, when they went down to Charlotte and Detroit and Miami and Orlando and New Orleans, and you and I were like, you got to play the youngsters, but mix them in with the veterans.
No, thank God we played Ty Jerome and what was the other guy?
Anthony Lamb.
And Anthony Lamb.
Anthony Lamb has such a long leash. Anthony Lamb had a longer leash than Jonathan Kuminga.
He had more minutes.
Go figure. Anthony Lamb had a longer leash than Jonathan Kaminga last season, and it's a joke. But I thought the team was divided last year. It doesn't even have anything to do with the punch. It's the way they substituted last year. They just went mass hockey substitutions. Let's go Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, Poole, all together. And it felt like it was 2 different teams. Instead of saying, hey, JK, how about you get some run with Steph and Dre? All right, Moody, how about you get some run with Clay and Wiggins? Hey, Wiseman, how about you play some pick and roll with Jordan Poole and have Clay on the weak side there waiting to bomb through? You know what I'm saying? It was 2 different teams. And so this is a last year problem. Kuminga should have been ready to go. Think about this. This is what's insane to me, Shasky. That Portland game, what was it, about 3 weeks ago? When they were down at home, or about a month ago?
Yeah, very lackluster.
At that point, Kuminga was out of the rotation. He's one of your 5 best players. Think about that. Just a month ago, Kuminga was out of the rotation. And then they're down 10, and Kerr's looking at the pitch saying, you know what? Kuminga, I'm desperate. Go in there. And he plays the last 16 minutes and 44 seconds. It flips the game.
But this is where I feel like all of the decisions being made by this team are to salvage psyches.
That's a problem.
I got to play Wiggins here because I really want him to find himself, and I'm hoping that we can win this game while simultaneously he can feel good about himself because we're paying him $25 million, and I want to get back to what he was 2 years ago. And let's ride him a little longer here. I need, and I'm just as an example, I need Draymond to feel good about himself.
Right.
I need Clay to feel good about himself. I need CP3 to know he's empowered. We have to play him with 2.5 or 3 minutes to go because he has a fragile psyche too. And heaven forbid we lose this game and he's on the bench. How about you just win games? How about you don't care about the egos? Are we all pulling the rope in the same direction?
Yeah, it's professional
May the
sports.
best man win.
May the best man play. In the case of last night.
No, but that's not how that's not what's shaping up.
But you know what, though? You know what's funny about that game last night? I know we had the last 2 shows about Draymond. They did miss Draymond in that fourth quarter. Could have used some defense.
That's on Draymond.
No, it is on Draymond,
Yeah.
but I'm saying.
Yeah, that's on
Could have
Draymond.
sure used Draymond last night.
Well.
But we know what? He's not available.
Yeah, but that's part of why he drives me crazy, because he created a situation where he's unavailable and the team that needs him can't use him.
Nope.
And that's on him. And that pisses me off.
It is a Warriors game day. Again, brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Coach?
Bonte, you missed. I was hoping you'd bring up why the excuse Kerr gave for not playing Kaminga, saying that he had been sitting for a long time and he didn't really want to bring him in. And I'm like, that is the lamest excuse he could ever give.
Yeah.
Now, as far as Kerr being a great coach, Bonte, he used to be, maybe. But like anything else, that could run its course. The last year and a half, Kerr has not been a great coach, okay? And so we need to acknowledge that. I think for his Kuminga psyche and Moody's psyche, I think Kerr has lost him, okay? I really think that he's lost him because, like Kuminga says, he doesn't know, even when he plays well, he doesn't know if he's going to go back in the game. And that's terrible.
No, Coach, you're right. And what do you think moving forward? How is this going to shape up when Draymond Green does get back? Because he will be back at some point.
Okay, what's going to happen is, of course, Kaminga is going to go back to the bench. Pazinski, okay, I'm not knocking him, but he doesn't deserve 30 minutes a game. He's second on the team in minutes played. But Kaminga and Moody's going to go back to the bench because they're supposedly good soldiers, and they're going to accept it. But you know what? These young guys are tired of accepting it, Bonte, and they're going to want out.
No,
Coach,
you know
Coach,
what? You're right.
Coach, who are the 5 best players? Forget position. This year, who have been the 5 best players on the Warriors?
The 5 best players in this order: Curry, Kaminga. I would probably go Pazinski, Trace Jackson Davis, and Chris Paul.
I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I
might
can.
throw Clay in
TJD
there.
has not been better than Klay Thompson. He's had a good 2-week stretch.
Okay.
So let's calm down there.
But okay,
let's
Clay,
calm down.
but
and TJD was not good last night.
But Draymond's name's not in there, and Wiggins' name's not in there.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And those
and
are guys making a combined $55, $65
and that's a
million.
problem. And that's a problem. That is a problem.
And you know, let me accentuate this.
CP3 couldn't hit a basket until the last 3 games. So let's
I agree with
chill.
that. But Bonte, like last night, your superstar Jokic made play after play after play, whether it was for himself or for others, and drew a ton of fouls. My superstar, and I love Curry. It's okay to critique Curry a little. Curry.
What are you telling me?
6 minutes to go. Horrible 3. Ball hogging. It hits a clanker.
But you know what though? When it comes to the ball hogging with Steph, I got to stop you there. What else? Nobody's scoring baskets. Nobody's creating. Nobody's moving. Nobody's cutting. What else is he supposed to do there? Well, I mean, somebody's got to do something.
I'm just
like the personnel on the court. You got Sarge, not a ball handler. TJG, not a ball handler. Wiggins, not a ball handler. Klay Thompson, not a ball handler. You waited too long to play CP3, or maybe you go pods, but you don't have a lot of ball handlers out there. So Curry's got the ball in his hands. That's where CP3 steps in. If you're going to go to CP3, go to him earlier. No, if you're going to go to pods, go to him earlier to get Curry off the ball, because that's where he's most deadly at.
But B, he had the ball in his hands. They were going 5 wide multiple times, and he's allowed to do whatever he wants. And to me, he was dribbling to no man's land and settling for horrific shots.
Look at the personnel. Look at the offense. Look at it.
But he's
what
still
else
in a
supposed to do?
On one time he got blitzed. The other times he was in one-on-one situations. What I want him to do? Take a hard dribble and try to beat somebody off the dribble. Don't settle for after 24 seconds have gone down, a fadeaway, lackluster 3 off the side of the backboard.
I hear you, but you know what? You got Contavious Caldwell-Pope defending him. But you got Contavious Caldwell-Pope defending him, and you got personnel out there who can't handle the ball. So what else are you supposed to do? Curry 1-on-1, I'll take my chances. But that's not what lost the game. That's not what lost the game.
I think Curry was bad last night. I know there's a variety of reasons.
No, there's a variety of reasons. The pass was terrible.
Too.
The passes are terrible. He did score 30. He did go 11 to 23.
Yeah, but the final 6 minutes, he wasn't good.
But that was team-wide.
No,
that was team-wide.
That I agree.
And I think I think the personnel around him, when you don't have guys who can space the floor, when you don't have guys around you.
Boys.
But no.
He picked them.
No, but no, he didn't pick TJD. He didn't pick Sarge.
No, not those guys. I'm saying the roster that they have in place financially is because Steph has been nodding like a bobblehead that this is what he wants.
I don't know if that's
and that constrains how you build a team.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay.
Joe Lacob
You
came
know
in the
more
studio.
than I.
Joe Lacob came in the studio, and it was lost on everybody. It wasn't lost on I, but Joe Lacob told us when I asked him about Draymond Green, I said, Draymond, I said, Joe, did you have any worries about Draymond Green leaving in the offseason? Said a little something, yeah, you know, blah, 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 blah. Draymond drove down to my house. We had lunch. We had dinner, blah, 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 blah. Draymond went to go get that contract. I'm telling you right now, it would not surprise me if Curry or Steve Kerr would have said, you know what, we're cool with Draymond leaving. We're cool. We can turn the page.
I don't know.
Like, you know, a lot of people are speculating on Curry and that's his boy or whatnot, blah, 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 blah. Some of it may be on Curry.
Every roster
Maybe some of it
decision
on
has
Curry.
been made for ball movement to maximize Steph Curry. And I think at times the decision-making on allocating who goes into games, whether it was last year, the year prior to that, is all predicated on can you play with Curry or not?
Curry's not telling Steve Kerr to not play Kaminga in the last 12 minutes of the game.
Now.
You know, no, he's not
But
doing
a year
that at
ago,
all.
I think it was different.
I don't think he was telling, maybe with Wiseman, but not these other guys. So whatever. I'm sick of the loss. It's hard for me to say, hey, Curry, you were not that great when I'm looking at the lineup there and I'm like, you gotta get some better personnel around him. Get the spacing around him. You're playing at one point he was playing TJD and Shards.
No, that I didn't love.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have floor spacers. You got guys who can't handle the ball. That's why you brought Chris Paul. That's why Podziemski has been starting, because you got extra ball handlers to get Steph Curry, who's most deadly off the ball. Most deadly off the ball. Instead, you put him on the ball and having to make every decision, and you get what you get last night.
He's a superstar, you know, and he had 7 different opportunities with the ball in his hands. And he only had 1 bucket, and that was on a TJD layup.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's it. These lineups in the fourth quarter are driving me crazy. Because in those lineups, what they're doing is you're not maximizing your superstar.
That
You're not maximizing your superstar.
Bonte, that goes back.
You know?
I mean, we'll talk on the other side.
All right. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard for Safeway. Safeway proudly serving our community.
Bay Area is Draymond Green.
Oh, my God.
The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Then there's Draymond.
Hey.
It's coming to the facility in the next few days to ramp up, and we'll see if Adam Silver lifts his suspension. But he could be back by the end of the month. Monty Poole last night on Warriors pre- and post-game live was saying that it could be a few weeks before he's back, but he's going to be back.
Can we have I want to have just a quick conversation on this because we clearly aren't seeing eye to eye, and it's okay. This is what sports fans argue all the time at the bar stools or, in the living room or on text messages with your buds or while you're playing video games. Like, I have a theory as a coach. I don't scream and yell and challenge people who I don't think either can accept the challenge or are really, 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 really bad.
Knowing your personnel.
Yeah, right?
You gotta know your personnel.
You coach to the talent level, right? I don't judge Steph Curry through the prism of all the other guys. I judge him through the Kobe lens, through the Michael Jordan lens, through the LeBron James lens. And now, like someone like Jokic, for example, a contemporary of his, though I believe that Steph's stature is higher than Jokic's. Right now, Jokic is on top of the world. 2-time MVP, just won the championship, and I'm watching those guys late in games, and we judge them differently. And I expect them, especially in basketball more than any other, like, take over a little. I'm not saying you got to be the one that scores every time and you got to go 1-on-5. That's not what I'm saying. But, like, you have 6 minutes to go in that game. They lost that game for a variety of reasons. It was a potpourri of poo-poo. I mean, that's what they did yesterday, a poo-poo platter. It was garbage. And Steph Curry played a big part of that, and that's okay. He's a legend. He's minted. I wanted more from him.
Well, so I'm looking at a play right now. They're up 123-107. This is when Denver's starting their comeback.
Okay.
And I'm replaying it on my phone.
Yeah.
Curry sets up the offense. He gives Wiggins the post up. Wiggins with a terrible post up on Jamal Murray. Murray pushes him to the 3-point line.
And Murray had 4 or 5 fouls.
4 or 5 fouls.
Yeah.
They double Wiggins.
Yes.
Jokic, for whatever reason. He finds Clay. Shot clock's running down. Clay's got to lean in off the backboard, throw one up. Looney grabs the offensive rebound. He misses a bunny. And then there's 6 seconds left on the shot clock. And nobody's moving. Everybody's standing around, so Curry has to jack up a 3 over Aaron Gordon.
Yes.
Again, nobody's moving.
But it was a fadeaway, like, I don't even know what that shot was.
Well, it was in front of the Denver Nuggets bench, but again, there's 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Nobody's moving. What are you going to do? It's Aaron Gordon, who's a very good defender. Very good defender. What are you going to do? That's one possession right there. One possession right there. No, by the way, Aaron Gordon offensive rebound, gets fouled by Looney, hits the 2 free throws. Now they're down. Now they're up 123-109. We'll get to the next few possessions here. But I hear you. And I'm seeing people text on the chat line, Curry's not a superstar. Curry's not a superstar.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's just stupidity.
They would have lost that game going away if Curry doesn't.
They would have lost by 20.
Yeah, no. But all I'm saying is, look, I count. This is me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 possessions where either the ball was in his hands or he had a determining, factor in them not scoring buckets. When you have a drought where you score 4 points over like a 7 or 8 minute drought, I'm expecting my Super Bowl. Get me a bucket.
I hear you.
And all I'm saying, and that turnover, I don't even think that was a bad turnover.
That was a terrible turnover.
I don't even know if that was the worst sequence for Curry in that 7 minutes.
That was the worst sequence.
You think so?
That definitely was the worst sequence.
CP3 is open up top, and I don't know if you heard Shaq and Charles Barkley arguing about who shoots a better 3-point percentage, but like, this is what I always say in those situations. Make the easy pass. Why are you trying to hit the grand slam? It's late in the game. They're blitzing you in that situation. The one-arm throw across court, like that's a desperation play. Credit Jamal Murray for playing that. He came stunting up like he was coming up on CP3 and then faded back and baited him right into that play. So it's a great play by Murray.
So 123-109. Curry gets a switch on to Jokic, shoots a mid-range jumper. He bricks it.
And that was a good look.
Missed shots happen. Next possession. Klay Thompson, for whatever reason, gets lost in the sauce. Yeah. Aaron Gordon's wide open on the 3-point line. Bam. Nails it. Now you're up 11. Because Klay steps up on Jamal Murray when he's driving past Wiggins. He steps up just a little bit. Murray reads it. Passes to Aaron Gordon on the 3-point line. Boom. 3. Gordon's wide open. You have a defensive breakdown. But this is what happens. When you foul and you send the Nuggets to the free throw 100%. Line, what does it do? Number 1, it stops the clock. Number 2, allows the Denver Nuggets to set their defense.
100%.
Number 3, okay, we can blitz Steph now in the half court. we can make this difficult on Steph Curry in the half court. So it's a combination of things where, and I hear you. You want your superstar to take over.
Just get a bucket.
I get it. I hear you. You want to get a bucket.
They needed a
but at
bucket
the same
so
time,
bad.
They did. But when you have a set and Steph Curry, I'm not exonerating him. The turnover was egregious. The turnover was all-time bad. That's not what lost the game. But it was all-time bad. But I can't put the last 6 minutes on just Steph Curry.
No,
I'm looking at the lineup. I'm looking at the movement. I'm looking at the cutting.
Yes.
I'm looking at the lack of cutting. I'm looking at the lack of ball handlers out there. I'm looking at the fouling. I'm looking at everything. It was just a nightmare in the last.
No, I thought the last turnover by Curry, it was emblematic of everything that's been wrong with them all year. Number one guy, superstar, who feels like he's being blitzed by the opponent and there's nobody else as a clear-cut number two to throw to. Two guys playing alongside each other who look like they've never played alongside each other in the closing minutes in Sarge and Clay. You watch Clay at the beginning of that possession when they clear that rebound. Clay's pointing at Sarge, you go over there, and then Sarge's like, no, you go over there. It's like, Doc, what do you got to get out of the way? And instead, two guys are in the corner, and the spacing's not good. And then you've got the pumpkin man, Andrew Wiggins, 7,000 feet away from Steph Curry, and instead of making the easy pass to CP3, they're throwing it over to Wiggins. It's just it was a metaphor of everything that's gone wrong this year.
So 123, 112. Pajimski's at the top of the key. Jamal Murray's in front of him.
Oh, was this the one, the shot clock violation?
Passes to Clay. Back to Pajimski. Pajimski's dribbling.
No one's moving.
They get to him. Nobody's moving. Curry, KCP's on Curry. Wiggins back to Pods. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and Gordon just stuffs Pajimski in his face. 123, 112. Terrible possession.
That was
now there's 4:41 left.
They had multiple shot clock violations in the final 15 minutes of that game.
So again, that's a possession where Curry doesn't even touch the basketball. Yeah. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta.
CP3 had a bad 3-point miss too.
Alex in Atlanta, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, gentlemen, I would hate to say anything else, but I mean, I'm not surprised by this anymore. And that's probably the worst thing to wake up to this morning is I'm not surprised they blew that lead last night. You know, I'm watching the game, and one of the things that was working so well for them in the third quarter is when they got away from 3-guard lineups. They put 2 forwards on the floor. Granted, it was, they had Saric at the 4, TJD at the 5, but they went with a more traditional backcourt approach. They only had 2 guards on the floor. The spacing looked better. The ball movement looked better. The ability to attack the basket, so the scoring versatility looked better. And it helped them open up that 20-point lead at one point in the third quarter. And then all of a sudden, in the fourth quarter, inexplicably, they completely go away from what was working. They roll back out a 3-guard lineup to start the fourth. They start Kevon Looney in the fourth, who I love Kevon Looney. I think he's a workhorse for this team. But he couldn't guard a parked car in the fourth quarter last night. He was getting destroyed in the post. And then because you have a 3-guard lineup on the floor, Aaron Gordon outscored Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Andrew Wiggins combined in the fourth quarter last night.
Wow.
He was feasting in the post. He was getting to the line because he was constantly in a position where he had a mismatch.
Yeah.
And so a lot of this blame does go to Steve Kerr. I'm not going to try to defend the Curry pass last night that led to the turnover, but that was only his second turnover of the game in 35 minutes of play.
I know. I'm not mad at Curry.
So it's not like he was constantly giving the ball away.
Yeah. I'm not mad at Curry's performance last night. Overall, I thought Curry was fine.
I'm not mad at Curry's performance overall at all. But, I mean, the last thing I'll say, guys, is everybody seems to be thinking, things are going to get better when Draymond comes back. I don't think people realize that since Draymond's been gone, the team is turning the ball over less. They're fouling less. They're getting more assists per game. And they do have a winning record right now without Draymond. They should be 7-4. They're 6-5.
But Alex,
a lot of the little things that weren't working well are working better now with Draymond not here.
And the splits are basically identical with and without Draymond off the floor. They give up about 4 more points defensively with Draymond off the floor or not playing. But overall, all the other categories are basically the same.
Yeah, but Bonte, did you know that coming out of last night's game, we might feel slightly a little bit better with Andrew Wiggins? Psychologically. I mean, I feel like that's where we're at. Honest to God, I feel like we are playing certain guys in certain spots so that they feel good about themselves.
Well, Steve Kerr said a couple weeks ago that it's not about feelings. He needs to play the best guys.
Oh, is it?
That's what Steve Kerr said.
Well, my eyeballs are telling me something else.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Am I tripping on that? Because that's what I feel like when I'm watching. It's like, kumbaya. We got to feel good about ourselves because we have to get back into the lineup.
Well, then why the hell was Looney playing?
I don't know. If I was paying $150 million.
If we're feeling about feelings, then why isn't Moses Moody playing? He's like a young Looney. He's got a veteran's presence about him. And now he's racking up DMPs.
What, you mean a rookie Looney who didn't play?
This segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. So what I'm doing on my phone is I'm just peeling the onion. I'm listening to you, and I'm listening to the
I watch back every possession, and it's worse each time you watch it back.
Well,
how little movement was there?
Well, so, again, that's why I'm telling you. That's why it's hard for me to say Curry only didn't do anything. He needs to take over. So 123, 114. The Nuggets have now cut it to single digits. Mm-hmm. They've now cut it to single digits after being down 18. 18. Again, the Nuggets in the game on a 25-4 run. So Curry gets the ball from Pajitsky, comes off a screen. KCP's trailing. Yeah. Jokic steps up. He gets doubled. Makes a sweet pass cross court to Andrew Wiggins. He's on the three-point line. Andrew Wiggins hoists up a 3.
Oh, was this? Oh, keep going.
12 seconds left on the shot clock. Aaron Gordon closes out.
Yeah.
He bricks it. Rebound Denver. Jamal Murray high up off the ground over Pajitsky. And that's a lost possession.
They go down the other way. They miss a big 3. Nobody for the Warriors boxes.
Looney deflects the offensive rebound.
Yeah, but nobody's
deflects
moving.
The rebound. Nobody's moving.
It goes out
to gets the ball. Aaron Gordon, for some reason, Curry's on Aaron Gordon. He gets smashed.
And he shuffles his feet.
Right.
He shuffles his feet.
It was a walk.
It was a travel, even though I know I sound like I'm a whiner. He shuffles his feet, and they give the foul to Looney instead of Curry.
So Curry's matched up on Gordon. Jokic reads it. Post up on Curry. Boom. One dribble. Power dribble. Boom. You get the foul. You go to the line. Now you're down 7.
Right then and there, I was like, oh, this is not good.
Oh,
the boss, Matt Hegan, they cannot lose this game. I believe I texted him back. They are.
Well, I told Festus, you asked Festus Ezeli in the Gatehouse. Once they cut it to single digits, I said the Warriors are losing this game. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose, Doobie Award nominee for rookie roaster.
My dad at 9:30. Are you kidding me?
Nick in San Jose, what's happening?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I got
How
you,
you
Nick.
doing?
I'm not doing well this morning.
How are you doing?
I'm not doing well this morning, Nick. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm depressed. I'm angry. I'm pissed.
I want to tell you guys. I loved your Red Sox, Bonte, last night at the Gatehouse, and I just saw.
They weren't even red. Nick, you got to fix the color on your TV. They were Tony the Tiger Sox.
Oh man, I'm sorry, man.
No, you're all good.
Hey, speaking of that, I'm actually at peace after I saw Monty's body language because I knew I was going to hear your guys' voice today. And Butcher Boy, I'm so glad you're a Butcher dad now. I've been wanting to say this for 18 months, hearing you talk about all your coaching. You're going to be a great dad. And I got a boy.
Thank you.
Have him love sports. Coach him. You'll love it. Now,
thank you.
As a coach myself, I'm so disappointed in Steve Kerr. I'm not asking him not to get extended, but these guys should know their roles by now, even with GB2 out and Draymond stuff. And it's so frustrating that they keep going back yesterday to Wiggins. I would rather see the young guys, JK not playing the whole fourth quarter. I mean, I know he floats sometimes defensively off the ball, but play the guys that give us energy. I got sick and tired of getting bully balled yesterday. We are so unathletic. We are so old right now. And here's my question to you guys. Draymond used to be a surplus and an additive of energy. He is a vampire now. He cost us the 2016 ring, the best year ever. He accelerated the departure of KD. He ruined last year with the punch of Poole, and he's ruined this year. We're going to bring him back. I don't want to see this guy running up the referees and flexing. He doesn't understand. He's sucking energy. So you guys, when he comes back, Myers says he's the fulcrum of the team. Kerr says we need him to win a title. I just don't want to see this anymore, man. We got a trade deadline coming up. What can we do to get rid of Green and Wiggins, man? And if he does come back, do you put him starting? What does that say to the young guys?
Nick, are we still a 43-win team?
I mean, if Draymond is back, we're between 40 and 45. but I don't even want to see that, bro.
Dude.
I want to see that, gentlemen.
What do you make of the fact that they're now 13-14 in games decided by 5 points or less?
Well, you're not a good team. That's what
They're a 43-win team, dude.
Well, right now they're 16-18.
Like Bob Meyer said, I don't even know what the clutch games mean. Is it a good thing or bad thing? I don't think it's a good thing.
Well, it's a lot.
The fact that you're all because a lot of these clutch games, they're clutch because you blown leads. You blew the lead to make it a clutch game.
Well, the way the Nuggets won last night reminded me of vintage Warriors. Let's play really good for like 8 minutes, and let's lock you down and get stop after stop after stop, and we'll get whatever we want on the other side, and we'll win.
So you know what? I can't believe I'm going to do this on a day like today. Because I asked you the question yesterday.
What's that?
How wide is the gap between the Nuggets and the Warriors? And in all 3 games, and trust me, I'm not giving out Capri Suns or fruit snacks. I'm ticked off about the loss. I'm very angry about the loss this morning. Very angry. I haven't been this mad in a long time.
Oh, I took it out on my poor wife, and I was very angry. Just angry.
I'm very
I started
angry.
watching the game back last night. She's like, "What are you doing? Why are you angry?" I'm like, "Because they should have won this game going away."
I don't know, Joe.
So
15 different ways. I started anger eating. I ordered a cookie. It was not good.
So I asked you, how wide is the gap? And obviously the gap isn't that wide between the Nuggets and the Golden State Warriors. It's not that wide. They've played the Nuggets very, very well, but the Nuggets are in a different tier right now than the Warriors. There's no doubt about that. Their superstars in their prime. Our superstars getting hunted. He's getting doubled. He's getting trapped. He's out there. Look at this lineup here. They're up 7 with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. And Pods is on the court. Curry misses the layup, but then Looney pushes off on Jokic. Now they're in the bonus. Now they're shooting they're in the bonus shooting free throws. So then you get 2 free throws without even having to set up an offensive play. The clock is stopped. You hit 2 free throws, and all of a sudden you're only up 8 with 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. So I don't know, man. I just you're 16-18. We're 34 games in. I keep watching the Yogi Berra doc and all the Yogi-isms, and Chris Willard always quotes him. He always quotes him. Yeah, he used the Yogi Berra.
Yeah.
It gets late early out there.
He said it multiple times in the postgame.
It gets late early out there.
Yeah, he used your line via Yogi Berra.
Via Chris Willard.
And then my favorite part was Shaq and Charles arguing about who shoots better from the three-point line. And they go, actually, Wiggins is shooting 29% from the three-point line this year. And when I heard that, I go, he's in the Westbrook zone. But you know what? You know what, though? We feel better psychologically about him, so we might play him a little more moving forward. I know I sound so sarcastic.
No.
It's driving me insane.
No. 29% from the three-point line. And he hasn't shot the 3, which is up from when he was shooting like 25%. Or no, 15%. And we were so hyper-focused on Klay Thompson. I'm like, wait a minute. The most important player coming into the season for me was Andrew Wiggins. And can he get back to that two-way play?
Klay was excellent in the third quarter, and I thought in the second quarter. Excellent.
Look, if I get
the 4 straight threes.
If I get Klay Thompson to go 9 of 18 and score 24 for me with 3 assists.
Oh, I'm taking that all day. All day.
So
I thought he was good yesterday.
The whole thing about Andrew Wiggins being great last night, for all you plus-minus geeks. Andrew Wiggins great in the fourth quarter, Steve Kerr. I'm going to say something after this cut right here on why Kaminga didn't play the last 18 minutes of the basketball game.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
What, he was sitting for a while, so he's going to come in and blow a hammy? I don't get it. Wiggins was a minus 14, folks, for all you plus-minus geeks. For everybody who thinks Wiggins played great, he was not rolling. He was not rolling at all. Kaminga, ironically, was a +6 and a +- department. And he did something else. Somebody just said this on the text line, and I'm glad they did when we brought up Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson was rolling, and he yanked him.
I know.
And he was hot.
Oh, no, he was on fire.
Why'd you yank him? I'm watching him from the tunnel. I'm like, oh, Clay's in his bag.
You know why? Because Stan Van Gundy keeps telling me on the broadcast, because I'm sure they talk, they've got 11 guys that he trusts.
Yeah, well, 11 guys is too many. It's too many.
11 guys.
11 guys. You have it's like having 2 quarterbacks. Hey, we got 2 good quarterbacks. No, you actually don't have any.
No,
if you got 2 quarterbacks.
No, you had Nick Mullins and CJ Beathard.
Right, that's what you have. All right?
11
guys. 11 guys, and Moody ain't playing.
Wow.
Pods,
real quick. Pods steals the pass in the backcourt and goes in for the layup, gets fouled by Gordon, doesn't get the call. I don't get what's going on there. They're on a huge heater, and I go, oh my God, they're gonna pull this off. No Draymond, they're gonna take out the Denver Nuggets. Wow, I was feeling so good about myself. I was like, as long as they don't, trick this one off, they are winning this game. This might be the biggest win of the year. Wow, maybe we push the Doobies, to next week because of how big a win this is. This is a big win. And I totally jinxed it.
Oh, no. I jinxed it because Sakti was at the game yesterday. David Taylor was producing. And about 6 minutes left, we'll start breaking down the postgame show. Okay, we're going to come back. Kerr's going to have the courtside interview right away. We're going to be discussing the game. Okay, we'll talk about Curry, how this is one of the best wins of the season. I mean, we were feeling good. And then they cut it to single digits. And I said, Festus are going to lose this basketball game, man. They're going to really lose this basketball game.
Can I ask you last time, when was the last time we saw a high pick and roll with Klay Thompson and Steph Curry? Remember the most deadly high pick and roll in the history of playoff basketball? Yeah. When was the last time we seen that?
I don't know. Kerr's losing me, man. Kerr lost me last night. I'm not going to lie. Now, we can bounce back, beat the Pistons, won't mean anything because it's the Pistons. And then you play the Raptors on Sunday. You better win that game. And that's not going to be easy.
James Wiseman revenge game.
Revenge. But then Sunday, you play the Raptors, and Scotty Barnes going to be all over Stephen Curry. I mean, that's not going to be an easy game. And then you play Wednesday at a weird-ass start time, 5:30 p.m. at Chase Center on a Wednesday against the Pelicans. And guess what? The Pelicans are 6 in the West. And guess what? The Pelicans at one point last year was number 1 in the Western Conference in January until all the injuries destroyed that team. They're sleepers. So I don't know when this gets better, man. I don't know. I know we got a break right now. We're going to take a call. Shameless shout-outs is coming up.
You are down bad.
I'm down. I'm ticked off. Because Kaminga's getting crushed here.
Why is Kaminga?
Why is Kuminga not playing the last 18 minutes of the basketball game?
He hustled back on D and stopped the layup and then goes down and gets the and one. He was such a force. They were down 10 to start that third quarter because Jokic hit that 3 right away. He was a force.
They got outscored 25-4 in the last 6
All right, let's pick it up on the other side.
At home. 25-4, folks. Where's my reads? I didn't even do the damn legal. Where are we at here? Oh, Kruger and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game, Sunday. Join us at the Hilton Hotel, Santa Clara. Presented by Havis Law. You've been wrong. Havis Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit HavisLaw.com.
Or if you're not getting run from Steve Kerr, maybe you hire him to represent you.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know...
This is James Wiseman. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 Game. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit. You're the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. James Wiseman threw me off. It's
Dog,
football
you need
Friday.
a Prozac?
It's a football for. No, I'm fine. I'm made for this. I'm cut from a different cloth. It's a football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast Business text line. Look, man, I'm fine.
Did you hear that noise?
What's that noise?
The noise of another Reardon Crusader dunking at Crusader Forum from last night, beating SI, going away. Boys team? And then I watched the girls' game, the women's game. SI women beat the Reardon girls.
Hey, listen, the Reardon men's basketball team or boys basketball team, they are in an NIL program.
Oh, well, that's...
So they better beat SI. All the duffel bags they're giving out.
The rumor I heard, they were like, yeah, well, after all the transfers, none of them were eligible till the first of the year. And now they're all eligible.
And now they're all eligible after getting some nice dough. So
shout out my boy Joey Kerr.
Miss me with Reardon right now. Keep paying, dudes. You better win a state championship with all the money y'all dishing out.
Oh, come on. Listen, back off the Crusaders.
No, I'm not backing off.
I gave you a nice bag from Angelique, though.
Yeah, it's a
bunch
SI
of St. Ignatius stuff. And I saw the Mulkerans. They said hi.
Look at all the private school principals and coaches try to kiss my ass and get some love here. I love you, Angelique, but listen. I got to shout out Matt Schneider.
Yeah, give it to me.
He said, "Go Devils." Love the shout out this morning. Will never forget my post-game interview with you after the Lick UHS game.
Oh, of course. University, huh?
Shout out to the Bay Counties League West. I saw Adam at SF yesterday, by the way.
Oh, nice.
So, listen, man, we got shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45.
I'm glad someone had fun in a basketball arena because I didn't have fun watching the Warriors last night. I was disgusted.
So, we were talking about Curry in the fourth quarter.
I knew they were going to lose.
You talk about Curry in the fourth quarter? I challenge you to watch it back.
Oh, I did.
Watch those possessions.
I charted it.
And you know what? It's hard for me to put it on Curry when I look at the lineups and I look at guys missing shots and taking bad shots. And a lot of shots that Curry, the few shots that Curry did take, shot clock's under 3 seconds. Under 3 seconds.
Yeah, but that's a byproduct of dribbling, hard pounding.
It wasn't him just dribbling.
No,
it was other guys dribbling.
But like
it was other guys dribbling.
When you're a
setting up those
superstar
shots.
late in games, I mean, we just do this in basketball. In the NBA, you throw it to your best player and you say, "Go get us a bucket." I mean, that's what
they doubled him. They doubled him and forced him to give up the ball.
I mean,
and they put length and strength on him. Aaron Gordon is a very good defender.
Oh, no doubt.
Very good defender.
KCP was chasing him.
So, I'm not going to say, hey, it was Curry's fault. It was a team-wide breakdown. You got into the bonus. You're fouling them 94 feet away from the hoop. They're getting free throws. The clock is stopped. They're setting up their defense. That's a team-wide breakdown.
Of course.
And to me, it starts with the coach and the combinations that he's playing. And I'm so sick of this whole, we got 11, 12 players. 11, 12 players.
You didn't hear
11, 12
Van
players.
Gundy over and over. Kurt tells me they have 11 guys they trust. Yeah, well, one of them's name's Jonathan Kaminga, and you don't trust him late in games.
Right.
Did you know that they didn't get one shot outside of the Trace Jackson Davis in the paint?
Yeah, I know.
In the final 7 minutes, and 75% of Kaminga's shots come in the paint.
I'm well aware, Shasky. I'm from the Pat Riley school of thought.
What's that?
Use 8, rotate 7, play 6, trust 5.
I like that.
Play 8. Now, this is for the playoffs, but in the regular season, I'm playing 9. The Denver Nuggets yesterday, how many guys did they play? Overall, they played 1, 2, 3. They played 10 guys. 8 guys played at least 18 minutes and 16 minutes. Julian Strother, whoever the hell he was, played 9 minutes. And Zeke Naji played 6 minutes. That's it. You don't need to play 11 guys, 20 minutes a game.
Well,
play me 9.
Especially when you look at some of these combinations. And I focused on Wiggins, but like CP3 is a great example. I love CP3. I think he provides a lot for this team. But it's very important what combinations you put out there with him. When JK and him play together, I actually see a good version of JK. Not a perfect one, but when you play CP3 and Steph Curry, you better be very, very careful what other positions you put out there defensively to mask their inefficiencies.
Yeah.
And when you're playing a team as big and as physical as Denver is, and you have CP3 and Steph Curry out there to close games, you are at a disadvantage.
Very.
Big disadvantage. And when you have a guy who's as versatile, fast, and powerful, and rebounding, and can protect the rim in the way JK has, because he's come on defensively as a rim protector. And he's not the greatest, but he's on this team, he's a plus defender. Why he doesn't play? Why? Like offensively, it makes sense to go to the free throw line, get a bucket around the rim. Defensively, he can guard on the perimeter, and he gives you a little backbone on that back line. I don't understand why he wasn't there.
Nobody does. Nobody does. Somebody just say, "Hey, man, let's flip the energy. Let's talk football." Oh, sure. Let's flip the energy to Sam Darnold start against the L.A. Rams. Oh, I'm so excited. Carson Wentz versus Sam Darnold. I can't give away these tickets for free. No, I don't either. Austin and Redwood City. Austin and Redwood City. What's happening, Austin?
Hey, no, but hey, man, I'm just as mad as y'all about last night. But man, what I really called and said is I can't wait till Draymond come back. There's way too many people on the Warriors handling the ball. We don't need too many handling. We only need 3: Curry, CP, and Dre. Draymond changed a lot of things. Everybody hating on Draymond. I don't need y'all to back off of him, please. He got us 4 titles.
Yeah, but Austin, he's not available for it. And listen, I'll let you finish, Austin. I'm said it over and over, whether it's TV or radio. Draymond's had a really good year on the court. The problem is he's missed more than half the games, and he's missed 16 games due to his own actions of suspensions. And he's got ejected in 3 other games. So it's a Draymond problem. That's what I'm ticked off about. In the most important season of his career, his words, not mine. Draymond's words, not mine. The most important season of his career, he hasn't been available for half the games. That's why we're laying on Draymond Green, Austin.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, the man still got us for a title when he's available. Right. I feel like he can come back a totally different person, man. We'll get a slim Draymond and a more.
They're talking about he needs to ramp up. They're talking about he needs to get back in basketball shape, Austin.
Your favorite term, ramping up?
Yeah. Austin, continue. I'm sorry.
I think we'll get a better Draymond. Watch, I guarantee we'll get a better offensive
for about
Draymond.
5 minutes, and then what? What happens when he gets that? What happens when he gets that same call that Looney got on Jokic? That offensive foul that Looney got was just horrific.
Yeah. Austin, go ahead, finish strong. I'm sorry.
Aaron Gordon would have never did what he did last night if Draymond was on the court. That's all I'm saying. We would have won that game if he was on the court. We just need him to stop doing that nonsense. That's all we need.
It's been 12 years of it.
Stop the nonsense.
But you know what?
That's
Austin,
literally the problem.
You know what's funny though?
Stop the nonsense.
Austin is right though about that last part.
But I don't even want to see that, bro.
But you know what? He is right.
What's that?
Could have used Draymond's fourth quarter.
But I'm tired of hearing that.
No, I hear you. I am too.
That's why I'm so frustrated and exhausted with him.
I am too.
Could have used him. Oh, my God. If only he would have checked his emotions and been available.
I do like his optimism, though, that, when Draymond comes back, we'll get a better version of him. I appreciate that. I don't buy into it, but I appreciate it.
Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim. Good morning, Tim.
What's up, guys? Hey, back to what your caller just said. I don't think we needed Draymond. If you guys look at the game, Kaminga was bodying Gordon, going back and forth between Porter and Gordon. Yep. And Porter wasn't doing anything, and he was playing great defense on Gordon as well. So if y'all get a chance, I would love to see, how many points Gordon scored after that 6-minute mark when Kuminga came out. But I feel, fellas, at this point, we can go ahead and put to bed any more complaints or criticism about this young man when he said something about getting screwed over. I'm so proud of him. I'm a father of a 24-year-old son, and I'm glad that this man, speaks up for himself. This is a travesty what's happening. And, Moody can be the quiet soldier and watch Steve Kerr as he ruins his career the same way he's doing with J.K. The sad part about it, 16, 4-4, 6 or 7 from the free throw line. The only one that can get a bucket out there. And he's doing this for coach guys that ain't even trying to utilize his talents, not even empowering him to be his best version of himself, playing mind games with him over and over again, and he's still doing this. Imagine the coach that is empowering him and pumping him up and doing the Popovich the way he's doing with Wemby, the way Popovich was with Kawhi. Like, imagine what JK would be. So let's put to bed all of this. Yeah. Has he arrived? Has he this? Has he there? This kid can ball. He's only being hindered by a guy who's talking about agendas, but seems has the biggest agenda of all of them with what he's doing with these young players. So This is karma coming back to bite Steve Kerr in the ass for the way they did Poole. And, I mean, I just think that something ain't right, man. And so, honestly, Joe Lacob, I don't know. If they trade Kaminga, it would be one of the most asinine things ever. I mean, I for myself, I want him out of here because I want to see this guy be what he could be as a ball player because this coach has some kind of agenda when it relates to him. He doesn't utilize his strength. You know, I don't know what it is. I mean, but guys, when 5 minutes, you guys I don't know why we dancing around it. The reason we could, I mean, the guy put Jamal Murray in the bucket and put him out of the game.
Tim,
run started at that moment.
Tim.
Like, what are we talking about? What are we doing? I mean, guys, what's up, Teddy? What's up?
No, you're on fire. I wouldn't let you just talk for the next 10 minutes. I could if I would.
Yeah, but we could play Kaminga or we could build up the psyches that are so fragile of CP3 and Wiggins.
No, forget CP3 because he's been coming off the bench. I ain't worried about him. He's accepted his role. He's been accepted his role, and that was stupid. Like, just...
He's got to close, though.
You and I are the biggest Kuminga fans at the station.
Yes.
And it's not even close. I heard a guy who left the station rip Kuminga left and right after post-game shows, and it was unwarranted, and it was nasty, and it was slanderous. It was slanderous. Well, Kuminga in his last 14 games is averaging over 15 points a game. He's playing solid defense. He's making the right passes. He's playing patiently. What more can the kid do? What more can the kid do? He didn't play the final 18 minutes yesterday. So when Tim's saying that, he's preaching to the choir because you and I have led Kaminga from day one.
It's just
day one. The fadeaway in the mid-range, going to the cup, driving to the right, or flying above the rim highlight. Brought to you by Oakland International Airport on the postgame show. Kaminga's been in our highlight. I want to say in the last 15 games, he's had to highlight the last 12. He's always doing something special. So I don't have the answers. And if it's about building up Andrew Wiggins' psyche, then it's a problem.
Well, no, but here's my biggest issue is like whether it's media, fans, whatever. Every single possession for JK is under the microscope. And I'm watching this guy make it $26 million a year, all right, who was a crucial part of them winning a championship, turned back into a pumpkin. He had a glass slipper. He was the darling Andrew Wiggins of these parts. His compete level is so meh right now. I'm watching him not fight through screens. He's not going underneath or fighting to get over the top. Yep. I'm watching a guy get plastered over and over and give up on the screen defensively. His compete level for offensive rebounds is non-existent. I'm watching a guy who takes a hard dribble and gets into a double team and just falls over. Tries to take bailout three-pointers at the top of the key when that's not his game necessarily, and clearly he's not shooting well right now. And we're over here like, he's playing good. Like, we're applauding effort. You're an 11-year vet. I'm expecting you to bring it on both ends for every minute you're out there. You're the only guy who's in his prime from this team right now. And we're applauding effort, and we're applauding his psyche, and we're trying to build him back up. What are we doing? He's a lost cause. He's a lost cause. He had a nice year in 2021. I'm forever grateful. It was a great run. It's over. Stop trying to salvage Andrew Wiggins' psyche because he looks like a guy who's given up on himself in this team.
It's well said.
I'm done trying to play Kumbaya. Let's all sit down and let's get down and let's feel really good about Andrew Wiggins' minutes. How about you give the minutes to the guy who is dying every time he gets on that court to stay on there an extra minute in Jonathan Kuminga?
And you know
what more does he have to do?
I don't know.
I'm so fed up with it.
I'm fed up too.
We're appeasing egos.
I do not, and I don't want them to make the mistake of trading Jonathan Kaminga. I just do not want them to do that. This guy gets to the bucket. He works his ass off. The fact that he wants to be great. You hear the way he speaks. You hear him talk. He wants to be great. He's got irrational confidence. We applaud Brendan Pajinski's irrational confidence, but we don't do it with Kaminga, which is just crazy to me.
And Pods?
We do it with Pods all the time.
Yes.
He's so irrational confident. Oh, it's awesome, but we don't do it with Kaminga. Kaminga's been saying the same stuff. He's been playing. He thinks he's great. It's fine. At times it's delusional. But you know what? At times it's warranted. He's played his ass off this season. And the fact, I keep going back to the Portland game. I'm going to see what the Portland game was because he was out of the rotation. Think about this. They were playing the Blazers
Your
at
seventh
home.
overall pick.
Seventh overall
Third
pick.
year in.
Out of nowhere.
But if his name was Ty Jerome and he played in the G
I know.
League and he spent 4 years in college, even though he's mediocre at best, he would have been finishing games.
So December 6th,
I just don't
they
get
host
it.
the Portland Trailblazers.
I don't get it.
December the 6th, they host Portland. In the first 31 minutes of the game, Kuminga's at the end of the bench not playing. Not playing. He was out of the rotation, folks. And then Steve Kerr's like, boy, we're desperate. We're down 10 in the third quarter. We need a spark. Kuminga comes in that game. This is December 6th, less than a month ago. 17 minutes, 6 assists, 6 to 6, 13 points, and gives them clearly a spark. 2 steals, some great defense on Simons, some great defense on Shaedon Sharp. And he hasn't looked back.
No.
But for some reason, he doesn't play the last 18 minutes. And here's Kerr's explanation about that.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was. And so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
What kind of answer is that?
I know.
So he's been sitting there a while, so I just figured keep him cold.
The answer has been worse. The answer was worse. And you know what?
Where is the feel for the moment in the game?
I like
where is the utilizing your entire tool belt? You tell me you have 11 players that you trust, and yet you keep them on ice so long that now you don't trust them.
I don't get it.
It's a word salad. And here's the thing. I want to forget what guys do or what they have done. Forget their skill sets. Who has competed harder over the last month, Kaminga or Wiggins? Just answer that question.
It's been Jonathan Kaminga.
Thank you.
It's been Jonathan Kaminga. Not even close.
Thank you, Bonte.
Not even close.
So what are we doing?
So I don't know what we're doing.
Are we doing?
I don't know what we're doing. That's the problem. I don't know what we're doing. That is the problem. He didn't even on the last possession. It's 3.6 seconds left. Did I really need Looney guarding Jokic at half court? Did I really need that? Did I really need Sarge defending Jokic in the post in the last minute of the game, one-on-one, no double comes, and Jokic just goes in for a nice little finger roll, easy, barbecue chicken, mouse in the house. I mean, did I really need CP3? And I like CP3, but did I really need him in the game in the last 2 minutes after he was sitting for a long time? If anybody to worry about after sitting for a long time is CP3 and his hamstrings, not a young Jonathan Kaminga who just turned 21 years old. So you know what? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Well, this is
I don't know why Kaminga doesn't play in the last 18 minutes of the basketball game when he is, again, 5 of 7 from the floor, 6 of 7 from the free throw line, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, and 16 points, scoring in double figures for the 14th straight game. 14th straight game.
You hit on something, and I want to just pause for a second. Whether it's the OKC loss with Chet Holmgren or whether it is this game the other night, when there's less than 5 seconds to go, and it's a tie ball game, you're not going to get an offensive rebound and then shoot right away. You're probably, if you do get a defensive rebound, if you're on defense, you're probably going to get a defensive rebound, and if you have a timeout left, you'll call timeout and you can make a substitution. Why he continues to put CP3 defensively on the floor is beyond me.
Yeah, I don't. And if you want defense, why not play defense? Why not play Kaminga for defense at 3.6 seconds left?
That's my point.
But like Looney's out there.
That's
Wiggins
my
is
point.
out there. And like Wiggins wasn't playing great. Kaminga was cooking. From where I was watching the game, I was watching the game again in the tunnel yesterday, and I'm looking at his pacing, and I'm like, boy, this kid is growing up by the game. He's getting better and better and better, and he wants to be better.
And now you haven't talked about it. But the spacing of him attacking the floor actually opened up the floor for Curry and a three-point shot.
Well, what I've been saying, triple drive penetration. You get Kuminga out there. You got floor spaces. You got a guy who's going to go in and dunk on your head. Dunk on your head.
Twice at the start of the third quarter, he posted up, got the ball in the block, kicked it out to Clay, who hit a shot, kicked it out to Curry, who hit a shot, and then got the and one.
This is what makes me a little angry about some of the narratives about Jonathan Kuminga.
Well,
over
the narratives
last year.
are uneducated.
No, it's stupid. It's stupidity. I think a lot of people don't know basketball, don't know what they're watching. Because I've been hearing the slander about Kuminga over the last year and a half, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, he's got a nice little 10-foot midi. Boy, the guy can go in strong and get to the free throw line, something this team can't do. Remember last year, the Warriors were one of the worst teams to get into the free throw line. Well, Kuminga does that. Kuminga does that. So this narrative that Kuminga's not a smart player, doesn't have the IQ, The guy gets better and better by the game. I could sit you down from last season, and you go look at the Pelican game where Draymond got all the credit because he gave the Warriors some energy and some fire. Well, Kuminga was special in that game. Go watch the game back in that one. Go watch the 20-game stretch that he had when Wiggins was out for 2 months. Kuminga was getting better and better. Next thing you know, he had a couple bad possessions against Sacramento in game 1. Oh, he can't play. He's unplayable. What? So there's a lot of idiots out here who don't know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to basketball or Jonathan Kaminga. And now look at him. And now we're begging for Kaminga.
I know.
Now we're begging for Kaminga.
And peel away all of the lineups, all of the frustration. It's 127. And there's a 2-second differential on the shot clock and the game clock. So you got about 25 seconds. Let's just say, I've done it. You, at minimum, need to go to overtime in that game.
Well, I actually don't think they would have won in overtime.
No, I know, but Bonte, you lost in regulation.
Right.
No, think about that. From an X's and O's, if you told the history of all the greatest coaches of all time, hey, it's 127, there's 25 seconds on the game clock, and there's a 2-second differential on the shot clock. What is every single great coach saying? Well, we're taking that last shot. And the only way they're getting a rebound is getting a rebound with less than 1 second to go in that game and calling timeout. They're not getting 3.5. Jamal Murray actually took multiple dribbles.
Oh, I know. Let's go to Twan in the town. What's happening?
Execution ineptitude.
Hey, man, I almost have nothing to say. You guys are killing it right now.
Right on, man.
I'm just saying.
What's the biggest frustration for you?
The biggest frustration for me? It has to be not seeing JK on the floor, and on top of that, the boneheaded plays by our best vet. Just period, man. Like, come on, Steph. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can't throw that pass. You can't throw that pass. But that game,
can't do that.
You can't throw that pass. It's a terrible turnover. I can't give them a pass for that. That's a terrible freaking turnover. Give Denver credit, though, with their half-court defense. They blitzed the hell out of Steph. They doubled him whenever he came around the corner. And they forced the ball out of his hands. And you had a lot of guys at crunch time who didn't know what to do. Steve, but again, the rotations and how you play, even Clay was rolling. You yanked Clay out. How about let him miss a couple shots and then you went,
yes.
I guess you got this minute allocation. But we always talk about radio, right? We get breaking news. We got to evolve and just, hey, game plan, throw it away.
Win the moment.
What is Brock Purdy at the line of scrimmage? Oh, man, they're stuffing it. Audible.
Yes.
Toledo.
Yes.
Why do we have this minute allocation where we got to stick to the script every single time?
Well, when you were a 70-win team, you could do that.
Right. Not now.
Not when you're a 2-game below 500 team.
We are a 38-win team.
Exactly.
Let's go to
again. The guy. It feels like to me we are so worried about people's emotions and what they used to be,
you know what,
and where they fall in line, and how we're gonna feel, and we need to make them feel better. Win some games, dog.
Hey, you know what though? Spit on it. If you could do it, I'm gonna throw an audible at you.
What's that?
I'm gonna throw a curveball at you. There's a Kerr cut from maybe 2, 3, maybe a month ago, where Kerr was saying, you know what? I can't worry about people's feelings. We got to play the best guys.
Well, your actions.
We got to play the best guys.
Because
Kerr said that.
He's not.
Again,
he's not executing
I'm
what he's
trying
preaching.
to go by the words.
I know.
I'm trying to go by the words.
But what are his actions telling you?
Yeah, I did. They're telling me something different.
His actions are telling me, I really want Wiggins to feel good.
The hell with that. Raider debater, Oakland. Raider debater, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Bonte Belafonte, and congratulations to Joe, man. Daddy-O Joe, man. Way to, keep evolving as a human, man. You know what I mean? It's going to be the greatest thing, for the best. Bonte could definitely contest to that, man.
It's been the greatest couple of weeks of my life, so I agree with you there, man.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. But to get back on another sour note, man, it was a gutless, disgusting performance last night. But you can't tell me, even though that the Warriors are 16-18, you cannot tell me that this team is still not a contending team and still not a contending team with the players that they have right now. You know what I mean? It's just the adjustments or readjustments or having the best five out there, man. When Bonte said plus minus, I felt like he called the black signal for me. I'm Mr. Plus minus.
Oh, man.
I love plus minus. I test plus minus, crunching numbers. That's how I get my my hypothesis, man. And it's clear. We're winning right now on an average of all the games. We're winning. We're in the plus in the first, second, and third quarter, and we're a minus 26 in the fourth quarter. So what does that tell you? That tells you that our players are kings, the ones that brings us through the crunch. Clay and Steph, They're not getting it done. Those legs are getting tired. You know what I mean? They're not able to do what they used to be able to do. We can't trust them. You know, I can tell you who you need to pass it to, Steph. Pass it to CP3, man. You know what I mean? Give it the ball to CP3. The guy has a 6-to-1 assist turnover ratio. Man, why is he not in the game all the time? Why is he not starting in the middle and finishing? Man, it's clear. It's clear when you look at the plus minus, too. Do you know who has the highest plus minus on the team?
No.
Brandon Pajemski with 105.
Wow.
105. Why is that guy not? He's the X factor. I can't believe I'm saying this. This guy's the X factor for us winning the chip right now. He needs to be.
Just brought up title Raider debater. I love you. Come on.
Brandon Pajemski is the X factor for winning the title. He had me until the championship. Because he did. He had me. Until he got to the end.
You can't do that.
He had me. He's a plus 120-something? That's pretty incredible.
We got lines here. What do you want to do with shameless shout-outs? Do we want to do the one shout-out?
I think we do one special shameless shout-out.
One special shout-out, we get right back to the war.
Yes, one special
shameless shout-out. Do we want to play the
shout-out.
music and everything?
It's not shameless. It's all love.
Yeah, it's all love right here. And we have a special shout-out here. A very special shout-out. Andrew. What is happening, Andrew? Explain who you are and what you do, and why you're on the Morning Roast. Good morning to you,
Good
Andrew.
morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me on. I'll make this quick. You guys gave a awesome, amazing, emotional shout-out back in November for my son, Will, who's battling bone cancer, and it was amazing and inspirational. I've been thinking about what you said, Chasky, PMO, positive mental outlook, ever since that shout-out. You referenced Shawshank Redemption in your shout-out back then. And it's so funny you mentioned that because the night before I'm sitting in the hospital with Will, and Will's asking me about my favorite movie, and I said Shawshank Redemption. And he said, "What's that about? I want to watch it."
Oh, my gosh.
You're too young. You'll watch it one day, but it's about hope, and we got hope. And so we're going to get through this. Life's a team sport. We need everyone involved, so we have an amazing group of family and friends supporting us. Most importantly, our Kaiser Permanente Oakland care delivery team. They've been amazing, and special shout-out to Ryan Crawford, who's my buddy Matt Hicks' buddy, and he's been making all this stuff happen behind the scenes. This all started with a shot of a picture I took of Will in his George Kittle jersey when we're watching the Niner game in the hospital, and he's kissing his guns and looking super strong and tough. And I sent it to my buddy Matt Hicks. I'm like, dude, it'd be kind of cool if Kittle saw this. So fast forward to today, and Ryan Crawford got Brett Jones involved. Brett Jones gave us a video. Shout out to Will. Super inspiring. I know he was influential in getting a real Kittle jersey signed. Wow. We got it yesterday. We got the video live of my awesome, amazing, beautiful older son, Will's brother, James, giving it to him. And it was just amazing and wonderful. And so thanks to everyone who's been involved in our journey. We're going to get through this. Just like the Niners are going to get through this. And, Super Bowl or bust.
And the video right now is on our 95.7 The Game Twitter page at 95.7 The Game. Everybody could go out there and see Will
and
open
send
up that
the positive
big,
messages.
Yep, and you can see Will so jacked up over this Kittle jersey. He's pointing at the signature.
Hell yeah.
Is that his big brother right there, Andrew? Is that his big bro?
Yeah, that's James, his loving brother, and they're in this together. They're a team too. And Will is so funny. I mean, he's 6 going on 16. He's like, you can't touch this. No one can touch this. We have to get this framed. And his little lisp, and it's awesome.
I love it. Hey, look,
it's such a great distraction. Thank you guys so much.
Oh man,
thank you.
Sports is the great uniter, and it's a great. We've had a very wild year with my family, and not to the degree of what you're going through. My dad's still in the hospital today. Right now, he had to get readmitted, and thank God for sports because it gives him an opportunity to, not think about his current situation of where he's at. And we love you, Will, and we're pulling for you. And we're everybody is out here sending nothing but the greatest energy in your direction. You're going to get through this, buddy. You got a great family, and the Niners are about to win the freaking Super Bowl for you, bud. I mean that. I could feel it. Prayers to you, Andrew, and your entire family. We love you, Will. The Bay loves you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Love you guys and love 95.7. What a great family and community.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff.
PMO, man. Positive mental outlook. You got to cherish every single day. This is going to sound Super cliche, but it's how I live my life. It's why I tell people I love them. And I know the boss gets mad. You say you love everyone. I lost somebody very dear to me, and I never told that person I love them. And so every time I get off the phone with people, I say it to you. I say it to all kinds of all the time. I love you. I say it to everybody over the top because I don't want a day to go by where that next day I show up to work and that person's not in my life and they don't realize how much they've impacted me, you know? And I'm not trying to get all deep and emotional, but damn, you got to live your life one day at a time and have that positive mental outlook and leave an impact in a positive way. Lil Will, we're rooting for you, buddy.
Yep. One thing I don't love right now is the way this basketball team is playing.
That's it. Oh, boy.
It unites us, so, both positive and negative. Sports do unite us.
My dad is so disgusted with this Warrior team right now. They just drained a bunch of fluid from his lungs. It looked like 240 bottles of fluid coming out of my dad's lungs. He's doing much better. He had enough energy. He is so pissed with these Warriors. And I swear to God, the Steph pass, the one-armed, winging it across the field pass, or cross-court pass, why does that trigger me so much? Why does that particular turnover? Because
it's not a good pass. It's cross court. Across the defense, it gets around. You're throwing it across the team.
Just make the simple pass. CP3's at the top of the key. It's 127. You should be walking out of that situation with the last shot.
It's disgusting to watch. Thanks.
For an all-time great player, it's one of the worst situational plays that it just drives me insane. And there was no movement, and I'm watching the spacing over and over. And Saric and Clay, they're like pointing like who's going to move, and nobody moves, and then nobody comes to set a pick. They blitz Steph, and he tries to do the right thing of getting rid of the ball quickly. And because you don't have Draymond as his normal guy that he leaks it to, instead of throwing to CP3, he tries to make the pass to Wiggins. Don't throw to Wiggins. Wiggins has been on a milk carton all year. Wiggins, of all the guys I want touching the ball in the final couple minutes of a 2024 game, it's Andrew freaking Wiggins. What are we doing?
Don't know.
We couldn't sniff the free throw line last night in the final 6 minutes.
Let's go to Silk in Oakland. Silk, what's happening?
Just like the Warriors chance is winning. He gone.
Duke of San Bruno.
What's up, Duke?
Gentlemen, God, you guys are on fire. You got it going on right now. Okay, before we put on our tinfoil hats, I'm going to draw a little parallel here. Ned Coletti, Brian Sabian, Bruce Bochy. Now we look at the Warriors. Bob Myers, maybe, just maybe, it's Steve Kerr. And what he's doing is unforgivable, and maybe he's making sure that he doesn't come back next year. That's all I got.
I don't even know. I don't even know how to respond to that.
I don't know how to respond to it. I don't know how to respond to it.
If he's saying he's sabotaging these teams so he can just leave?
If I watch Jokic catch the ball 4 feet into the paint, I swear to God.
Well, you're not going to stop him from doing it.
I'm going to fire the controller through my
that's just Nikola Jokic. Let's Nikola Jokic has missed 5 shots over the last 4 games.
When he consistently is getting the ball deep in the paint, you're done. You're done.
He consistently does that to every team in the NBA and to every player in the NBA.
Well, and he flops a lot.
Well, he does flop, and Steve Kerr had worse for him, but he got the last laugh. Jokic got the last laugh. Now, Kerr was asked what he thought bogged down his scoring in the fourth quarter. Here's what Kerr said.
We weren't getting a great penetration. Earlier in the game, we were getting a lot of pocket passes, from the perimeter and then playing kind of 4-on-3, 3-on-2, and we didn't get any of those. They really tightened up, and so we had to take a lot of contested shots, and, they buckled down. Like I said, I give them credit.
Hey, but when Draymond comes back, we'll be playing less people.
No, you're going to be playing. Yeah, you will be playing less people.
But we're
not going to be
deep.
playing JK a lot of minutes. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Let's go to Dave in Fremont. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Good morning again. Happy to talk to you guys. Let me try to see if I can get us back on track after that last caller real quick. I think that pass from Curry last night kind of bugged me the most because it kind of reminded me of that pass in Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers from a few years back. But
out of bounds.
Yeah, sorry to bring that up.
No, you're right.
I just wanted to make because, I mean, for as great as Curry is, I mean, there's just some times where he just has, where he just throws a pass or two where you're just like, oh, my God, you know what I mean? But he's Steph Curry, so what are you going to do? My one point that I wanted to make is just about Kerr. The way that he's been handling the young guys and the bench and the rotation, especially, this year and towards, the end of last year, it's kind of concerning to me because, if this is a guy that is going to come up for a contract extension and, we want to keep him around, Steph, Clay, and Draymond aren't going to be around forever. So eventually he's going to have to start getting some of these younger guys to take over, and become the new guard. But if you're going to be throwing out silly excuses like, oh, well, we wanted to stay with the lineup that we had and not bring this guy in and bring this guy in. And you're right. When Drake comes back, the bench is going to get even shorter.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just a little bit concerned about, the development part of our team going forward. And if Kerr is going to be the guy, he's going to have to look at himself in the mirror too and be willing to change a little bit because, like I said, these guys that are a part of the core, they're not going to be around forever. And they got to look across the bay at what the Giants did and, not get into those desperation contracts and things like that. And the whole league knows it too. So when they're going to go out there at the trade deadline and try to get somebody, everybody knew the Warriors for the longest time. Nobody is sad that the Warriors are struggling right now, believe me. And they all know that they're desperate. So when they go out there and they try to make a move, all these teams are going to be, asking for, a lot more. So I want to know what you guys think about that.
You better try to make a move now. You got too many guys to play. All right? When Draymond comes back, Moody's already out of the rotation. You're not going to go 10 deep. It's just, you got to go 9 deep at least. Maybe
I'm
10.
optimistic, Bonte.
Oh, where's that guy?
But no, I don't know if I want to hear.
He was my roaster of the year.
No, he was not my roaster of the year.
I selected him.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate.
You did too, Spadoni? Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, of course you guys did. Of course you guys.
I mean, he was excellent this year.
No, he wasn't.
I'm a dynamic human being.
100%.
Brian and Palo Alto was not excellent this year.
Put up a unanimous MVP-like season.
No, he didn't. He left our station.
And
he left our station.
He was never
He left our station. He called into our show with a fake name and a fake voice.
Tiago.
And threatened and told us that your ratings are going to go down because I'm leaving you guys. I'm going to the other station. It's not the roaster of the year.
Like the end of Half Baked. You'll be back as he's throwing the joint into the lake.
I'm vetoing that one. Vetoing that one.
They're saying BPA is calling in as John Doe next time.
Roaster of the year. Lucky to be nominated. What we doing?
Ow.
There's no way on God's green earth that Brian and Palo Alto, I don't care if he got the majority of the votes, I will use my gavel and veto that. He's not the roaster of the year. You kidding me? Oh, I'm sick. I'm getting even sicker right now. Brock Purdy, Chris McCaffrey not playing on Sunday. Several other Niners are also candidates to sit out or play limited stats. By the way, Jair Brown, Deshaun Gibson, and Ambry Thomas. Ah, you see what I did there? Did not participate in practice yesterday with a knee, quad, and broken hand, respectively.
You need Audi Rooshman.
Audi.
Sign him.
What about Ute Juice?
They're all true.
No, it was me going to go. I was going to use check, and I ejected.
Oh, sorry, man. Injury report brought
Give
to
him
you
that
by
last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rooshman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Rooshman? Is he a UFC fighter?
I'm now. I was angry the first 2 hours. Now I'm just depressed.
I need the BPA signal. Where are you at?
I don't need to hear from him.
Put it out.
Come on, BPA is not the roast of the year.
I'm optimistic.
He cries. He flip-flops. He turns on guys. How the hell is he the roaster of the year?
Roaster of the year right
there. No, he's not a representative
Instead
of this
of like
show.
the bat signal, all we see is like a salt can.
By the way, didn't he used to call Steiny and Guru all the time? Why does he always call us now? How did we get stuck with BPA?
Because we miss our breaks.
Oh, okay. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
In order for small businesses...
court. Murray trying to get a running start. Cannot. Jokic in the backcourt catches, dribbles on Looney. Jokic from the chase center side. Banked it in at the buzzer, and Denver wins the game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We got Caller of the Week coming up. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Sponsored by our great friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Their smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. I may need to go see an overnight dancer tonight. Who knows? The Doobie Awards been canceled. We should have done Doobie Awards today to cheer us up. Seriously. We should have probably done the Doobie Awards today to put a little smile on our faces walking out on a Friday.
I mean, we still can in the 9 o'clock hour if we want.
I wouldn't be opposed to playing every now and then just a couple of funny things just to make me smile.
Because I'm sick right now.
Maybe we just play the entire Brianna call, which I believe to be the call of the year.
Wow. Wow.
And the silence that's deafening.
People.
Yeah.
Brianna wished me a Happy New Year.
Did she?
Say Happy New Year.
I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Well,
was it in the DMs?
Shout out to Brianna. Happy New Year to you in Detroit. We'll all be thinking about Brianna when the Pistons come to town. Bet not lose tonight.
Will she be at the game?
I won't. I have the night off. I didn't even know I had the night off.
No, I didn't say you.
Oh, will she be at the game? Why? You got to use her credential tonight?
Just asking. I have an uncle that would like Sam Lubman to. You're following on Instagram. He wants to see what she looks like. He wants to put a face to the.
No, come on! Don't be creepy, dude. Don't be weird. Brianna's one of our fine callers.
Now you're going way.
No. You said I got an uncle who wants to see what she looks like. Like what?
Well, he was like, what is she, young? Old? Yeah, he just wanted to know.
Is your Uncle Siegel?
No. He listens to the show.
My phone. Hey, it's Tiger.
Brianna clearly has some friends on the Warriors because she always has insights. I wonder how she felt about last night's loss. Could James Wiseman have helped them? And was she the one who was saying Kaminga was moping?
This is James Wiseman?
Or am I misremembering that?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know, Joe.
I don't know,
I'm
man.
in trouble right now.
I don't know, man.
I was putting the
This
Warriors.
conversation is hurting my soul.
I was putting the Warriors in front of my child yesterday. And it was the first little taste of what life's going to be like for the next 18 years.
But then, I was ticked off going into. I couldn't get out the car last night. I was listening to the Grandy man. Mark Grandy is doing him and Evan Giddings on the postgame show. Warriors wrap up after every game. There's been no drop off. Oh. None whatsoever.
Did you call in?
I wanted to.
You should.
But then Grady was so, I'm telling you, man, the sense of urgency, I'm driving. And I'm like, yeah, I felt like an old school listener.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. And he's like, he pulled a me. We got Percy. We got this guy in Indiana. We got this guy on hold. We got a line lit up. Everybody on hold. I'm like, damn, Grady, you're on fire. I even tweeted at him. I really do it. I don't like to bother anybody. I tweeted. I said, man, Grady's on fire.
Mark the Shark?
He's the Grandy man.
The Grandy man.
He's the Grandy man. Because the Grandy man can. And Mark Grandy can do it. He's doing a great job.
I kind of like that.
I mean, the guy was light, and he had the full lines. The callers were on point. They were coming in, too. They were like, they were going, hey, man.
He pulled the me.
Dude, they called in.
Bill
hey,
and Lafayette.
Dude.
John and Hayward.
Dude, he was doing all of it. And he was like, thanks for the call here. And then the callers are coming in. Hey, Grandy, man, thanks so much for taking my call. They're on to him. And then when Evan Giddings gets on, they're on Evan Giddings. I said, damn, Warriors wrap-up is in good hands. It's in good hands.
Did he blame Jonathan Kaminga?
No.
That's what we used to do on postgame.
Well, yeah, I don't know why. Kaminga wasn't a problem. Yeah, let's blame the youngsters. Even though we got 4-time champs here playing in the last 5 minutes. But let's go ahead and blame the youngsters for a possession they botched in the third quarter. Not the veterans who botched something in the last 5 minutes. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
How does Joe Lacob feel this morning?
Oh, sick to his stomach? So I wish we had a camera on Joe Lacob with this last shot Big did. Sick to his stomach, just like Jonathan. Go watch Jonathan Kaminga. when that shot went in.
I didn't see. What did it?
He walked straight off the court.
Yeah, I mean,
straight off. Just didn't even boom, straight to the tunnel.
Nothing is worse than when you feel like you could have helped and you're standing on the sideline.
But you know, there's a lot of people, media members, who were blaming Kaminga and pointing the finger, saying he was immature, no IQ, yada 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 yada. Watch the game. Watch the freaking game, and tell me about Jonathan Kaminga's IQ. Tell me about his game. Tell me about how much better he's getting. He can help extend the careers of Clay and Steph and Draymond or whoever else is on this basketball team because of the way he plays, getting to the rack, making the extra pass, being patient, dunking on people's head relentlessly, playing defense.
I didn't see Moses Moody get panned to at all throughout the game. Was he on the bench?
He was on the bench.
Okay, I'm just asking you.
He's just being a good soldier right now.
We haven't even spoken about it. Like, Jason Dumas came out yesterday saying that he had sources saying, I'm paraphrasing here, that Moody's camp is not happy with how he's being used. I mean, how could he be happy, right? How could he be happy? Boy, like, they got to do something. They cannot stand pat.
You got the sound of that?
Yeah, Dumas was on with Willard and Dibs.
Was he?
Talk about that.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, guess we don't need some time to pull it up. We'll get that. Let's take a call here. Because I don't know. I don't blame him for not being happy.
No.
He was playing well.
But
and now he's racking up DMPs.
I guess where I'm going is, do you expect furthermore for now Jonathan Kuminga to be unhappy?
Well, Jonathan Kuminga twice or 3 times. Once after the Lakers series, 15 minutes after the final game in Game 6 down at Crypto.com Arena. There's 2 reports from Shams Charania. 1 about extending Draymond Green, and then 2, Jonathan Kaminga is going to showcase his talent in Miami, L.A., New York, because if he doesn't get a major role with the Warriors, he's going to want out.
Is this a major role for the Warriors?
Well, he's finally starting.
No, but would you, like 18 minutes a game?
No, that's not a major role.
Yeah, I
19 minutes and then not playing the last 18 minutes of 16 minutes.
The guy is scoring a point a minute,
right?
And you're benching.
And you're not benching. His last bucket, his last play, last possession was an and-one over Jamal Murray in the paint.
And got him his 4th foul and put him on the bench.
And then you don't play from that point on. It's unbelievable, actually. Dumas, you got it? Here's Jason Dumas on with Willard Dibs discussing the Moses Moody situation.
The people around Moses, they're frustrated with this, the lack of having a role and the lack of consistency. He's in the rotation one day, he's out of the rotation one day. He seems like, this is for lack of a better term, he almost seems like the sacrificial lamb, so to speak. Whenever there's just a log jam, he's going to be the guy that falls out. And from what I understand and what I've been told, Moses loves the Bay Area and he loves playing for the Warriors, but I think it's pretty obvious. Obvious might not be the right word because Moses has such a good temperament, but I think it's understandable. That's the word I'm looking for. It's understandable that someone in his position with a lot of talent, young, would be frustrated and would want a clear path to playing time, whether it be here or somewhere else.
I don't blame him. I do not blame Moses Moody if that's the case. And I don't blame his camp if that's the case.
How many DNPs in a row?
I lost count. Was it 4?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And I don't blame him because all last season, especially the first couple months of the season, it was Moody, Wiseman, Kaminga, Poole getting all the blame.
Why did they roll
all the
him,
game?
But why did they roll him into this? Like, see, this is the part where I don't understand. Why didn't they trade some of these guys in the offseason if they knew they were going to have this log jam?
Don't know.
Like, you knew this was coming.
Don't know. They're in their 3rd year. They're ready to roll.
The roster construction has been very frustrating.
Well, it's just a minute allocation. And then Moses Moody's in his 3rd year, and he's worked his ass off. He's done everything asked to the head coach, and he sees a rookie. And look, Brendan Podziemski's played well. And you can't deny that Podziemski's been a baller. But he sees that, and he's like, damn, I didn't get that much leeway. I didn't get a long leash.
So, because I said to you at the beginning of the year, I just don't see a path for Moody to play a lot. And he had gotten some run, and so it didn't look good. Now it's like he's getting no run. Going into the year, Podziemski's played way more than I thought. But I didn't think with Wiggins, Clay, CP3, Steph, I didn't think Moody would have an opportunity either way. And now with Podziemski in there and GB2, by the way, who I omitted, like, I still don't see it. Like, I don't know, man. I don't understand what their blueprint was heading into this year.
I don't.
Like, if I had asked them on a whiteboard to draw up, the minute allocations and rotations and things like that, I don't even know if Moody would have been in there.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he's not in there now.
Devoid of Podziemski's ascension.
He's not in there now. He's definitely not in there now. So I don't blame his camp for wanting to be out and wanting to go play. He should have wanted to play. At this point, he's not going to play here. It's obvious. He's out of rotation. So what do you do with him? What do you do with Moses Moody? Let's go to... Oh, we got a special guest. Before we get to the special guest, I want to get to Anthony and Benicia. Then we'll get to the special guest. Anthony and Benicia, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. Appreciate you taking my call. It's a great day so far, even though the last night sucked. So I got a couple things. One, Steve Kerr plays favorites. It is what it is. That is the kind of coach that he is, and he's shown you over the course of his tenure here that he's not going to coach to win the game. He's going to coach to stroke egos and comfort feelings, and that's what he did last night. And Joe said, what was the plan with the youngsters? Whatever the plan was, is not being executed, because I can guarantee you that Steve Kerr went to Joe Lacob at the end of the season, and he told him everything he wanted to hear. I'm going to do this with the youngsters. We're going to integrate them. We're going to do blah, 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 blah. And he ain't done none of it, because if he went in that office and said, listen, I really want to, I'm not going to use the youngsters as much as you will want me to. Let's put them together and package and get a couple more vets here, because that's my coaching style. They wouldn't be here. But they're here because obviously promises were made that that they were going to be involved. There's no reason why Pods should be getting more playing time than Moses Moody. Even though Pods brings a different skill set, Moses Moody has earned it. And I'm going to tell you guys this. There's only so long somebody can continue to stay quiet when they know that they're being treated unfairly. And everybody came down Jonathan Kuminga's road when he voiced his opinion at the end of the playoffs last season. Mm-hmm. He's always told you guys, I am a star, and I believe that you. And he said, you can't stop the sun from shining. Yes. He knows that he can contribute more, and he is very much aware of how things are going with this regime. I think that it's very obvious that Joe Lacob is allowing Steve Kerr to show him that he can integrate the youngsters. He is failing miserably. Next year, Steve Kerr won't be here. Steve Kerr cannot be here next year because the philosophy that he has is what's going to help the Warriors be better later. Yeah, he is too tied to his old ways. And so that's all I got, guys.
Yeah, you got to evolve. This is a hell of a call, Anthony. Here's some quotes from Kaminga from last night. Said it's tricky. Since I've been here, we don't have just 5 guys that we know that they're supposed to be on the floor whenever it's closing time. It's a little, I know how to say it, it's a little weird. I've been here for 3 years now. I'm used to it. I'm never surprised when I see a lineup change at the end of the game or even in the game. It's a culture thing. It's a culture thing. I'm very proud of myself. I've come so far and I still have a lot of things to accomplish. This is just the beginning of the journey where things are just changing. Hopefully it changes even more. Anytime I get a chance to go on the court, starting or not, I try to go out there and make sure the next time they start me or they know that if they need anybody off the bench, if they need any player that could do something, I'm always here. He added more. I really don't have much to say about that, about the Warriors, about being forced to watch the Warriors give up that lead down the stretch. I really don't have much to say about that. The rest of the guys are playing good. We had a lead. Everybody was happy. There's no explanation. I was just on the bench cheering, just like any other teammate. Hyped because we were in it. I really don't know. I didn't see it coming at all, especially the way I was playing. I look back, and I used to have stretches where 2 months I was playing good. But I feel like now I'm even more poised and more mature knowing that what I need to do instead of just being out there running wild. Now I'm poised. I know a lot of things. I know how people are playing me. I know how people are playing us. And there's some interesting things there. The biggest takeaway for me, I really don't have much to say about not playing down the stretch. And then in the next graph, I really didn't see it coming at all, especially with the way I was playing. So Kaminga's not happy. Moody's not happy. We got a veteran who's suspended. We got another veteran who's on an expiring contract. We have Steph Curry out there, and he throws a cross-court pass. Wiggins is just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say about Andrew Wiggins. Looney's, he hasn't played well this year.
Stop on Looney real quick. Looney has probably been, outside of Wiggins, the most depreciating player from last year to this year. And it really sucks to say that out loud because we all love him.
Yep. It just hasn't been good.
No. The drop-off has been pretty bad, and I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, hasn't been good.
Now, look, I want to spin it to Kaminga here. It's 70-63 at halftime. Jokic comes right out. Bang. Here's a three. Yep. They're up 73-63. Mm-hmm. Then JK gets the defensive rebound on the next offensive possession for the Nuggets. He comes down the floor, gets a post up, and then kicks it beautifully out to Steph Curry for a wide open three. Bang. Then Klay starts getting going. Klay hits a little midi, and then Klay plays great defense on Jokic, and then boom, CP3 comes with a huge rebound, kicks it forward. Kuminga in transition. One of their few transition plays all last night was a Kaminga dunk from CP3. And then there's a bunch of plays that go through, and the Warriors are trying to fight back. Now, again, they started down 10, all right? And then Curry hits JK for a layup. They go 84-81, 6:45 to go. Klay gets a miss. They come back down. JK, great defense on a transition play where he hustles back and somebody else gets the rebound. Then JK on the very next possession plays bully ball and gets the and one on Murray, and that's his fourth foul. Bang, bang, bang. That's like 5 really good plays in a short period of time. And he looks over his shoulder and gets checked out with 6:45 to go or whatever it was in the third quarter.
It doesn't play the rest of the game.
It doesn't play the rest of the game.
It's unbelievable. It is really unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, to the credit, they did in the third quarter on a 23-6 run. They were rolling. And then they go up 18 in the fourth quarter. And it felt like with 6:51 left, maybe you're a basket or two away, just like the Oklahoma City game when Chet hit the three to go to overtime. You're a basket or two away from Michael Malone saying, you know what?
Yes.
Here's a white flag.
Yes.
We'll live another day.
You know what you were? A bully ball layup away.
Well, Jonathan Kaminga didn't play.
I mean, if we were the one area of the Splash Bros, everyone would say they're all-time greats. The one area where they've struggled at is getting to the free throw line.
Right.
Scoring in the paint.
Yep.
Right? And that's what this guy excels at. And you have to have some semblance of balance on the floor for a half-court offense to be able to grind out 5 minutes to go possessions. And when you're getting stop after stop after stop from Denver, try something different.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's go to Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky.
What's up, Dad?
Live from the hospital bed. What's up, Dad?
Hey, guys, what's going on this morning? How you doing?
Well,
how are you doing?
I'm not doing well. More importantly, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. But first thing I got to say is I got to have positive mental outlook. Right, Joe? I'm very proud that you were able to tell Will and his family and his brother and dad about Steve Larson's positive mental outlook, because that's important in life and everyday life. Whatever you're going through, TMO is the most important thing to have. So I just want to let you guys know, thank you for sharing that with Will. I appreciate that. Secondly, watching the game last night, I think Kerr, it's not the same as it was 3 or 4 years ago, where they relied on the three in the fourth quarter, because most of the time their comebacks were from threes, right? You don't have that this year. These guys aren't making threes. You're putting a lot of pressure on Steph. Steph feels like he's got to do everything, so he's got to make that extra pass. That pass last night was terrible. And that's not the first time he's done that this year. He's made some really, really terrible passes down the stretch. I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself. Now, as far as Kerr saying, I don't know if he believes himself, but he's saying, he's been sitting out a long time. You've got fresh legs. These guys are 25 years old, but you're going to put Looney out there who hasn't played in 2 quarters, right? And it's frustrating to watch that he's expecting. Now, I don't know why he's not playing. Moody can do everything that Wiggins is doing. You talk about leaving somebody on the bench. Leave Wiggins on the bench. Put Moody out there. Give these guys a chance to do something and show you they earn that right. He keeps going back to the veterans, and the veterans are letting him down. Plays
true.
Good for 1 or 2 quarters, and the next thing you know, the fourth quarter comes around, he can't hit the side of a barn, right? So, and he's just so loyal to those guys. He's got to let these young guys hit or miss. That's the problem with Kerr. And I can't believe that he listens and he believes what he says about, I'm not going to play the guy because he's been on the bench a long time. to me, that's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard.
I love it. Yeah. Pops, catch your breath, buddy. I love you. I'll come see you today.
All right, love you guys.
Love you, Pops.
Good well, Papa Shasky. Let's go to Filmo Mike, man. Filmo Mike in the city.
What's up, Filmo?
Hey, what's up, man? Happy New Year, man. Congratulations, Shasky.
Thank
you. For real. And tell your Pops, get well soon.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fluid in his lungs right now. He's getting better. The good people at CPMC are taking care of him.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Yep. Now to Kerr, two things. There's a lot of things actually, but we're in a weird position because we ain't got no second gear. We either get a lead and we can't sustain it, or we try to come back and we can't get over the hump. That's a problem. But it goes back to Kerr. Kerr can't develop. He can't develop players. Mark Jackson could develop young talent. You know why? He empowered Draymond Green. Keep shooting that shot. I don't care if you're breaking. Keep shooting the shot. You got to do that with your young players, though. You can't yank them. You can't. You have to let them grow. You got to let them figure it out. He's pulling people. He's not giving them confidence. He'll say some soft stuff at the end of the game. Oh, I kind of miss it. And then his body. I ain't feeling Steve Kerr's body language. Yeah. His body language is trash right now. He's like he's been going through the ringer. He's like a president when they get in office. You feel me? They got black hair. Then by the end of the term, they look like they got grays coming out. Man, Kerr, his body language is bad right now. I don't know what it is, and I love Steve Kerr. But I think the problem is he's not a talent developer. He don't develop. He don't instill confidence to make Kaminga or Moody want to do more.
Good call, Filmo. Good call. We got to get the caller of the week. That'd be Father Time of Napa. Father Time, Napa, what's happening?
Draymond. You know who wants Draymond to come back? 95.7 the game. The gift that never stops giving. Arbitron, is that a rating thing? I mean, it's Joe and Steve all over again in a different manner. I'm going to rewind the hits. Back when we won the championship. I shouldn't say that. That's ridiculous. Back when the championship was won, that whole question of who should we pay? And I said, you got to go Bill Walsh and cut bait. Trade him, cut him, let them do whatever before their mileage gets too high. And of course we didn't do that. And that's emotional. I understand. You want to stick it out. You want to try to make it work. Then I said, hey, Draymond is again, I like my analogies. Please don't take this the wrong way. A recidivist. He's the guy at Panhandle playing pickup, right? And he kicks the ball. Yeah, he kicks the ball and the game's over and everyone freaks out. You want him on your team because you know you're going to win. But it's also like, man, is he going to ruin things?
That was Father Time. Father Time in Napa. You are our caller of the week here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. More's coming up. All your calls. Gabbert, Silk, Jonathan, Mike.
The Shaka?
Silk in Oakland. He's probably got more bars than Silk the Shaka, but that's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Safeway.
Shop Safeway this week and pick up Sumo Citrus, an incredibly sweet, easy to peel.
5-7 the game.
We're going to have Kirk Morrison on, but we punted, but I am texting with 5-2 right now, and he said it perfectly. Best win of the season turned into the worst loss of the season in 6:51. Just like that, 18-point lead evaporated. Scored 4 points in the last 6:51 of this game. I know it's a football Friday, but honestly, when you think about the loss last night and you're playing the champs and you got an 18-point lead, and they've played the Nuggets well all 3 games. They've just been on the short of the stick. They can't finish in all 3 games. Honestly, when it comes to the Niners game on Sunday, I mean, the only thing that matters to me is you come out of the game injury-free. Brock's not playing. McCaffrey's not playing. Debo will be on a short leash. And God forbid Debo runs around over the middle field with Sam Darnold throwing them the ball. I would just run the ball every damn play. I wouldn't even care about it. They could lose 70-0 on Sunday, and I would not give one. I would not give one iota. Not one iota. Carson Wentz starting on the other side. Like, honestly, what would you like us to do to break down a football game on Sunday? That means nothing for both teams.
I mean,
I'm not excited to watch Sam Darnold.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah, it's like, whatever. You know? Like, I want Debo to get his 1,000 yards, but also know that Sam Darnold's throwing the football. So I'm actually afraid for Debo Samuel running routes with Sam Darnold.
I'm more interested in trying to find what is the equivalent to the Jimmy O-No throw for the Warriors. Is it a substitution? Is it the Curry pass?
The Curry cross-court pass.
Like, what is the equivalent of the Jimmy O-No throw?
Oh, my God.
Like, right when you see it, you know it's not going to work.
It was the Steph Curry pass. As soon as he left his head.
The Wiggins, oh, no, he's on the court?
He took a 3. Andrew Wiggins it was first quarter. He wasn't even in the corner. What do they call it? It's on the perimeter. It's not the right wing, but it's right there where it kind of breaks apart from the corner to the wing. And he just hoists one up, had no chance. Just no shot. And I'm thinking to myself, good Lord, this guy's just lost. He was so good. So good. He's just lost. But Steph Curry, the cross-court pass. As soon as he left his head, I'm in the gay house. You could ask the people in the gay house just, oh, no! As soon as he left his head, I go, oh, my God, they're going to lose this game.
What is the equivalent of the Wiggins situation? Because it's very Giantsy. Like, the Giants would squeeze the lemon.
Ooh.
What?
Kevin Barlow. Is it the Kevin Barlow where he was good?
Never as good as what Wiggins was.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, I was going to say, like, Hudson or Peavy, where, you know, they came to the Giants and they gave him a little bit, and then it was like, oh, well, we could bank on this for the next year or two.
But you know what? Hudson and Peavy were great, though. Before. Wiggins was never great.
Yeah.
You know, Hudson and Peavy were considered some of the best pitchers in their leagues at one point.
What Wiggins did was...
Hudson used to deal one-on-one against Randy Johnson and outduel him.
But both guys, when they came to the Giants, felt over.
Yeah.
And there were flyers taken by the Giants.
Yeah, but they're at the end of the road.
Yeah,
man.
I agree. Like,
Wiggins got traded here. He's 25, 26 years old.
So, like, Cody Ross was like a couple of games. It wasn't even sustainable.
Right. Like,
I don't even know what the equivalent would be.
PB won Cy Youngs. Tim Hudson was in the Cy Young conversation over and over and over. So by the time they get to the Giants, they're at the end of the road.
Yeah.
Wiggins wasn't even entering his prime.
So, like, what's the comp to this?
To him just disappearing?
Yes. Turning into a pumpkin.
I don't know. I don't know. We've seen it in the NBA before. We've seen it. I mean,
have we? We saw that guy from the Indiana Pacers have a great series and then fall off the face of the mountain.
Hibbert?
No, TJ Warren.
Oh, yeah, TJ.
I was going TJ
in the
Warren.
bubble.
Yeah.
In the bubble.
Like, I can't remember a guy having multiple series, a full season. I mean, he was unbelievable. He was by far their second best player.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If anybody's got a comp, go for it. He's just lost. I don't have the mental capacity right now to even think that deeply.
I'm just asking.
No, I hear you.
Anything like
I hear you. No,
he's completely. He had a glass slipper. He became a darling, a fan favorite. Right. The Wiggins smile. Him on the floor with his family.
He was more loved at one time than Kevin Durant.
No, he got all of the appreciation that Kevin Durant thought he was going to get winning a championship, and it is gone.
Gone. Where's There's so many calls. It's so hard to pick from. It was Joe Horn. There's so many of them. I can't even think of one.
Can't even give you an exact name.
I can't even give you an exact. We got so many calls here. I don't even know.
That didn't transfer over from the old building. I need to go in. It's somewhere still in there.
Is there a quarterback in the NFL who's done what Wiggins did?
Scott Mitchell.
Is it Geno Smith?
Scott Mitchell? Rob Johnson? Or just like became good and then fell off again?
What was
like Geno's peak was never Andrew Wiggins' peak.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So I don't know. It's just
he completely erased Luka.
Yeah, I mean, and now he's erasing himself off this team. What's happening?
So true.
Gabber said, Bruto, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, everybody, and Happy New Year. I got a few points to say, please, if you allow me. First of all, I disagree with anybody say we're not a contender team. We're a very great team, and we almost beating the champion like 3 times, but it's not because of the mishandling of the coach. The real problem here is Steve Kerr, and we appreciate him for 4 titles. That's great enough. Because if you look, he's not giving any chance to any young player. Look at Popovich, what he's doing. Even if he's losing, he's still in the same rotation. Steve Kerr, every time he say excuse, and he never do it in the second day. He always say, "Oh, I made a mistake by letting Moody out. I should give him da." Second day, Moody's not playing. Oh, Kaminga is a good player. Brunzowski is a good player, and I'm going to give him a chance and more minutes. What happened to those guys? He's not there. We all agree that Kaminga is one of the great players. Are we all wrong and Steve Kerr is right? That's one. Second, we always talk about Draymond Green, come back. We've been winning without Draymond Green. Okay, that's first. Also, if Draymond Green come back, what happened if he even this time is going to hit the referee? Okay? And I bet you he will. So, it's gone. One more point, please. Please.
Go ahead.
That's one point, okay? There's people have to go. If we're talking about trade, Kaminga or that, there's people have to go. You know, that guy, what's his name from Minnesota? The guy that
Rudy Gobert.
We threw the ball for him. Yes. Okay? This guy have to go. If you want to talk about BG3 or BG2, have to go. We make a point about Chris Paul. Chris Paul is a great player. If this ball have handled it to him, he would have tossed it when he's a closing eye. People have to go. Steve Kerr have to say, excuse me, and bye-bye. We give a chance to his assistant to go to Sacramento. Look at his assistant, what he's doing. Okay? Enough is enough. Honestly, enough is enough. You're talking about trade, leave Kaminga alone. Give the people that they are no use. Maybe you think about also trading Klay Thompson because he's 1 game good, 10 game no good. It's really, really, I'm sick and tired. I bet with my friend when we played the game yesterday and we were ahead. I said, we got to lose the game. I bet and I won the bet. I said, we're going to lose the game because it's always mishandling. You know, Steve Kerr last time, Moody's a great player. I'm going to give him more time.
Dude, you're
Where's
cooking.
Moody?
You are cooking.
Cooking.
Now, Gabbard. Keep going,
One
man. What
good
else? You
game,
got another
10
point,
bad
Gabbard?
games. You are
got
right.
another point? You got another point, Gabbard?
People have to go. People have to go. There's people must go. It's not have to go. What are you doing with this guy Wiggins every time? He played 1 game good, 15 game bad. Bye-bye. Klay Thompson, bye-bye. Use the money. And now you're talking about Sarks, which is one of a great player, great defender, great shooter. Oh, we're going to let him go because we can't afford him.
I like Sarks.
Gabbard, are you trying to win a Doobie Award for Call of the Year?
No. Listen, I'm sorry. Maybe my English is not.
No, it's not your. No, it's not your voice. It's not your English. No, your English is not the problem. It's what you're making a lot of great points.
For 35 years. 35 years. I watched the Warrior from Tim Hardaway all the way
I
now.
can tell.
I watched the Niners.
No, Gabbard, real quick before you go. No, it's because you are cooking.
I love it.
I feel your passion. I feel your frustration. I'm frustrated.
No.
And your English is excellent.
We are a very good team. We beating the champion almost 3 times.
I know.
The champion.
I know.
But where's the mistakes come from? From where? From the coach. Don't blame your player. Let your player play. Let your young player play. Look at the way that Kuminga handled the ball. He's the only one dunk the right play. Let your young player play. Tell me one mistake that Moody did. Just give me a mistake.
Yeah.
One mistake. The guy always You shoot the ball right on. Come on.
Yeah, Gabbert, it's a hell of a call. It's such a good call. I got 3 texts right away saying, this guy's cooking.
Yeah, they did. I know.
Gabbert is cooking. I thought the punchline was, he said Draymond's going to come back and hit a referee. I guarantee it. I said, good Lord, don't let it be coochie, man.
He said put your money on it.
The sad part is, I wouldn't put it past him.
I know. What would the odds be on that?
Dude, I had a visual in my head as soon as he said that. Damn, is Draymond going to knock out Gucci? He's going to knock out Curtis Blair and Malloy? Who's it going to be?
Well, that's, I think, the one misnomer of just the Draymond experience. Like, we need him to win a championship. You need him to guard Jokic. They should have won that game 15 different ways, and Draymond had no part of that game.
I know.
Was he in the last game? Draymond that they played Denver before this one?
He hasn't played Denver all 3 times.
Well, there you go.
The first game was personal reasons.
So 3 times they played Denver really well, and Draymond has had no part of it.
Yeah,
interesting.
I know. Very interesting.
Interesting. I don't even know if that, I mean, look, could he make a difference? Of course he could be a little bit better. But, like, to say that they can't beat Denver, like, they've had their own self-inflicted reasons on why they haven't beaten Denver, and Draymond was not a part of any of those.
I just want to hear one good game, 15 bad.
That was the best
Bye-bye.
What, no, was his name Blaine Gabbert?
No, it was Gabbert the same Bruno.
Oh, I thought you said Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah, no, Gabbert. Just Gabbert.
Gabbert was killing it.
Gabbert was cooking.
And I didn't want to I was laughing because he had some lines in there.
Yeah, it wasn't about his voice.
I had to turn the mic off.
I don't laugh at accents. I don't do that. That's disrespectful.
My guy was clearly cooking.
We grew up in San Francisco. At my elementary school table, there's a Cambodian kid, there's a black kid, there's a white kid, there's a Vietnamese kid. I don't do that. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. He was just fed up. He was fed up.
That sounded like a dude who has been watching this team for 35 years.
Exactly.
Who really cared.
He's tired of it.
Yeah, he is. And by the way, I think the message that I've been hearing from everybody, free Kaminga. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Man, let's go to...
It's got an Ayuk feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Where everyone's like, clearly Ayuk can play. What's going on here?
Right. What's Shanahan? Wake up. You're overdoing it, buddy. I can see it. How come you can't see it? Boy, Zena Kenny's going to join us at 9:20. She's got some stuff on Kaminga. She knows her basketball inside and out to break it up. Put a smile on everybody's faces. I love Zena. She's a star in the making.
Can you just give me one just to laugh before we go back out to the lines? Give me the mispronunciation of the year in my estimation. Bonte Hill talking about his Baltimore Orioles that he's been on since day one and his favorite player.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Aldi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Ute Juice, you got CMC. Fired up and rocking and rolling. You could tell your Alexi how to, basically fire up the Odyssey app and let's do this.
Fired up and rocking and rolling? That's probably my favorite part. Fired up and rocking.
Fired up and rocking and rolling.
When you listen back to these clips, do we really sound like that?
Psychopath.
It's like emergency. It's emergency radio every day. We got to take a chill pill, dude. That's my big take. I was like, we're going to have a heart attack at 50. I'm not even trying to joke about that, man. We got to slow down.
I walked into the SI arena last night, and I saw a bunch of Reardon parents, and this one guy comes out. He gave me a bear hug. He's like, dog, the Warriors got to win tonight. We need to win. And the Niners got to win the Super Bowl. And you know what they'll be? Our audience feels that sense of urgency.
They do.
There's this misnomer that the Bay Area isn't hardcore when it comes to sports.
No, it's
That's
very
the
hardcore.
biggest cap I've ever seen.
No, Tyler Beer actually says something. He goes, man, the best shows happen after losses. Because they do. And I said it on the show yesterday. I said it on the postgame show. Guys, you'll be proud to go, folks, and there will be no Doobie Awards tomorrow. There will be no Doobie Awards. If Festus goes, what are the callers going to say? Oh, you have no idea. I said, you have no idea. Their lines are lighting up right now.
This is the metaphor of how I felt watching that game. Everybody's seen these memes that are going across the internet. We could laugh a little at this, all right? It's not serious. But that judge that got jumped at by that dude, that was me jumping at my television last night after the Warriors blew that game. I was like, are you kidding me?
I dare you to go back and listen to me open the postgame show yesterday. I couldn't even talk. I was like, I'm flabbergasted. I was like, I couldn't even get the sponsors in. That's about as angry as I've been in a long time over a sporting event.
Is it the thud of the dynasty coming to an end? Is it just the way they lost? Why did it really hurt?
It really hurt me.
I was
deep
pissed.
to my core.
Like pissed.
I got home and I slammed to bed.
It felt like an NFL loss.
Dude, I was
right?
I didn't even kiss Anna good night last night. I was so ticked off. I was done. Because it was a little bit of that. You think about it, like, damn, is the dynasty really over? And, who knows?
But they should have won.
But it's the way it happened. And then I'm just like, wait a minute. It was like, as the Denver Nuggets started their run, and again, they ended the game on a 25-4 run. The Warriors, our Golden State Warriors, with all this firepower, actually scored 127 points last night. But they only scored 4 in the last 6:51 of the basketball game. 4 points in the last 6:51. It was just, at some point I just said, did JK get hurt? I was like, what's going on? And then I'm looking at the play-by-play log, and I'm looking to see what he got set. I said, this guy ain't played the second and fourth quarter. He hasn't played the last 18 minutes. He was playing well. And I'm seeing Wiggins out there, and God bless Wiggins' soul. He's trying to fight through it. Whatever he's fighting through, he's trying to be aggressive. But right now, Jonathan Kuminga is a better player, and it's not even close. And he's not playing the last 18 minutes of the game?
It's just compete level. I'm like, who competes harder right now?
Jonathan Kaminga, and he wants it.
I know.
He wants it.
But here's the part that's hard for me. Like, watching that, I felt like I knew the car crash was coming.
Well, once they cut it to single digits, I said, oh, we're losing this game.
But why do we feel that way?
Because we've seen it over and over. This is the way, at some point, this is just who they are.
Yeah, but
we're 34 games in.
I want to explore this.
No, seriously, they've had 4 blown leads. 4 games this year, they've blown 18-point leads. But 7 other games, they've blown double-digit leads, and they're in all these clutch games because they blow leads.
But clearly, they still can draw some of the old winning ways, and they just can't cross the finish line. Is that harder to accept than just being done? Like when Willis and Justin Smith and they all retired, and it just came to a thudding crash. Like, that was tough to swallow. Why is this harder to swallow?
Because we've been waiting on the young guys. They made all the trades. It's because it's a combination of things. It's one, Draymond Green telling us it's the most important season of his career. And then Joe Lacob was talking about that.
How dumb
ring.
does that sound now?
I mean, seriously, we love this team. We got a lot of guys. We worked out the offseason together. There's a combination of things. And then when you're seeing it play out, you're like, damn, Draymond's been suspended. He's now been suspended for 16 games.
Is it the self-inflicted part? Is that what you're getting at? Or
it's everything. I'm getting at everything.
Or the fact
I'm
that
just trying to talk through
fixable.
it. I'm just trying to peel the onion and why I'm frustrated. It's a combination of everything. It's not just one thing. It's, wow, Moses Moody's out of the rotation. Damn, I thought he was playing well. Wow, JK's out of the rotation. Wait, he's back in the rotation. Wait, he's out playing the final 18 minutes. What the hell is going on with Andrew Wiggins? Wow, Andrew Wiggins has a good game. Then he slams his finger into a car door. What the hell's going on with this team? Klay Thompson, up and down. Okay, great. 16-game stretch. Boom, 3 bad games. Then, you know what? The last 2, Klay's been very good. Okay, fine. Chris Paul hasn't been a worry for me. I haven't been worried about Chris Paul. It's a number of things, Shasky, and it's all leading up to it. And it just builds and builds and builds and builds and builds. And you see it on that stage yesterday on TNT. TNT, you're up 18 over the Chaps at Chase Center. That may have been the liveliest crowd all season.
Really?
Well, I wasn't there for the Boston game. Boston may have been lively. I wasn't there for that game. We were in the studio. But I walked in there yesterday, and that thing was rocking.
What's the worst part about that loss? Pick one overall. I know there's a million. What's the worst part of the loss?
That I don't think they put their best foot forward when it comes to lineup combinations in the fourth quarter.
Oh, like you left a bullet in the chamber.
You left a couple bullets in the chamber.
That's a bad analogy, but yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
We can't be PC on everything.
Well,
right?
it just feels like to me this is so fixable. Like, it's one thing when everybody retires simultaneously. You don't have a quarterback. Your coach leaves you. Like with the Niners, the 2015 Niners, I was angry, but it felt like, well, it's going to be a long rebuild, right? I don't know when they're going to come out of this, but it's not fixable. Right? It's going to be a long, long time.
Right.
With the Warriors, because Steph's still some semblance of Steph, it feels fixable. It feels like you do have a couple of trade pieces.
A little tweak here and there, and they can be
Not
right
that
back.
they're going to be champions, but like,
no, they could be right back
better.
in the mix. Like, again, I asked you yesterday.
It's not unsalvageable.
I asked you yesterday, how wide is the gap between the Nuggets and the Warriors? And a lot of people will say, hey, it's a Grand Canyon-sized gap. But it really isn't. All 3 of those games, Went down to the wire against the Denver Nuggets, the defending champions, the number 1 seed from last year in the West, the champs who beat the Miami Heat in 5 games. You were right there in all 3 games. So that tells me the gap isn't that wide. But what is it? There's something off. There's something to miss. And it happens every single game. It happens every single game. So I'm as frustrated as I've been in a long time over this basketball team, man. I am. And the explanation on why, before we get back out to the lines, here's Steve Kerr's decision to not play J.K. down the stretch.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
That explanation annoyed me even more.
Well, and I don't want to parse words because sometimes we're like, oh, so-and-so was playing great. And you really mean media. Wiggins was okay.
He was not playing great. He's playing okay.
The one possession that drove me nuts, and I had actually asterisks here, was Wiggins to no man's land, back to pods, and then no one's moving around for the shot clock violation.
And then Aaron Gordon volleyball spiked it. It was
a dead possession, and Wiggins played a huge part of it.
And I hear that explanation. And I love Steve. I love how outgoing he is. I love how straightforward he is with us in the media. He answers every question, but that explanation just didn't do it. It just felt like he should have did the Moody thing. Hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I'm not playing JK.
It's the Plaxico Cheddar Bob, ending. You shot yourself in the foot with sweatpants on.
Man.
How? How?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
We got full lines. Boy, people are pissed.
Yeah, we are. They are pissed. I'm pissed. Silk in Oakland. We'll get there, everybody. Everybody's getting on this show.
Silk, you have better bars than Silk the Shaka.
Oh, yeah, for sure, especially when it comes to this Warrior stuff, because I got a lot to say.
Give it to me.
Hey, so look, check this out. Not taking anything away from Steve Kerr. He's an awesome coach. But have y'all ever really thought that he hasn't really produced anything? Like, when I say that, I mean, who has he drafted that actually became a star on the Warriors? He came in, and Steph and Clay and Draymond was already there.
But I don't want to cut you off. I just want to be fair to Steve Kerr. He did insert Draymond Green into the starting lineup, and they never looked back.
Looked pretty damn good.
And Steph Curry went to another level and actually won 2 MVPs under Steve Kerr, and he fixed the offense from an iso ball type of style to the read and react motion, and you maximized the greatest shooting backcourt in NBA history. So I want to give Steve Kerr his credit for that, Silk.
He deserves his credit for that, but I'm saying, what talent has he brought in that added to it? The talent that he's using was already there. You can see it. So what I'm saying is, that's why he's having this difficult time with starting these younger players, because those players who made him, he's committed to them. He can't turn away from them. So it's like when the ship burns, he's going to go out with it. This is why I said before when I called in, we have to trade Clay. Draymond shouldn't have never even got re-signed. He should have been traded, and Wiggins should have been traded. Wiggins came in playing good, but his history speaks for itself. He came in the league playing good. Did you see what happened? So these 3 players getting traded. What is the difference between Steve Kerr keeping his job with the Golden State Warriors? All right, in my opinion.
I hear you.
And then I have one more thing to say, guys. So I'm looking at this schedule. I did my little draft. For the last 6 games, the Warriors when Kaminga started, closed out, they won. When Kuminga did not close out, they lost. The only game that they got blew out was the Mavericks, and the reason why I feel like they got blew out is because they took Kaminga out and put Looney in, and then the Mavericks just took off.
I hear you.
What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It does feel like there's for 5 games this year they had no business losing.
Yeah, but you know what?
Maybe that's too high.
I'm gonna defend Kerr here because now all of a sudden we're getting a little ridiculous here.
Well, we're acting like
we're going to take away Phil Jackson's championships because he went to Chicago because they already had Jordan and Pippen. We're going to take away his championships with the LA Lakers despite them already having Kobe and Shaq. All right, we're going to take away Greg Popovich's championships because he tanked from the #1 pick and got Tim Duncan. We're not going to do that. That's stupid. What Steve Kerr got here, this team went to another level. They won 67 games his first year, and the offense took off. it became the most unguardable offense possibly in NBA history. Curry went to another level. Clay became the best two-guard under Steve Kerr. Draymond Green became a point forward god, an all-star, a defensive player of the year. Kevin Durant played the best basketball of his career under Steve Kerr. Iguodala, hey, I need you to come off the bench. Great. He's going to be in the closing lineup. You'll win off championships. Let's not disrespect Steve Kerr for what he's done. Looney's gotten better. Poole got better under Steve Kerr. Let's stop with the cap.
I agree.
Let's stop with the cap about him developing talent. Let's stop that because we didn't know Draymond was Draymond until Steve Kerr got here as a point forward. All right? Maximizing the bigs that you have, whether it's Zaza, whether it's JaVale McGee, whether it's David West. Let's stop it. Festus, you name it. Steve Kerr's done an unbelievable job with the Golden State Warriors. But he hasn't done it this year, and I don't think he's done it last year. But let's stop the cap saying, well, he already came to a team that would. If that was the case, Mark Jackson would have never got fired.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's not fair. I will say, whenever people point to Phil Jackson, the one thing that Phil Jackson had in his back pocket, when you step away from a team, it allows you to disconnect from the roster, whether that be relationship status-wise or GM-wise, and they reimagine the team because the loyalties kind of reset when it comes with the new coach, and then you can come back into the setting the way Phil did. I think when you do that, it allows you an opportunity for you to reset relationships, for them to reset the roster, and that's the one thing that I think is very, very difficult. They're trying to not reimagine things. They're trying to go back in time with a lot of these decisions,
You have to go
and
evolve.
I think that's where Steve needs to adapt.
Yeah, he's got to evolve.
He's
They all have
thinking
to
that
evolve.
things are going to go back in time, and it's like, nah, you have to assess now. Like right now, if I asked you, who are you betting on for the next 3 years, Jonathan Kuminga or Andrew Wiggins?
I mean, that's not even.
So then why are you force-feeding Andrew Wiggins into certain lineups late in games?
Well, he does have the 4-year, $100 million contract.
I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want $100 million?
Duncan Robinson was benched by Spo for a reason.
Well, then you got to move him because I have a problem with paying somebody $100 million with somebody benched.
That's the GM's
You know,
job.
so that's bad business. That's bad business. Let's go to Jonathan in Foster City. Jonathan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Shafty, congrats on your son.
Thank
you. You bring up a great point of going back to the well and not being having no imagination, thinking things in the past are going to win. So I want to associate this to Bonte's diet with soda, right? Back in the day, you used to go get a burrito late night, eat whatever you want late night. When you're 25, you can work it off the next day. But as you get older, you've got to make some different decisions in your life. Kerr has not made different decisions. He keeps going back to the late night burrito, and his body can't handle it, and the team can't handle it. And I hate to put judgment on my fellow Arizona Wildcat alumni, but man, he is hamstringing this team. We have players that can play who have proven it on the court. You don't got to go back to the well every time. Sometimes trust the youth, trust the people that are producing in that game to help get these wins. Too many games that are close. If we win 2/3 of these, 27 games divided by 5 points or less, we're a 4 seed, so we're there. It's coaching decisions, in my opinion, that have really been our hamstring.
Yeah.
Or our late night burrito.
Yeah, or a late night pizza in my case, or a burrito. That's a very good
Shout
analogy.
out Daisy
Jonathan.
Sour Cream.
Yeah, shout out soda, SOTA. Soda weight loss is state of the art.
Well, Daisy Sour Cream is the premier sour cream that I have in my refrigerator.
Hey. I'll tell you about Daisy.
Because I might steal this sponsorship
No,
from you.
I'll tell you about
Dude, they
Daisy.
got the little squeeze bottles
Feel
too.
me?
Those
Upside
are where it's
down.
at.
It took us that long to figure out that ketchup, mustard, and sour cream needs to be upside down,
Right.
huh?
No, it took you guys that long. I've been doing that.
No, I'm talking about like the companies
Oh,
that
the companies,
create the
yeah,
bottles.
they want
Like
to
the
do
actual bottle design.
Yeah, bottles. Yeah.
No, you hit the 57 with your knife.
Leave
And
my
Monty
Daisy
actually
Dips
has his own
alone.
pre-made ones before it happened.
Hey, listen, Daisy Dips is my guilty pleasure. All right? I'm the one who had to go on the soda diet, not you.
Who put this
All
thing
right?
together?
Right.
Me.
I was
That's
on the
who.
soda diet. All right?
I'm the one who put the green onion dip with the
Listen,
sour cream together
my
and
man-
then chilled it.
Hey, listen, my man from the 510, whoever you are, you know who you are. 3 years ago, you said, hey, Bonte, you love food and food loves you. He was spot on because I love me some Daisy Dips, but I also got the soda working too. I do.
You know what they say? A minute on the lips,
A lifetime on the hips.
Did they really say that?
I don't know. That's
pretty good, though.
Thank you, Bonte.
Oh, man.
You never heard that before?
I never heard. That's pretty good.
Well,
No,
lemon lips is now being passed around. My brother has no idea. Every time I talk to him, I go, "What's up, lemon lips?"
Yeah, lemon lips.
He was like, "I got caught in between 3 different phrases." I'm like, "Welcome to our world."
Yeah,
And young Gwen was like, "What's up with them lemon lips?"
Hey, Deli Boy was a little rattled yesterday. He had the kids running around. He didn't know what the hell to say.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah, it was just like, dude, you don't
His
need to
wife
call
went
us.
back to work.
Yeah.
So he's on daddy duty.
Oh.
Yeah.
3?
Well, one of them's in daycare during the day, but he's got the 2.
Oh, that's rough.
I got them a pitchback, right? I went on Amazon. You know those pitchbacks? You throw the ball against it, and it's for baseball, soccer, whatever.
Right.
And the boys are obsessed with it. Well, the oldest one keeps hitting himself in the face with the pitchback. Joe is laughing. So he's a little scared of it. The middle one is just enthralled with it. He thinks it's the coolest.
By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 in San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple application process. It's a football Friday, even though we haven't talked much about football. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Oscar and EPA was like, "What's up with me, man? I got shafted for Texture of the Year. You could be in the nomination. We'll do the Doobie Awards probably Tuesday. But toxic stress, I'm going to first5california.com as soon as the break hits. I have to. I'm stressed. I'm depressed.
I've got those little gummy treats that I give my dog to calm her down. Would you like one?
I don't know if that's going to calm me down. I don't know if weed could help me right now. I am literally depressed after what I saw last night. And please, for the love of God, just beat the Pistons. I don't care how it looks. Just beat the Pistons.
If they lose to the Pistons, situation control.
No.
The highest paid coach in the league.
Can you imagine if this game tonight is close in the last 5 minutes?
This is an Andre Nicotini game?
That's where their lemon booty looms.
Oh.
And Kaminga's still on the bench.
Kaminga's on the bench.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
If Wiseman posterizes Wiggins.
Oh, we got to do King of the Hill now?
I mean, if you guys still want to. It is sponsored, so.
Oh, it is sponsored.
Kind of an obligation.
Okay, all right.
I mean, it's Football Friday. It's Football
all right,
King of the Hill.
let's
do it quickly, 1 minute.
All right, well, I don't know if we're going to do 1 minute. King of the Hill.
What is this?
Brought to you by West Coast Men's Health.
Give it to me.
Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com today. I need to check that out, too, because my health feels bad. Lubman, we had the top 7 moments of the 49ers season.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Let's just read them? All right, we'll just read them.
Read them.
Number 7, Fred Warner hit on Najee Harris week 1.
Yeah.
Set the tone for the entire season. Knocked the soul out of him. Now, Najee's been running hard lately. They started committed to the running game, so that's number 7. Najee's playing well. Watch the game, Shasky. Number 6.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph's throwing to George Pickens. No wonder they're playing better.
Brendan Ayuk. Number 6. Brendan Ayuk's long 76-yard touchdown against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That was cool, yeah.
That was really cool. And that kind of shut off the naysayers saying, oh, what do you know? Brock Purdy can throw the deep ball. And Brendan Ayuk can run the deep route. That was number 6. Number 5, Charvarius Ward's pick 6 against the Arizona Cardinals to flip that football game. It was beautiful. It was magnificent. Charvarius Ward could be an all-pro this season. Could be an all-pro. Go figure. Number 4. George Kittle's 3 touchdowns against the Dallas Cowboys when they beat them 42-10. George Kittle reestablishing himself as one of the best tight ends in pro football. That's number 4. Number 3 moment of the season was when I went crazy over Deebo Samuel's 49-yard touchdown, catch and run in Philadelphia. That was sweet. Shutting up Philadelphia. Oh, we haven't heard from them dirty birds since. Cry, Eagles, cry. You losers. I hope you come out here for the divisional round so we can kick your ass again and send you back home to the East Coast. I can't stand Philadelphia.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Yeah, I'll smoke with you too, Hugh. Number 2. Brock Purdy becomes the single-season passing leader in San Francisco 49ers history against the Washington Commanders. Again, Brock Purdy, number 1 when it comes to all-time yards in a season for passing for the 49ers. Pretty special moment. And then, number 1, McCaffrey's 20th touchdown. Oh, you want to play it? Go ahead.
Out of the pistol. McCaffrey knifes in. Touchdown, 49ers. Third of the day for Christian McCaffrey, first on the ground.
Red 18! Hot.
As long as it's not Kevin Kugler saying, "Oh my goodness."
Is that what they said when Jokic hit that half-court shot?
I basically said that. No, I said some other things. And then Taylor's in my ear, who was producer last night for Sacti. Taylor's in my ear. 1 minute to show. And I'm pacing around like a madman. I don't want to do this show. I didn't want to do this show this morning.
But if Draymond was out there, they win that game.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Oh, where is that man at?
Hopefully he sleeps.
Hey, he sends out the tweets I wish I could send out.
Oh, my gosh.
You think I'm joking?
Oh, no.
The one Bonte said in the thread yesterday.
Oh, it was just all time. Because I've been saying that for weeks now.
Yeah, well, he's been saying, he comes at people. And the worst part about BPA, why don't you go on the air with Bonte and Shasky? They ask the tough questions. It's like, dude, don't throw me in your mix. Don't throw me in that.
We ask the tough questions.
Leave me alone.
I am a journalist. If you've noticed, I've been wearing a button-up lately.
Crunch time games. Spent $5. Warriors 13-14 in clutch games. Could this be less Kerr and more a certain player not being clutch enough this year? Well, Steph Curry's actually been clutch this year.
I mean, not yesterday.
Not yesterday.
Yesterday, Jokic had his fingerprints all over the finish of that game, and our guy came up a little short.
Well, our guy got snuffed out. What'd you say, Lovin?
Well, now we got to take him to school.
Oh, we got to take him to school?
Oh, my God.
Oh, great.
Gotta pay the bills.
We are in shambles today.
Well, we got to take him to school.
Hey, Bonte, are you going to teach me how to do math so I can read a clock, so I can hang onto the ball when there's a 2-second differential and there's 24 seconds left on the game clock, so where I take the final shot in a tied game? Is that what you're going to teach me in math class?
There was a time when last night's game was destined for a very happy ending. Sounds like me. It's sort of.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. Especially after Brendan Pajewski gave the Warriors an 8-point lead with the steal a layup.
Long pass stolen by Pajewski. Pajewski, it's a foot race to the rim, goes up and scores! He beat Porter Jr. and Jokic to the rim, and Denver calls another timeout. The Warriors have an 18-point lead. It's their largest of the night, and listen to Chase Center.
It was rocket. It was rocket, Tim. Pajewski's yelling. The balls to finish that layup over Jokic and Gordon. He's played his butt off. Warriors are up 18. That was taking him to school, brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Lady, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda.
My bad.
Don't cut off the read.
I got to get the joke in.
For more info, it can wait. For more information, visit Peralta.edu. They pay for these reads.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. So last night, Warriors are winning.
Be funny.
Warriors are winning, and you know salty Steiny is out there like, they're going to win this game. The second Jokic hit that shot, you know he was like, yay! I'm coming in today, and I'm just gonna sit in the bathtub of misery as Warrior fans call in all day. You know he was the most happy.
Well, I said it. Festus asked me, he goes, there's going to be people calling? I said, well.
Does Festus not know how this works?
I said from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., these phone lines will be jam-packed. And Willard or Dibs, I'm not sure how many calls they take, but I'm sure those lines will be packed too. But I know for sure after this show, this is going to be a carryover. People just going to stay at home.
What is Steiny? What do we got today? You know, he was saying that yesterday. Like, what do we got for tomorrow? I mean, the Nuggets. And the way that went down, no one is happier than Matt Steiny.
I remember those BSAG days. 8:45 is Steiny sitting there. 80 scratching his temple. Oh, my God, what's the hook?
What?
There's something there at the Warriors.
There's something there.
He did a Murphy Lee. What the hook gonna be?
What's the hook today? And he would be in these pre-show meetings. What's going to be the hook today? Guys, just open the microphones. Let's talk.
You got Guru. Just turn it on.
Like, come on.
Go ahead, Goo.
Go ahead, Goo.
That's suicide radio right there.
My God.
Don't do that. You're in shorts.
Oh, my God.
You're so bad.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
I
man.
need to get my touches.
Zinikata, and we got full lines. And we got some heavy hitters here.
Who is in it?
Adam SF.
Uh-huh.
Casey Marin.
Oh, yeah.
Coach Hall of San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
Mike and Berkeley.
Oh. Brian Palato. Let's go!
Dynamic human being.
My roaster of the year. I got to hear from him.
I might not even take his call today.
Someone put the Salt Shaker Batman logo out in the air.
You know what? I got no beef with BPA. His tweets are actually great.
We'll be right back. Stay here.
His tweets coming at me. It's amazing. That's what's coming out, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Cars for kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and it can be...
right, we'll get to Zena Kate in a little bit. Zena Kate is coming up here, NBC Sports Bay Area. Let's take one quick call. Who's been on hold the long? Coach Hall. He's been on hold the longest. We'll go to him. Coach Hall, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Shasky, congratulations to you, man. I'm so done with Kerr. I saw this past summer with Team USA when Brandon Ingram was getting kind of pissed because because of the way that he was playing the young guys. I really think that he's allergic to young guys, and I think we started losing the game once we started rolling the ball up the court and we started to play like we wasn't playing to win. Like I feel like Herm Edwards right now. You play to win the game. Like why did everything all of a sudden slow down? So at this point, like, what are we doing? Either you're going to, like, pee on these young guys' career, trade them away. If you're not going to play them and go get a veteran. Like, I'm so done with Kerr, man. And if I'm Kaminga and Moody, like, man, I might ask to get on up out of here because this is not fair. And it's like, what are we doing, man? Like, seriously, what are we doing?
Yeah, well, Moody, seems like the report's already out about Moses Moody. Jonathan Kaminga's already aired his frustrations multiple times. So maybe they do. February 8th. Very big day out here in the Bay Area. Very big day. What do the Warriors do? They had the Pistons tonight. You would think it's a bounce-back game, but nothing would surprise me with this basketball team.
One thing I will not accept is standing pat.
No, you can't stand pat.
I think standing pat, basically you're waving a white flag.
Yeah. If you got to do something, you got to do something.
Yeah, something.
You got to do something.
You got to do something. You got to rearrange this.
Because this isn't working. This is not working. All right, let's go to Zena Kate, who is working. This is working very well at NBC Sports Bay Area. A great addition. I shouldn't say a good addition. It's a great addition. She's been awesome to work with. A dope personality. I love talking to Zena. She knows the game inside and out. Played at Yale University. Zena Kate makes her morning roast debut. And even last night, she goes, "Love me, told me to cancel." I said, nah, you're coming on the roast. We need your perspective. We need your voice of reason, Zena, because it's been doom and gloom all morning. See, I was angry to start the show. I'm depressed. I don't know how to feel right now. Make us feel good. Make our roasters feel good, Zena. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Joe. I appreciate y'all having me on. I can imagine that everyone's been feeling it this morning because last night felt like, I talked to Kerr on Does Talk Live. It felt like whiplash. We were sitting there. Everyone was chilling. Especially in the fourth quarter, up 18. And I remember sitting there on press row being like, they're up 18 and Steph is still in the game. Like, I'm thinking, there's going to be a timeout call. They're going to go sit down on the bench. They're going to have a good time. They're going to be able to enjoy this from the bench. And then little by little, Aaron Gordon kept having his way. Little by little, I'm noticing, I know we want to talk about this, Aaron Gordon's having his way, and JK is not in the game. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, what's about to happen here? What's about to happen here? And I just felt my energy go down. So I'm sorry, Roasters. I don't know if I can really help y'all today because I'm in the same boat.
Well, this is a team that right now isn't a great jump shooting team by their standards. They're middle of the pack. And you're looking at a guy, JK, who attacks the rim. 70-something% of his shots are in the paint, in the restricted area. He gets to the free throw line. I went over it 50 times. 10-point lead right out of the gate. Boom, for Jokic in the third quarter. And JK, defensively and offensively, whether he was the passer or the dunker or finishing the and ones, this guy set the tone. He got Jamal Murray into his fourth foul and put him on the bench. And they go from down 10 to up 2 when he checks out. I just don't understand why they don't go back to him. It was driving me crazy.
Joe, literally, as you're writing this, as you were listening, I'm just like here checking off the boxes, like literally just like, yep, check, facts. Like, it did not make any sense because the thing about JK this season, I've said this before, and last night was a perfect example of this. He's become a bucket getter for the Warriors. He's become someone that the Warriors haven't had in a while outside of a Stephen Curry because, yes, of course, catch and shoot Clay is a thing, and Stephen Curry, of course. But as far as somebody that can get dirty, get in the paint, get someone in foul trouble like he was doing, make some crafty moves to the basket, they haven't quite had that in a while since Wiggins. And so being able to have a JK that's energy immediately, regardless if he's played all game or he started the game or he sat all game and then came in the fourth quarter, he's been that bucket getter and the one that does the dirty work for the Warriors. And so I was also very, very, very confused as things started trending downwards in that game, why we were not going back to that source of energy that literally started the game, that got Clay going, that got, you said, Jamal Murray in foul trouble, that got Steph going. He had some great assists throughout the night. It did not make any sense. And you're right. When you look at this team, particularly in the last two games, when Stephen Curry had his slump, the thing that shifted his slump was him attacking the basket. And it wasn't just him. It was JK as well. Last game and this game. And then even you can look at last night, Klay Thompson attacked the basket a little bit more too. So it's clear that attacking the basket has allowed things to open up for the Warriors and is a positive. So why you wouldn't want your bucket getter, the one that has no fear going into the paint, even if he has some forced shots, why would you not want him out there at least starting to generate some things and forcing the Denver Nuggets to have to pay attention to the paint as much as they're paying attention to your shooters? Because that's what happened.
Yep. The pride of Yale University on fire right now. Zena Cater here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, breaking it down here. And one thing that bothers me, Zena, about Jonathan Kaminga, and it's been happening over the last 3 years, and I don't know where the narrative came from, but he doesn't have a high IQ. He's not a good passer. You know, his shot looks funky. Well, I don't know what game people are watching, because when I watch the young man, he gets better and better by the rep. Even last night, his pacing, Zena, I was like, wow, look at the hockey assist. Look at the assist. Look at him cut to the basket. Look at him make the extra pass. He gets better by the rep. And then you hear his quotes after the game where he just says, I've just become accustomed to it. It's the culture here. And I'm just like, well, does he want out now? Because Moses Moody's now getting DNP. So it just feels like the handling of the youngsters, it's been botched by Steve Kerr and his coaching staff.
It's unfortunate because you heard Kuminga say last night, quote, but I feel like I'm even more poised and more mature knowing what I need to do instead of just being out there running wild. I think that is the most glaring change from the old JK to the new JK. And I don't even want to call it the new JK. I want to call it an evolved JK. I want to call it a mature JK. And he says it. I'm more poised. I know a lot of things. I know how people are playing me. And you can see that. You can literally see that. But it is incredibly concerning when you have someone with that level of talent, with that level of upside, saying things like, there was no explanation as to why I was on the bench. I didn't see it coming. I didn't know why I was on the bench. And then the worst part is what you just mentioned, Bonte. I'm not surprised. Because I'm not going to lie to you. Because I didn't see his interview, his post-game interview last night. And so I woke up to seeing I'm not surprised. And I thought, before I read the article, I thought it was, I'm not surprised because someone explained it to me and I get it. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Yep. That's what you would want in a situation like that. Like, a player's like, oh, no, actually, no, the guys are good. Someone explained it to me. I get it. So I wasn't surprised. It made sense. It's terrible to hear him say that, no, I'm not surprised because I don't know why. But this is what we do. This is who we are. And that's another thing Steph Curry ended his post-game interview. And he was referring to just the closing of games, but there's a message throughout. There's a theme of that's just who we are. And right now, that I think is the biggest challenge that Steve Kerr is facing, is changing this narrative of that's just who we are, being associated with a lot of not so positive things, aka not knowing who's closing out games, aka not knowing why the young players not knowing why they aren't being utilized in these key games. AKA not knowing why there's not adjustments being made to ensure that they can close these type of tough games.
Yeah, I mean, the execution's horrific. I mean, they allow Jokic to catch the ball so deep in the paint over and over and over and over again. He's an all-time great player.
That's what Jokic does.
But I know, but B, that's what he does.
But it wasn't even just catch, though. Right. It wasn't even just catch. There were times that he literally caught the ball crossing half court and dribbled.
The long rebound.
That's what bothered me.
The long rebound.
That's what bothered me. He went to the couple times at Sarge and Looney, where I was like, you know what? There was one possession.
Yeah, but you can't have CP3 doubling. That's where Wiggins or someone bigger has to double.
There was a play in the second quarter. Shot clock's running down for Denver. He gets the ball at the top of the key. About 5 seconds left on the shot clock. He goes, oh, Looney, this barbecue chicken. I'm going to go through the legs, dribble, and I'm going to lay this up. Wow. So it wasn't even just the paint touches. He was at the perimeter doing work, Zena.
He was. He was getting get after. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I mean, that's Jokic, right? All-time greats are going to get their buckets. You're trying to make them a fraction of a percentage less efficient, right? That's Shane Battier, School 101, guarding, Kobe Bryant, for example. I'm looking at minute allocation on this team, and this is the part that drives me almost bonkers. I'm not naive. I understand people have resumes. People have egos. There's money that is being, paid to certain guys. And there's politics that go involved with lineups and who closes what. And you don't want to lose guys. I get all of that. But at the end of the day, I'm kind of losing my mind regarding making people feel good about where they are in the hierarchy of the team. Whether it's seeping through Wiggins, Clay to a lesser degree, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney. I feel like we are too caught up in the emotion of making someone feel good about themselves, and it's depreciating the return on wins and losses in the win column right now. It's kind of driving me nuts. And the guys that are getting the brunt of it in the negative way is a JK, is a Moody, Pajemski to a lesser degree. I don't know. I feel like we're talking too much about people's emotions and not enough about X's and O's and execution.
Joe, baby. This is what they do. This is what happens. This isn't just in sports. This is in corporate America.
I know.
Politics is real. Politics is real. How many times have you seen somebody that's maybe not as qualified get an opportunity? How many times have we seen people that aren't producing get promoted? Right? This happens all the time. And I think this is why Bob Myers was paid the levels he was paid, because he was someone that managed those emotions and managed those egos so incredibly well. He was incredibly sensitive to how things would be perceived in the way that he put lineups and rosters together. But it is, you're absolutely right. And it's just it's unfortunately a woe of playing at this degree and especially playing with a team that has won 4 championships. That gets to another level of watching for people's emotions, right? Because now people, not only do they have emotions, they also have a level, and it's deserved, of entitlement.
Yeah.
They've won championships.
Yep.
They've proven themselves, right? They've been able to show their contributions night in, night out, season in, season out. So it's not easy to just be like, well, I don't care how you're feeling or whatever, and completely ignore everything that they've already done for the team, right? And so that's what's so interesting about how do you mix in this 2 timeline situation, right? And that's why I think it was a failed mission from the start, because when you talk about 2 timelines, you're talking about putting proven with unproven and mixing them together. And the problem is with the unproven is all they want to do is prove themselves. But when you're talking about trying to get that to mix in with the people that have already proven themselves, it's hard to fold that in, because where's the space? Where's the space? Where are you going to create space for them to make mistakes, to prove themselves, to get over those mistakes, et cetera? And that's what you're seeing the young guys struggle with right now with the 2 timeline situation.
No, you're spot on here. Real quick before we let you go, Zena, and we appreciate you waking up with us. I know it's a quick turnaround for you. Is this team one move away from getting back into that upper echelon in the Western Conference? Do you believe a move has to be made? Because I just believe when you try to play 11 guys, that's just too many guys. Somebody's going to be on the short end of the stick, and I don't think you can find chemistry by playing all those guys. What do you think, Zena?
I do think they're one move away. I mean, let's also remember, they're only half a game behind the Lakers. They're 2 games, I think, behind Portland. No, the Suns, excuse me.
Suns, Phoenix,
Suns.
Yep.
So, yeah, exactly. So, and really just close to the play-in. They shouldn't be a play-in team. This should be a, locked in the top 6 spots, really. But I do think they're one move away. And what the move they need is they need another consistent scorer and difference maker.
Yep. Not a secondary scorer, but what's the word, Zena? Tertiary scorer.
Tertiary.
That Yale education, man. It is awesome. It is deep. Hey, Zena, honestly, thank you so much. You're doing a hell of a job. I know our viewers love it. Our roasters love you. You're doing an excellent job in your rookie season on NBC Sports Bay here. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Good stuff.
I appreciate you. Thanks, Joe. Thanks.
Sorry you got to work with him after I beat him up all day.
Yeah, it is painful. See, Zena, you saw me again how disheveled was I last night?
Hot. You were hot.
My guy's a psycho.
I am a psycho.
He's a psycho, but this is why we live for this. I have a newborn, and my wife, I'm already in big trouble because I was so pissed after that game I couldn't feed the baby.
You can't be transferring that energy while you're changing diapers. It's not okay. It's not okay.
Hey, even the little man was sour.
Yeah.
Trust me. Have a good one.
Zena, take care.
Guys.
All right, Zena Cater, man. She's so good, man. She's going to be a star, dude. She is so excellent, man. She loves the game. Very dope personality. Very good person to work with, man. And she knows the game inside and out. She played the game, and you heard her. It's hard to disagree with what she said. It's hard to disagree with what she said and what's going on with this basketball team. But it's so crazy that there are 4.5 behind the 6th spot, right? And I don't even want to play the standing games right now because it just doesn't seem appropriate, and I'm not going to do that.
They've cut it to single digits, and Roracle rises as 1.
Oh, man, could you imagine if Fitz was on the broadcast last night? Oh, my gosh. I was actually thinking about Bob Fitzgerald on the way home. I was like, what is Fitz thinking right now? Honestly, we should have probably called Fitz. Hey, Fitz, what's up?
This is what Fitz is thinking, what I was thinking. When it's 127, and there's 25 seconds to go on the game clock, with 23 seconds to go on the shot clock, you take the last shot in some form or fashion. They are getting it, if they get it, on a defensive rebound with less than a second to go in that game. It's inexcusable for a team with CP3, Klay Thompson, Saric, and Curry with Wiggins out there, not one young player on the floor in that final possession, to not get the last shot up.
Well, what they did is they turned the ball over with 4.1 seconds left. Jokic hits a 6-foot step back jumper.
A one-armed fling shot across the court.
Dude, Jokic hits a 6-foot step back jump. Jokic is so good. He is so good. I mean, he is.
He is.
Wow. I love watching him.
He gets so many weak ass calls.
But you know what,
He's
though?
Great.
But you know what, though? He's selling them. That's what the NBA today. He figured it out. He gamed the system. 26 seconds left. Hits the jumper to tie the game. And I'm like, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Wow. We just got a report from Shams Charania.
What?
Shams Charania. After sitting the final 18 minutes of the Nuggets' loss, Warriors forward Jonathan Kaminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr and no longer believes that Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential, sources say. This just broke right now.
What?
This just broke right now.
That is a word. Wow.
And Anthony Slater. Should we even get Slater on? Should we get Slater on?
While you're efforting Slater,
get BPA. Get BPA.
Yeah, I want to hear
BPA. BPA, get
Read
in
that
here.
again. Shams is saying what?
So Shams Charania right now.
Word for word.
Well, the headline here, Jonathan Kuminga has lost faith in coach Steve Kerr and doesn't believe he can reach his full potential under Steve Kerr. One source said Thursday night was a straw that broke the camel's back.
I have no ill feelings toward Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow.
I actually...
So then
he's actually an empathetic case in this one.
Moody and Kuminga in back-to-back days are coming in talking about they're not happy.
So your number 2 overall pick gone, playing in Detroit. Your number 7 overall pick now is lost faith in the coach, and internally has lost faith with people. And then Moody hasn't played for weeks on end.
So let me tell you something about the Portland game.
What a waste of drafts.
Before we get to BPA,
wow.
There's a little rumor I heard. Remember the Portland game I just cited when JK was out of the rotation?
Yeah.
A report like this I heard was going to come out after the Portland game about JK and his representatives. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but he's certainly not happy. He's certainly not happy at that point.
Well, how could he be?
And now, Jonathan Kaminga, again, before we get to BPA, after sitting the final 18 minutes of the Nuggets' loss, Warriors forward Jonathan Kaminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr and no longer believes that Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential, sources say. I swear to God, you cannot trade JK.
No.
Do not trade Jonathan
Here's
Kaminga.
what I say. Just watch the games. You tell me who's tried harder, JK or Wiggins this year.
Trade JK.
Who has traded?
Who's trade JK?
No, then they can't. No, they're not. They can't.
I mean, if it comes down to either or.
Wiggins, gone! Get Wiggins out of here. Wiggins looks like he doesn't care. What are we talking? JK or Wiggins? Wiggins, take a hike. I'm glad that you had a glass slipper for 5 minutes. Thank you for the title. I'm very appreciative. We squeezed the lemon for every drop, but you were always a lemon.
I want you to call Anthony Slater, see if you can do a freebie for 10 minutes.
Get him out of here.
Get Slater on here right now.
Get Wiggins out of here. Do not trade Kuminga.
See if Slater could do Tim 5 minutes at
Do
least.
not trade Kuminga.
Get Slater for 5 minutes. See if he can do a freebie. Call Slater ASAP. BPA, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Good news abound, huh? I mean, the problem is now with this Kaminga thing, you almost. I mean, not that they were planning on firing Kerr, but they certainly can't, right? Fire Kerr. Now it looks like Kuminga just pulled a Magic Johnson and circa 1982, right? So now it's like you almost have to trade Kuminga now, which is
you have to just make a move.
But the bottom line is it's demoralizing for any organization when the coach says it's a meritocracy, but it's not, right? When the less proven and the younger guys are outperforming the older guys, which is happening, right? TJD is just better than Looney. Pods is better than CP3 or Clay, in my opinion. JK is better than Wiggins. So, when it's not a meritocracy and a coach is honoring sort of prior achievement, sometimes, half a decade in the past, it's demoralizing, right? There should be one guy that has a resume that carries the day no matter what. That's Steph. And obviously Steph made mistakes last night, right? But otherwise, it's who plays the best plays, right? That's what it has to be. I mean, it field keep to Looney, who is basically done as a player. And you're putting Looney in 5-6 minutes left in the game as you're just absolutely giving the lead away. And you don't see it as Kerr or one of his assistants. That's my take. It's not good.
It's not good right now. Sacramento also announced that Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, Davion Mitchell available for trade.
So they're trying to beat us to the trade market.
I want to get Slater on. I guess Steiny and Guru are going to try to get Slater on. Do not trade Jonathan Kuminga. Please, Dunleavy, Lakeup, figure this out. You cannot trade this guy. You cannot trade all your Wiseman, Poole, now Kaminga? Come on, man. Come on.
Hey, thank God we played Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb last year, huh? I'm so glad we developed them for the Cavs.
This really sucks right now. This stinks. Adam and SF. I'm so pissed off right now. I can't believe what's going on with my favorite basketball team.
It's gotten late early.
Yeah, it has, Yogi Berra. It's gotten late very early. You screwed over Jonathan Kuminga. We saw it for the first day we went to Sacramento. The first 5 minutes.
I saw this coming last year.
Then I sit next to Mully and D-Wright, and they're like, D-Wright came to the studio the day of the draft. He goes, go get Jonathan Kuminga. He's the guy.
I know.
I sit there with Mully every game. This guy has special talent, dude. Special talent. And you saw it the last 14 games. You saw it last night, and he doesn't play the last 18 minutes. You screwed this kid over. No wonder he wants out. Now you got Moody. Now you got – this is a disaster.
The last time the Warriors franchise chose a coach over a player was Don Nelson over – thank you.
And you didn't make the playoffs for 13, 14 years.
Exactly.
This sucks, man. This really is a disaster right now. This is bad. Wow. Adam and SF. Wow.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I hadn't been able to call in for a while, and Shasky just wanted to congratulate you and your son. That's amazing.
Thank you.
Some positivity today. I'm so deflated after last night. I was all happy getting to the stadium last night. Got to see Bonte real quick for a quick five to say what's up. Happy New Year. Vibes are good. Warriors are kicking ass. It's looking great. But you guys mentioned earlier in the show that I am not going to discredit Steve Kerr for what he did when he first came. That's ludicrous. He obviously changed this team. But I am going to point to his coaching now and what we talked about a month ago and that statement that he said that the only way that we're going to win a championship is with the vets. And what did he do last night? He went back to the vets with an 18-point lead. It dissipated. And I couldn't. The whole fourth quarter, I'm watching the lead evaporate. I'm like, why is Kaminga not in the game? The man's 5 for 7. He had that last play he played. He had a 3-point play and got Jamal Murray to get his 4th foul of the game on an and one, and then he doesn't play the rest of the game. It's honestly like Steve Kerr, to shout out Willard. What are you doing? Like, literally, what are you? It's just like, are you too prideful? Are you really this in bed with the vets that you just have to let them play to figure? It's like we see it in front of our eyes every day. Pajemski is a player. Kaminga is a player. Trace Jackson Davis is a player. Like, I don't understand why you can't just incorporate Steph and Clay with those young guys, that you have to keep going to the old vets that are continuing to blow leads, turn the ball over. Like that was one of the worst regular season losses I've ever seen in my life last night.
And now you've depreciated the number 2 overall pick to where it was worth nothing, and you paid for a guy that is damaged goods in GP2. And I hate referring to a player like that, but let's call it what it is. The guy's been hurt more than he's been available for the Warriors, and it doesn't look good. Yeah, it doesn't. And it was an overpay to begin with, given his salary. And then you depreciated the 14th overall pick in Moses Moody. And he's got 0 value. He's a staple throw-in on any deal. And now Jonathan Kuminga, who's shown promise.
A lot of promise.
Got passed over. And I can't.
Well, here's Steve Kerr.
I just can't.
Here's Steve Kerr.
I can't believe what.
Hold on, let's get the sound here. We got 9 minutes shot. If we want to do an emergency crossover, because I would love to hear.
Yeah, get him in. Get him in here. Get Steiny and them in here.
Get
him in here.
Here's Steve Kerr on his decision to not put Kaminga back into the game. In the fourth quarter, the Warriors were up 18, and they blew that lead, and they scored 4 points in the last 6:51 of the basketball game. Here's Kerr on his decision not to put Kaminga in.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
Well, Jonathan Kuminga talked. Now, the reason why we're bringing it back up is because Shams Charania of The Athletic, along with Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider, they just reported after sitting the final 18 minutes of a Nuggets loss last night, Kuminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr, no longer believes that Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential. Now, last night, and Zena Cater just came on here. Zena Cater came on here and broke it down very well about Jonathan Kuminga. And she took away some of the quotes that I had to say takeaways from. Was like, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised I didn't play the last 18 minutes. It's just the culture here. And there's a lot there. There's a lot there.
Guru.
But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And so.
You can't trade this guy.
You can't trade this guy. And now Jared the Guru Johnson joins.
Trade Wiggins.
Emergency crossover.
Get Wiggins.
Emergency crossover.
Get Wiggins.
911. Ring the sirens at. Where's the fire trucks at? Guru. Get his mic up.
Okay, tell me.
You might be a bigger Kaminga fan than me and B.
No doubt, but I can't believe he's doing this. Last week we tried to sweep under the rug. This is not how you go about business. So Evan Giddings goes, it's either Kaminga or Wiggins now after this story.
Yeah, I
said, no, it's Kaminga or Kerr. That's how I'm reading the chessboard.
You know what?
Tell
you may
me,
be onto something.
How do you come back from saying I've lost trust in Joe Shasky? You can't, even if that's true, that's not how you handle it.
I'm just saying right now, who has competed harder the last 3 weeks? Wiggins or Kaminga?
Oh, there's no doubt. It's JK.
Okay.
How does he not play?
You're on the hook for 4 more years of Andrew Wiggins and $25 million a year.
Not only that, you're missing one of the most important parts of that contract. A player option in the final year for $30 million.
Yeah.
A player option.
And a guy who looks completely disinterested.
We were just talking about it.
And he's turned back into a pumpkin. He had the glass slipper, and now he's a pumpkin.
How do you think this is going to play in the locker room?
I've got the night off tonight.
Oh, you're not on!
But you know what? David Taylor just texted me, and I may have to throw the credential on just to pull up. I may just have to pull up.
Wait a minute. You're going to do like what you did to the Farhan presser? Start asking questions?
Well, I'm not going to risk my chicken.
Yeah, no, we don't want you to do that.
Really going to be there?
So you two have no problem with him saying, Kaminga, what he did last week, the OGs, I'm unstoppable, and then you follow up a week later with, I don't have trust in the coach. He must know or smell. He must smell something,
He does smell something. Dude, listen, he was out of the rotation last month against Portland.
Exactly.
And he saved the day. Saved the day. Now he's had 14 straight games where he scored at least 10 a game. His averages have been better across the board than Andrew Wiggins.
He hit Murray before he left.
Yeah, that was his last play. 3-point play.
18 minutes.
I'm watching it from the tunnel. You know how we watch in the lab, as you like to say. I think you saw that from me. I'm watching. I'm saying, wow, look at the pacing. That did hurt. I know I had to throw you a jab. The pacing. the hockey assists. I said, wow, look at this young man grow and grow and grow. Now, I didn't like last week's talking to, who did he talk to?
Oh, it was Marcus Thompson.
Marcus Thompson.
I couldn't
and then he came back in and had 6 turnovers in the first half against Miami. I said, that's not a good look, JK. But he bounced back after that. He just wants to play in Florida because he believes in himself.
Yeah, right. But there's a way, Joe Shasky, that's called rank. How you handle business. For him in his camp to do this, you must be like, I'm either okay being out of here or I need a new coach.
Guru, if that was
That's how I'm reading this.
Guru, if that was your son, you would have done this 2 years ago.
Oh, I used that to Steiny yesterday.
Oh, did you? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, like it's high school. Like why is Moody not getting in? What's he doing wrong?
And now here comes Matthew Stein.
No doubt, man.
With the biggest smile in the world on his face.
You say all you want about I can't believe he's doing this.
Yeah.
The vets are why they're in the position that they're in. Okay? If Andrew Wiggins was handling business, this wouldn't be a problem.
And I said, God bless Pajimski when he said we lost because of my energy. I wanted to hug him.
Yeah, but it's like it's not on you.
Black brothers with 300-400 is why you lost, son. I love you.
He was hustling. He should have got an and one on that transition play. But I mean, come on, dude. Like, what do you expect Kaminga to do? Hey, shut up and stay on the bench forever.
But there's a right way to do things, fellas.
Yeah, but last night was criminal.
Yeah,
it was criminal.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
I heard you guys emergency crossover.
No.
Emergency crossover.
Dude.
No. I'm happy because Lubman asked Goo to come in, and I was like, okay, go ahead, Goo. And then Higgins like, you should get in there too.
You should call for both. I was like, we called. We said emergency crossover. I need to believe it. You know, I'm down bad. I'm down bad when I need therapy from Steiny and Guru.
I'll be honest with you. I was like,
what you prescribed?
I was a little miffed because today I was going to start the show by saying, obviously the Warriors get beat in a heartbreaker last night. It got worse. Kaminga, it's being reported. But Goo, what do you think? And I was just going to let Goo stream of consciousness. Would have lasted about 3 minutes. He would have hit on like nine things. No, seriously. And then we have 9 things to start following up on. So I just was worried that I wanted him to come out guns blazing with me. Anyway.
I don't blame you. What are you feeling?
Well, what I'm feeling right now is a little different than last night, but about what?
Kaminga.
They're okay, it seems like. I don't want to speak for him like him saying
no,
this.
Because you know what, Steiny?
I understand his point of view.
Steiny covered.
This has been a year.
This is. I mean, he gave you crumbs about this after the Lakers series when he said, I'm going to showcase my talents, and if I don't have a major role, I'll want out. And you heard about it during the Sacramento series, and then I heard about it, like there were some rumors around the Portland game when he didn't play, he was out of the rotations. Like, you know what, if I'm out of the rotation, send me somewhere. Now, I didn't know if that rumor was true, but now I believe the rumor is very true.
Slater did not write that story last night.
No.
He had 90% of that thing done, and he's had it done for a while.
Now that's wow.
And he's waiting, and he was waiting to hit up 3 or 4 sources to say, we got a problem here, don't we? And them to say, yeah, we do.
Well, it's come down to Wiggins or Kaminga, correct?
I don't think they can play together.
Now, he thinks it's
Curry and Kaminga.
Why don't you believe they can play together?
You have an owner.
I wonder, because it feels like they haven't even tried to do it at times, but why do you think that's
I just don't. I love passers, and I don't think either of them is a great passer. I don't think either of them gets into the lane off the bounce and can kick. Neither rebounds great for their size. Defensively, they're both really good on the ball.
Yeah.
So when they play together, one's playing off the ball, so then that player slips defensively if he's playing.
How much onus is on the coaching staff to fix that, water that?
Well, to me, it's more you need pieces that fit together.
Right.
But what about this element? Let me throw this one at you guys. I don't think it is. It's Kaminga's got to go or else.
No, I don't either.
Because think of how many things they've weathered over the years with just Draymond. Just Draymond. Exactly. A 21-year-old who's disgruntled, they'll figure that out.
But never wanted to leave, Shasky. That was just him channeling his emotion. This is, Bonte, I'm telling the teacher I don't trust him.
Yeah, no.
You can't come back from that.
And it's back-to-back days where you had 2 of the youngsters who said, you know what, we want out. Moody's not happy with the DMPs.
How
His
bad do you
camp is
feel
talking
for him?
in back-to-back days. So they've had crises with Draymond Green, but they haven't had
Not
players
like
basically
this.
say, I want out of here. It hasn't happened until Jordan pulled a Kaminga.
Yeah.
But then Kevin Durant kind of hinted at it as well in his last year. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
What a gut wrench of a loss.
Don't lose tonight.
This.
Don't lose tonight to the
my God.
No, seriously, no, you're right.
No,
you're right.
Right.
You don't know. You know what? This can't happen tonight. It can't be a close game within the last 5 minutes. It cannot be a close
But
game.
now, Bonte, what are they dealing with
You know
behind?
what Detroit will do? They'll just go right to the block and go into Wiseman.
Yeah. So this is a crisis, right? This is a crisis.
It's been a crisis.
No, but these comments make it more for like the loss now
Draymond
is
Green punched Jordan Poole before the season started. That was a crisis.
right. But this is what does Joe Lacob do here? And this young buck want to? I have no trust in our leader.
But keep in mind, it's not like Joe Lacob woke up to this morning and said, "Uh-oh, Kaminga's upset."
Yeah.
They've known this.
All right. Well, he didn't know Bob wanted out. Joe Lacob, when he said that at the presser with Bob, we didn't know that.
You really think Bob?
I believe whatever comes out your pie.
I would say this one.
So do they all.
What I now believe is, without a doubt in my mind, this is Kerr's final year here.
Okay, and
no
maybe
matter
Kaminga's
what.
smelling that,
doesn't have a
Joe.
contract
He's
now. Thanks so much
smelling
for
This
that.
is the final nail in the
Steiny
coffin.
Glue coming
smelling
up
it.
in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You don't want to miss their show. You might as well start calling right now.
Love you guys. Glad you came in.
9570. Let's hurry up
Save
and get to
7
Fast
topics
Five.
for.
It's time for the
You know what? Quick final thought, and I'll speak for everybody. I'm so proud of you, Joe. You're a father now. It's so good to have you back. I love you, buddy. This week, the chemistry's real. The chemistry's real. The roasters are loving it. The crossover's great. Over 1,100 people watching the crossover right now. Numbers are booming here at 95.7 The Game. But my final thought is, Happy New Year to everybody. And it's so great to have Joe Shasky, the Butcher, back, man. I love you, buddy, and I'm proud of you. And you look so happy being a father.
Do not trade Kaminga! Do not trade Kaminga!
Do not trade him. Oh, my gosh. My heart's hurting right now. That's why I brought you by Xfinity. You thought I was depressed last hour. Oh, maybe just go get a fat breakfast somewhere and just cry into my omelet. I don't know. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
It's disgusting to watch.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. Warriors. They blow an 18-point lead with under 7 minutes to go last night. They lose to the Denver Nuggets, 130-127. Probably the worst loss of the year in terms of emotion. But it just got worse. It got worse. According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, Jonathan Kuminga not happy at all. He's lost all faith in Steve Kerr. And didn't play the last 18 minutes last night. Obviously wasn't in the last 6-7 minutes when the collapse occurred. That's where we're at. Anthony Slater, we will be getting on at 11 o'clock hour. We'll have Anthony Slater. He just broke the story, wrote the story that we got issues with Kaminga. What's up, guys?
Okay, let me tell you what's up. This knocked me off my chair, this news, because I think of George Michael when you say faith. When you open the Bible, the word faith is in there. That's a strong word. So for your young and upcoming star or whatever he's going to be, your future, who is benched, unrightfully so, in the last 18 minutes of a game where you blow a lead and you go to the media and say, not Curry, not Clay, not Draymond, a youngster, he is looking around and he's calling his shot and he must smell or see something with his head coach who he obviously does not agree with, and he called his shot. And I believe, like I told Evan, this is not a Wiggins versus Kaminga issue. This is a Kaminga versus Coach Kerr issue. And I'm wondering and looking at my phone and the internet down, Steiny and friends, what is the next move? Because I don't think you can come back from saying I lost faith in my boss or our leader.
Well, he didn't say it.
What do you mean he didn't say it?
Kaminga did not say that.
His camp, it was just reported.
It's reported that according to Kaminga's camp, he's unhappy with Kerr. Jonathan Kuminga didn't say, I can't stand Kerr. I just want to get it right. I just want to get it right. Now, obviously, Kaminga's camp has sent a message. That's a fact. I just want to make sure it's like Kaminga didn't demand a trade in public last night or anything like that. So Kaminga's miserable. He's not happy.
And he said something last week, right, where you were out. Okay. Remember, he said, I'm unstoppable. So, when he takes me out the game and messes with my mind. So I believe this to be true.
Yeah, I do too.
And I think something's going on with Coach Kerr, who I love and is a made man. Well, he's not a made man because his contract situation doesn't make him a made man. But I give him his propers. I digress. Steiny, how do you play a basketball game where Jonathan Kuminga was effective and justified blowing an 18-point lead and he does not play for the last 18 minutes? That is coaching negligence. People want answers. And then you could say, you know what, Goo, they thought they had it. Okay, well, when the league got to 9 and Aaron Gordon, not Jokic, couldn't be stopped, wouldn't you think about it from a defensive standpoint? Maybe I put my young stud in the game. Maybe he can get fouled. Maybe he can make it difficult on Gordon. But to just coach a game and leave Kaminga like a bump on a pickle, this is redundant, and this is what has me scared. Curry, you're not off the hook. You hurt my heart, my friend, last night. I don't know what you were doing. There was an open CP3 right next to you. Then I can say, why was CP3 in the game? But I won't. Steiny, this thing is a mess. And when your young pit bull, Jonathan Kaminga, allegedly his camp is saying he's lost faith in the coach, Exhibit A is last night. This one is the worst loss in a long time for me. I'm okay, though.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors blow an 18-point lead to the defending champion Nuggets last night. Jokic banks in a 40-footer. Today we wake up, and I'll just read you Anthony Slater's lead to his story. Anthony Slater, the story just dropped on The Athletic. We're going to have Anthony Slater of The Athletic on in the 11 o'clock hour. After sitting for the final 18 minutes of Thursday night's loss to the Nuggets, Jonathan Kuminga has lost faith in Coach Steve Kerr, and the 2021 lottery pick no longer believes Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential. Sources close to Kuminga tell The Athletic another layer of turbulence in the season.
Wow.
Can I?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm listening, partner. Payday Friday.
Okay, cool. Like, oh, how can we move? What happened? Now, what do you think? Warriors didn't know this? Think Steve Kerr doesn't know Kuminga's annoyed, pissed, despondent? I mean, like, this is not news to the Warriors. They have known, this has been percolating for probably over a year.
But like with any good family, Steiny, when we had issues going on, my mom and dad would say, don't let this leave this house. So maybe you're correct, but it looks worse when now we're thinking, did Kaminga say this or not? And just last week, what we know he said to the Athletics Marcus Thompson is the coach is messing with his mojo.
So he said it last week. So that's why it's not
But
new.
Kerr came out with Willard and Dibbs, and like a politician, he said his truth. You know what? It's okay. I like that. But Coach Kerr, if you're listening, do you like this? Because this, to me, is not good for business. This tells me a locker room cannot. I've been part of a team. I'm part of a team now. This is not good for anybody when you keep talking to the masses and you're feeding something. And right when the Lakers series was over last year, Kaminga said he needed to know his role. I'm like, boy, the audacity. Young fella, slow down. So this is not good for the Warriors, and they're worried and losing basketball games that they should have won. That would have been a great win, and now I don't know what to think, but Steiny, I think Jonathan Kuminga looks at Coach Kerr like, we can't coexist.
He looks at him the same way today that he's looked at him a week ago and a month ago and 6 months ago.
Okay.
The only thing that happened is
the public.
Anthony Slater wrote a story about it. Any Warrior fan who's been around knows that Kuminga's not happy. Like, come on now. Like, come on, people. Of course. Okay, now Anthony Slater's put it into print. Okay, but we've known he's been unhappy. But we know there's a push-pull.
But nothing like last night to me has ever happened. Even the Portland game where he came in and I went off. Steiny, talk to the basketball heads, Evan Spadoni and I, about how you could coach a basketball game last night and watch that lead evaporate and not once think, Jonathan Kaminga, get up and go in the game. And you know what, Kerr? It's not just you. There's not one assistant on that staff that says, hey, coach, let me holler at you. Let me holler at you real quick. We got a guy named JK. He's had an okay game. And I'm not telling Warrior fans that they would have won the game. But to sell me on he was not an option to go back in the game, that is an incredible problem. And if I'm Kaminga, I want answers.
I'm going to tell you something. I'll try to explain what I think happened.
Okay.
But I'm not going to do it if, like, you think I'm supporting Kerr or I'm disagreeing with you or that I'm picking a fight.
Come on, Steiny, let's talk.
So Kuminga starts the second half and he plays his 6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
Then he goes to the bench.
Scored on Gordon.
Would you please listen? He plays his normal 6 minutes, then he goes to the bench like he always does at the end of the third quarter, or like it sets up often. Okay, so now he doesn't start the fourth quarter. What does that mean? That means he's got a chance to finish the game. Talking about Kuminga. The reason he's got a chance to finish the game is because Kerr doesn't like to leave a guy like Kuminga to play the whole fourth quarter. So clearly, he's going to play Kuminga, take him out at the end of the third, and put him back in at some point. The issue is they got up 18 with 6:51 to go. So up until that point, there's nothing to see here. Now, I will never fight anybody on, well, Steiny, could you put him in when it got to 14? Yeah. How about 10? Yes. How about 6? Sure. I get all that. But the reason he wasn't in the game up until the 6.5 minute mark was because I think in a closer game, he would have played. But I think that once it got to 18, Kerr's like, you know what, maybe these guys can. And Malone was close to pulling the plug. All that having been said, there's also another thing at the bottom of all this. Steve Kerr does not believe Andrew Wiggins and Kaminga can play together, period, especially late in the game. So if he's liking even a little bit what Wiggins is giving him, Kaminga's going to get hosed. If you think Kaminga not playing last night was a huge injustice, I'm not arguing with you at all on that. I'm just trying to tell you what I think happened. That's it.
Gotcha.
And here's the other thing. Before this crap with Kuminga broke this morning about him not being happy, which we all knew. I actually think when we talk about the game, let's just talk about the game real quick, Goo.
Okay. Yeah.
You good?
I'm here. Yeah. Yeah, I got all yours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bonte was looking for something.
Okay. Just want to make sure. So let's just talk about the game.
Yeah. It hurts.
Yeah, and I was listening, and Kaminga didn't play, and Moody with the DNP, and we're talking about, Chris Paul. You lost that game. Steph Curry lost that game. I hate to do this.
No, go ahead, man. Let me be quiet.
But that game, if one just pick apart that game, your superstar didn't get it done. He was 0 for 5 in the last 7 minutes. He committed an egregious turnover, a terrible
They only
decision.
had 8 as a team.
Yeah. But I'm just saying.
No,
I mean, I get it. Kaminga should have played, and Kerr's rotations. And this is what I hate to say, but
I'm feeling you on
sorry.
that. Yeah.
3 years ago, the Warriors win that game, and Curry gets it done.
But he did have 30.
He was great. But this is where I do think, listen, if LeBron had that last 5 minutes, I think he'd take some heat.
All right.
And Steph Curry, he wants their star beat our star.
Okay.
Last night.
Well, tell me this and Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. If you're sitting with Steph Curry, who I think is a top 5 player right now, how has this team blown 22-point lead to the Clippers? They've blown a 24-point lead to the Kings. They blew an 18-point lead on the road to OKC. And then last night, I'm asking you, Matt Steinmetz, how are you sitting with one of the lethal closers in the game and Steph Curry?
Is he?
So, okay, wow.
I mean, really. I mean, I'm not saying he's not a great player, but
would that be? Are you calling me a fool to be like, why are you posing that question?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to get into whether
crazy.
Steph Curry is clutch or not. What's your?
How are you sitting with Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry, and you got 4 blown leads of 18 or more points?
I'll just tell you.
How does that happen?
See, I actually don't think it's a huge deal. This is what I think. I think NBA games are long. An 18-point lead now ain't what it used to be. I saw this team early when they went 6-2, and then they started losing, and I was like, you know what? This team, I said it. This team's going to have some trouble sustaining anything. What do you mean, Steiny? Well, it just, they're an older team. They just are. And so my feeling on this team right now,
tell me, please,
was this. They're going to have trouble sustaining 48 great minutes. They're going to have trouble sustaining a 3 or 4 really good stretch of basketball. It's going to be hard for them to sustain a really good month of basketball. Then it's going to be hard for them to sustain 2 or 3 months of basketball because of their age and if guys get in and out and what's going on with you. And that's the way I've looked at this season. The 18-point leads are a function of the core is getting older and they're not getting it done like they used to. The young kid, the blown leads mean that you're not playing quality basketball for long enough. To me, that's age, fatigue, and maybe quickness, athleticism, and a bunch of other stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what, for me, Stoney, it doesn't take the pain away. And that was going to be a classic, great, the best win of the season. And to again, watch it go down to 9-point lead, 7-point lead, and just forget about Jonathan Kaminga is just, I don't know. I'm sitting here right now, and we talked about it yesterday. February 8th is the trading deadline. I now believe Moses Moody, Jonathan Kaminga, it would shock me, Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul. There are everybody not named Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Something could happen. And I am about the feeling in the locker room, and they got a game against lowly Detroit tonight who are young. But, Stoney, I don't like the stench that's coming out the Golden State Warrior locker room, and I'm telling you, this is a mess. And if Kaminga, he's been feeling this way, that's a problem. And this story was not out before his 18-minute streak of not playing, but it's not me. It's not me trying to be Bobby Knight. or Hubie Brown. It's the eye test. How could Jonathan Kuminga just be forgotten over the last 18 minutes of a ball game? And it may cost, I'm not advocating for this, it may cost Coach Kerr his job, because how is Joe Lacob thinking about his team and his future in the building last night watching this? You're right about guys getting tired. Yeah, but when you're up 18, you should be able to close that. You should be able to close that, Matthew. So this was
They're not good enough
punch.
anymore to close it, Goo. Don't you get it? This is Steph Curry. Somebody on the text line, Jesse. Curry's always had turnovers like this, right?
It's 2016 the finals.
Right. And
Behind
guess
the
what?
back pass.
He's not good enough to overcome it anymore, and they're not good enough to overcome it. This is the definition of margin for error getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. If Steph Curry can make one shot last night, they end up winning the game. If anybody can make a shot, I'm just happening to focus on Curry. One shot, and they win that game.
They went cold.
Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Man, Happy New Year's, y'all.
All right, man.
I think it was a complete team. I think it was a complete team meltdown. I don't think you can blame
Always
one
is.
person. It was the entire team.
Always is.
And let me tell you,
Yes, sir.
You're right about Curry needing to hit a shot there. Clay needed to hit a shot. One of the old veterans needed to come through. Having Kaminga on the bench is criminal. I mean, Wiggins wasn't even there hardly last year, taking all that time off. I don't know what the loyalty is. Wiggins has turned into a complete, he's just there collecting a check. I don't know what's going on with him, man. He's turned into a pumpkin last year. He's been a pumpkin. You know what I'm saying? Also, I got to say that, Kerr when you start having a meltdown like that, man, call a timeout, man. Instead of letting the play to play on, call a timeout, foul somebody, do something to stop the bleeding. You know what I mean? When a surgeon is operating, you get your hemorrhage, they got to change up what they're doing. We were hemorrhaging last night, man. And Jokic want to come out and say, "Oh, I knew the ball was going in." He didn't call a bank shot. He just threw it up, man. I don't even want to hear what he's talking about. That's just ridiculous. But you got, Kaminga got a right to be pissed off. You know what I mean?
Man.
Hey, man, you're a professional. You got to suck it up. But Kerr definitely should be watching his turnovers. It's been a problem with him his whole career, doing dumb turnovers at times. And you can't really, Curry. And I'm just like, you can't blame Curry for that, but I'm just like, it was a complete team nightmare meltdown, man. Somebody needs to come out there and foul. You know what I'm saying? Someone needs to step up and at least do something to go to the rack, draw a foul. It was just, I don't even know what they were trying to do, man. It was very, very frustrating to watch. But you know what? I mean, they were up 18 with 6 minutes to go. That's where you got to take the game from.
6 minutes to go.
A long time in a game.
Up 18.
Six.
Man.
Thanks for the call. 6:51.
Come on, guys. Let's finish it.
It's a long time in an NBA game. That's one of the things that
Peyton Manning.
Long way to go in an NBA
6
game.
minutes and you got the chef.
What does that mean?
The closer. You got Kerr. I'll tell you what. No, I'm being real. I'm married. And the divorce rate in the United States is over 50%. There are some words spouses can say to the other spouse that you can't come back from. And if you tell somebody I lost faith in this, it's over. Something's going to happen. You cannot pop off or allegedly say you lost faith in your head coach. And we just
happens all
we'll
the
see
time.
You tomorrow. We'll go over film. No, something has to happen.
What?
And I'm looking at the
What?
chessboard. Coach Kerr's contract list right now. That has to mean something. Or Kaminga's going to be up out of here so he can go be somewhere, be all he can be. But you know what I'm sick and tired of? And it's Payday Friday. I really am. I need a Bloody Mary. I would rather lose 119 to 106 and say, you know what? We lost because Wiggins, my two most athletic wings, they cancel each other out, but I can't find a way to play them at the same time. Well, guess what? I'm going to play them at the same time, and if we lose, we lose. Because we're losing without playing them at the same time.
That's so dumb,
It's
dude.
not dumb.
That's
Dumb is
dumb.
blowing an 18-point lead and leaving one of your best players on the bench. That's D-U-M-B.
If the coach doesn't think two guys can play together.
Well, maybe he's got it wrong, Matthew. Maybe the coach is the problem. Have you ever thought of that?
I don't think Wiggins and Kuminga can play together
Well,
either.
make it work is what I'm asking you. Maybe another coach can.
See, that's a roster issue to me. They don't fit. They can't play
You think
together.
Lacob thinks they can't fit? I wonder what the coach...
I don't give a rat's ass what Lacob thinks. You'd ask me what I think. Neither can pass. Both both rebound poorly for their size. Both have... Steve Kerr used this word. They're redundant. Their strengths are each other's strengths. Their weaknesses are each other's weaknesses, so that when they play on the floor together, they tend to mute each other with their strengths together not coming to the fore, and their weaknesses get exaggerated. 50-50, $4.99, Chris Sabo, Super Chat. Yeah, it's 50-50 between Kerr and Curry. Oh, my God, that last turnover reminded me of that turnover behind the back to Klay Thompson, Game 7. That was Sabo, not me. I didn't bring that up.
No, $4.99. Steiny, I couldn't believe he attempted to throw it over there.
Why? Because he's done it his whole career.
No, I was shocked that he couldn't get busy with his shot. I was shocked that was aborted. Like, that's what I was waiting on, and then it was ha-ha. I got to throw it over there. Interception, PI, as we call it in the Union. Huh? Steiny, that one hurt.
I'm sorry.
They were playing 44 points in the third quarter.
Oh, boy.
Dude, I just hate your calm.
Because they just played the defending champions. I didn't think they were going to win. It turned out to be like
a great night.
It turned out to be an unbelievable heartbreaker. It sometimes happens in the end. Like, I'm not being a jerk. This ain't an act.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be a bad loss. Well, I mean, obviously the loss was a crusher. And I'm thinking, oh boy, tomorrow's show is going to be fire because this is what riles people up. The Kaminga thing, I'm sorry, is...
Well, now, when you say thing, forget the 18 minutes, I'm more worried about the possible comment.
I'm not...
You think they know?
Of course they know.
Kerr just came on and took a bullet from Kaminga.
So you're sitting here in a radio studio in San Francisco saying, I think Mike Dunleavy just woke up today and found out Kaminga's frustrated. Come on, Goo.
When it goes public is when it's toxic. And now Anthony Slater
the whole team knew it. The whole organization already knew it.
No, you're right, but now we know it. You're telling me that's good for business, Steiny?
Of course it's not.
That's what Kerr was talking about.
Nothing has been good for business for a year and a half.
I'll give you
it's just another thing that has not been good for business. I don't think it's cataclysmic that it's come out that Kuminga's unhappy.
And let me tell you what now.
7 times a year, some crap like this.
When Kerr gave his Game 7 speech, Curry, before the Sacramento Game 7, and you're going to be all welcome to the party, Goo. He wasn't just talking to Jordan Poole. It's confirmed now he was talking to Kaminga, and he's been talking to Kaminga. But the volume around this team, this is a story now. You go on any TV show. Like, now it's out. They knew, but it's out.
We knew.
The neighbors know Mom and Dad are not on good terms. A divorce could be coming, and that's what makes me uncomfortable.
I can't sit in this studio and pretend like we didn't know there's been friction brewing between Kaminga. What do you mean speculated? What about what Kerr said about the youngsters the season after the championship? We can't. This thing didn't just break. Oh, Kaminga's unhappy today. He was happy yesterday. Come on, man. It's been boiling. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. The latest is the Warriors got beat last night. Crushing loss. Nuggets come back from 18 down to win the game on a Jokic banker. Wake up this morning, Anthony Slater of The Athletic says that according to guys around Kaminga's lost faith in Kerr. Doesn't think he can develop properly here. Everything we had been talking about for a long time. Anthony Slater of The Athletic is going to join us in the 11 o'clock hour. He put sources to it. 888-957-9570. I don't want to limit the discussion to the game or to Kaminga or to anything. So I'll just open up the phone lines and we will talk Warrior basketball. It's a football Friday, though, also, because we got a big playoff game coming up next week. It's a football Friday, though. brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. You could start, maybe, by not watching the Warriors. I'm kidding.
if I were Kamudi, oh no.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Stout, the Guru Johnson with you, 95.7 The Game. And we got a lot going on, and I'm going to reset right now as to what we're talking about. The Golden State Warriors, they lose last night, 130-127. Jokic banks in a half-court shot. Warriors lose an 18-point lead. They were up 123-105 with 6:51 left. They ended up losing the game. It was a game in which Jonathan Kuminga did not play the last 18 minutes of the game. And this morning, Anthony Slater of The Athletic has a story saying that Jonathan Kuminga has lost faith in coach Steve Kerr. That's according to sources around Kuminga. I'll just read you the lead. After sitting the final 18 minutes last night, Jonathan Kuminga's lost faith in Steve Kerr. And the lottery pick no longer believes Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential. That's according to Slater and people around Kaminga. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that the Warriors lost a heartbreaker. And apparently what we've all kind of sensed is true, and that's Kaminga isn't happy. One last thing, Goo.
Okay.
Steve Kerr was asked about his decision to not play Kuminga in the last 18 minutes. Here's what Steve Kerr said, and then we'll get to the discussion.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
Let's just stop there. He was playing great. F everything after that, coach. Just don't forget about him. That's all we're asking. You gave up 25 points in the last 6 minutes as a team, as a defense. So forget offense. You didn't think one time? And what's the old adage in sports? Be ready. You don't need to work up a lather to get put back in the game, coach. I'm mystified that nobody on the coaching staff even got in his ear or thought maybe we should run him back out there.
Maybe that tells you something about the whole coaching staff, not just Kerr. Maybe. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start getting some listeners involved here. Let's start with Dave in Oregon. Dave in Oregon. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Dave.
Oh, boy. Let's go to Al. Al's in San Francisco. Hey, Al, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny and Guru? Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Talk to us, man.
Hey, man, I just want to ask Steiny something, man, because you said you kind of knew that Denver was going to win this game, man. I think that, you should be, backing the Warriors up regardless of not doubting them in their games, man. Seemed like Guru was more of a Warrior fan than you, Steiny.
Oh, big time.
Let me get back to Kaminga, man. Yeah, Steve Kerr, man, he's the issue and the problem.
Okay.
Kaminga should have been in. I mean, there's no such thing as sitting on. He's been sitting a while. Curry sits on the bench. Curry didn't come into the fourth quarter, almost towards that time. So what's the deal on Kaminga? He's sitting a while, but he's still hot. He's still motivated. He should have put him in within that 6 minutes. So what if they're up 18 points? But to protect that 18 points, you need the youngster to play that defense. Gordon got off, and Kaminga if he would have been on Gordon, at least he would have stopped Gordon for those few points. Another thing, I blame that last shot on that last 3 seconds or 6 seconds, whatever, on Curry. JP3 was right there. He could have passed it to him and let him shoot it. If he missed it, it would have went in overtime. But no, he had to throw a lob pass all the way across, 50 feet across, and then Murray intercepted it. That's not a professional, a pass, man. We have 6 seconds left. Drive the ball and try to get to the hoop, get a foul. If you miss it, it goes into overtime. But that's what killed the game, and that's what killed a lot of these overtime games. The Warriors could have won it because Curry takes those last shots thinking he'll make it, don't make it, and he threw a pass the last time. We lost the game by, 3 points. This got to stop. It's all on Kerr.
It's got to stop. Thanks, Al. Thanks, Al. Well, it's all on Kerr, but then Al says that's an unprofessional pass.
Steiny, he's right, though, Al. It was one of those, if we miss, it's overtime. But let me tell you what's not on the chessboard. A loss. And Denver getting the ball with a chance to win the game. Curry, CP3 was right next to you, dog. That's what hurts. I was like, oh, my God. And there's time on the clock. And I'm like, no, nothing to see here. And then a 39-footer that I won't forget.
See, when we get into the Kerr discussion, and people, he should have played Kaminga, and Steiny, you don't kill him for that. Like, the problem I have,
right?
If you say, Steiny, what about Kerr? Oh, you love Kerr? No, I'll tell you what I thought was a joke.
I'm trying to guess.
Sorry to say it, but this is why I look at the game. Why was the ball in the hands of your high turnover guy and not in the hands of the guy who doesn't turn the ball over? Why did Curry have it? Why didn't Chris Paul have it?
Damn.
Chris Paul will probably get you a better shot at the end of a game than Steph Curry.
That's
I said
fair as
it.
hell, man.
I mean, that's what I have a problem with.
Damn. I'm not mad at that at all.
I mean,
Curry alluded to that.
This is what I'm talking. Can Curry make a play? Of course he can make a play. We've seen him make plays all the time, but it's harder. It's harder. It's hard for him. It's harder for him to make a play now than in the past. That's the thing where that's what I would ask Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
You can be as mad as hell about Kuminga. I get it, but I'm not agreeing with Kerr. He should have gotten in there at some point.
Right.
There's no doubt he made a mistake. But I see what his thought process was and how he got caught in a box and then how he just doubled down on it all, and it didn't work. It's like a team that goes for it on a 4th and 3 rather than takes the field goal and it doesn't work.
Right.
And you say, well, at least I kind of see what he was thinking. It was wrong, but that's the way I look at that.
You could call me a one-trick pony, people out there, but I'm telling you what I really care about is if you want to find a positive, call us, because they played Denver 3 times, resulted in 3 losses, but the games, especially last night, were all close. If that gets you off or you're trying to find a silver lining, but Matthew Steinmetz, you cannot tell me in a season that was supposed to be about connectivity that these Jonathan Kaminga comments, did he make them? I know he made some last week when I was in here with Dumas to follow up and this story break. And Draymond Green, his whereabouts, there is a dark cloud over the Golden State Warriors again, and Jordan Poole is nowhere to be found. And I'm telling you, as hurt as I am on this Friday, I'm more hurt now that I think guys inside that locker room are all on different pages. And that's what makes me sad about moving forward. And the fact that there's an outside looking in after 34 games, and you got Detroit tonight, and I don't know what the morale is like. How many minutes is Kaminga going to play tonight, Steiny?
I'm sorry?
How many minutes is Kaminga going to play tonight?
Well, see, and that's the problem. That's the crap that losing teams worry about. Sorry, it is. Playing time. Oh, by the way, here's I'm going to do this. Yeah. I'm going to do this just because I'm not. I see you're falling apart at the seams. Right. I'm just telling you.
Wow.
They lost a gut punch to the defending champions.
But they shouldn't have.
But they did.
Okay.
And it's the NBA.
But it's getting redundant. You had OKC up. Those are good teams.
You're not as good.
You
as
had
you
Sacramento.
You're not as good as you used to be.
But Steiny, I hear you.
You can't finish, Goo.
Okay, good.
They're finishing play. Steph Curry's not the finish.
Okay.
Guru, what do you want? Steph Curry and the Warriors, as a group, they're not able to finish like they used to. They're not as good as they used to be.
I want to hug you.
No, you don't.
But listen, are you telling me to expect 6 minutes of fall off?
Saying it happens.
Like all they needed was 6 minutes to close it.
Yeah,
so
it happens to some
are you
bad
telling
teams.
us to condition ourselves for even if you're up 22 with 6 minutes, this team can blow it?
Yes, because it's the NBA, first of all. It's the NBA, first of all. They blew a big lead last night. It happens occasionally, infrequently. And it's going to happen to them.
But it's happened 4 times with this team.
That's right.
Season.
It's like you ask for explanations. I try to give them to you. I don't know. But they're never going to be enough. They're not. They're not good enough to sustain really good play for 48 minutes. Yeah. You know, back in his day, Steph would play 37 minutes at an A-plus level. Boom. Now he's playing 33 minutes at a B-plus level. Well, he's still one of the greatest players, but guess what? He's not what he used to be. That's why they're going to lose a few more games. That's why he's going to miss some more shots. That's why they may lose bigger leads than they have in the past. As for, should we take something out of playing Denver, 3 times? Oh, I don't know. I mean,
you played the Clippers
when the Golden State Warriors were the champions, and there'd be a pesky little team that would give them a little trouble over the year, we didn't really give a rat's ass or think that team was good. So what I would tell you about the 3 games against Denver is they toy with the Warriors a little bit.
All right. I'll say this, and I know we got full phone lines. Again, I don't want to be redundant, but I just can't shake this. Coach Kerr, you said when Jonathan Kuminga came out the game with his normal time, at that juncture in 19 minutes, he had 5 of 7. He had missed 2 field goals. He had went to the line 7 times, free throw line, earned that, made 6 of them, got 4 assists, and can I interest you with 4 rebounds? Okay, I look at Wiggins, 5 of 10 from the field, only 3 rebounds, no assists. So I guess I just want to rip my mic out on the notion that because Wiggins so-called had it going, that Jonathan Kaminga has to be an ice cube on the bench. And I just wonder if there's other coaches that maybe Mike Brown, I'm just naming them, that might be able to get over or make Kaminga and Wiggins coexist. Because if you're going to ride this to the end, to the wheels fall off, Kerr, that they can't coexist, you got problems. So 7 free throw attempts in 19 minutes from Kaminga, 5 of 7 from the field, play make for others, 4 assists. How can you not think of him at all?
Because you were up 18. You didn't up until 6:51. Yeah. I understand why he didn't think of Kuminga at all. I understand. You were up 18 points.
Yeah.
You were up 18 points. You'd gotten up. Kuminga left the game. It was a 1-point game. 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It was an 18-point game. So I don't care that he didn't play those 12 minutes. But I can't not give you that. What about when the lead got to 13?
That's 9.
But again, I'm sorry, Curry makes 1 shot. We're not even talking about it. We're not talking about it.
That was a bad
one guy. This is one, and the reason the game's like last night hurt is because it's one of those games where if one guy makes 1 play differently in the last 4 minutes, they win. Yeah. Klay Thompson makes 1 shot. Curry makes 1 shot.
41% from deep as a team.
Look at their offensive numbers. And they got beat.
42%.
Shot 55%, I think, from the field, didn't they?
Yep.
What'd they shoot?
54.4%.
54.4 and 42% they lost. I mean, again, defensively. Let's go to Reginald in Texas. Hey, Reginald, how are you? Reginald.
I'm doing okay.
Hey, buddy.
First of all, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. You, my man. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, what I want to do, I want to take the emotion out of this whole conversation.
Okay. I'm going to be quiet.
Just dealing with logic. Yeah. Okay. Just want to deal with logic for a second. I've been saying this for the last 3.5 years. Regardless how great of a jump shooting team that you are, there are going to be games where you're not going to hit shots from the perimeter, and you're going to have certain defensive schemes because styles make fights. And if you look at the game in the fourth quarter, what Denver was doing, they was forcing the ball out of Steph's hand. They were double teamed even that last play. They trapped him. When you have other players on the team, especially like Wiggins, who's been inconsistent all year, he had no business being on the court. Why was Looney on the court? That's all coaching decision, which was to me was asinine. When it comes down to this, it is imperative that you have some type of inside presence at the 5 position who can score. Because you got Jokic back there basically playing the Ed Reed position, playing free safety and not guarding anyone because there's no threat in the post. If you had a halfway decent post player or somebody in the middle that was a threat to score, all that transpired last night wouldn't even have happened because they'd have been so worried about what the Warriors were going to do on the inside. That means that there's free reign on the perimeter. Now, last thing quick, because I know you have other callers. The difference between Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy is not going to sit on his hands and not do anything.
Wow.
That's the big difference.
How do you know that?
What you're seeing right now?
Yes.
How do you know that, Reginald?
Please believe me. Please believe me.
Okay,
I'm with you, Reg.
Reginald.
It's going to happen.
I'm with you.
I'm going to take your word for it, but how do you know?
He feels it.
How do I know?
Yeah, how do you know?
Because as the team is currently constructed right now, look, Kaminga's. This is not the first time Kaminga's come out and said something.
Nope.
Remember, before during the offseason, he was complaining along with his agent about the playing time.
Yeah.
Since Wiggins got that contract and that extension, he has never been the same player. He's lackadaisical. There's no effort. So lastly, Wiggins is going to be gone. They're going to have to get rid of Kuminga, and I believe Moses Moody will be traded.
Hey, I did want to ask Reginald.
Yeah, no,
he's
free Moody. I'm going to do that, and I think he's gone.
Okay, so Reginald, like I brought this up yesterday. I'm just curious because when I asked if this mattered. So Mike Dunleavy, remember him as a player?
I think he hung up.
Yes.
Oh, okay. He always let the game come to him. He never tried to do too much. He was considered very passive. He was a team guy. Well, I'm thinking he may be very patient as a GM. I don't know because we don't know, but that's just what crossed my mind. All right, I don't need a response because I'm not right or wrong.
Yeah,
thanks, Reggie.
Happen, Steiny.
What's that?
So I'm more convinced now something's going to happen, and it could be Kaminga, it could be Kerr. Something is about to go down in Warriorland.
Time frame, please.
February 8th.
Oh,
something before February. And the Draymond whole thing. Dude, this team's got a litany of it's Jenny Jones. What's the TV talk show girl back in the day? Jenny. Italian, what was her name?
Wendy Williams.
No, not her. What's my other girl's name?
Nobody else mattered.
Well, anyway, she had a talk show.
Who?
Jenny. I can't remember her name. Come on, but anyway.
Alyssa Milano?
No, it's Jenny something.
She's Italian. Look at Spallone perk up over there.
Dude, I'm just telling you,
actually,
man.
Jenny Jones?
I want to say
Jenny McCarthy?
No, what was her name? She's a little fluffy.
Just explain her to me one more time.
I want to say Hispanic.
She's an Italian.
And she came on midday.
Judge Judy.
She had a talk show like Oprah.
Andrea Millian.
Channel 5. What was her name? Jenny. She got famous, had a good 4 or 5 year run.
Come on, text line.
Jenny Craig. I'm looking it up right now.
Ricky Lake, not Jenny. Ricky Lake.
Ricky Lake.
Remember Ricky Lake?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
But I'm just saying, there was drama. This is all drama. What's good in Warriorland right now? I'm asking. I need it. There's nothing.
Tell you what.
This is all Ricky Lake.
I say get rid. I think you're right. I think I get rid of Kerr and Atkinson, and I go hire Jerry Springer and Ricky Lake.
Well, Jerry's not with us now.
Oh, he's not? Hey, do you know he was the mayor of Cincinnati?
No, I don't like that. Just like Schwarzenegger. You're an actor. Stay in your lane.
Before.
How did you go get governor?
A politician.
He was a mayor, then he became...
Clint Eastwood, Mayor Carmel.
Yeah, but
I didn't like that either.
Carmel, that's more like Carmel's about as big as a thimble. Like, Cincinnati's a big city.
Not much to worry about.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's a little to drop ice
Tough
cream
job,
on the sidewalk.
Clint.
Right.
Tough job, Clint.
Hey,
let's get... Shut up, Fitz.
We need to get him on.
Oh, my gosh, I would have been loving that game last night with Fitz. Let's go to T in the South Bay. Hey, T. What's up, buddy?
How you doing? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just think that we should all take a step back and kind of understand what we're talking about here. I think the Kaminga discussion is far less consequential than we're giving it credit for. I think the real issue is that we don't have a legitimate second option.
Wow.
So what's going to happen is we're going to be discussing things like Kaminga, Moody, and who comes off the bench and who should be in the game, when really we need that second option to put the Kamingas of the world in their proper position on the team. He's still a fourth option fifth option type guy, and just wasting the time discussing it. I mean, I love him to death. I think he's going to be great. I think he's on his way. But Steph Curry's still the best basketball player in the world. We just don't have a second option to support that.
Okay, he's not.
And let me ask you this, caller, before you hang up, Stein. Let me ask him this.
Steph's not the best player in the world anymore. He might have been at some point.
Well, he's one of them. Like
that's fine.
Okay,
but he's not the best.
Okay, but his point is he still got something.
Tiny, let me say this.
Yes.
When you have a group of guys like the Giannis's, the Lukas, the Jokic's, and the Stephs, if I'm a Warrior fan, I'm going with Steph. But I'm not going to sit here and act like the rest of those guys aren't equally as right. You know, they all have the right to be the best.
I got you.
All right, caller, before you hang up. Listen, I've come at Coach Kerr hard because you're talking about something we've all are saying in Warrior Land, a second best player. But what if your coach was that guy? Because he made and read the game that night. He read the chessboard so swell that he put somebody in like a Moody, didn't forget about a Kaminga. What about those moves to where that guy, the coach who has an impact on the game, that could be your second best player? Because I feel like the Warriors, that's what's killing them, is Kerr's losing his feel of who to put in.
I think it's horse and carriage. I think that the feel issue is that he has to play these pieces when they're not supposed to be played. Let's remember that we used to be the team down 18, and then we look across and we come back and win. We're not in that. We're not in this conversation. We're not looking at Denver. We're not up 18 and losing a lead if we have a solidified second option. So there's always going to be little mistakes made with people that aren't supposed to even be in that position to begin with.
Wow.
Thanks, T. Appreciate the call. T, I'm with you on the part about, you know, the Kuminga is not happy being. I don't think it's overly consequential either.
And Curry,
I don't think it's that big a deal to tell you the truth.
Your best player made the worst turnover ever.
Well,
like he's saying you needed
the one
a
in
second.
The finals was.
No, I'm talking about last night.
Oh,
that was going to be a great win.
How so?
It was the defending champs. Right. You played them tough all season. You beat Orlando.
You got to play a whole game, Goo.
You would beat.
They're not good enough to play that game anymore.
I bet that Kaminga news that joint doesn't come out.
What joint?
Slater's article.
Okay, then
I bet that thing's on ice.
Yeah, then it comes out after they lose to the Pistons tonight. Or the Raptors on Sunday.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying, man.
All right, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Warriors blowing an 18-point lead last night and losing at the buzzer to the Denver Nuggets. Then we're talking about a report from Anthony Slater in The Athletic. Jonathan Kaminga, disgruntled, no more faith in Steve Kerr, unhappy. We'll have the author of that story, Anthony Slater, on sometime in the 11 o'clock hour, which is coming right up. But the Golden State Warriors right now, you know what? They're in disarray. But then again, they've been in disarray for a year and a half now, guys. A year and a half, let's be honest.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Jokic lines up at midcourt. Murray trying to get a running start. Cannot. Jokic in the backcourt catches, dribbles on Looney. Jokic from the chase center side. Banked it in at the buzzer, and Denver wins the game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Coming up, we're hoping at about 11:30. 11:30, we're shooting for Anthony Slater, Athletic. He wrote a story that dropped this morning. Jonathan Kaminga is not happy. According to those around Kaminga, he's lost faith in Steve Kerr, doesn't think he can develop under Kerr. The story stops short of saying he wants out, but basically reporting what kind of thought was going on. A little friction, tension between the two. And last night, after not playing in the final 18 minutes.
That's a long time. Not the final 6. 18, Steiny.
He's a third-year player. Guru is incensed today.
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you.
I am.
If the boss said I could go home, I would leave.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
No, seriously,
no, yes,
Evan, I would leave. I couldn't. I'm telling you.
Why would you leave?
I don't have answers. Like this 4 hours of just searching.
You just don't want to listen to the answer. That's really what it is.
Steiny, you weren't saying crapola when this team was scoring 44 in the third. They're showing us they're not dump trucks. They had Sacramento down 22. They had OKC at OKC down 18. Why are they continuously blowing leads? It's not about they don't have the talent. That's the Warriors we expected. And now you got dudes chirping that they don't got faith in the coach. One dude's going to parties, not the facility. And then your best player, why did he read the chessboard of throwing it across court?
Because he's done it his entire career.
Oh, no.
And he ignored it because he usually made enough shots that you won the game.
Time's running out.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm disagreeing with everything you're saying. 34 games in,
bud. Like, this ain't
okay, so what?
6 and 7.
Okay. We're 34 games in.
And now you got guys squawking. You got the Ricky Lake stuff going on.
This is
the Ricky Lake.
Guru. Stuff's been going on for a year and a half. There's not any more going on.
It stayed in. David West has stayed in.
Did the punch stay in, Goo?
Well,
you know what? I'm going to do it again. I'm so sick of this sometimes.
You got me there.
Sometimes I got to say things and really drill them home. Don't you get it? The same thing is happening this year. Last year, 44 and 38. It was the run back season. Yeah. Let's keep it together. Let's give them another crack at it. Okay, what happens? You had all kinds of issues and agendas. Draymond Green, he punches Jordan Poole. It messes up the season. This year, we still have an issue with Draymond Green. He's messing up the season. He's suspended. He's been suspended. Well, last year, we had an issue with a lame duck general manager. Why isn't Bob Myers under contract for the following year? I don't know, but that's weird. This year, we have a coach who's a lame duck, a 4-time champion coach. Why? That's really weird. It's really weird for a team that's very successful. What happened last year? Andrew Wiggins, he went AWOL. He left the team for 10 weeks, and nobody really knew why. Fast forward to this year. Andrew Wiggins is AWOL, only he is here in the present, but his game is gone. What else do we have? Klay Thompson, last year, mental gymnastics the first month or two of the season, found some stuff in the middle of the season, couldn't make a shot at the end of the season. There's been a continuation of Klay Thompson's inconsistency. Yeah. And now I'll throw in number 5. Last year, what was a theme of last year? What was a bit? Hey, how much are you going to play the young? Why is Anthony Lamb and who's the other guy?
Ty Jerome. Playing over Kaminga.
Why are they playing over Kaminga? Fast forward to the following year. Why is Kaminga not playing? What more do you all need to see, and for how much longer before you say, yeah, you know what? This isn't really good. There are red flags galore.
Oh, listen.
Don't forget the Looney drop-off.
Okay. Chris A. just said it, and I'm going to ask for Chris A. and the fans. Matthew Steinmetz, nobody's disagreeing with your ass. Everything you're saying spot on, but it's like what the boss asked us, and I asked you yesterday. What are the answers? What would you do right now today?
I told you what I'd do, but they're not going to do that. I told you I would have never re-signed Draymond Green. What would I do now? I would try to move Draymond Green, and if we could move him for any type of expiring contract, I'd probably do it. I would let Clay walk. I would let Chris Paul walk. At the end of the season, I might even try to make Wiggins, you can't. You're going to have Curry. Yes, I would try to start clearing space.
Wow.
That's what I would do. But hey, no, we got a title to win this year when Draymond comes.
So there's nothing. I'm asking you because I don't have the answers. Is there anything Warrior fans can take from last night when the Warriors were up and you saw that fourth quarter? Is there anything like?
Yeah, Podziemski's.
Kaminga? We didn't even mention him. Kaminga. Oh my God.
But again, before look, I like Podziemski. I like Kaminga. Moody. Okay, I'm not as crazy. But again, I can't stand. Oh, we got Podziemski. Did you notice a player on the floor last night? You notice a guy named Peyton Watson?
19 points.
Yeah. He's 22.
He was balling.
Peyton Watson's better than any of the Warrior young players. He's better. He might not be better, but he's good. And so's Brown, who wasn't great.
But the James Wiseman miss is not. The Niners got a reprieve, and they got a blessing when Brock Purdy was able to save the debacle that was Trey Lance. And right now, the Golden State Warriors don't have that affordability, Steiny. You are so right. Pods, they're playing great, but you're right, man. And I'm going to just say this. Forget Halloween. I mean, this has all the antidotes and ingredients of getting more scary down the road as you talk about the future and life after Steph.
Yeah, for me, it's been...
That's what's scary,
For me, it's been scary for a year and a half. I mean, there's just been so many times over the last year and a half where I'm like, I just think they're in trouble. And I still think they're in trouble, and I think they're in more trouble now than they were a year ago or a year and a half ago because of trying to sustain this thing too long when I think it was a little unrealistic. I understand why you did it. Let's go to Tom. Oh, Tommy in Sonoma.
Sonoma.
Yeah. Hey, Tommy, you got any country club memberships up there? Belong to Sonoma Country Club, any chance?
No, I don't. I know what you're wanting to do. You want to play some golf, man.
I played there one time, and it was, woo! It's a great course. Great course.
That game disgusted me, guys, to no end. I mean, the worst loss I've ever seen the Warriors play. Kaminga looks lost, lonely, isolated, just downright. His body language says everything. I think they're going to trade him. Kaminga, I don't get it. I lay the loss at Kerr's feet on this one. There's nobody to blame but him. He makes those decisions. What I hated was his comments. I thought, don't think, man, you're there. Use your eyes. See what you're seeing.
Oh, man.
At 650, we were 18 points ahead. At 320, we were 5 points ahead. And we didn't bring any offense. None of those guys on that thing could hit anything for 6 minutes. And I seen the same game. He didn't bring anybody in. He tells us, oh, I sat him too long. He's 21 damn years old, man.
Right.
Bring the guy in, please. I mean, the game is I'm just so disgusted with all of this right now. I mean, I wanted to hit the TV last night. I mean,
don't do that.
18 points. And let me just say this.
Okay.
I want you guys to know this. Fourth quarter, we can't score in the fourth quarter this year at all. We can't. It's our worst quarter. And last year was the same problem. But it's worse this year. It's worse.
Man.
We're not going anywhere, guys. If we don't make some and I think they're going to trade Kuminga and Moody.
Wow.
I really do. Thanks, and I'm going to tell you, this is my last thing I want to say.
Sure.
I feel Kerr has something personal towards Kaminga, man. This is way beyond professionalism. I just feel it's personal, and that's not professional at all.
That's
one more thing.
Okay.
Heard that last pass lost the game.
No doubt about it.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, I love him pointing out Jonathan Kaminga's age. It wasn't like Chris Paul.
Why does this guy on the TV always remind me of Kanye?
That's Tim Hardaway, Senior.
No, it's not.
He looks just like him.
I think he looks more like Kanye.
Yeah, he don't look nothing like Kanye.
This is radio.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You think there's something like we got Slater coming on
at 11:30? Thank you.
I'm going down the street of. You could sell me now in a boardroom at the chalkboard. If you want to say something could be personal, I wouldn't. Steve Kerr is not that type of guy with Kaminga, but how do you get forgotten for 18 minutes? I wonder if that was a penalty for him talking the way he's been talking. I won't get you now on Willard and Dibbs. I'll get you later. I'll get you where it really hurts. I don't know. But the more I'm watching this team, and for Jonathan Kuminga to allegedly let his camp know these things and it gets out, he said it, Stoney. It's just like when a wife or a brother of a player says something, you know where it came from. Something's going on here, and the dam is about to break. They can't coexist, and I'm talking about Kuminga or
Steve
Kerr.
Kerr's a legend in this game.
What's his contract status?
Jonathan Kuminga's a snot-nosed youngster.
Explain Kerr in this contract thing.
You. This is light years, I thought. But we got a light years franchise.
What's Lake? He was in the house.
What's Lacob thinking? It's his fault, too. It's mostly his fault.
My fault.
To leave Kaminga on the bench for 18 minutes ain't his fault.
To put this team together. This isn't a champ. You know what? The most unfair thing you could do is say a team's a championship team when it's not a championship team. And this ain't a championship team. And that ain't because Steve Kerr's not coaching well. They're not good enough to win a title. Come on, people.
1-1-22. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah.
1 year removed.
Right. They were 27-7 the year they won it. They're 500 since then. Last 2 years, 500 team.
So, did you watch that fourth quarter and think at one point, I know you're going to say, NBA,
Evan,
it's a game of run.
Evan, enter the chat, please. Thank you so much. I love you, Evan.
What did I miss?
I'm begging you to tell Daryl the Guru Johnson the truth.
Steiny texted me around the time. So I had a game last night, so I didn't get home until literally like the 6:30 mark of the fourth quarter. Wow. So I only saw live. I went back and watched the rest.
So you saw no Kaminga.
Yeah, and right about that time, Steiny texted me and just said, "Don't let Denver win this game."
Are you kidding me?
No, I knew it wasn't over.
I'm selling. I was
damn
doing
NBA.
I was like,
and the Warriors can bog down offensively, and sometimes they can't stop anybody.
I added the Detroit win tonight, so it was 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
man. 888-957-9570. Talking about the Warriors. Talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Report out from Anthony Slater in The Athletic. Kuminga does not believe Steve Kerr will allow him to reach his potential as a player. And Kuminga said the coach has lost faith in him. That's according to Kuminga's camp. Anthony Slater joining us in 15 minutes to talk about the story that he authored. Warriors also lost 130-127 last night to the Nuggets.
Only 8 turnovers for the Warriors.
Yeah.
42% from deep.
Yeah.
55% from the field.
Great stats, huh?
Up 18 with 6 minutes left.
Yay! Couldn't close it out. Heavy legs for an older team.
I wonder
what
Dre's thinking.
That is a huge who gives a rat's behind.
Somebody text me that.
Let's go to Joe in San Francisco. Hey, Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand?
Joe.
Jimi Hendrix.
We got you.
So I'm playing chess here.
Ricky Lake. I had a crush on Ricky Lake too.
Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah. She was in John Waters movies, actually. There you go.
He's a Hairspray.
Correct.
Yeah.
Along with Divine.
Wow, I never knew.
That's right. That's a good movie. So anyway, last night I'm listening to the game, the fourth quarter, and I'm stoked for the Warriors. I drive, so I watch basketball highlights every night when I get home from work. I watch all the highlights.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to the game, and 20. And I think, how can they let this league go? How is this impossible?
Well,
it's impossible. And I'm looking at look around. The team has no chemistry.
No.
I mean, I've been watching the Clippers. James Harden, I gave up on him.
Man,
he's awesome.
So did I.
He's throwing. The Clippers look incredible.
Yeah.
I don't like
Good
the Clippers.
stretch. Yeah, they're having a good
watch the
stretch.
Clippers. It's entertaining.
Oh no.
Paul George, when they're hitting everyone's hitting threes.
Oh yeah.
They're high fiving each other. Russell Westbrook is.
Well, maybe you can go get Paul George and Kawhi Leonard for Kaminga, because everybody thinks Kaminga's Kawhi Leonard or Paul George. Maybe get both those guys for him.
I just don't see that kind of team chemistry. Like the players, they just go home to their mansions and they, eat at restaurants. What do they do for practice?
Pods just has a studio
at practice.
What do they
do
Joe.
for practice?
I'm gonna try to answer some of those. Pods is in a 1-bedroom.
Yeah, he told us right close to the facility.
Actually, is he?
Yeah, remember he told us he's right by
I
Chase.
wasn't listening to him.
You insulted him.
I didn't like his demeanor.
You insulted. Couldn't get in the Army with that haircut.
Nope.
Evan and I looked at each other like,
such a conversationalist.
Ray Donovan on line 1. We got to fix this.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I don't know that.
He was the fixer. He had a show.
I know the show. So
you messed us up with him. So we had to. I said, hey, my son, little Daryl. I was like, but that little punk guy, he could have said it, but he's like, yeah, I saw D. Anyway, Steiny, I'm down, man.
Well, you don't have to be. You want me to cheer you up? I'm gonna cheer you up right now.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
He's balling.
I'm going to cheer you up. So, yes, it was a tough comeback loss. And we can talk about that, but here's the bottom line, Goo. And we should be able to understand this, having seen a dynasty. Don't think too much about it. Don't tie yourself up in knots. One team is a defending NBA champion. The other is a 500 team. One thing you see in the NBA more frequently than you think is a superior team coasting, then saying, let's turn it on, and being able to beat an inferior team. The Warriors ain't the Nuggets, period.
But you got Steph Curry.
So what? One guy never beats a team.
Kenny Smith
ever.
last night.
Ask Michael Jordan how that worked out.
I was watching TNT.
Teammates.
Did you hear Kenny say
and your best
thinks
player,
the Warriors are not he's leaning more toward they're not contenders.
Why would they be contenders? Contenders?
You got Steph. I'm riding that till the wheels fall off.
And again, when you said this before, as long as you have Steph, you're a contender. No, you're not. You're not a contender. You need way more than that.
Man.
You need more than that. Let's go to Steve in Palo Alto. Hey.
No homicides in East Palo Alto last year. Good job. Yeah, what's up, baby?
Chance.
Yeah, none. Zero.
No way.
Yeah, check it.
No, I need a stat.
What's up, baby? That get you some dollars.
No.
Zero.
No gunplay in East Palo Alto in 2023?
Zero homicide.
Okay, you know what? Evan, get the police chief on the phone right now. I want to interview him.
Right.
You find that stat.
Hire for the town.
Find that
Confirmed
stat.
by multiple outlets. Cron 4, NBC Bay Area. Yeah.
Dude, no.
Get a spokesman.
EPA used to be tough, boy.
What, they turn it into a military state down there? What's going on?
I want to move there, man.
Congratulations. That's
EPA,
awesome.
that is.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah,
sorry about that, Steve. Nice. Good knowledge, Goo.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's
up? Okay.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Yeah, I wanted to talk about how I think it's totally a flawed coaching execution, 100%. And it's also tied to the culture. The culture, they talk about the DNA winning championship, but it's also a lot about arrogance. And at some point, arrogance takes over, and you start making plays that are bigger than you. Steph's play last night, 3 seconds left, that was arrogance. He had CP3 right next to him.
Oh, man.
That was a smart play. That was all. They have a history of going for these globetrotter shots. And I want to get back to that coaching aspect. You start making these globetrotter shots and you keep making these turnovers, you coach that out. You start getting arrogant and you think you're a better player than the opponent. You're reaching and you're fouling. What do? You coach them out. So it's just a lack of vision, lack of execution, lack of discipline on the coaching. That's what I see, number one. And let's talk a little bit for 1 second on solutions. Trade Draymond to the Milwaukee Bucks. Dame would love to have him. Bring back Lopez. Figure out how to get Clay over to Toronto and bring back Siakam. Give him Moody. Figure that out. And the person I'd love to have him trade it for is Javonte Murray from
Atlanta.
From the Hawks. Because somebody was on the one of you two were saying they need a second scorer.
Yeah.
He's your man, and he plays defense.
Well,
Whatever you
that's
lose,
another interesting part about Murray.
I wouldn't be mad at
Thanks,
Murray.
Steve. Appreciate it.
I like his game.
Yeah, I knew you would.
No, but he's
knew
left a lot to be desired.
I knew you would.
But he's got some talent.
All right, what was the first trade?
Draymond to Milwaukee.
So the Milwaukee Bucks are 27-7.
Lopez is balling.
Okay. Here's the other thing.
They need defense, Donnie.
Well, then why would you get worse defensively?
Lopez led the league in blocks last year.
They would get worse defensively with Lopez as opposed to Draymond Green.
Wemby stuffed him last
I
night.
believe Draymond Green is a better defender than Lopez.
Spadoni.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so they would lose something defensively.
Yeah, they would. Yeah.
Well, shot block is only one aspect of defense.
Oh, I'm thinking about Milwaukee. I mean, Bucks get better.
So let me get this straight. How are we gonna get back into contention? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's get a couple players off those teams that are each 12-21. Let's go get a guy off a 12-20. DeJounte Murray ain't it. Trust me.
He ain't it.
No. I studied him and Trae Young together, and I'm happy to report it's failing. I'm happy to report that all systems are not go right
Hawks
now
are
in
10th
Atlanta.
seed right now.
What's the record?
14-19.
Yeah, 14-19.
They got some
Easy
talent.
Knocking on the Warriors' door.
They got well, they're in. Warriors
They got
are out.
talent?
Yeah.
Who has talent?
I like Capella.
They stink, dude.
What's the other big?
Easy on Fields.
Here we go.
No.
Okongwu.
And what's my guy from Sacramento? They
Bojan.
Yeah, I love him. Who else they got?
Bogdanovich.
Yeah, thank you. They got some players.
Warriors aren't getting over on Grant Liffman's Hawks, Stein.
Dude, the Grant. This is wow.
Front office is doing a hell of a job.
Jalen Johnson's all right.
Oh, yeah. They're 14-19. They're all great players.
But that's not one player's fault.
I tell you what. I'll tell you what. The Atlanta Hawks, they're going to be like the 49ers. They're going to send about 9 to the Pro Bowl.
No, that's
are you kidding me? I mean, you were just run down. They got 6 All-Stars on that team.
Oh, boy.
All right, 888-957-9570. Here's the bottom line today. Guru is
I'm hurt.
He's beside himself.
Yeah, I'm hurt.
He thinks everything's
all bad.
Going to hell.
Yeah.
I've known that forever. So I'm trying to help him out and downplay everything. So we'll be okay. We go get one tonight against Detroit. All right.
What will that mean?
Then we have a nail biter Sunday against Toronto. I'll be in the house. And the next thing you know, we're 18-18, and people will be saying Clay's back. Let me see. I got to go to break. Oh, Anthony Slater at some point on the other side. He wrote the story. Jonathan Kaminga is not happy. He's disgruntled. And it is a Football Friday also. We'll talk some Niners with Dibbs and Willard for sure. Brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Also, the segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, none.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal.
84-81 Denver. Warriors with the ball. Kuminga takes the pass, brings it up front court, drives on. Murray stops, goes up, got fouled, scores, and goes to the line.
Or just take it right to his chest.
That's going to be the fourth foul on Murray. That's a big play right there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Simon, the Guru Johnson with you. By the way, real quick, I do want to apologize to our Warrior fans on the YouTube chat.
What happened?
Seriously, like I was running late today, just grabbed a T-shirt. It happens to be Rocky, the mascot of the Denver Nuggets. I did not do it on purpose or to troll. Wow. He happens to be my favorite mascot.
Put it on the poll. Did he do it on accident?
I wasn't trolling. Let's get to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, covers the Golden State Warriors. You hear him here on 95.7 The Game, and this morning he dropped a story that said Jonathan Kaminga, sources around Jonathan Kaminga basically saying he's disgruntled and he doesn't believe in Steve Kerr, doesn't think he can develop to his potential under Steve Kerr. And Anthony, welcome. And I kind of feel like you put some, it became tangible what we've all kind of sensed over the last year or two.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this kind of dates back to the playoffs last year, right? I mean, if you remember, Wiggins left the team for a personal matter right before the All-Star break and did not play at all after the All-Star break. Jonathan Kaminga, I don't remember his exact minute totals the last couple months last year, but they were high, and he was good. And although last season is viewed as this, waste, they were actually, they climbed to the 6th seed. Remember that? They were pretty hot down the stretch, and a lot of that was Kuminga. And then Wiggins showed up for the playoffs, and Gary Payton came back from injury, and Kuminga faded from the rotation. And I think there was some confusion at that time of, after doing as well as he did, why he wasn't, trusted to be part of the playoff rotation as that season faded away. And then there was hope, I believe, coming into this year that he would grasp a bigger role. And obviously that's been up and down. Remember the Portland game where he's completely out of the rotation to start and then finishes the final 17. And then obviously last night's kind of the latest example.
Yeah, Anthony, I got so much I want to say to you. I got to slow down because I'm like a jukebox. I'll start here.
Go ahead.
Coach Kerr, to me, every coach is like a great chef. It's their job to know just how much ingredients of whatever spice they're using. They know just how much. And I've been frustrated from Coach Kerr this season because, why didn't Kaminga play? Wiggins was in. They can't play together. Why didn't Moody play? Pods was in. To me, I'm like, and Coach Kerr has all the accolades, slates, but at the end of the day, you got 48 minutes. But last night, after Kaminga took 7 trips to the free throw line, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, you watch an 18-point lead dwindle, and not one time did an assistant coach or Kerr think to put Kaminga in the game. Anthony, what if I told you I don't think Kerr and Kaminga's relationship can come back for where I believe it is now with what you reported from Kaminga's camp and what he said last week?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think there's a month till the trade deadline. I think there's a lot of question marks on the future of this team. A handful of players who I think we'll find out a lot more by the trade deadline, and we'll find out where this front office wants to take this thing. I think if Kuminga's playing steady, consistent minutes. I mean, he has started the last 11 straight games, but the other thing that I think is mixed in here. This is huge. This is an important financial moment in Jonathan Kaminga's life, really. Right? He's extension eligible this summer. This is when you usually find out if you do or don't get that next big contract. And I just think with everything going on, Steve Kerr mentioned it the other day, right? Remember when he was kind of hinting at personal agendas getting in the way, and then Klay Thompson did his press conference. So I think eyes were on him, but that wasn't just directed necessarily at one player, right? That was a locker room comment. And the one thing I will say about Steve Kerr is I do think the job this season is very challenging. The mix, the amount of players that should probably be in the rotation, but also the veterans that have earned it who aren't playing well. I mean, we've talked about it all year, but this is not an easy mix to coach, I would say.
Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our NBA insider. Let me ask you about like an issue within an issue, because I do think it's important, and it's Kaminga and Wiggins. And it feels to me like Steve Kerr just doesn't think they can play together. I don't either, to tell you the truth. I mean, of course they can play together, but I don't think it's a recipe for a really good team. If you don't think they can play together for 20 minutes, don't you have to move one of them?
Well, I'll get to the kind of the second point after, but the first, like, minus 66 in 131 minutes is the number. This is a team that relies on its analytics department, looks at lineup data and 2-man combos, 3-man combos, and makes decisions that way. And they see the same numbers that anybody can see if you look into it. But there's also a feeling internally that they have to find a way to get those two on the court together, because if you're going to defend in the playoffs, you need wings in the NBA, right? So it's, but there are. I believe Steve Kerr, like about a week ago, used the term redundant when he was talking about
exactly.
And so they're trying to find a mix maybe around them, a 3-player mix that might help. But to your point, I mean, it may come down to it where Mike Dunleavy has to choose one or the other, and that decision needs to be made before February 8th, basically.
Anthony, you're around this team you heard that, Steiny. You're around this team every day, and Steiny tells me, Goo, leave the youngsters alone. It starts with the big three or whatnot. And I say all that to say is I don't want to bash Steve Kerr. I don't want to make this about it, but are you okay with Moses Moody, who I'm not telling you is James Worthy, but are you at all shocked at where he's at in regard to these DMPs and him not just being able to make any contribution to this team? Because, Anthony, 30-some-odd games in, I am shocked at how small of a sample size Moody's got to make an imprint and impact on this team.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, generally I'd say he's done well with his minutes. I think we'd all kind of agree with that. But it's part of this, extreme depth mix that you think is a positive, but at times has been a negative. And Pajemski's rise, and I think we can all understand playing Brandon Pajemski plenty. He's been good. He's been helpful, in ways they need. He rebounds like crazy. He's, an extra ball handler, but it's also, if you're Moses Moody or Jonathan Kaminga, who the last couple of years have been told, that you're too young to help win right now. Well, now you're watching a 19-year-old rookie at times play ahead of you, particularly Moody, looking at Pajemski, for example. And these are just dynamics that are at play, obviously, at all times. But I've been a little surprised, but Moody, I mean, Kerr keeps referring to it as a numbers game, and I know that feels like an excuse, but I mean, that's just the reality. He's placed people ahead of him, and you can't really play 11 guys in an NBA rotation, and he's just decided Moody's 11.
Anthony Slater joining us on 95.7 The Game, our NBA insider. Let me ask you this, because there's always a tendency the Warriors lose a game like last night, and then we find out through your story at The Athletic that Kuminga's unhappy, and there's always a tendency among the fan base to think that everything just started right now. And I'm wondering, asking you, when you think about a Mike Dunleavy, we don't know anything about him as a GM. And we know a little bit about Laker, but where do you think those guys are right now in terms of assertiveness to make an aggressive move to try to get out of this?
I think that they are using the next month, next 3 weeks to really kind of assess which move needs to be made. I do think a move will be made. I'll say that. Like in past years, I felt going into the deadline that, there's a decent chance they just don't do anything. I'm not feeling that way this time around. I'm not feeling that, they think one loss to the Nuggets and, one report means, hey, before they tip off against Detroit tonight, something needs to go down. But I do think that, this is all swirling into the mix in their decision-making, which I do think, like I said, a decision is coming. And I also think the other thing that we haven't talked about, Draymond Green's nearing a return at some point, and that adds 30 more. That adds another high-minute guy into the mix that's going to take minutes away from others, particularly, Kaminga is probably part of that mix we're talking about. And I think they want to see the team with Draymond, too, before they make the big decision. But I guess to answer your question, I think it will be likely an aggressive deadline for them.
Do you think it'll be, real quick, do you think it'll be an aggressive move that will say, boy, they're taking one last crack at a championship, or, they may get worse from that move?
It's a good question. They keep saying they're still believing they can win this year. It needs to be to help this team this year, this core, this, Curry era. But I at least think it's fair at 16 and 18 with the way this is wobbling, with what is potentially even out there on the trade market, that you could take a step back and go, should you kind of try to reset and retool for later? Not a full rebuild, but like kind of a reset for next year and the season beyond. Because I don't know that there's this fix-all out there that gets you in true contention.
Anthony, I work with a wordsmith. You're a wordsmith, especially when you put them in print like you do. And I got to tell you, a lot's been happening with words around the Warrior camp. And to hear Kerr say about Draymond that you just mentioned, we needed time from him, he needed time for us. I told Steiny and the listeners, oh, my goodness, that doesn't sound imminent or close. And then Woj breaks a story yesterday that he thinks Dre is getting ready to come back. What are you hearing? And did those words from Kerr have you thinking, okay, we're further than closer than Draymond coming back?
Yeah, I mean, I had been a little surprised that, he hadn't been around, because early in the suspension process, they hinted that he would, maybe be around practice some when he could. But they just decided it was better to not have him in the mix. But it does sound like, his return to the facility is coming soon, and a lifting of his suspension is likely near. And that just honestly adds another layer into the mix of this season that, like, can you believe it's not even halfway through this NBA season right now with just everything that has happened with this team? Like, and they're so, like, if they just go on like a nice little streak, like they're right back in this mix, because I don't think the Western Conference is running away from them, but I don't know why you would believe they're going to also go on some tear either.
Right.
You sound like Steiny.
Hey, Anthony, thanks as always, man. Good story today in The Athletic, and we'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony Slater of The Athletic.
He sounds
Kaminga's
like you with a Steinyism. What would make you? That's what I did last year on the road. This is the one. Goo, they're 0 blah, blah, blah. This is the one. And
they ended up winning one or two of those.
They tricked that game off last night against the world champs.
Denver took it. The champs, baby. You got to knock the champs out. If there's one thing we learned about the Warriors dynasty, you can't play 42 minutes and beat a good team. And that's what the Warriors tried to do last night. They tried to play 42 minutes against the champion. And the champion put them in the thumper.
Yeah, because the coach and staff for the Warriors did the Nuggets a favor and sat one of their great players 18 minutes of the last 18 minutes of the game.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Well, I know today is mostly Warriors, but the San Francisco Giants have made an actual move, and it is a big one. According to Jeff Passan of ESPN, the San Francisco Giants and the Seattle Mariners are in an agreement on a trade that will send former Cy Young winner Robbie Ray to the Giants for outfielder Mitch Haniger and right-hander Anthony DeSclafani.
We'll take Robbie Ray.
Won the Cy Young 2 years ago.
Yeah, no doubt. And it didn't give up much. DeSclafani and Haniger, who couldn't remain healthy. Chalk went up for Farhan.
Oh, right. That's chalk one.
No, I'm just saying your pitching staff got better.
Follow-up from Jeff Passan. Robbie Ray is coming off Tommy John surgery and is owed $73 million over the last 3 years of his contract. Though he has an opt-out after the 2024 season. Farhan Zaidi, I don't think any other GM like him loves a player option there. So there you go. Coming off Tommy John.
Oh, man. Now, that part I didn't know, Evan. But, hey, maybe we'll see the 2 years ago,
right,
Robbie Ray.
On.
Man.
2 years ago, Robbie Ray would still be the 3.71.
Also, two first names. You can't trust that guy.
You need to go back 3 years for that Cy Young year. It's 2021.
DeSclafani era over.
No, it was 22.
2021's when he won the Cy Young.
For the Blue Jays?
Toronto, yeah.
There you go.
That's 3 years ago now. 2021, he was 13-7, won the Cy Young, 284, 12-12 following year, and then he was hurt last year.
Wikipedia.
No, I'm on Baseball Reference.
Go Giants.
Yeah.
You got to start. Hey,
Andre in the Creek. I don't even want to get to the Giants. I mean, they're worse than the Warriors. Hey, Andre, how you doing?
All right. right, man. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey, I was thinking like you, Guru. Like, how in the world can you have an entire coaching staff not at like the 10-point mark say, can we put Kaminga back in here, at least get a foul, at least stop the bleeding? And then I thought, well, what if they're just trying to up Wiggins' trade value? Have him in when they win a big game against Denver and maybe ship him off and get a good trade back, like send him to Toronto and get Maple Jordan or something. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Andre, I'm going to answer it this way, and thank you for the call. I'll give you a little lesson from Robert Steinmetz, my father, small-time high school basketball coach. When I would complain growing up in high school and college about coach not playing me, Dad, I should be playing more. Dad, coach doesn't like me. I need to play more. You know what my dad said?
What?
Son, you need to make yourself so valuable that the coach must play you. He must.
Right.
And I'm here to tell you that unfortunately, Jonathan Kuminga, over the course of 2.5 years, apparently, at least according to Steve Kerr, has made himself so valuable that he must play in crunch time.
Yeah, I don't want to make this into a Kaminga is God, and he makes no mistakes. But last night's game, which we're reacting to, Steiny, he did everything right. He was doing things. Only 1 turnover, 16 points. He was a +6. How do you watch a lead evaporate and not once think to get him back in the game? I don't think that's senseless fandom.
No, I don't either.
We've been kind of watching this, and we watch Moody save him, who's relegated to the bench, and Sack, the Portland game where Kaminga didn't play the first half and he saved you, and now he's being vocal with it. And again, Coach Kerr has a resume second to none. But I don't know where this thing is going, especially with this like too many. Like what more can be said? Is there another youngster going to come in and say something? But it is frustrating to think that a coach of Steve Kerr's ilk just decided to or forgot about Kaminga.
You know, I don't watch the Warriors games going in with a plan or anything, but I'll admit, you know, the last 6 minutes of the game,
right.
I guess at one point I was like it never really hit me that
he wasn't in.
Yeah. Like I just never view.
Was it because they were up 18?
Yes, I mean, right. When
what about 12, like he had mentioned, or when it got to 11 or 9, and there's a timeout?
That's for you to get mad at. Seriously, like I'm just telling you how it got to that. Like through 42 minutes of the game, Kaminga's playing time was not an issue at all. I get it. They had an 18-point lead. He got caught. He wanted to bring it in, and yeah, guess what? Too late. But that's what happened. Steve's in Fairfield. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You know, I could probably go on for an hour. We all could about Steph Curry, how great he is, and he is. I mean, a great shooter of all time, MVP, blah, blah, blah. Steph Curry also, throughout his career, has made at least 2 ill-advised passes. I'm talking weak, non-basketball passes a game his entire career. And we've got away with it because we have a larger area for error. We had more talent. We had a larger – it's not there anymore. And this has to stop. Now I'm talking about the pass that helped seal the collapse, which was the whip pass with, 10 seconds left or whatever, through the key that got stolen. The other one he's famous for is where he does that little hook over the top of his head that's stolen about 30% of the time. And I'm not talking about turnovers. Turnovers can happen with great defense. I'm talking about ill-advised, totally weak, non-point guard passes that he's gotten away with throughout his career, 2 or 3 a game. Now, let's go to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, rightfully so, will call out Draymond. Rightfully so. He'll say, Draymond, heart and soul of our team, but needs to control his emotions, blah, blah, blah. He'll call out Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson has to start forcing shots. He has a beautiful jump shot. He needs to let the game come to him. But when's the last time you heard him say, listen, Steph Curry's great, but we can't have these weak, non-basketball passes in the game. We don't have the margin for error anymore, and Steph cannot do that as a point guard. It's just unconscionable that he'll make these non-basketball, you know what I'm talking about, like the little hook shot that he does over the back of his head, Harlem Globetrotter style. I mean, someone's got to call him out, and Steve Kerr doesn't seem like he's man enough to do it.
Well, let me ask you this, caller. Curry he's basically the reason you're in the game. You're right, but he's 30. He went 34-6.
Right, but he's not as good as he used
But hold on,
to
let
be.
me just get, is that really where you want to start to call Steph Curry out?
Well, Gru, that's a good point. Like I said, he's great. He's everything to our team. But you call everybody else out. Can't you just say, Steph, listen, those 2 to 3 totally non-basketball passes, ill-advised passes where you're just doing Harlem Globetrotter, we got to clean that up. We can't have that this year. We can't cover it this year. And it's frustrating because if you watch the game, they're not a chest pass. They're not even a one-handed pass. They're not a bounce pass. They're just like, let me just fling the ball over my head kind of here. I'm just, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, Steve. Thank you. And you know what's funny is before Slater wrote the story on Kuminga being unhappy,
you said that bad boy was already done.
All that we had was Kuminga not playing the last 18 minutes of the game. And after the game and this morning, I keep thinking when I listen to, we're going to hear a lot about Kuminga, but this is before Slater's story, and I'm thinking, there's 7 things that happened tonight to me. Kuminga didn't play. Okay, noted. But the game was lost because your superstar went 0 for 5 in the last 6 minutes and then turned it over when you had a chance to win the game.
Damn.
He didn't lose the game for you.
I understand
Kerr,
what you're saying, man.
He didn't come through last night. No. He did not come through.
They didn't, too. But you're right.
So sometimes that's what it comes down to. They needed somebody to make a shot. Steph had the most of them. He didn't get it done. He'll probably get it done next time. But in the grand scheme of things, he's getting it done just a little teeny bit less and less.
And maybe if Kaminga was out there who had took 7 trips to the free throw line, Stoney, maybe he could have got fouled and got to the line and made it easier on the Warriors offense, because that was the other eyesore. Dude, they had 2 24 shot clock violations. Like, how does that happen? How are you sitting with Curry, Chris Paul, and Klay Thompson? What are we doing?
Wait, what?
Shot clock violations. That happened in the fourth quarter more than once for the Warriors. What are we doing?
That's what happens when you lose some athleticism. You can't beat your man individually as easily as you used to.
But there's a guy on the bench that can.
What?
There's a guy on the bench
do what?
that beat his man, Jonathan Kuminga.
You're part of the problem.
He went to the free throw line 7 times.
It's fine.
It's fine what?
He doesn't have
He can get to the basket, Steiny.
In a straight line.
You act like he's in a straight jacket
and
on
you
the
act
bench.
like he's actually like a superstar. And
no, he's a guy that can get to the free throw line, and he did it last night.
Okay, great. And
Let's put him in.
And last night he happened to make some. He doesn't make enough free throws to rely on.
I'm saying maybe he could have got more.
Maybe, and he might have missed. Maybe he might have gone 1 of 4. But I'm not arguing that Kuminga should have not played. But quit comparing him to like these difference makers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Now. Okay. Let me tell you what's going on. It's a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season.
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Priest. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Get back into the Warriors. But first, the difference maker of the week, Mooney Ward. Mooney Ward.
Pressure coming from the Niners. Howell delivers in to the other team. It's Tarvarius Ward. Another interception. One of the best in the business. And now wave it out on the return. They're going to say down by contact all the way back at the 5-yard line. Still, though, a 5th interception for Ward to lead the 49ers.
He's one of our 9 All-Pros. You know him as Mooney. Charvarius Ward is our difference maker of the week. That's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Make sure you get that spec to them. That was flawless.
Well, except for the fact that Mooney Ward's a Pro Bowler, not an All-Pro.
Oh, you hate
to see it.
I'll send it.
Oh, boy.
Hey, real funny is I saw the way you look at Goo, and I was like, something's not quite right.
Yeah.
Mooney.
Steiny, we got over 1,300 people on YouTube. That's how.
It's dropped now.
What is it now?
Down to like 1,000.
Well, still, just play with me. 13. Anyway.
We're coming back.
Just real quick about this Giant trade. I was like, you know what? Robbie Ray, the Tommy John, he probably won't pitch till after the All-Star break, but you gave up nothing. So you got something to look forward to. You gave up. DeSclafani was done, and Haniger was hurt when he was here. So if that's what you want to look forward to.
DeSclafani going to be done like Gosman was done?
Well, dude, that man. Your boy is a strikeout machine.
Gosman was good after he left, but they did make a great call on Rodon.
Well, your boy, did they?
Let's go to Brandon in San Francisco. Hey, Brandon, how you doing?
Hello?
Hey, Brandon, you're on. What's up, buddy? How are you?
This is Randy. Well, I was just saying that Kerr is losing his juice, man.
Yeah,
man. I think so because of the coaching staff. You know, they lost their coaching staff after the championship, but I mean, like they came in and I feel like they had an identity. I think they were mature and they were developed, and then all they had to do was teach them X's and O's. So, but I mean, like they did a good job, had a good run, but now that the coaching has left, they're making all these trades, and then they had to punch, and
yeah, I got you, Randy. I got you. Good stuff from Randy. Appreciate that.
But again, Steve Kerr didn't throw the ball away like Steph Curry did. And we talk about and praise Steph rightfully so. But Stoney, I ain't getting sick of it because he is
can't
what
criticize Steph without.
No, that was just bad.
Praising the hair off his head.
No, that was bad, man.
But
and CP3 was right next to him.
Why didn't CP3 have the ball?
Because you wonder why he's even on the court in that situation if he doesn't have the ball.
That's what I would ask Kerr.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. No doubt about it. And I'm sitting here, I'm going to be honest.
About Kaminga.
You heard of the word residue? If this thing is, they're going to beat Detroit by 30. I'm that guy. I don't know if they're going to beat Detroit. Like, it could be the Globetrotters tonight. I mean, the ramifications and fallout from a heartbreaking loss yesterday.
They played more close games than any other team, so why would it be a 30-point win? This team's
So it's a good thing they got a game tonight, right?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you would think to just get that, get that over with rather than have to sit 2 days with it.
No, I don't know.
Back-to-back, old players.
David in El Cerrito. Hi, David. How you doing?
Give us some solutions.
I'm trying to give you solutions for a year and a half.
He said
there are none now. Guess what? There are none now. Let's go, David. You and me. Let's hash this out.
I was thinking to myself the other day how painful it must be for Steiny to explain to Guru about a movie we've all seen so many times, and for Steiny to have to come back in and be like, "Hey, Guru, let me tell you what happened in this movie last night that we've all seen." And Guru's like, "No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened." He's like, "This is what happened. We all saw the movie, but I'm going to explain it to you again." All right.
Yeah.
That being said, how far back do you think the last title is setting this franchise? The other chip, because it seems like there's an expectation that can happen again, and that was an anomaly. Like anyone who's really logical can tell that was an anomaly. So it's a question of that chip sets you back how far? Because if you don't win that chip, what does the team look like today? Because if I owned a business and I built a brand new arena on the water in a city that people are telling me no one wants to move to anymore, and where sports fans only come to games when teams are doing really well, I would be the guy being like, I'm trading my best asset because Michael Jordan went to a different team and a lot of other stars go to different teams. So I'm kind of wondering, like, at what point you're like, yeah, we're not going to win again. We have a business to run here. We might have to just fire sale if we want to have any type of future.
No.
How do you fire sale with number 30 on your team? And again, it goes back, right or wrong, what do you owe Steph Curry? Because I believe that's what this is all about. And if you're going to tell me this is going to get ugly and dark, then we're talking about the guy that I think we know or I know is not that type that's going to say, Lacob, get me up out of here.
If you think you owe Steph Curry more than you owe the franchise and the fans, if you think you owe Steph more than you owe it to the team, then you're setting yourself back as we make moves. It's a team. It's not about one guy. No. It's just not. Sorry. Like, I mean, I'm sure there are people out there. Steph, you're the one who got us into this mess.
I was saying he built
this. We
this.
had to bring Draymond back because of you. We're making moves. We got rid of Jordan Poole and got Chris Paul for you, Steph Curry. Well, guess what? It's not working. I don't know. Like, Steph, you want to go meet Joe Lacob in Dunleavy for drinks and figure out the next move?
Like, I hope that's happening.
It's about the team. It's not about Steph. That's the problem. It's about getting this team back.
Yeah,
right.
And how you use the team. So the one guy's job is the coach.
But this is what's infuriating to me. You're telling me you want to play Kaminga left, right, and the other thing, but you think Steph Curry will have a problem if you get rid of the old guys. Well, it's like you want Kaminga to play right now. How do we know Steph's like, Kaminga's not very good? Like, what if Steph doesn't want to play with Kuminga?
And I would hope Steph would. I hear you. That could be on the board. I don't think it is. But what about Steph tired of Draymond's act and something's done by February 8th? I mean, that could be on the board. That could be an option. But, Steiny, those drinks and that conversation are continuous. I don't think you have a convo. Hey, Steph, we're going to do everything for you. Okay, it's not working, and then we don't revisit it. I think they should be talking right now, and maybe Draymond is a part of that. You know what? Y'all scratch my back. You signed Dre up, and he stabbed us in the back, or he let us down again. Okay, where are we at right now? But damn, the Warriors are not just losing every game by 30 points. They're blowing them. And if that's because they're old
act
or they're
as though the sky is falling like you did when they lost last night. If we're hanging in there and we're staying in games.
No, we're blowing games. Okay. That was our fourth 18-point lead or more game that we tricked off. If we close those games, what are we looking at now and how are we feeling?
How many teams have lost 18-point leads this year?
Not many, but Stephen Curry did address that specific question after the game last night. You guys want to hear?
Yeah.
Love it.
Each of them are for different reasons. Like the King-Sacramento game was a bunch of turnovers. This one was just one with subpar offense and defense for a sustained 5-minute stretch. The other games for different reasons. This is just the nature of the season right now. So I don't know. You don't want to be in a position where you're having to explain away bad losses, but that's who we are right now.
Wow.
That's what happens with that mediocre teams. Something different gets you beat every night. Or every time you lose, it's something different. It's not usually one thing.
16
Warriors have
18,
Warriors have a million things that get them beat. That's the problem. How about this? We're talking about Kuminga and the Curry turnover. Yeah. They gave up 130 points. Hello? Their defense stunk. Hello? They shot 55% from the floor, 42% from three-point range. They were even in the rebounding battle. They only committed 8 turnovers, and they lost.
Man.
We haven't even talked about defense.
They held Denver to 24 in the third.
Michael's in San Francisco. He says the dynasty is over, but it's okay. What's up, Michael? How are you, buddy? Michael, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Got you now, buddy. Yep.
Cool. So listen to you guys a lot. Never called before. Happy to do so. Look, everyone's talking about this stuff. What about Curry? What about Draymond? What about Wiggins? What about Clay? What about Kuminga? I mean, this is what it looks like when a dynasty ends. They always end. And they're never going to end pretty, They don't end with you winning another title. They end with you not winning. And I was just saying, like, we just had the best 10 years any fan could ever hope for. This is, but then it ends. I mean, it's Magic Johnson had a dynasty that ended. Michael Jordan had a dynasty that ended. I mean, this is where we are now. We're moving to the new thing.
But the new, hey, caller, I'm going to let you finish. You and Steiny are right. If that's what's going on, then the dynasty is death and it's on its deathbed, fine. But don't tell myself and Warrior fans not to be pissed off when you're up 18 at home with still an arguably top 5 player in Steph Curry, and you can't close that out, and one of your best players is forgotten about. The dynasty could be fading, but don't get mad at people and fans for being pissed off about a game that should have been brought home. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Go ahead, Mike.
We're finally going to win a game against a quality opponent on national TV. It was like, cool. And then it all fell apart. I get it. But that's what it looks like. That's what an end of a dynasty looks like, is instead of winning those games, you lose them. And we have to just be philosophical. You can be mad and you can say, oh, maybe if Kaminga had played, we'd have won. But that wouldn't change the fact that the dynasty's over. We're not winning a title this year. We win that game yesterday. We're not winning a title this year. I mean, we have to move on. Now, the only question is, how do you do that? I think Curry has to stay forever. He's our Kobe Bryant. He is the franchise. He brought us all this. He gets to do whatever he wants. And if he wants to stay, he stays. But maybe it's time to just move on from all the other old guys and just, build around Podzemski and Kaminga and Jackson Davis.
How about the coach?
Whoever you get.
I'm being serious. How about the coach? Where you at with Kerr? I was just asking, where's he at with Kerr?
Kerr's probably got to go. I mean, he doesn't have a new contract either.
Okay.
I feel exactly like I did about Myers. Myers didn't have a new contract, and then he left. Well, Kerr doesn't have one either. Maybe it's time for, shake his hand and say thanks.
Well, the funny thing is why would all the people complaining about Kaminga getting no playing time give a rat's behind about what's going to happen with Kerr? I mean, if you want Kuminga to play, and you don't want Kerr here.
Wow.
And, here's what Joe Steph Curry. Hey, Steph, we want you to be here forever, but you're not an idiot, and you know that you just don't win titles 18 straight years. So here's what we are going to try to turn this thing around as fast as possible. And we're going to do it by any means necessary.
Okay. Malcolm X.
Period. That's what you owe Steph Curry, to try to do it as quickly as possible. That at least lines up your priorities with Steph and with the franchise. If you're just going to do anything for Steph, okay, then you're going to screw the franchise down the road. If you at least say, we'll do whatever we can as quickly as we think we can, then you at least are still trying to do the right thing just more quickly because you're acknowledging Steph. Like, I think those are two big differences.
Michael Silberg on the First NorCal Credit Union kind of hit me, because I've gone out my way to commend Steve Kerr and said I'd probably do the same thing in regard to being loyal. But he says Kerr's job is to lead the team to wins, not stay loyal.
Yeah. D-Day Spring saying the dynasty is over is not a deep thought. The team plays well and builds leads. The coaching errors are evident in the blown leads. Fire Kerr. Okay. See, that's the issue. I think the dynasty's over. So I would do something different. But there are still people that believe this team can win a title.
Right. No doubt about it.
Okay, and if you're one of those, then don't make it.
There's only one NBA. No matter how it looks right now, Steiny, there's only one NBA season that's gone by, a season and a half. Nobody wins it halfway, which we're about to embark on. Can we say 2 seasons have gone by and you're not a factor? Like, I know right now it looks, oh my gosh, okay. You kidding me? Yeah, this don't look like a chip, but it's not over. And there could be some moves made February 8th. We'll see. Great. Maybe not. But there is only one full basketball season that's been completed since this team has won its last title.
You guys need to start figuring out a way to get enjoyment out of a season when your team doesn't win a title. That's what you guys need to start doing. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. You keep thinking about the Warriors, the championship team, you're going to be pissed off for the next 4 months. Anybody can see that. Come on.
I'm not doing this because of Spadoni.
Yep.
Would you rather be the Lakers or the Warriors?
Lakers. Right, the Lakers. Why would I want to be the Warriors?
You got Steph.
For what? 2 more years? You know what the Lakers have? They have a history and a track record of signing big free agents.
I take the question
They've done it
now.
for decades
I wasn't
and
talking about that
decades
part,
and decades and
back.
decades.
Yeah, I take it back. That part of it, no doubt about it.
You don't want to get me into that conversation. Don't get me into the conversation of who the hell's coming here after Curry retires.
Right now, Mike Dunleavy's at the plate. Because now you're there to fork in the Steiny. You're going to go one way, or now it ain't.
Let me tell you something.
This is it now. It's going to be uncomfortable.
Let me be honest with you. I don't know if the Warriors are going to make the playoffs this year or not.
Oh, my God. Just hearing you say it.
But if the Warriors go 2 years, let's say they don't make the playoffs this year, they don't make the playoffs next year, then they go, and then they start going again for like 2, 3, 4 years, I'll say, you realize what Mike Dunleavy did? The Warriors had a dynasty, and they missed the playoffs for 2 years, and now they're right back in the playoffs for consistently. That would be executive of the year stuff. You know why?
I'm about to
As the Bulls went 6 years. If you're not preparing yourself for at least a few years of non-playoffs with the Warriors, then you know what? You know nothing about the NBA and its history. Nothing. All right, let's cheer some people up.
Yeah,
Billy in San Francisco. What's up? What's up, Billy? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. First off, gotta say I love y'all. Secondly, mad love to my wife who's taking me to the Niners game for, for Christmas.
Nice.
But I couldn't disagree with all this Kerr nonsense more. We're going to get Draymond back. I believe when Draymond's in there, that's when the soul comes back to the team. And look, we
like the sole of a shoe.
Look, he's just kind of like that. I've made that point before. He's kind of the asshole cousin that does something terrible, but you always got to go to bat for him, and he's always going to be there and bring the family together.
He's starting to be like that mutt that keeps urinating the house, and you're going to have to put him out at some point.
I didn't like that.
Don't do it. Not yet. He's got a few more dog years.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call.
Speaking of which, Aaron Gordon had the dog in him last night, if you know what I mean.
Here's another. You get a 4 from Evan. Here's the other thing.
Evan, hold on. I saw it somewhere. I stole it.
Can I?
God, I hate that I'm
Let me try to continue to.
I might go viral.
To explain. How about this? I'm trying to explain where we are, Goo, and all this stuff.
I feel like I'm in a cult and you're trying to convince.
Well, you're crazy right now. You're crazy, and I'm trying to explain to you a million ways to Sunday why this isn't 2-3 years ago. Here's another reason. 3-4 years ago, Warriors Nuggets. I like to do this. Close your eyes and imagine a Warriors Nuggets game from 3 or 4 years ago. You know what? 3 or 4 years ago, Aaron Gordon couldn't play against the Warriors. He couldn't do anything against the Warriors. Right. Aaron Gordon was a liability. He just was.
Facts.
They had Draymond Green, who could guard him. And he wasn't good enough to be a big man. He wasn't a skilled big man enough to take advantage of his height and his athleticism 4 years ago with the Warriors, against the Warriors. Now, they don't have an answer for Aaron Gordon. That's the difference between teams that win a lot and teams that don't. 4 years ago, Eric Gordon, the Warriors licked their chops against Aaron Gordon. Last night, Aaron Gordon is just better than 90% of the Warriors on the floor. How does that happen? Well, Aaron Gordon goes from 23 to 27, and his teammates get into their prime, and the Warriors are leaving their prime. Do you know history? Spurs, how many consecutive years of the playoffs it's been done? Right, but they also had an opportunity with two players, Tim Duncan and Kawhi Leonard. That's what kept the dynasty going. The Warriors blew that.
Yeah, they blew that
on
Kawhi Leonard,
with the Wiseman pick. That's
blew
another
that part of this that just really just.
You brought the great point about God. It's too bad they couldn't. The Warriors couldn't have drafted Brock Purdy in the 7th round the year they drafted Wiseman. Man. It's a great call, Goo. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike.
No, this ain't our Mike.
Mike, no, logical.
Yeah, where's he at? What's up, baby? Yeah.
Not much. Just got done working out, and you caught me mid-bite during lunch. So.
All right.
Yeah, no, all good. Hey, so the only reason I was calling was because look, he is a class act when it comes to talking to media and everything. I really want to know what Steph Curry is actually thinking right now in general. Like, what do we need to do to make the rest of his years, like, available for if he's on the team? And have we not heard anything? And yes, again, he is a class act. He's going to actually talk about how he loves the team and everything. But honestly, there needs to be some changes. Like, just looking at his body language just after that loss last night, and especially after the last couple and everything, it scares me a little bit. So, hey, guys, I just want to say really quick.
Sure.
Love seeing you guys back together for the new year. Happy New Year to you guys.
All right, back at you, buddy. Back at you.
Yeah.
Well, last night was the game Curry couldn't point fingers at anybody. That was one he had to own. You know what I'm saying? We didn't. Hold on.
He hit on something that
because he made me think of something.
Should we save them both?
Oh, we're up against it. Yeah.
You'll forget, though. I'm going to write mine down.
You're the guy that lost his wallet.
I was going to say, if I had to bet on someone to forget.
Oh, my Evan, that hurt me. Like
it wouldn't be Goo.
Now you're really
Stop chewing with your mouth open. This is where Guru says I'm a good actor.
No, but you meant that. Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, let me look. Okay, it's 12:30, 12, so break is finished. Oh, hey. First of all, let me tell you, it's a Football Friday. A Football Friday. And that's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, it's time for the difference maker of the week. Charvarius Ward. Oh, no. Oh, damn it, Goo. I messed up. You want to do?
I got my head down because Evan, I feel bad.
He's
for
so
Evan.
disappointed in me.
But he really not.
I like to do it. 3, 2, 1. Hey, it's time for the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors. Play highlight here.
Jokic lines up at midcourt. Murray trying to get a running start. Cannot. Jokic in the backcourt catches, dribbles on Looney. Jokic from the Chase Center side. Banked it in at the buzzer, and Denver wins the game.
That was the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. Thanks to Tim Roy on the call.
Great call.
Unlike my my call on the call of the game. I butchered it on 95.7 The Game.
At Lowe's, save big every day.
tell you,
loss, man.
I'll tell you what's happening with Moody, all right? Here's what's happening with Moody, okay? 2 years ago, Moody was among 3 very, very young players that the Warriors had on their roster, Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. Because Kuminga and Moody were so raw, at the same time, Moody, even though he only had 1 year college experience, was far more a finished product, knows how to play, smart, heady. So Moses Moody comes to the Warriors, and he plays with Steph and Clay and Dre, and they're still really, really good, the Warriors. And Moses Moody is smart. So he knows he has to fit in with those guys. Well, how does fit in with those guys? You find them when they're open, and when Steph gets double-teamed and the gravity is used and you get a drive to the basket, you get to the hole. And when Steph pulls another guy with him or this guy pulls a guy that way, and Moses, you got a three-point shot and it's open, you take it. And Moses Moody figured out how to play with those guys by less is more. Well, the team is not as good anymore. So Moody doesn't get to play from an advantage like he always used to play with when he was playing with those guys and they were all at the top of their games. And he doesn't try to do too much. So he's playing the same way now that he was then, only they need him to do more. That's why I think Podziemski's playing. Because at least Podziemski goes out and says, I'm going to try to impact the game one way or the other. Moody, just kind of out there. Yeah, he gets a couple threes, he'll take them. He'll guard, he just isn't going to try to do too much.
Yeah, so admin honor on the First NorCal Credit Union chat says Draymond has blocked Kaminga and Clay has blocked Moody's development.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I just come from a vantage point of a great coach can find some food for everybody. And I'm not saying Kaminga is Clay, but he can help you. He can contribute. And to forget about, and I keep being redundant, but that's what today is about.
What?
Like Coach Kerr, I don't know how many at-bats he has left from a Joe Lacob standpoint, because if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm with my wife and girlfriend and we're driving home and I'm thinking about, honey, you know what? We lost. We were up. But you always second guess, what could we have done different? And to forget about Kaminga, I think was just – but this is a thing that has been festering. Fair. But last night was in front of Barkley, everybody. That was a coaching error.
But here's what I don't get. He's not under contract next year. So, he's not going to be here. Do you want to, seriously, do you want him fired right now?
No.
But I'm actually saying, you know what? If you got,
I want him to learn just like the players from his mistakes.
Okay, well, to me, Steve Kerr's kind of not an issue anymore. He's gonna be gone at the end of the year.
All right.
I mean, you know what I mean?
I hope you're wrong, but yeah, I'm
But this is what I mean. You can't hope I'm wrong.
I'm over Dre. If you move Clay, I'm ready for emotionally.
If you want Kaminga to play more, why would you want Kerr to be the coach next year?
Because I don't have the antidote on why Kerr can't look at Kaminga and think he should be out there more.
Because Kerr trusts veterans.
Even when those veterans are not giving you the results?
This is my biggest frustration. Yeah. If you want to play Kaminga, fire Steve Kerr or get a new coach next year. Don't ask Steve Kerr to coach against his stripes. He got you 4 titles, being absolutely subscribed and bought into the veterans. Yeah. That's who he is.
Well,
would you ask Phil Jackson to coach an expansion team?
No, I would not.
Okay, then why would you ask Steve Kerr to coach a young team that you need to grow? What are we doing?
3/5 of your starting rotation is not young. The future Hall of Famers.
So
guys
figure it out.
4 of them with Looney.
So what do you want? I don't get it.
I want a coach that can adapt.
Okay, then fire him.
And no, I'm asking you, why does it's like Wiggins and Kaminga. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why are you telling me that Coach Kerr, as smart and great as he is, what is it about Jonathan Kaminga and Moses Moody that he can't incorporate to where they can just, I'm not saying start and play 48, where they can be given a role every night. Like, what is so hard? I'm asking you.
Because they're trying to do it with 11 guys, first of all. Okay? They're trying to do it with 11 guys. Period. And you can't. You just, I don't understand. Get rid of Steve Kerr. You want Steve Kerr to be here, but you want Kuminga and Moody to play. What? No. Sorry. Like that? I'm sorry. You don't get that one, Goo. All right. You don't get that one. You know what? You don't even want, why would you want that one? It makes no sense.
Well, okay. So now I'm going
Go
down
hire the best teacher available.
So what about Lamb and Jerome? We all can see that was wrong, that you gave those guys playing time over what was your immediate future in Kaminga and Moody.
Because they thought they were going to win a title last year.
Okay.
They wanted,
and I still think they think that way right now. I still think that way. They think it right now.
The reason he played Jerome and Lamb over Kuminga and Moody, twofold. Those two guys were more experienced, and they were better last year.
Those two guys were not a part of the future.
So what? It was about win now. It's all about win now.
And you lost last night because you forgot about one of your key cogs in Jonathan Kaminga.
Whatever.
You can't have it both ways.
Thank you. You want Kerr back, but you want Kaminga to turn into a star.
So do you think
you got to man up and make
something going on with Kaminga?
I'm
asking you.
People got to man up and make decisions around here rather than think things are just going to magically change.
Do you think something personal is going on with Kaminga and Kerr?
You know what? This is one you and I are different. I don't care.
But you got to care when you're losing games, when the guy doesn't go in the game, and then you can't, basketball-wise, tell anybody on earth to justify why you didn't put him in the game. It leads you to believe there's something going on behind the scenes.
I don't believe so.
Well, Kaminga thinks so because he says he can't play for this guy and he's lost faith, allegedly. Then he said it messes with his mind, the way that the coach takes him out the game. Then he's got to pass the ball to the OGs.
What's the thing that gets you most mad about what you're talking about?
That the best players, or your allegedly best players, are not in the game crunch time. And that's what I got issue with. I think Moses Moody on any day can help you. I think Jonathan Kaminga last night should have been in the game. 18 minutes, your 18-point lead is dwindling, and not one person, a coach, said, hey, maybe we put Kaminga back in. You mean the guy that got to the line 7 times in 19 minutes, who dished out 4 assists and got 4 rebounds? Maybe that guy who was 5 of 7 from the field? You know what, Johnny? Maybe we should put him in the game. That's all I ask.
You mean the guy who had nothing to do with them building an 18-point lead?
I would think that's unfair.
Maybe.
I feel like
Well, no, it's not unfair. It was a 1-point game. When you want him back in at 6 minutes, you're up 18. From a logic standpoint, at that point, you're up. Wiggins makes a shot at 6:51, and you're up 123 to 105. No, I'm not thinking, we got to get Kuminga out there, otherwise the crybaby's going to start complaining again and go to the media. It's like, no. It's like, should he have played later? Yeah, at some point. He should have played later. But they had an 18-point lead at 6:51. It didn't vanish in 3 seconds.
But even from a defensive standpoint,
stop telling me he's a great defensive player, too.
You just said
I'm sick
yesterday
of
you
it.
gave him, he was the best. He was good at on-ball defense.
Maybe
he could have picked Jordan.
He can
and
be.
Maybe yesterday, during the last 5 minutes or 4 minutes.
So then what are you going to do with Wiggins?
I don't care about that.
Don't forget it.
Take your Wiggins glasses off.
They can't play together.
You're sipping the Kool-Aid. Quit thinking like that. Open your mind.
They can't play together.
There's another coach out there that can make them two coexist.
Yeah.
That's bullpucky. It's one or the other. It's Podziemski or Moody.
Yeah.
How about everybody get some? Strength in numbers was built because more guys played. You found a way. Find a way. Quit robbing yourself of, I can't use mayonnaise because you like mustard. Put both of them on the sandwich. Quit saying that stuff.
Steve Kerr doesn't think Kuminga and Moody, Steve Kerr doesn't think that Kuminga and Wiggins can play together. I actually don't either. So if you want them to play together, he must be fired because that's not what he believes. And you can't ask a coach to coach against what they believe. If you want Kuminga and Wiggins, and if Joe Lacob's saying, I don't care, I want them out there 25 minutes together, then fire Steve Kerr. Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Half Moon Bay. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Loving the show.
Hey,
thanks, buddy. So my big comment here is I'm looking at Draymond, Steph, Clay, and the big difference with those guys and the new guard is that they never had to fit in. They came to a terrible team. They showed up. They balled out. People revolved around them. And now you're asking everyone to come in here to revolve around a system that no longer works. So I think with Kerr, he's just kind of banging his head where I'm like, this system is not working because these players are incapable of running it. So I think that is impeding the development of Kaminga, Boogie.
Nick.
Yeah.
Well, we lost you, Nick. We lost you.
Sorry, real quick. Somebody said I'm trying to have it both ways. Do you see what?
Kind of.
I'm just trying to win games. I want them to win games, and I thought said player could help them, and he had a pretty good night.
There's nothing wrong with you being pissed that Kaminga didn't get into the game. Nothing at all. Nothing. People are pissed. I get it. He was good last night. And Kerr got caught in a trap where he wanted to bring him in, but they were up, and then he didn't, and then he thought he shouldn't, and then it's one of those games where people are right, they make one or two shots nobody's talking about it today. Right, but they lost. Joel's in Louisiana. What's up, Joel? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. I got a hot take for y'all.
Give it to me, baby.
So, based on their schedule and just a little bit of, Warriors fandom hope, I think they're going to win the next 6 out of 7 games.
I love that. Good.
You know what? I take them one. Hold on, Joel. I take them one at a time. I'm going to ask you to run through those 7 for me, please.
Okay. The Pistons tonight.
Boy, they're athletic.
Okay. Then the Raptors. The Raptors.
Hungry like the wolf, the Raptors right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Pelicans. I think we could beat the Pelicans.
Where is that game?
Where is that game?
Yeah. That's in New Orleans?
It's here.
Oh, it's here. Okay.
No, it's Chase Center.
Okay.
And then Bulls. We got Bulls after that.
I got you.
Bulls playing better.
Okay, then we have the Bucks after that. I give them a 50-50 chance of beating the Bucks, but
50-50.
All right, that's the
go.
Yeah,
50-50 on the road against the Bucks, or is it home?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
All
right, go ahead.
Let me check.
That's all right.
It's at the road.
Okay, but we're rolling right now.
Yeah, we got the Grizzlies. Memphis. You said that was lost yesterday.
That's a loss. That's a loss in a big way.
No. I think they beat the Grizzlies.
Okay.
I think they teach y'all a lesson. Okay. Then we go to Jazz. The Jazz.
I like that.
Who's going to stop marking him?
And then the last one is the Mavericks. I think we rebound against the Mavericks.
Dallas came in here last week.
Hey, Joel, maybe Joel, you in New Orleans by any chance, or just outside of New Orleans?
I'm south of New Orleans.
Okay. Well, I'll be spending a lot of time in New Orleans the next 4 years. Well, I'm serious.
What does that mean?
South of New Orleans,
hopefully.
the Gulf.
My daughter's going to school in New Orleans.
Oh, you're right, Tulane.
Yeah.
God,
looking
man.
forward to it. It's a good city. I got some things coming for New Orleans, though. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm down.
Oh, on what? You finally realized that what I've been saying for a year and a half
The boss is
resonates?
probably like, Guru, we got 1,000 people on YouTube. Nobody cares. But my daughter's getting ready to leave back to school again.
Oh.
And I'm just, Evan, I know you left your parents. I never went to college. No, that's
You're going to start crying. I'm not kidding.
No, I'm just worried.
This is serious.
No, seriously, I am.
I know.
I don't know how, you've mastered it. Just having a kid, your daughter away, thousands of miles away in this world that I hate, our new society. I'm scared for her. People will read the Bible, trust in God. I do, but man,
It's
they
not
got a
easy.
Facebook page about the college and the nightmares about the food in the cafeteria. Parents are
Where's she
commenting.
going again?
North Carolina A&T. And it's just like.
That's a great school.
It's a beautiful state, Goo.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they had some racial incidents here, the last two things.
They have racial incidents all over.
I understand.
No, I know.
I'm laughing, but I'm scared that my daughter's not in her bed in her room where we can protect her.
See, this is important. I'm dead
serious, man.
I'm not here to tell you don't worry. Oh, worrying's dumb, Goo. No. Worry's natural.
I appreciate that.
And it's not easy seeing I have 3 girls. It's not easy just seeing them leave and see less and less and less and less of them.
Wow.
It's not. And there's no tagline to that. There's no punchline.
Well,
it's not easy. And,
why would he play the?
And you have
said there wasn't a tagline.
And you have more moments in your life as you get older, where you really realize that your moments with your children are getting fewer and fewer and fewer. So that doesn't get easier.
Man,
it doesn't get easier.
Back to the Warrior.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I don't know if
you know what, Evan.
I hate that game. This
Read
Sunday
the room.
means nothing.
Read the room. You've got us
No,
two.
I was trying to segue.
No,
I was getting emotional.
We're talking about something serious here. And
he said, God.
First time all day we've been on the same page, Goo and I, about our emotions, about our daughters. We're having a moment, Guru and myself, about our daughters.
You said it's natural.
And what you did there.
God, that was pretty good.
Leo in San Francisco.
I apologize.
Hey, Leo, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Yeah, just been listening to the conversation. Great conversation.
Talk to us, man.
Steiny, I'm telling you, man, you've been nailing it left and right today. You're batting 1,000, man, on this whole dynamic within the Warrior organization.
Yeah.
And Guru, I understand your passion, your emotion, but you are kind of trying to have it both ways, and you can't, because Kerr, bottom line with Kerr, he is not a developmental coach. I'll tell you the difference between the Nuggets and the Warriors. Last night, you look at 3 guys who are playing, young guys, Peyton, Strother, and Braun. He's been playing with Strother's a rookie.
Yeah.
Last year, he played Peyton, and he played Braun in playoff games. They can develop players, Nuggets. Warriors aren't doing that because that's not Steve's DNA.
Man.
It's not.
Wow.
That's just the bottom line. And you can scream as loud as you want, you can be as mad as you want, and wonder why he's not playing Kaminga, but it's because he trusts the veterans more than he trusts the young guys. And the only way that's going to change, the only way, is if the owner steps in and says, listen, we're not trading Kaminga. I don't care how pissed he is at you. We're not trading him. He's part of the future. You got to figure out a way to start playing him. And then he puts it back in Kerr's court. If Kerr doesn't want to do that, then Kerr's the one that's got to walk away now. Kenny Atkinson is sitting right there. Kenny Atkinson was developing a pretty good young team with the Nets before that thing blew up with Durant and company.
Let me ask you this. Yeah, you're making some great points, and you got me honestly thinking, Stoney, don't get jealous. For the first time, I never looked at Steve Kerr, and maybe the one thing that he needed to improve, and he's never had as a Warrior coach, is development. And maybe that's why his coaching contract situation is the way it is, and maybe Lacob has already stepped in. I'm not advocating for Kerr to be gone, but I am starting to read the room, Steiny, and think the young guys just aren't his cup of tea, and at the end of the day, that could be his detriment.
Well, yeah, and I agree with that. But, I don't think he minds leaving at this point in time after this year.
Get him to Boston.
I don't think, he's had his run, and I think he's okay with that. But at the end of the day, as far as this year goes, nothing's going to change with Kerr. He's going to keep going down the road. It's only going to get worse when Draymond comes back. It's only going to get worse because he's going to have to play Draymond. He's going to want to play Draymond.
Leo, great stuff. I think you're right about
Sounded
that.
Sounded like Farhan. He did, Leo. Evan gave me a 3.
This guy's won, I think. Leo. Leo's won rings.
What do you mean?
I'm kidding.
Oh. Somebody here says, Michael Silberg. God, this hit.
Yeah, he's all over the map. I got him twisted up like a pretzel.
Steve
Silberg
Kerr,
right now. Yeah.
Stop lying to us about why you're not playing Kaminga. Just be straight up with us. I don't know if I exactly feel that because he's not lying is too strong, but there's something going on. You don't forget about a guy that can help you, man. I just, it's happening too much. Yeah. The Portland game, Moody for the sack game. I mean, you're telling us, real quick, you're telling the world and Warrior fans, you know what, Steiny's not ready. And then you go out and show everybody you look like Michael J. Fox and Teen Wolf. And then Kaminga does what he does. You know what you're doing, Steiny? Your decisions and your thought process are looking bad. They look like mistakes when you choose to go into a game against Portland. We've talked about this. And you say, you know what, guys? Hey, Kaminga, come here. You're not playing tonight. Okay, you go through the first half. The game's like, oh, my God, we got a game. Guess who plays in the second half? And it goes against everything that you thought you had your finger on. So I'm wondering, the ability to feel the pulse of what's really going on is a weakness.
Here you go. This is from last night. Steve, why didn't you play Kaminga?
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
What does it mean? It wasn't the right thing to do.
He thought he probably thought that he was sitting too long and wasn't going to be fresh going back in.
Not 30 nor 40.
Okay.
Go out there, young fella.
And do what?
Play.
Play what?
Ball like you played in the first half and the third quarter.
And that's the problem with Kuminga. That's the problem. Steve Kerr wants players you can go out and say, win. Not go play. That's the problem at times with Kaminga.
Yeah, we're not talking about
he just plays.
No doubt. We're talking about last night.
Right. We are talking.
I'm trying to decipher. It wasn't the right thing for what? Wiggins or for Kaminga being
again?
What's the right thing?
Kaminga leaves the game with 6. He leaves the game with 6 minutes. Are you okay? Are you okay that we're subbing out for Kaminga?
I got
6 minutes.
Everything's status quo.
Are we okay that we can't give him
every game?
We can't give him 24 minutes in the second half.
I got you.
Okay. 6 minutes. He goes sits for the rest of the quarter.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
When that bad boy got to when he was supposed to normally go back and that lead would start to dwindle.
It wasn't that. No.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry.
What about when we got to 4 minutes?
To the bench.
Okay. Yeah.
Kaminga goes to the bench.
I got you,
I know you just gloss over this, but Steiny, they scored 44. They scored 44. The offense was beautiful. It was humming. It was unbelievable. Guess what? Kaminga wasn't on the floor. They got up 18. He wasn't on the floor. So here's a funny scenario. Wiggins knocks down a step-back jumper with 6:51 left. Steve Kerr, timeout Kerr. Warriors going, he's taking Wiggins out. He's putting Jonathan Kuminga back in, even though the Warriors are on a 23-3 run and have bumped this thing to 18. Why would you take Wiggins out? Well, because we know we're going to blow an 18-point. It's not as easy as we think.
Yeah. And that scenario you go to, which was entertaining, is maybe it didn't have to be Wiggins. And that goes back to, they got to just cancel each other out.
They got to get rid of one of them. I don't think they can play together.
They got a game tonight.
Thank God. Wish we had a show tomorrow. Hey, you doing Warriors Live? Are you doing the Warriors show tomorrow? Can I come? Who are you working with?
Wait, Warriors Live tonight or Warriors this week?
Warriors this week.
Tomorrow with Devone.
Devone? Get me on that schedule?
Call in.
I'd work.
888-957.
All right, when we come back, we'll come back.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for the crossover today at 1:45 with Steiny, Guru, Willard, and Dibbs. And find out what's bugging them. We do it every Friday during the crossover. Presented by Atco Pest Control.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems impossible to lose belly fat? If you're looking for a solution, then listen to Mark.
I had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds, and more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic. I'll be totally honest. I tried a different product, and I wasn't happy with the different product. You guys are considerably cheaper than the other brand, and I can really feel the difference.
Andro 400 Max, the extra strength, all natural testosterone booster. The safe, easy, and affordable way to gain energy and lose stubborn belly fat. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Feel and look like a new man. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-330-2929. That's 800-330-2929. 800-330-2929.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Advertisement by Zimmerman Reed of 2381 Rosecrans Avenue, Suite 328, Manhattan Beach, California, 90245. Consent is not a condition of purchasing goods or services.
Attention all rideshare and food delivery drivers. If you're a current or former rideshare driver, listen closely, as you may be entitled to significant compensation. That's right, if you drove for a rideshare or food...
Let me go, Dre. I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. You know who we are. What's the matter?
The worst part of tonight's game is there's nothing good that can come of it. They can win by 60.
Well,
it
won't.
Because it's Detroit. It won't erase what we just saw.
Don't think for a minute. Like, this is where...
Like, I hate this, man.
This is where I come off as a D.
Yeah.
Because my way of talking to you sounds...
Well, it's everybody.
Oh.
Yeah. Go. You only do a show with me, but go ahead.
Guru, it's the NBA, and the Pistons could win the game tonight, okay? It's possible.
They better not.
They are young.
They better not.
If they
won that game tonight,
what? If they won that
I'll
game,
see you,
what?
I'm done. I'd be like,
okay.
I'd come in here, I'm out. Like,
what if they beat Toronto
knockout.
on Sunday?
But Toronto, they're done.
Wiseman has 28 tonight. And
James is back.
Detroit wins at the buzzer.
Does he get the Jordan Poole video?
Then we beat Toronto by 17.
Everything's changed.
We got Priest?
Oh, boy.
I need to know that.
All right.
Let's go to Priest.
Talk to us.
Hey, Priest, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? All right, how you doing? Guru, let me just holler. I got to do this again, man, and I hate to do this, but let me...
Go ahead, baby.
But, Guru, you know what Steph is for you?
Give it to me.
He's a shiny object. He's a shiny object. And he distracts you from the obvious that's around him and what he himself cannot do anymore. That game 4 in the Boston series to win that chip took a ton out of him at his age. To win that series took a ton out of him. The start of the following season, when they were 3-7, the only person I watched was Steph Curry. I wanted to see what that took out of him. And when I saw it, I said, it's over. Because his legs in the fourth quarter, late in game, are springy. He cannot, like you saw last night, was a rerun of what I saw back then. He can't beat his man off the dribble late in games. He's gassed. So that affects the entire team because the chain of command is not in action. It's not working. That's why I said in that last year, they had 82 games to get the young kids up to speed, and that could offset a lot of it. And Kerr refused to do it. That's why he played Anthony Lamb. Anthony Lamb and them were an excuse. They were an excuse not to do what he didn't want to do in the first place. They got to get rid of Steve Kerr. If what you want to see to come to fruition, you've got to change the head coach. Matt is right. He's right.
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate the call.
All right, brother.
Great stuff.
Anything about Steph and his man? Because I've noticed, and I thought he's hurt. I feel like some guys are getting to the spot quicker than Curry on D, and I've never seen.
No, he's, you know what, he's
banged up. He's got the sleeve on the leg.
He's the same player who was 10 years ago.
I'm not saying that, partner. Come on, man. But I've noticed, like, oh, man, some guys are kind of getting there before him a little bit. But he went for 30.
Maybe 4 years ago he goes for 35 under the exact same circumstances. See, this is why I'm not Warriors. Let's say the Warriors have 3 players that were great players. They're still very good players. They're just not as great as they used to be. And that's the difference between winning a title and just being another team.
But it doesn't add up when you look at the standings.
What do you mean?
With or without Draymond Green, that this Warrior team, and for the first week, let me just get this out. The first 10 games, I marveled at what Steph was doing. 50, 40, 90. And now you're telling me they're 16-18, and they just last night blown their fourth 18-point lead or more game. They tricked it. That like, what about all the when you win, what do you get? You become a veteran. All that moxie, all that veteran savvy.
That gets overtaken by age.
Well, you only have to break it out every now and again.
Well, then you're not going to know. Goo, these guys can't coast anymore. They're not good enough to coast. They're not great enough to coast for 3 quarters anymore.
So you feel like Steve Kerr will not be the coach of the Warriors, and you forget
I don't know.
Last night.
You know what? You want me to be a jerk? I don't know what Steph Curry wants. I don't know what Steph Curry wants. You think I'm being a jerk, but it's like I'm not.
I don't.
Because people say, all the people that fire, it's weird. I'll fire Steve Kerr. Well, what if Steph doesn't want that? What if Steph's like, I'm not playing for Kenny Atkinson. Yeah. The Pike. The other thing that I think we've got to be realistic about, and that is Steph Curry himself. Steph Curry himself and the kind of person he is and how smart he is. And let me tell you what to me is not beyond the realm of possibility. Not the Warriors move Steph. But if I'm Steph, and we have a friend, and I'm going to give him a shout-out
Dan
right
Daly.
now. John Curley.
JK.
Former coworker, one of the greatest
I just talked to him the other night.
that I've met in my life, and I mean that. But do not mistake John Curley's kindness for weakness.
Wow.
Don't you do that. And I'm telling you, I feel the same about Curry. Don't take his kindness for weakness, because I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility. What would be preventing Steph from looking around saying,
would be, oh my goodness,
I can't win here.
Oh my goodness. If that were, that's a nightmare on Warrior Street. Don't even say that. Like, that's where it gets real.
Hold on. Let me do this. You're Joe Lacob.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what up, Steph?
Hey. I was just thinking, it's been 2 years. I want to retire here, obviously. I love it here.
Yeah.
But, look, you know how things are at the end of dynasties. I mean, they never end well. There's no way to sugarcoat it. And I just want to let you know that, I'll be behind anything that you do to try to make this team better. And if you think that you can make the long-term future better by moving me, I'm open to it. Just let me know the team. And if you think, Joe, in other words, I don't want you to not be able to make a move that you think is going to improve this team dramatically down the road just because you think it's me. I'm open to it, and I'm open to trying to help this franchise progress like that.
So let me get this straight, Steph.
Of course I would do that.
We just talked a couple months ago, and I gave Draymond Green, brought him back, gave him a new contract because of your stamp of approval. And you got the nerve to come in here and tell me you're okay with not possibly being a Warrior? I made that move and other decision to bring Chris Paul in here because you told me you guys could still win.
Yeah.
I'm not moving you.
Okay. I'm just saying, if you need to try to get this thing back on track, I'm open to it. Because you see how the cap is, Joe, and you see that Clay's washed.
Curry's a lifer, man. Now other people can do what he's doing. Terrell Owens would do that,
funny?
But not
Dame
Steph.
Lillard gets ripped for being loyal to Portland. What? That would be an admirable thing for Steph Curry to do.
I'm just trying to be positive.
That is positive,
no,
actually.
The fact that they were up, the fact that they had the leads at OKC, the fact that they had Sack, the fact that they had
Can I say something real quick?
No, you really can, man. Say it. Because we're going to the cafeteria.
This thing about the leads is starting to drive me nuts, too. Because you get fixated on this. So I've done some research, and I've got a lot more to do. I found a story from a year ago. A year ago today. So
right.
So 35 games into last season. This was some numbers.
Oh.
On January 25th of last season in the NBA, there were 7 teams that blew 7 or more 10-point leads by that point in the season.
7.
So 7 teams in the league had already blown a 10-point lead by this point last year. Another 6 did 9-point games. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're talking 18s though, bud.
Right.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, at this point last year, every team in the league had lost at least 3 double-digit games they had the lead in. Think about that.
So you're saying that, I get it.
So last year at this time, every team in the league had blown at least a 10-point lead 3 times.
Right.
Like it happens.
Right, but
it's
18 in 6 minutes.
Right, but it's still
at home. That's all I got. Hey,
just telling you.
I love the research.
Quit thinking the NBA is a 30-minute game.
But Steiny, we're worried about this one team that's done it 4 times.
They're
and
getting
we're talking
old.
about 18, 22, 24.
So why is this happening? They're getting old.
Okay, all right.
Quit acting like we don't know.
That's a part of it.
Okay.
That's a part of it.
Well,
but we're not beating that drum when they're kicking Denver's ass.
That's because it's early in the game. Do you realize you get tired the more as the game goes on?
But let me give you this.
Give it to me, baby.
You're up 18. You're up 18 points,
and you got to put Kaminga back in right there.
You got a player that's 5 of 7 from the field in 19 minutes.
He's not playing.
He's 6 of 7 from the free throw line. He's dished out 4 assists and gotten you 4 rebounds. Listen to me. Do you think if you play that player again, your chances of winning the game go higher, or do they decrease? If said player, who I just went over a stat line, does not re-enter the game, in my world, my calculations have me believing, oh my God, that's my Steiny, you might blow this game if you don't finish or bring back the guy that I just mentioned that was 5 of 7 from the field.
When did you want to bring him back?
His normal 6 minutes.
Okay, so right after Wiggins.
But to say you thought his knees were heavy, I need explanation or the breakdown.
I can't play him with Wiggins, Goo. I can't.
Then the Warriors are done.
Well, hello. Let's go to. We got Shaka. Shaka in Berkeley.
Happy New Year.
Oh yeah, some New Year.
Happy New Year.
Right.
Happy New Year.
What's up, baby?
Hey, man, check this out, man. I got a 22-year-old son, man. He just graduated from college, man.
Awesome.
Nice.
I just turned him loose in my BMW. You know why? Because I had to trust him. You can't have Kaminga. He has 16 points in 19 minutes. You can't score. I mean, you think you didn't know the guy was on the bench who could get him a basket?
Man.
So he got to start trusting these young players, man. Because it's making him look real bad, man.
That's wow.
And Wiggins. Hey, let's put, like y'all said, let's put the run on the table, man. Let's stop being so selfish, man. This guy had a life-altering experience, man. He might need to get out of here, man.
Wow.
He might need to get out of here, man. We're asking for him to do something that we experienced what he went through. We would never know how we would take it.
I agree with you there, Shaka.
I think that we just need to stop being so selfish and we need to make a trade, man.
Yeah.
We need a big man. Hello?
Right.
We need a big man.
Let's blow that Vikings horn, Shaka. Let's do it.
Brandon Ingram. And
you just pluck him. Shaka, get him off now because he missed my Vikings cue. I love you, Shaka. You're the man. Yeah, let's go get the best player off a team that's a fourth and come on. Shaka, I love you.
This season, Steiny and listeners, most losses when leading by 17 or more points. You're already seeing it.
4.
Golden State 4.
Oh, there's another team with 4.
The Spurs, we get that. They're young. And then the Miami Heat.
Oh, Miami Heat have blown 3 17-point leads.
But the Miami Heat are
20. You know why? Because the games are 48.
Yeah, 20 and 14, Miami.
Exactly. And even they've blown 3. Oh, boy.
boy.
What?
I don't know what's right in Warrior World right now.
I'm telling you right now,
I really don't.
The reason I didn't come in here and throw in the towel, and I had this one scouted and scripted, today's show. And what I knew was good. I knew this was the loss last night was gonna get
that
to you.
ball went in.
I knew this was going to be a really big day for you. And so purposely, I've been like, well, let's take a step back, beat the Pistons. We're going to come in Monday, and they are going to be 18.
That ain't how I work. You should know this.
You'll be fine on Monday.
Those dump trucks, Detroit that lost 100 in a row, in Toronto, they're having Fred Sanford fire sale.
What do you mean?
Like, that ain't good enough.
What do you mean?
This will not be forgotten.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't. Just like the other 2-3 Fridays ago in OKC. That won't be forgotten.
I'm just trying to get
I just hate you don't care that stuff is going on in the locker room.
Guru
You're
stuff.
telling the youngsters to shut up and play, and they're like, nope. Kaminga has leverage, or he feels like he has leverage, and now he's letting it all out. He feels like he's going to outlast Kerr. The only reason I say that is he wouldn't be doing this. And this constitutes what he said to Marcus Thompson. You could have took it many ways. Many different people could have took what he said many different ways. Kerr comes in here. He's diplomatic to Willard and Dibbs. Oh, I love that. I respect. And then he doubled back 2 days later saying, hey, we're playing. We got to play for the same thing. And then Kuminga does it again last night. And now it's allegedly from his people that he's lost. Some could say, who the hell are you to tell me that you've lost faith in me and I ain't never had it in you?
Guru just looked at me and said, I can't believe that you're just over there and don't care that this team's having chemistry. And again, can you see how I'm frustrated? Because for a year and a half, I've been telling you they've got problems, and they're the exact same damn problems they've had for a year and a half.
But what made you think, I'm asking now, I'm being real.
Because I try to take...
It didn't go away.
I told you it wasn't going to go away. Because I pride myself on trying to know the situation. And you bought that Jordan Poole was the problem. Let's go, Warriors.
Hey, I really need an adult beverage. I do. I need one.
This team has issues in the locker room.
And Drake,
are you the same guy I've been doing a show with for the last 2 years?
So you're saying I've been in denial?
Worse than that.
But you saw Lake about here with Raymond Ritter when he joined the roast. That wasn't fake.
Is that when you were? I can't do.
Hey, I got in on you guys' picture.
If John Lake says it must be the gospel.
No, it was about his feeling. His moves were predicated on that vibe he had.
You have no idea at all, and you're just guessing whether when he was out there, he thought it was a championship team or not. Oh. Really. You have no idea. You have no idea, and I don't either.
He's a killer.
That doesn't mean...
He thought he had something that might... Hey, would they be number one seed? No.
A killer is not delusional. So if he's a killer, and he really thought this team was a playoff team, the minute he finds out it ain't a playoff team, he's moving off.
Well, I think we're about to embark on that February.
Why do you think now?
Because there's
Why now? It's been going on for a year and a half. Why is now a tipping point?
Because my coach is saying the players are not playing for everybody, the team, and now I got youngsters. You're talking to the media like this is a fire. You can deny it and bury your head.
It's been a fire for 2 years. It's been a fire since the off season after the title. Like what's so hard to understand? They got players who are getting old. They got young players who can't play because the old guys are... It's the oldest story in the book. Next to Ezra and... not Ezra Pound, like the book of Ezra. And Esther. Let me see. Hey. Oh, Skinny Bob. Oh, hey, Skinny. How you doing?
Brighten the show up. Skinny.
Doing great.
Not really. I don't know. Jeez.
Hey,
buddy.
I'm optimistic in a better 24. And here's what I'm thinking.
Well, they're already on one. I have Skinny. All right, go ahead.
They played a lot of close games. I think Draymond coming back and Wiggs, you team them up. February's coming. See what you can get. Play the young guy. And the odds in Vegas, me and my bud put a good bet down.
I'm sorry.
I'm optimistic.
I know you are, Skinny Bob, but tell me something I don't know.
Right, don't tell. Skinny Bob, what about Coach? The
Skinny
job
Bob,
Coach Kerr's doing?
Skinny, when's the last time you've been pessimistic?
When my dog was sick.
Oh.
How long?
That's about. And
no, but the husky came through. I know what kind of dog Skinny Bob's got. So he was okay, though, your husky.
I have one husky, but I've been sitting another one, and I'm thinking of fostering one in March. I'm redoing my yard.
Nice.
So guys, going back to these Warriors, Kerr, I mean, you guys are doing great. All day long, he's getting murdered. They listen. We're 1/3 in. Trade's coming up. Nobody likes playing the Warriors. I enjoy them even when they lose, and I know about frustration. But come playoff time, there'll be another turn. And the young guys, my God. But like you recognize, there's 3 non-shooters, and with Curry running around for 35, 38 minutes, slow him down. He's got it. He's not going to lose it. We need another shooter.
Wow.
We got trade. I'm done with Green.
All right, Skinny.
When Skinny Bob's done with you, man, he said he's done with
Skinny, thanks as always, my main man.
But they're not in the playoffs today, Skinny Bob. That's the only problem.
No, but you want to say they can win they can win a finals.
I didn't even count these two that you were like, oh, Guru, it's good. No, this one's going to sting.
He didn't tell us who the bet was on. Could have been on the Nuggets.
Yeah, he did.
He said the Warriors are making the playoffs.
Well, they're right. Half game out.
Of the play-in.
Well, boy.
Remember, they don't get.
I can't.
Remember,
the credit.
Those numbers don't go to postseason numbers. Therefore, they're not. Oh my gosh!
You heard Slater.
Another.
The West is weak.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. Memphis is coming. Memphis is on their way.
Yeah. Memphis.
Utah, 3 games under.
Oh, Warriors are right there. They're right where they need to be. What are they, 11th?
Yeah, 11th.
3.5 out of 6th.
Draymond's coming back, though.
10-9 at home.
And? That's what they are. They're a 500 team.
Lost 8 games all of last year.
I was thinking about this. The Warriors, what are they? About 500, a game below. What are they with Draymond Green? Game 500, 1 or below. What are they without Draymond? About 500. Or 1 or 2 below. What about Wiggins? Yeah, 500, 1 or 2. What are we with Kareth Burke? About 500. Nice. It's like, they're just 500. It's a 500 team.
That ain't good enough, though, man.
It's all they are. So they're underachieving.
Yeah, and they're smoking games.
Oh, I got Reed's. Okay. Well, they're going to clearly get it together. They're going to get well with the Pistons in town. Nothing to see here, Goo. Except a. All right. By the way, great time. Download that Odyssey app. 4 hours, Steiny Guru all the time. Just download the free Odyssey app. You can also watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Appreciate all the people on the YouTube chat today. We had 1,300 at one point. Let's see if we can bump that up in the near future.
But we want it to be for a better reason, positivity. This is negativity.
No, it's not. It's neither. It's neither positivity nor negativity, what's going on.
It's pain.
They lost a game last night. That's all they did. It's a game. We're going to come in Monday, and they'll be 18-18 on 95.7. The Game. It's a football Friday, of course. It's brought to you by First 5 California. By the way, to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Like I said, it's sooner rather than later, Draymond's going to be back, and we hit this thing, and we are soaring to the top.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire.
Oh, everywhere. I mean, it's Draymond Green. He does everything. We're all just so excited when he comes back because, it doesn't even have to be stated what he means to this team.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Klay Thompson talking about Draymond Green. Was that from 2017?
I'm going to give you 2.
What was that's from what year?
Last night.
What championship? Wait, what?
Last night, man.
Can we hear that one more time? And I'm serious. I didn't hear that up until now.
Oh, everywhere. I mean, it's Draymond Green. He does everything. We're all just so excited when he comes back because, it doesn't even have to be stated what he means to this team.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm being proactive,
What does he mean?
I'm excited. All we have now is the hope, man.
All we have now is the hope of throwing a lit stick of dynamite into something that's already burning and seeing if the fire will go out?
Let me give you my starting lineup when he comes back, if you don't mind. I really believe
it's not a lineup issue. Okay. It's an overall talent issue.
No, it's a guy sitting on the bench. They got Draymond Green at 5.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Jonathan Kaminga, you keep your starting job. Klay, Steph, and you're gonna laugh. No, you're not gonna laugh. CP3.
Nothing that can make me laugh.
CP3. Why was he not? The ball was not in his hands. You said something and we got off of it. Why was that ball? You were brought in to get that ball to Curry and unlock. You can't unlock if you ain't got the key.
One of the reasons he didn't have the ball in his hands was because Curry had it in his hands. But let me tell you what I do believe is had Chris Paul had it in his hands and the Warriors didn't make a shot,
Denver wouldn't have
You would have been coming in here saying, how can Curry not have the ball?
I swear I wouldn't.
If Chris Paul would have
run some action and have Curry get it.
What action?
We hit it to the action that he gets from.
Like, you can't really.
Doors.
You can't really run.
You
can't really run a play.
Elevator doors.
In that situation. It's hard to run a play in that situation.
Why? Okay, last thing. Why do you think, Chef, I love you, we love you, why do you think he bypassed CP3, who was right next to him? The fact that Denver got the ball in time to win the game when normally, hey, worst case scenario, the chessboard says OT on TNT, we're good. Denver got it. Call timeout. In a 39-footer.
Because Curry's not a true point guard. How about that?
He's got 4 rings. Same as LeBron.
I never said he wasn't a champion. But he's not as sure with the ball as he is as Chris Paul.
Steiny, I just really believe
let me tell you something else, and let's be honest. Let's put the rat on the table. Yep. If Chris Paul has that ball and he shakes his man and he gets to his favorite spot, the elbow, but he misses the shot, Denver calls timeout, gets a rebound, and it happens the same way. Shut up, everybody out there. You know damn well you'd be like, how can Steph not get the last shot? So anytime the ball doesn't go in on your last possession, there's going to be half crybaby and half crybaby.
This ain't about the ball going in.
Yeah,
the ball got turned over.
That's right. By one of the greatest players of all time. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? I'll tell you what we do about it here in the Bay Area oftentimes.
What do we do?
We tiptoe around it. And we talk about a third-year player with very little experience and that the coach should have played him in a game that they blew an 18-point lead, but I'm not exactly sure when he should have come back in.
Before you grab the call, they had a 24-second shot clock violation, the Warriors did.
Okay.
At that point, I would have looked around like, what the F are we doing?
Okay.
Everybody, Kaminga, get in there.
Why would you think Kaminga...
Because he could he'd been getting fouled all night.
Okay.
19 minutes.
So Curry can't do that?
No, it ain't about Curry. It's about another option of not named Curry.
Okay, then who's coming out? What's Kaminga going to do?
I would need to know who was in.
I'll tell you who was in.
Okay.
Curry, Pajemski, Looney.
Looney, you're out.
Well, Looney did get him out.
Yeah,
Looney did come out.
I was quick.
Saric went in.
Okay, just Saric, and I love. I just
Saric is
watched
better
my boy with Kane and Rutherford last night.
Here's one that'll unleash. unleash the masses, but what the hell? Sarge is a better offensive player than Kuminga.
Yeah, but not in that. Not in that. What you need. We need to get fat. Well, you got to run some stuff to give it to Sarge on the block a lot of times.
All day long, he's getting murdered.
You know what I'm saying? Kuminga at the top of the key. Put your shoulder down and see if you could get fouled. We could throw it to you in the post.
I'm just saying,
my point
you're not wrong.
You're not sitting for 18 effing minutes. And I believe, I've been holding on to this. The basketball gods made that ball go in by a guy that Steve Kerr complained about getting 18 free throws on Christmas. He called it
then they were destined to lose, so it didn't matter anyway. Well, I mean, what are we doing? If it just came down to the basketball gods being mad.
Some would call it fate.
Some would call it reality.
I don't know what to do with myself, but order a double at 2:15.
Well, I'd reassess your entire thought process about sports, quite frankly. That's the one thing I would do this weekend.
What makes you say that?
Because you're
I said it
Cloud 9, this guy.
No, you're not giving me any love for telling
my
Mark.
neck is such a crick from arguing with this guy up in the clouds. It's unbelievable.
I told Willard at the summit, part 2.
Yeah, now you want that back, don't you?
No, I said they couldn't win it as currently constructed.
Well, why are you so mad now?
Because it ain't.
Why are you so mad now?
Because it was reverse devil tongue.
Okay.
Dude, hey, a trade's coming.
Okay, so what?
Sam Cook said a change gonna come, a trade gonna come.
Okay, great.
Daryl Cook.
Great. And the Warriors players have very little value.
That now we think.
No,
Moses Moody. Now I hear you. What's he gonna fit?
Moses Moody.
Steiner, he can play on another team.
I tell you what. Let's go give this team a guy who's had 4 straight DNPs, but we'll get somebody who gets us back into the championship contention.
Evan.
Oh, my God.
Evan, you're always honest, even when I don't want you to be.
Romper room basketball discussion.
How big is it? This is just random. This is my computer. How big is the gap, if there's any, between Kevin Huerter and Moses Moody?
That's a fair question.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if that's the guy you want to compare Moses Moody to right now. Kevin Huerter's like out of the rotation.
No, that's what, but he was part of it, is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, he's down. His stock is super down, but they keep giving him opportunity after opportunity, and
Huerter would be way.
Oh, they also gave like $60 million.
I think it's an absolutely fair comparison, to tell you the truth.
No,
in terms of their
watch
game.
the King every day.
You want to pay Moody 60?
I'm not there yet.
Well, but I think that's why Sacramento plays him, because it's like, otherwise, what are you doing?
Dude, I'm watching him.
Let me tell you,
oh my gosh.
If Huerter were on the Warriors instead of Moody, you wouldn't like him that much either. You'd be like, yeah, he'd get you 19 one night.
Yeah,
You'd be
no
like,
doubt.
I like Huerter.
Out of it. Yeah,
exactly.
I see a lot. That's what I was saying. It was not. I'm fond of.
But don't you get it? Moody's the opposite. Moody just fits in. Huerter will try to interject himself.
But didn't Robert Horry and Rick Fox just fit in?
They did.
Like
and they were great when they were playing with Kobe and Shaq. When they were playing with a bit worse players, nobody cared.
By the way, Slater mentioned Kaminga in an important financial year. Well, Moody's got the same extension decision to make.
But it's obvious they are not catering. Like, they could just, it feels like it, like, oh, okay. You know, it ain't a big deal.
Yeah, that might be a problem.
Hey, coming up next on 95.7 The Game, it's the crossover.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to find out about, you know what we're doing? We got a segment.
Yeah.
We got a new segment coming. We're going to find out from Willard, Dibbs, Guru, and myself, what's bugging you? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Crossover next on 95.7 The Game, including a new feature, What's Bugging You?
My little brother's friend.
Kaminga's got that ha-ha.
I told you it wasn't going to go away.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru
What a jack.
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Guru. Guru said Kuminga. He's got ha-ha. See, I only think he's got ha. See, ha-ha is real quick change of direction.
Well, he got forgotten about last night, and I can't wait to hear
Rightfully
our brothers.
because he's an afterthought.
Willard, I got more pedigree to my NBA hoop game dibs than, put in Kaminga, but 5 of 7 from the field, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 7 free throw attempts where you made 6. You're watching an 18-point lead, just doing. Nobody once said, hey, Mark or Dan, we got a guy named Kaminga who hasn't played in the last umpteen minutes. Let's run him back out there, coach.
You should have played.
That's all.
They
might not have won.
Why do you think he didn't?
That's what's bothering me.
Okay.
Well,
205.
ask Willard,
that's what's bugging me.
and you'll take his word for it.
That little thing you got.
Why do you think he didn't play?
I think he got caught a little bit in a normal game time thing, and
Steve?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he kind of, I don't think he forgot. I just don't think Kaminga's on the top of his mind.
I don't think coaches forget. That's a la Kyle Shanahan. Like, I forgot that Eli Mitchell was on the team. Remember that? I forgot.
Right.
Or my favorite when the football coaches love this. What happened on that key play? I didn't see it. I'm going to have to go to the tape and take a look. I didn't see it. I'm under the impression that you've got a great seat, Coach. You didn't see it? So yeah, I don't buy that he forgot. I don't buy he was sitting too long.
No, the situation of the game.
I don't buy that.
Well, see, here's what I buy. He took him out with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Just because. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever he did.
Whatever.
Now he sits till the end of the third quarter.
And Wiggins
fine.
And Wiggins look good.
Which is fine.
Uh-huh.
And to me, if he starts Kaminga in the fourth, then he's not finishing the game. Because he doesn't like to finish with a guy playing an entire quarter. He doesn't even like doing that with Curry. So, okay. So at that point, it's a good sign. Kaminga's probably coming back with, well, he said 5 or 6.
Right.
You know, I think you could, here's where I'd say, what about 8 or 9? To give him the first crack at it, and then if he's not playing, we can get him out of 3 or 4. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So they build an 18-point lead.
Things are going well.
Now it's 6:51. Wiggins makes the shot to put him up 18.
18.
Timeout. Jonathan, get in there.
Of course not.
Right.
But the question,
so when do you do it over the next 6 minutes?
You would think if you were going to do it, because I totally get the idea of it's not broke, don't fix it, right? That's the way the Warriors are deciding the fourth quarter. If things are going well, stick with it. At a certain point in there, they weren't going well anymore. And they did make substitutions. And he wasn't one of them. And should he have been one? Probably.
I would say yes.
Probably, just because when the offense for the Warriors gets like that, you need your people who can kind of break a defense down. Or maybe
with that ha-ha.
No.
Talk to us.
No.
Talk to me.
No.
Clinton Dix.
No, with a post-up.
Not with a ha-ha.
All right, I'll take that.
He's their best post-up player.
Whatever.
You don't want him to ha-ha.
But he gets fouled sometimes, Stotty, when he ha-ha.
In the low post.
We always want
He gets it stolen on the ha-ha.
Well, and if he gets to the free throw line, he just misses it anyway.
Well,
I don't know
6 or 7
why.
last night.
Last night.
They didn't take
But he
any
hadn't
shot
taken one in
inside
an
of
hour and a
10
half.
minutes over the last half a quarter. They took 0 shots.
You can make that case that when it starts going crazy,
Talk to us.
But you get someone in there who is a good defender.
B has that ha-ha.
And he's got that ha-ha. And he can get to the cup.
Walk out.
Matty.
Before what's bugging me.
He can get to the tin. Okay?
I know
he can. He can get to the cup.
My text
and
is
he can
bugging
put
you.
it in. So anyway, but I find that to be a pretty simple point. The last time we came in this hot about someone not playing in the fourth quarter, Steve Kerr showed up 2 hours later and went, I messed that up.
No doubt.
And I bet he would do it again today.
Well, but this one's a little bit more complex.
Well, it is because Jonathan Kuminga decided to call his agent and have him call Shams.
Preach.
Which, by the way, while we can all understand his frustration and may share it,
It was totally wrong.
I don't think that necessarily speaks that well of Jonathan Kaminga and his agents right now.
Oh, of course not.
I'm pretty focused in on the word choice they used. I'd be
Faith?
pretty,
But why are you stopping there?
I'd be pretty offended if I'm the Warriors that Mr. 21-year-old has lost faith in the 4-time champion.
You put it in a way that I was trying to
really,
think of.
Jonathan? You lost faith in us.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is
The
part
Warriors.
2. This is part 2. This is a week away from a week after
That's like
Dibs.
part 5.
Part 2 last week when you guys were out, Devon and FP.
Yeah.
He said it messes with my mind. I'm unstoppable. So he's like, he must smell something inside what's going on with that team, Willard, and he's letting it all hang out from a place to, I believe, leverage of they need me more than I need them. Like, I'm telling you.
Well, that's not true. But what he smells is that the veterans and the young people don't get along, and the veterans have the pimp hand, and the pimp hand is strong, as you know. So the vets don't want to play with the youngsters.
What does that mean?
That means that Steph would rather lose with Wiggins than roll the dice with Kuminga. That's what it means. And Steph trying a cross-court, one-handed, flippy-dippy, and nobody's saying anything about that. Nobody's saying anything about that.
No, some
because
people
we're
are.
all,
Yeah, we touched it.
Yeah,
Jonathan Kuminga. Oh, Kuminga's words and Kuminga's stepping out. How about the MVP? How about the alleged GOAT making another reckless cross-court pass to lose you the game? Let's talk about that.
No, that was bad.
Well,
And then the Joker with a 35.
What do you want to say about it?
Okay, well,
Make
that's
the right pass.
See, now that's
Okay, fine.
okay.
Make
Great.
the right pass.
Great.
Stop trying to hit home runs
Perfect.
when a single will win the game. And if you look at his career, no, you asked me what I want to say.
Right.
This is what I want to say. So let me say it.
Go ahead.
Stop trying to do the shortcut because your career is coming to an end. Start making the smart play and pass the ball to the guy who's open.
Chris
Instead,
Paul.
you're trying to do something fancy schmancy to try to do something that's not open, something that might have worked 7 years ago. It doesn't work now. Steph, make the sensible old guy play because that's where you are.
Okay, big picture. What do you want to say?
I just said it.
No,
Well,
you didn't,
I have
because that's a
nothing to
small
say.
picture. That's last night. What's the big picture? What do you want to do?
The big picture is.
What do you want to trade Steph?
No, Mark.
Okay.
Stop trying to put that out there in
I'm
the
not-
ether. They're not going to trade Steph.
Okay, then stop putting out there, and I'm not even talking about you anymore. Stop putting out there that Steve Kerr needs to get the damn axe. Because if Steve Kerr needs to
not
get
about Steve Kerr getting the
Of course,
axe.
today is completely about Steve Kerr.
They've been coming
Jonathan
for him.
Kuminga made a national story out of Steve Kerr today. And this 4-time champ, a line of listeners today on this station, you got to fire Steve Kerr. Oh, really?
No, it's organizationally, you got to make a decision.
Somebody named Joe is going to come in here, and then the record's going to get better?
You either have to ride with the old guys and Steve, or you trade some of these old guys and go young, and then you bring in a new coach.
Hand in hand, exactly.
Make the choice.
So that's my point.
Make the choice.
You want to fire Steve Kerr? Great. Go ahead and trade Steph too.
Well, then if you're going to
'Cause
keep
it's over.
Steve Kerr, and he wants to stay, he told us that much.
Yes, he has said repeatedly.
Then trade Moody, trade Kuminga, and
they
turn
might.
the page.
And they might.
Well, they should
They might.
because I mean, clearly they don't want to be a part of, or this team is not
cohesive with the old guys and the young guys.
Listen,
they're not cohesive.
I don't know about that. That part?
Is there anybody
like from a basketball sense?
Well, yes, and I'm willing to say maybe I'm totally different here.
Okay,
here's the way I looked at that game, referring to coaching, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm watching that game, and the Warriors are up 18, and they lose an 18-point lead, and they end up losing. Before I go on to social media, which I don't I guess I didn't think, oh my God, Kaminga didn't play.
I didn't either.
Holy hell, Kaminga didn't play. It was just another game where Kaminga didn't play. Okay, the game comes down to Curry turning it over, Jokic hits a shot. You know what my question was after the game? Not why didn't Kaminga play? Why do you have Chris Paul on the floor, but he's not handling the ball? Why is Chris Paul not facilitating the last play? He's got the greatest assist-to-turnover ratio in the history of the game. We have Steph Curry, perhaps the greatest off-ball player in the history of the game. We know he's got some shortcomings turning the ball over, especially late in his game. Like, why was that called?
Right.
That was my overarching question.
You got Saric and Clay basically arm in arm in the corner as non-factors.
Oh, man.
So, I mean, where was the play call? Where was the offensive design? And you're right. And it's not so much about
the threat?
The threat was Steph Curry dribble, doing his Jordan Poole thing, and then I've got nowhere to go, and I'm going to try to make a 42-foot hook pass.
I said the worst thing that's going to happen is we're going to watch bonus basketball. That was not on the bingo card. A turnover, timeout, and then a dagger.
I jinxed it. I was sitting with the lovely Christy. No, it was my bad. Well, what the play that Denver ran, I'm like, what the hell are you doing? The second they inbounded it to Jokic 70 feet from the basket, I relaxed. I sat back on the couch, and I said to her, I go, well, you're not going to make that. And then she must have hit my arm 27 times.
Wow.
My bad.
So funny how
I'm like, how the hell's he going to? That's a terrible.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, what are
they doing?
What's he doing?
What is
but then
he
I was
doing?
like, he's 7'4".
You gave it to a gargantuan human being, 3/4 of the court.
And he's able to shoot a 49-footer just like it was a foul shot.
Totally.
Like, pretty incredible.
He's crazy.
And they got a game tonight, Dibs.
Ball player.
Well, kind of.
He is unbelievable.
He's crazy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You see that field goal percentage stat at the end of the game? 39 for his last 44?
Man.
What the hell is he doing?
Like,
That's absurd.
It's funny you mentioned it. They shot 52% from the floor. They shot
42 from three.
And they had 8 turnovers, and you lost the game.
Oh, my
gosh. We can talk about Kaminga and the Steph hook pass and the final sequence and everything else, but you said it, Steiny. It's the defense. You gave up $130.
Okay.
You shot better than 50. You shot better than 40, and you didn't turn it over, and rebounds were even, and you gave up $130.
But you balled out in the third quarter and outscored them. I mean, that was if I can interest you in some
if
defense.
you want to focus on that, you can.
No, that's a great little quarter.
The rat on the table is this is the 4th game, and they lead the league with 18-point blown leads against SAC, the Clippers, OKC, tied with the Spurs.
Yep.
But
tie.
Just one ahead of the
Steiny's telling me, Good, not to expect it, but the reason that's happening is because they're older. I don't buy that.
Okay, what do you buy?
That it's negligence by everybody, including Steph. This is the 4th blown lead of 18 points. Like,
part of that's on
the closer, and you
that's
got
on Steve Kerr.
Come on, let's finish it.
Fair.
Don't tell me we're old,
part
and
of
that's
it's
why
Steve
we
Kerr.
can't finish it.
Part of it's Steve Kerr.
I don't buy.
Part of it's Steve Kerr. Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I think a team that leads the league and lost big leagues.
That's
probably some
disappointing.
coaching.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, it's probably some coaching.
No doubt.
I think it's probably personnel. I think it's maybe a bad decision.
That would have been a great win.
Of course it would have been. They would have had wins over Boston and Denver. That would have made you feel so different. They would have been 500, and the Pistons are coming to town. Like, you'd have felt good. You'd have felt good if one other shot didn't go in.
Now the story's
Which,
out.
by the way, is probably something that everybody should breathe and remember today. If one shot doesn't go in, you probably don't have the opinion a lot of you have today.
Or that story from Kaminga.
And that probably makes it an irrational opinion. And so that's kind of where I am today. There's 2 conversations happening at once. Steve Kerr has not had a great year. He has said it. He's also balancing an insane amount an insane amount. He's got 2 pups who have their agents calling every day. He's got an absolute maniac who keeps getting suspended by the league. He's got a guy on a boat in Tiburon who can't mentally seem to keep his wits about him as he ages. He brings in a future Hall of Famer who's got to learn how to come off of the bench. All of this is going on at one time. And we're acting like, dude, easy decision. It's not. It's not. This is not easy. It's not clear who should be in the closing lineup every night. So if you want to have a conversation about in-game management, last few games, a game like last night, should Kaminga have played? Of course, he probably should have gone in. And of course, Steve has made some mistakes with late game management. To me, that's very different than fire Kerr.
Yeah,
that's very different.
As far as Steve Kerr goes, I absolutely think there are definitely coaches out there who probably could milk some more wins out of this team. You know what? Like a Don Nelson from 10 years ago, he would be better than Steve Kerr with this team.
Would he make Wiggins and Kaminga coexist?
He'd probably just no, but whatever he would do, it would have no relationship to Klay Thompson's feelings or Draymond's feelings. But Steve Kerr's the dynasty coach. That's who he is. Like,
I didn't even mention Wiggins in terms of what he's balancing. Yeah. Whatever the hell has gone on there for the last year of our lives. It's a hell of a lot more than. I mean, what is that? What is that? And of course we don't know.
I'm done trying to figure it out.
Well, of course, but the point is like, let your mind wander a little bit in terms of what it's been like to manage all of this and act like there are easy answers around every corner is super hindsight 2020.
It's pretty easy, though, in terms of, you've got Jonathan Kuminga playing well, you play him. End of complexity.
Night, yes, but that's the small sample.
Moses Moody is not playing. Right. So why is he not playing?
Wow.
I think that
There's
Steve
a reason.
Kerr, and the reason is, and it's something that we haven't heard from anybody, but it's pretty easy for me to see from the outside looking in, the veterans don't want to play with certain guys. Wow, and that's Moses Moody plays and he plays well, and then it's DNP. Kaminga plays and he balls out last night, and then you don't play him again? Why is that?
Here's my guess. Here's my guess.
Give it to us.
This is my guess as to why Kaminga is not more top of mind at the end of a game. Because when we go, he hates young people. Well, he doesn't hate Podziemski. And he's starting real quick to not hate Trace Jackson-Davis. And my guess is, especially when you hear the way they talk, is that Podziemski and TJD do a better job of doing what Brock Purdy is accused of doing, and that is being a system player. So they go out there and they do what the Warriors are trying to do, whatever that is. On a given night, the game plan, Steph, building around what has been Warrior basketball for years. When I listen to Jonathan Kaminga talk, Kaminga wants to cook. And he can sometimes.
He did last night.
Got that ha-ha. So, yes, he can do it. But the Warriors are like, that's great that you can do it, but that's not winning basketball. Think back to last year.
Yeah.
Was there another player who had the ha-ha?
Jordan Poole
didn't play Warrior basketball all the time, and it wore people out. So that's my guess. That's my guess. And you can have your opinion, whatever you want it to be based on that. Jonathan Kaminga, I hope he's not traded. He is a tremendous talent.
Oh, I hope he is traded because he's at 11:30 right now in a motel room. Well, he is ready for checkout time.
Then here's the good news. If you do decide to trade him, of all the trades we've talked about, that's the guy other teams want.
No, man.
That's the guy. If you want to get a return, that's the guy.
What you got, Snow?
All right, guys, time for our new segment.
I think we burned it all already.
No. Oh, I got plenty more. It's time for What's Bugging You, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Pest Control, go ahead. What's bugging you?
What's bugging me is my partner is telling me, and I believe him, and I need Willard and Dibbs to help me. I thought Jordan Poole being traded, Chris Paul being brought in, Mike Dunleavy looking us in the face and telling us connectivity is what it's about this year with the Warriors. How could Matt Steinmetz or anybody think that whatever ailed this team off the court last year, still there was some residue? I thought it was Lysol, clean slate. how did I miss that something still was festering with the Warriors off the court? Because I believe it to be the case now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels
Were you thinking like Steiny was clear, or like me, they're starting fresh?
No, I don't think that they're starting fresh, and you're never going to start fresh when you have Jonathan Kaminga, who goes from 16 to 8 to 4 to 0 minutes in the playoffs, and then this year he's in and out, he's on, he's off, and he doesn't finish a game where you blow a lead, and Moses Moody comes in and he plays great, and then he's a DNP. Meanwhile, Podziemski, rightfully
playing his ass off,
but all of a sudden, Pods comes in and he plays in front of Moody. If you're Moody, you're thinking, I could do a lot of those things. Why don't I get a chance? So I don't think that you can look at a clean slate and think about it in terms of the Warrior team.
Slate.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out Slater. What's bugging?
Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, what's bugging you, Steiny?
Well,
I'll tell you what's bugging me.
Why?
You know what? You did that already.
No.
He was answering Goo.
He gets two bugging it? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
I thought we were having a conversation.
What's bugging him, and then he's going to help with what's bugging everybody else.
Oh, so it's not going to be like 1, 2, 3.
It's going to be whatever. It's going to be whatever
however you want it to be.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do this quickly. Yeah, okay. What's bugging me is Farhan Zaidi sitting on his hands because...
You got a picture?
No, I wanted to do it. I had something on Robbie Ray I was going to throw out there.
Robbie Ray is a great pitcher.
No, it's the...
In 2019.
What'd you do? I wanted to give you I wanted to Gary Woodland you.
Oh, yeah.
With Robbie Ray. Nobody knows what we're talking about, but shoot.
You're excited.
You want me to say that? I'll tell
Tell him the story.
I'll tell that story about what's bugging me. What's bugging me is Joe Fortenbaugh from about 7 years ago. After the Super Bowl.
You hear about this?
And this guy's not known for comedy.
Have I heard this one before?
You might have.
Okay.
Stop me if you've heard it before. Okay. I'm doing mornings with Joe Lowe and Dibs, and Fortenbaugh's not known for comedy. So we open up at 6 a.m. and he does this full setup about, I'll tell you what a big surprise from yesterday and blah, 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 and last night and this and that.
It's like a Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah.
This is good.
And I go, oh, you mean Gary Woodland with a win? And he looks at me. And he goes, yeah, Gary Woodland. And we go to break, and we turn off the mics, and I go get a sip of coffee. And he turns to me and he goes, what the hell do you think you're doing? And I go, wait, what? He goes, I was setting that all up for a Gary Woodland joke. And I go, Joe, I didn't think it. And he went on to
he was hurt.
Dude, berated me for the entirety of 5 minutes, including a Cars for Kids commercial. Your boy just buried me. So what's bugging me, Steiny, is Joe Fortenbaugh from 6 years ago.
Joe, man.
There, the story's been told.
Go ahead, Steiny.
Gary Woodland. So Gary Woodland is forever synonymous with, somebody Joe blocking.
You stole my bet.
Totally.
Isn't Woodland the guy who wanted to play D1 basketball and realized... But he played D3 and...
That sounds right. I'm not trying to steal anyone's story about Gary.
Well, I guess what's bugging me is... what's bugging me?
Dibs taking your stuff.
Farhan Zaidi, Robbie Ray.
Do you want me to give you a minute and I'll do mine?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You want to know what's bugging me?
Sure.
All right. Fancy, expensive donuts. That's what's bugging me because they shouldn't exist. There are championship donuts.
Thank you, by the way.
In the other room.
Yeah, thank you, by the way.
And that is from, and I always shout him out, that is from Donut Alley in Larkspur because that is what a donut shop is supposed to look like. It's supposed to be about the size of a quarter, and you're supposed to walk in there, and there'll be a tip jar that looks like it's been there since 1978.
It has.
And good people behind the glass with donuts, like regular donuts. Chocolate old-fashioned, glazed donuts, things with sprinkles on them, chocolate bars. Stop messing around with donuts the size of your face that are thick and doughy, and a dozen cost $48. If you have a store like that, close it. Close it. Donuts are classic. Keep them that way. That's what's bugging.
This is a great take. And thank you for the donuts. Championship donuts. He won the fantasy league. The donuts are good and somehow still fresh.
Steiny said that.
I've already had about an hour and a half. I've had about 5 already.
They close at 1, and I went in at closing time.
Yeah, boy.
No, they're great. I had what kind I had? The chocolate with the.
Did you have the chocolate old fashioned, or did you have
chocolate
the
old fashioned?
My favorite's the French curler.
Oh no, that's what I had. It's wait. What's an old fashioned?
Chocolate old fashioned is the one. Is a circle.
Yeah.
With a hole in the middle.
Right.
And then it's got a ridge around the edge.
Oh yeah. That's what I had.
Yeah.
That's what I had. That was great.
Did I do a good job?
I guess. Can I do what's bugging me and then get out of here, please?
Huh?
Can I do bag on there?
Dude, yeah, what's bugging you?
Stoney?
You know what's bugging me is that damn bag you're all wearing.
Well, it's
on your
211.
back. Yeah. I know, but
211, 211.
This show flew. This was like, wow.
Yeah.
What's bugging me is
This is incredible. It's like
just making it up as you go along. You're just making it up,
dude. Wow.
It's a preparation.
I think I've gotten rid of them all over the show.
Yeah.
That's it. Matt Steinmetz is not being bugged by anything.
You know what bothers? I guess what bothers me, looking at Klay Thompson on the screen. What bothers me is that I feel like Draymond's tenure here will last longer than Klay's from this point on, and I just kind of think that sucks. That kind of bugs me. Yeah, a little bit.
I hear that.
Yeah, if Klay ends up leaving this year and Draymond's around for another year, that kind of bugs me.
And he's on his way.
Hey, you guys have a great weekend.
They do win that game in the last night with Draymond.
Oh, there's
Did they get up 18 though?
I don't know.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so if I acknowledge something right from the jump, you know how sometimes people say question and a comment, Dibs?
Of course.
How about comment and a question?
You can have everything you want, Mark.
All right. Thank you.
You get. I mean,
all I want is donuts on a Friday.
And thank you, by the way. One down, and I can't say how many more to go.
Yeah, more to go.
Because I'm supposed to be, trying to watch my P's and Q's, but I'm more concerned about watching my donuts.
You're amongst friends.
Thank you.
Do whatever you want.
Hello, friends.
Yeah. Okay. Comment and a question. Here's the first comment.
Let it rip.
Okay. Jonathan Kaminga should have played more in the fourth quarter last night.
Okay.
Should have played in the fourth quarter at all.
It's a hot take.
Yeah. Now here's the question. So Steve Kerr is the problem? Is that what some of you have assessed? And I know some of you are nodding, but let's go. 888-957-9570. Is that where we've arrived? Steve Kerr is the problem.
Well, "the" is a big word.
If there was a different coach, things would be okay, or things would be headed in the right direction. This is a genuine question. I'm not saying that I'm not here to listen to what everyone has to say about that. I want clarity. Is that what we're saying? Steve Kerr. We have watched now, what are they, 16 and 18?
Yep,
okay,
34
games.
Almost halfway there.
And we have assessed, and we have broken it down, and we have thought about things rationally, probably not rationally.
Never.
And we have looked at it through the lens of all the players, the organization as a whole, and we have arrived at the answer. Steve Kerr is the problem.
I think you're using the wrong word.
Okay.
It's not the, it's a.
Okay.
Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr a problem? Yes. Steve Kerr is a problem. And is he making these decisions based on what he thinks, what Joe Lacob wants, what Mike Dunleavy thinks, what Steph Curry thinks, and Klay and Draymond and the vets? Where does this come from? Because what we have is a team that has blown 5 leads?
I think 4.
4 leads of 18
or more, yeah.
Which is unconscionable.
Yeah, think of their record if they just win those 4 games.
Correct. And think about how many close games they've lost.
Mm-hmm.
And think about, Jonathan Kuminga, whether or not you think he should be talking or not, he is, and he should have played. And he said to us before that Moses Moody should have played. And his rotations are an issue. He doesn't seem to get it right. And it's easy to say when you lose games, but that's ultimately what it comes down to. And Steve knows that.
Sure.
When you win, then you don't get questioned. When you lose, you get questioned. And when you have a young player in Jonathan Kuminga who's playing great, and he played great last night, and then he doesn't play anymore, I'm not saying he was the best player on the floor.
Today is a day
he played really well.
Today is a day where everyone just calmly receive what I'm about to say, because he did. He looked good last night, and I like a lot of what we've seen this year, and it's already on Twitter that I hope he's not traded, okay? But there's a little bit too much. Jonathan Kaminga is a great player for my taste today. Jonathan Kaminga is in a certain spot in his development. He is 21 years old. Some of what we see is highly encouraging. That's how I would define Jonathan Kaminga. So a little bit too much for my taste of, you got a great player on the bench and you left him out. I
agree with that, but all I said, and this is where I'm going to hang my hat today, he played great last night. And he played
really well.
He played the 9th fewest minutes of the 9 guys who got to play basketball.
It's odd.
That, to me, it's beyond odd. It is unconscionable. I'm not going to say it's fireable because Steve Kerr is unfireable. You can't fire Steve Kerr. He's not a coach that you can just fire over this or anything outside of a major, mega scandal. I look at this, though, and I think, what's going on? Why would Jonathan Kaminga only play 19 minutes when he played really well in those 19 minutes? And the team was doing well. And I know his excuse or his explanation, I don't want to say excuse because that has a negative connotation. His explanation was Andrew was playing well and we built this big lead. And then, I felt like, it
had been a long time.
It had been a long time. So, and I understand it had been a long time if you're talking about a 38-year-old. But Jonathan Kaminga's 21. You could get him out of bed and give him 30 minutes, and he would be just fine.
Let's let everybody hear exactly what Kerr said.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was. And so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
He had been out for a while is an unsatisfying answer. You're not going to get any argument from anyone with regard to Jonathan Kaminga should have been in the game in the fourth quarter at some point. No one's going to argue. Is anyone going to argue that? I don't think anyone's going to argue that today.
No, but the greater point, though, to me is why. What is the root reason why Steve Kerr is not playing Jonathan Kaminga in these spots, and to a lesser extent, Moses Moody, why he got no minutes at all?
Why do you think?
Because he doesn't believe in Jonathan Kaminga or Moses Moody.
Okay.
Or the other part of it that we won't probably ever find out about, do the veterans not want to play with Jonathan Kaminga?
Well, I don't think that Steve Kerr has ever coached like a dictator. I don't think that's ever been that way.
Right.
So I think that the voices that you think have a voice in the room, they do. They do. So sure, Steph Curry, Draymond Green went active.
Right.
Clay is usually, my perception at least, and I think they've spoken to this, is usually just, he's kind of whatever. He's over there in the corner. He's not going to go in there and throw a clipboard. But I think Steph's got a big voice. I think Draymond's got a big voice. I think Kevon Looney's got more of a voice than we realize. I think others on the coaching staff and in the front office have a voice. So everything that you see out there comes from all of those voices. I don't think Steve Kerr makes those decisions by himself.
Right.
And I don't think, as we already detailed earlier this week, I don't think he's racist. I don't think he hates winning. I don't think he hates young people.
Exactly. I agree with all that.
I don't think he hates anything. I think he's got a philosophy that is maybe at odds with certain portions of the organization right now and is definitely something with which we can disagree. But I do think that whatever he's doing, he has his reasons behind it. They may not be okay. They may not be working anymore. But let's acknowledge that when he's at a press conference, he can't say what the real reason is. That's what I feel. It's not that Jonathan was sitting too long. It's probably that even today, talent acknowledged, Steve Kerr probably doesn't feel great about Jonathan Kaminga closing games. Because at age 21, he's not going to be the most cerebral player on the floor.
Right. And your 35-year-old superstar was not your most cerebral player on the floor either.
He was not, but he's obviously earned that.
He sure has.
And so when you see, and Steiny asks a fair question, what the hell is Chris Paul doing on the floor? Well, that's probably what he's doing on the floor. Is
standing there watching.
He's 107 years old, and Steve's like, I trust him to know what we're trying to do. And this is the Warriors. They've reached a point where what they're trying to do doesn't really flow anymore with what the players can do. And that's the problem.
Right.
You either got old people who can't effectively run it anymore, or you've got young people who have the talent to do it, but they don't have the know-how to do it yet. And Steve still very much leans in the direction of those who can do it in their mind as opposed to those who can physically do it but don't know what to do.
At the expense of victories
to a fault, maybe. That is acknowledged and onward.
Well, and onward is an interesting thing to say because you have 34 days till the trade deadline, and now Jonathan Kuminga, for the second time in 3 weeks, has made it known through his people and via slates who joined Steiny and Guru earlier in the day, talking about how he is no longer gruntled. He's now disgruntled again. So you're in a spot where Kaminga's not happy and Moses Moody's getting DNPs against the defending champion in a 9-man rotation. And for what? So you can ride this thing out with the veterans till the end? Okay, well, what does that mean for the trade deadline in 34 days?
All right, so let's hear a little bit from slates as far as exactly where we stand. Jonathan Kaminga and Steve Kerr. Couple things to play for you. Slates was on with Steiny and Goo. This is Slater saying that the Kaminga situation is motivated mostly by money.
You know, the other thing that I think is mixed in here, this is huge. Like, this is an important financial moment in Jonathan Kaminga's life, right? He's extension eligible this summer. This is when you usually find out if you do or don't get that next big contract. And I just think with everything going on, like, and, you know, Steve Kerr mentioned it the other day, right? Remember when he was kind of hinting at, like, personal agendas getting in the way, and then Klay Thompson did his press conference, so I think eyes were on him. But that wasn't just directed necessarily at one player, right? That was a locker room comment.
Okay, and the other thing is, can this be salvaged between Kerr and Kuminga?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. You know, I think there's a month till the trade deadline. I think there's a lot of question marks on the future of this team. A handful of players who I think we'll find out a lot more by the trade deadline, and we'll find out where this front office wants to take this thing. I think if, you know, Kuminga is playing, you know, steady, consistent minutes. I mean, he has started the last 11 straight games, but the one thing I will say about Steve Kerr is I do think the job this season is very challenging. The mix, the amount of players that should probably be in the rotation, but also the veterans that have earned it who aren't playing well. I mean, we've talked about it all year, but like, this is not an easy mix to coach, I would say.
I'm glad Slater said that right there at the end. That is one thing that is among all the things I feel today, that is definitely on the list.
Tough mix to coach.
Can all of you who have steam flying out of your ears, just for a moment, this is not an excuse, this does not mean that he's right or that he coached well last night, but can you acknowledge the difficulty that is on Steve Kerr's plate right now with what feels like 12 players who all have a case as to why they should be in the game more? And then think about what we always talk about in the NBA. What's the hard part? X's and O's or managing egos? What did Phil Jackson do well? X's and O's? Who cares? They got Kobe and Shaq.
The triangle.
Ball's going in the damn hole. There's nothing you could do to stop it. They're going to win a ring. But what did he have to do well? He had to give them books, and he had to manage their minds and their egos. Andrew Wiggins has been battling something seemingly off and on for a year. Draymond Green is emotionally sideways and unavailable. Klay Thompson seems to be going through a midlife crisis in terms of basketball at age 33. You got two young pups with their agents on line one round the clock right now. Can we not act like he's got obvious answers at every turn? Because he doesn't.
No, they're not obvious answers, but it's just not that difficult. It's not as hard as you're making it sound.
I think it is.
When a guy is playing well, you play him. And right now you've got 10 guys.
So
you don't have 11. You don't have 12. You've got 10.
What if 7 are playing well?
Well, they're not. And you get into the fourth quarter, and you missed 11 of your final 12 shots as a team. So Go ahead and make something different. Like take Kavon out, offense, defense, put Kuminga in, and Wiggins goes cold in the fourth. Put him in for Wiggins.
I'm not arguing that Kaminga should have gone in.
It's not as hard as the way you are laying it out, in my opinion.
Of course it is. Because
you've got egos, you've got young people. Just play the guys who are playing well. It's not as hard as you're making it seem.
And Wiggins was. And so were all of them.
And so was Kuminga.
Yes.
So play them side by side. Even though you don't think that can actually happen.
And it hasn't worked.
So instead, you ride with your fourth quarter lineup, and it's failing, and you stick with it.
I have
and it fails, and you stick with it.
12 times today that Kuminga should have played in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, of course.
But you can't ask him to predict the future and to say play the guys who are playing well. Well, that was more than 5 people last night. So what do you do?
Yeah.
And then
you play the guy who's playing great.
Then all of a sudden, they weren't playing well, and he didn't pivot. I acknowledge that. Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. It's a big audience. Get on in there. Lots going on. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. New hoodie? New hoodie?
No, old hoodie.
Old hoodie. All right, still fun. It's a classic. Like and subscribe for all the 95.7 The Game content. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, and your call's next on a big day on Willard and Dibs.
The Home Depot.
Jokic lines up at midcourt. Murray trying to get a running start. Cannot. Jokic in the backcourt catches, dribbles on Looney. Jokic from the Chase Center side. Banked it in at the buzzer, and Denver wins the game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Tragic. And yes, my fault.
Unbelievable.
My fault.
How so?
Because I told you on the crossover.
I don't believe in this.
The second they inbounded the ball, I'm like, you got to throw the ball further up the court. So they inbounded to Jokic, and I relaxed. And I go, well, you're not going to make that. I said it out loud. You're not going to make that. He made that.
Yeah, he made it.
He made that.
We were typical moment for Supper and I.
My bad.
She's on her phone, and I'm watching the game, and I let out an audible, oh, blank, as I am known to do, but much more passionately than normally.
Oh.
And she looks up, and I go, turn it off. Turn it off.
Turn it off.
And she goes, I told you they stink.
Oh, gosh, great. Thanks for piling on. Thanks for piling on,
She had that take like 2 months ago, and then we went to the Heat game, and they actually were terrible.
Yeah,
and she's like, see? So I got a big capital C. And then last night, she watched a grand total of 0 seconds, and she looked up when I let fly with a classic oh blank, and she goes, just turn it off. Turn it off. I said, turn it off. Turn it off. I don't want to hear... I don't want to see Sir Charles. I told you a jump shooting team.
Oh, how happy was Chuck when he got to the studio.
Let me ask you this, and we don't need game show music for this, but who's happier, Charles or Steiny?
That's a horse race right there.
And down the stretch they come.
Oh, man.
Because both are, and I love Steiny, and I don't know Charles, and Steiny doesn't really... Well, I can't even complete that because I think he might actually rejoice in those moments.
What, hate the Warriors?
I don't think that he hates the Warriors, but I think that he enjoys
those moments.
Yes. Is that Schadenfreude when you enjoy the misery of others?
Yeah. Well, I think
that's what that is.
It's something.
Because I'm tight. Anyway.
So the story by Shams and Anthony Slater.
Great story.
Well, I wish Slates would come back on.
Bonus Slates?
Well, I got one follow-up question because we just played is this relationship salvageable?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think there's a month till the trade deadline. I think there's a lot of question marks on the future of this team. A handful of players who I think we'll find out a lot more by the trade deadline, and we'll find out where this front office wants to take this thing. I think if Kaminga is playing, steady, consistent minutes. I mean, he has started the last 11 straight games, but the one thing I will say about Steve Kerr is I do think the job this season is very challenging. The mix, the amount of players that should probably be in the rotation, but also the veterans that have earned it, who aren't playing well. I mean, we've talked about it all year, but this is not an easy mix to coach.
Okay, so if he says, I don't know if it's salvageable. Well, the article, quote, Thursday night was the straw that broke the camel's back. That doesn't sound salvageable to me.
Can a camel get back surgery? One hump or two.
Not on the cheap.
Right. So, I mean, the straw that broke the camel's back, according to the source, which I would imagine the source comes from one of Kaminga's people, if it's not salvageable, then he's getting dealt. And you got 34 days to figure it out.
And you have to act like that if you're the agent because your threat does not hold any water if you're like, boy, we want to trade unless you do something different over the next 4 days.
Exactly.
That's just like, no, that doesn't, you have to act big.
And also in the moment, you're going to be more upset than you would be. Like tonight, if he goes out and plays 38 minutes and gets 37 and 14.
What if he doesn't play at all?
Wow. I mean,
I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't know. Look, here's the wording of the tweet, and don't kill the messenger. Shams and Anthony are just telling you exactly what Johnny's agent called and told them to say. And I say it like that because I'll be straight honest with you. I was a little bothered by the wording. I'm not bothered by his frustration. That's understandable. Not only should he have played, this is a bigger issue than last night, and we know that. If you've been following the Warriors at all, you know that Kuminga, his development, his opportunity has been a repetitive issue. This is nothing new to the organization, and it's not the first time that he's spoken up. I was hard on him in the playoffs last year for sure.
Yeah.
Because I didn't like him speaking up to the Chronicle while he watched rebounds fly over his head. So there's that. But now get to here, to present day, and listen to this wording. Shams writes, after sitting the final 18 minutes of the Nuggets' loss, Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr and no longer believes that Kerr will allow him to reach his full potential. Okay. No longer believes that Kerr will allow him to reach full potential. All right. I mean, that sounds like a genuine feeling. He's lost faith in Steve Kerr. I got a little bit of trouble with that. That's a little problematic when the 21-year-old raw, unproven star, hopeful star, I should say, has lost faith in the four-time champion coach and the epic superstar who is alongside the four-time champion coach, who has probably got as much to say about this as the coach. The fact that Kuminga is having a hard time finding faith in them.
In him, not them. It's just him.
Okay, fine.
According to the report. But yeah.
But it's a team.
I get it.
Steve Kerr is the Warriors. Like there has been nothing but kumbaya for 10 years of everybody being largely on the same page when it comes to basketball. Sure, there have been disagreements, but when it comes to basketball, it's an orchestra. It's a concert. We know it. We watched it. It's the best. It's the best thing I've ever seen on a basketball court. And now someone who's 21, I've lost my faith in this outfit. I don't know.
Yeah.
For me, that's supposed to be the other way around.
It's strong, but it's clear that the other way around is in existence. So it's pretty clear to me that Steve Kerr has lost his faith in Jonathan Kaminga. And you go back to last year's playoffs where Jonathan Kaminga went from 16 to 8 to 4 to 0 in terms of minutes. So if you're Kaminga, it's pretty clear that Steve Kerr and the rest of the power team, quote unquote, they lost faith in him last year. And then this year, Draymond's out, and now we got faith in you again because now we need you. And then you get to a game against Denver where you play well, and you're 5 of 7. You got 16 points. You're attacking the rim, and no one else really is. And you're doing all the things they want you to do. 1 turnover, 4 assists, and he playing pretty well last night.
Yep, he really did.
And then you don't play again the rest of the ball game. I could see where he's going to be hurt. He's going to be upset.
I know, but
now the fact that he went and he had his people, I don't know if he had his people or if the people just went on their own. I doubt they went rogue and went to Anthony Slater and Sham Charania on their own. That part of it is a little bit troubling to me, but I think what is being said, I don't think it's wrong because Steve Kerr clearly lost faith in him.
I don't know if he ever had it.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you have faith in him? The guy's been playing great. He's been double digits for the past month and a half.
Why wouldn't you have faith in Jonathan Kuminga at the end of games? Because he's never done it before in his life.
But he's playing well. This is the best stretch of NBA he's ever had.
But this is brand new. Like I love that we act like Kuminga's established now. Again, I want to back up. I have zero argument with the idea that last night stunk. That was not right. He should have played.
Right. And that's where the comments come from.
And that's, no, they got to be bigger than that. You don't go to Shams based on one night. You go to Shams based on 2 years of disappointment.
Right. And I think last year in the playoffs is a big part of it because last year in the playoffs.
He was wrong last year in the playoffs. He
was. He absolutely was. Yeah. And then this summer, he went and he got in the lab, Mark. He went to the lab and he put in the work and he came back and he's been more mature. And he's been more, I think, present. He hasn't pouted in these moments. And then you get to a spot last night on national TV where you're playing well against the defending champs and you don't get a sniff over the final 18 minutes.
Total mistake.
But to me,
mistake.
It's more than just a mistake. It's an absolute blow to a young player who's played great.
I buy it. I buy it.
Now, to go out and have this come out, not only the next day, but hours later, that to me is either a tactical move, an immature mistake, or both.
Or napalm.
Well, and I think tactical move would be the napalm part of it. Like,
yeah,
you know what? That's why we're out of here.
Yeah.
Trade me. Trade him. Which
interesting time to do it.
For sure.
I mean, you're 21 years old. You're 21 years old.
Budding star.
Yeah, you're 21 years old.
Emerging Hall of Famer.
Can't make a free throw.
Got that ha-ha.
Yeah.
I texted Steiny that about noon, knowing that it would set him off. Because that's one of Guru's things.
Yeah.
He's got that that's the ha-ha.
I'm going to try to ride this line all day. I know it'll be hard for some people to hear.
It's tough.
Well, it's just two different things.
You're keeping it real, though.
No, there's now, and then there's the whole issue. There's now. Last night was on Kerr. I have no issue with that, and I don't know who would even – I haven't heard anyone disagree with that. But in my opinion, too many people are taking last night and maybe even a couple other examples from this year, and you're making this umbrella issue out of it, and that's why I asked my question. And again, is that where we are? You've assessed 34 games, and maybe last year too. Some of you will take this back to Draymond and Jordan, whatever it is you're thinking. And you have done all the analysis, and you have decided Steve Kerr is the problem. That's what it sounds like, and that's where I have an issue. If you think that there's someone else on planet Earth right now that if they were coaching the Warriors, this team would still be contending for a championship, or if you feel like championships should not even be part of the thought process anymore, and this should all be about development, and the Warriors have a player development problem, that to me is a more interesting point that might be fair. The problem with that is, in my opinion, if you feel that way, I'd like to know what the hell you even want Steph Curry on the team for anymore. If it's time,
he's your best player.
No, but it's time for the future. Forget now. Now's over. That's what I keep hearing all day.
Now's only over when you keep one of your most dynamic players on the bench.
But if now's over, then who cares?
Well, now's not over yet.
The Pistons are in town. You think they care if they win tonight?
Oh, absolutely.
No, they don't. The players do.
Oh, the Warriors care.
Yes. The Pistons don't care if they win.
Of course not.
Because they're all about the future. So if now is over, why do y'all care who won the game last night?
Because they don't think that now is over.
Right. And if they don't think that now is over, then Steph Curry and Steve Kerr still need to be a big part of this.
Fine. Be a big part of it.
That's all I'm saying.
But get your ego out of the way and allow yourself to play players who are playing well instead of the old tired thing of let's play Chris Paul and let's play Kevon Looney, who's not the Kevon Looney he used to be. And if Kaminga and Wiggins really can't play together, then do something about it.
Then you should trade one of them.
If it's about now, then something's got to change for the now.
I agree with you there. Like if you're going to say, and the Warriors have, we're going to make it up as we go along in terms of the closing lineup, well, then you need to stop doing the fallback of Klay Thompson and Chris Paul all the time. They've started to finally do it with Wiggins.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's in, sometimes he's not. I think that's why I keep saying that his job this year is difficult. I think this is an incredibly, not just dangerous game, I think it's impossible. This thing that they're all doing, we'll just see who's playing well, and we're just going to go with it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Athletes need to know what it is that is expected of them. They need to know what they're preparing for. And the coaches, if they go by this, like make it up as we go along thing, you're automatically turning yourself into some sort of a psychic or something. Like you're supposed to know who's going to go out there in the last 5 minutes and hit shots. And if you're hot, are you still going to be hot? Or are you going to be done with your hot? And if you were hot back in the second quarter, will you be hot again? It's impossible. Well, there's no way to know who's going to play well. They could have gone back to Kaminga, and he could have come in and ruined the game.
Could have.
He could have.
But maybe you give him that chance.
I absolutely would have.
Because it's not like Wiggins in the fourth quarter was hot.
No, but
he was 2 of 3 in the quarter.
NBA teams don't do it this way for a reason. I think the Warriors should pick a route and go with it for a while. And if that's not working, then you can change. But when you change, go with a new route. Make it up every day as you go doesn't work.
Well, what doesn't work is what they're doing right now. When you've blown 4 leads of 18 points or more, and when you get into a quarter where you're up by 18, and then it's down to 15, and it's down to 12, it's cut to 10, and you use your timeouts, maybe you sub in a guy who has played pretty well, even though he might be a little bit cold, because, man, it's been a while since Jonathan Kuminga's played. He's 21. A 21-year-old has a greater ability to heat it up and get ready than a 39-year-old.
I have no argument with you.
And I'm not trying to nitpick over last night only. I look at the bigger issue, which Jonathan Kaminga is clearly frustrated by his role. And he feels like he's done all he can to play well, get better, defend better, and do all the things they want him to do. And yet you get into the biggest game of the year and he can't sniff the court. It's frustrating.
Yeah, totally. That I get. That I get. But again, so now Steve Kerr is the problem. And
no, he's a problem.
And you'd like to do something about it.
I'd like him to change his ways.
Okay. And
I don't want to.
I'm fine with that. It's like I just said. You got to pick a route in the fourth quarter. You can't make it up as you go along every game.
You can make it up, but their finishing lineup is always changing. It's not like they go with the same 5 no matter what.
It shouldn't. They need to have a closing 5.
They don't have a closing 5.
They need to find one.
And that's the bigger problem in their team. Then.
They need to find one.
Well, maybe you go to a guy who's played great for the first 2.5 quarters, and maybe you throw him in the closing lineup.
I have no issue with that, but do it, and then do it every game. Maybe a tweak here or there based on a matchup or something like that. But this whole, I'm going to go by feel, 8 minutes to go in the game, and, gee, well, you look good, and let's see, you've played well, and, I forgot about you. Let's see, are you sweating still? Does anyone need to go to the bathroom? It's an impossible situation.
Well, they're searching because they don't have it. Right now, they've got one guy who they feel like they can close with, and he made the biggest turnover of the night.
Yep.
So he's the only guy. Steve was in need of a closer, and R&S Garage Doors is not going to help him, unfortunately. You got Steph, and you've got a whole bunch of who knows what.
Let's go to Dallas and Oakland. Hey, Dallas, thanks for calling. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. We're going to get to all of you who are waiting to weigh in. Let's do it. Hi, Dallas.
Hey, what's up, man? Good afternoon.
To you as well.
To
you as well.
Oh, appreciate you, sir. So all this, Kaminga's only 21, and he needs to bow down to Steve Kerr. And for the reason, not just because why we lost last night, but Steve Kerr definitely needs to swallow his ego. We don't need to trade him, obviously. He's a great coach. But in this instance, he is wrong. Kuminga should have played not only last game, but the game we lost before. We keep going with Wiggins in the fourth. Wiggins is not a closer. He doesn't have that sort of DNA in his veins. He poops the bed in the fourth quarter a lot of the times. We need to it's not like Kaminga's asking for the reins. He's not saying, give me the reins, coach, but he is saying, can you loosen him up and allow me to be what I want to be? We were using words like phenom in regards to Kaminga, and then all of a sudden, he's not even playable in the fourth quarter. That doesn't make sense. And when I look at it, the only consistency is Steve Kerr needs to swallow, because last night he thought we were going to win. Then he was going to come to the podium and say, remember that one time that I went with Wiggins instead of Kaminga and we lost? Well, I did it last night and we won. But that scenario didn't happen. We lost because the universe doesn't reward stupidity. And the Nuggets should have never came down to the last shot of the game. And because it came down to the last shot, that's why it went in, because that's how if you guys play basketball, that's how it goes. But Willard, I love you, but you said, oh, well, Kaminga's young and these are 4-time champions. We can't keep saying that because we won't get to the 5th championship if we keep standing on the 4 that we already got.
Jonathan Kaminga's not leading you to a 5th championship either, Dallas. So I get everything that you're saying. But the problem, and Dallas, thank you. It's a really good call. What I'm saying is, and where so many of these arguments, to me, fall apart, is we get collectively caught up in the momentary frustration, and many of you want to act on that, I believe. Whether that's firing Steve Kerr or trading Draymond. And I keep wanting to ask, to what end? I have no issue if you think Kuminga should have played in the fourth quarter last night. Of course he should have. But all of the Kaminga fans out there, are you under the impression that if they turn the keys over to Jonathan Kaminga, that's going somewhere at age 21?
Would it help in the future?
Maybe.
If he played more high leverage minutes against the defending NBA champion instead of Kevon Looney, who played 4.5 minutes in the fourth quarter, 0 points and 4 fouls?
Maybe.
Could Kuminga have done better than that?
Probably.
In 4.5 minutes?
Again, I will not argue that he should have played last night, but I also told you yesterday I couldn't give a rip about the future. If I give a rip about 2027 or 2026, then I don't care about Steph Curry anymore.
But do you care about January 4th? And the answer is yes, and that was yesterday.
We're on the same page about January 4th.
But you kicked it, and you kicked it because you're stuck. Steve Kerr is stuck in this mindset of playing veterans no matter what. And you played Chris Paul, and he made one shot in the fourth quarter, and he did next to nothing. You played Kevon Looney, and you thought maybe he could defend Jokic, and he couldn't. Do something different. How are you
going to say that Steve Kerr is stuck in the idea of playing vets when Podziemski and TJD are all over the floor?
TJD played 2 minutes in the fourth quarter.
Okay, but that's TJD.
Podziemski's a different case.
Right. So how are you going to say?
I'm saying Chris Paul and Kevon Looney. Those are the examples I'm citing.
That's fine, but we can't use a label that has already been disproven.
The label fits when it comes to Kevon Looney, a guy who's having a bad year, and he's looking less like the championship Kevon than ever. And yet we continue to put him out in these situations, and we expect him to be something that he's not anymore.
That's totally fine, but we cannot say that Steve Kerr refuses to put young players in at the end because Podziemski's playing 30-something minutes a night.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said that
did say that.
No, I said he's stuck in the mindset of playing the veterans.
Right.
Over playing Jonathan Kuminga. Now, whether or not he thinks Kuminga is good enough to play in these spots, or if he thinks that, Loon is the answer, he clearly wasn't the answer last night.
I mean, that's my question. If you're frustrated, and I get it, let poke around with that for a little bit. Why do you think Steve Kerr is doing this? Why? Why? He hates Jonathan? He doesn't like his family? I mean, why? We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display.
live on the free Odyssey app.
Curry comes middle, gets Jokic, MVP on MVP. Curry tried to drive, double pass, stolen by Murray with 4 seconds, with 3. They don't call timeout, they do. Michael Malone calls timeout, a cross-court pass with the game on the line. And Denver will have the last shot with 3.6 to go in the game.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, that was painful. That was a painful turnover. Oof. It's a gut punch. And I know you brought this up on the crossover. There have been a couple callers. And we're going to go right to the phones here. But, a couple people I've heard call in today. Why does Steph get off scot-free?
You need to hold his feet to the fire. He's getting a pass.
Yeah, you're damn right he is.
You're giving him a pass.
You're damn right. You're damn right.
It's okay to be critical of a guy who's done as much as he's done.
Oh, you can say whatever you want.
It's okay to be critical.
Sure.
We all want to shy away because he's the chef and he's the GOAT and he's the icon and all this. It's okay to say he blew it.
Nobody said it's not okay.
I know, but people are hesitant.
But no, to what end? Like, that's how I view Steph Curry. You mess up, you're just like, damn, Steph messed up. Okay. Now, to say, what do we want to say? Like, Steph has earned that. He turned the ball over. Okay, let's eat. Steph Curry. And that's sort of where I'm at with this Kerr thing, which is a very different conversation, but I'm not one to believe that the Warriors should, move on from Steve Kerr. So we can have this conversation about this current situation. Moses Moody, Jonathan Kaminga. For those of you just tuning in, Jonathan Kaminga played very well last night, final 18 minutes of the game, did not get back in. It's a bad look. It's a bad decision. Here's what Kerr said as far as why.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
Yeah, didn't love the answer, don't love the reasoning, think that this was not the right decision, and that happens. But I don't take that to a place of Steve Kerr's got to go, and Steve Kerr hates young people, and Steve Kerr has no reason for doing the things that he does. And Jonathan Kaminga had his representatives call shams this morning and essentially say he's lost faith in Steve Kerr, now no longer believes that's the coach to help him achieve his goals as an NBA player. Is it salvageable? Those in the know say, not sure. I mean, maybe not.
Well, the term straw that broke the camel's back was used in that piece by Anthony Slater and by Shams Charania, which the straw that breaks the camel's back means it's the final straw. And that's where this is irreparable. If that's really the way you want to describe it, as the straw that broke the camel's back.
Correct.
Then, that's what that means. Now, is it supposed to be taken literally? We'll find out. I doubt it, but I do wonder about tonight with the Pistons game and, how this all gets treated. Do you go out there and you play him all 48?
Yeah, he doesn't come off the floor tonight.
Right?
And if he gets tired, you say, too bad, young buck.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit you down because then it would be too long.
We might forget about you.
We might not get back in.
Exactly. Interesting how they deal with him, though, tonight, I wonder.
Very interesting to see how they deal with him tonight.
If it was a high school team, he wouldn't play at all.
Oh, he wouldn't even get a
If
uniform.
it was Harry High School, he'd be at the end of the bench, and that would be it. But this is the association, so I do wonder how it's going to be handled tonight.
Junior in Pacifica, let's get to these calls, 888-957-9570. Hi, Junior, what are you doing?
Hey, just hanging out and enjoying the pillow fight we're all having about the Warriors.
Yeah.
What the Warriors should be doing. It's fun. I care about it. I'm riled up, but it's also fun and funny. Hey, I want to point the finger in a different direction, though. I think if you went to most NBA team practices and watched for an hour, somebody good at basketball could tell you 1 through 5 starting, 1 through 5 closing, and some of the changes to make during the game. And I think if you did that at a Warriors practice, you would just be scratching your head. You got a bunch of people who are in progress. You got people who are older, very skilled, but tend to fade a bit at the end of games. So what the heck do you do? And I point the finger at one of what was formerly the Bay Area's most disliked people, which is Mike Dunleavy.
You know, he's the GM. He put this mess together, and I don't know how you make a pizza out of these ingredients. So that's my call. Like, let's spread some of this blame around. Steve Kerr keeps showing up in front of the microphones and the cameras and on your guys' shows all the time and accounting for himself bravely. I can disagree with him sometimes, but I'm not seeing much of Dunleavy and Lake about there explaining what the heck is going on. I think that's where the problem is.
Junior, you had me for a while, but when you said Mike Dunleavy put this mess together, you don't fully mean that, do you? Like, Mike Dunleavy signed Dario Saric, which is a really good signing, by the way. He didn't put all this together. He didn't draft any of these players that we're talking about.
Chris Paul, our favorite.
Okay, Chris Paul, obviously need situation based on a pretty wild circumstance surrounding Jordan Poole, but I'd also argue Chris Paul is not who we're talking about right now. That's not the rub on this roster.
He needs to be, because there was a hole in our roster before this season, and it didn't get filled. We got Chris Paul instead, who does what? He doesn't look like a Warrior.
Huh. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Junior. I'm not bothered by what I see Chris Paul do out there. I'm bothered when Chris Paul is maybe in too much, and I think last night might have been one of those nights. He's limited, he's mature, he's smart, but Chris Paul is not the reason they are winning or losing games right now, and he's not the one who's at odds with the coach. What we're talking about right now is whether or not these young players who flash often and can do some things also blend with the idea of winning basketball games today, how that fits with the whole organization and Steve Kerr. And I think that last night a mistake was made. It's not the first time by any stretch, but I also acknowledge that he is in an impossible situation. That's the part of that call I agreed with. If you watch the Warrior practice, you don't know who the starting five is supposed to be.
Or the finishing five.
Correct.
That's why you, as a coach, look at the game as it's unfolding, and you look at who's playing well, and you play those guys. And this is where you and I differ. This is where you and I disagree. I really don't think it's that difficult. You don't necessarily do it by automatic rotations. You look at who's playing well, and you play him. And last night was a case where you didn't do that. You had Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr said himself he played great. And then he, normally would have gone in at 5 or 6 minutes, but, Wiggins was playing well, and he was at that point, and so you didn't put him in then, and then you get into the fourth quarter, and you go up 18, and things start to change. You put the guy in.
Okay, so 2 questions on that. First of all, what other team does that?
I don't look at every other team's rotation.
Okay.
So I would imagine that not every team that is struggling, and Steve Kerr said to us earlier in the week, he's searching. So when you're searching, then you go searching for players who are playing well, and you had that last night.
And of the 5 who were in the game at that point, who was not playing well that you wanted off the floor?
Kevon Looney was not playing well.
Okay.
And I know you had him in there to defend Nikola Jokic, but all he was doing was fouling Jokic. He committed 4 fouls in 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. So he wasn't playing well.
And when you have small lineup you're putting out there then.
I mean, is Kaminga much smaller than Looney?
Yeah.
Maybe 2 inches?
Well, it's not about height. It's about the way they play and who they can guard.
But he's a much more active player than Kevon Looney. So you go on offense, and, Steve talked about Andrew Wiggins playing well. He made the second to last basket of the night with 6.5 minutes to go. You went out and you were 1 of 12 the rest of the way. The only other basket came from TJD. The chef himself didn't score another basket.
Yep.
He hit a couple of free throws. Klay Thompson didn't score. Chris Paul didn't score. Looney didn't score. Wiggins didn't score. Nobody scored, Coach.
But my problem with what you're saying is that's hindsight. You keep saying go with who's playing well.
It's not that hard.
But the names that you just read off were playing well prior to going into that stretch.
Until they started not playing well, then you have substitutions. This is not soccer.
And that's where I agree with you. But that's why I keep saying we're underselling how easy this is. Yeah, they're playing well. Put them in there.
I think you're overselling how hard it is.
They're all playing well, Dibs.
They're not.
They were.
Until they weren't.
And then I agree with you, but you can't act like that's easy. Or just put who's playing well, Coach. They don't all blend together. They don't all know how to guard certain players. And there's no way to know what they're all going to do next. There were no signs when they were up 18 that it was about to fall apart.
The rat on the table is that he doesn't think that Kuminga and Wiggins can play together. That is...
It's not a rat on it. It's real. That's not a concept.
Well, then one of them's got to go.
I agree.
It's a fact according to him.
No, it's the analytics.
Right.
The data says it.
Well, then maybe draw something up different so that they can play together.
Yeah, I mean...
I know that Paul and the rest of the fellas last night didn't play well together over the final 6.5 minutes where you were a minus 21.
True. Yeah. Again, I got no argument that try something different when you get to 4 minutes and things are starting to get wobbly. That I would have done. But to think that everybody should have known who was going to play well for the final 7 minutes, I don't know how you predict that. Kickoff show Sunday, Larry Krueger, Low Neal, 2 hours before the start of the Niner game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Great food, great drinks, best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Maybe Jonathan Kaminga should call Habas Law. He's been wronged. It's also a football Friday, even though, no, it's not. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. More of your calls next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
In order...
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Coach. That's still my coach. That's my coach.
Well, he's still my coach.
Yeah.
But he needs to button it up a little bit. He's having a bad year. He's not getting Coach of the Year.
No, he's not going to get.
You're not getting a lot of votes for Coach of the Year.
Yes, he will if they win the championship.
Yeah, boy.
If they end up in the 3 seed. Could happen, Dibbs.
They won the lottery.
Hey.
They're going to be in the lottery.
Yeah, until we get past, and I'm going to look that date up. I think it was January 25th. Until we get past that date.
Look it up.
Boston Celtics 2 years ago, 500 team, late January.
Where'd they have the parade in Boston that year?
Oh, it was. That's right. It was right outside our door.
Yeah, it was right here on Market Street.
All right, let's keep rolling, huh?
Let's do it.
888-957-9570. And if this does turn into a trade, there's an interesting name. We'll give you that in a little bit. Coming up here within, we'll give you that within the next 15 minutes. Jonathan in San Francisco. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up? Just sitting down and listening to you guys, like always. This is my opinion, and what do I know, right? I think the league has evolved, right? And the Warriors kind of stayed the same. That's problem number one. Problem number two is they were giving a chance to retool with the number 2 overall pick, but they picked Wiseman, and they kind of fumbled that chance like Kyle Williams did in the NFC Championship game against the Giants. And then number 3, what name would you add? Fill in a name. I mean, which name out there can you add to this roster that's going to give me confidence to go up against a Milwaukee if you made it to the finals, or you match up against the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game series in the playoffs or the Western Conference Championship? That name, the only name that could come up with is KD, which will never happen, So in my opinion, and like I said, what do I know? I just feel like it's probably as simple as that's all, folks.
Very good, Jonathan.
Yeah.
He could have gone Porky Pig, too. That would have worked. That's all, folks.
I never know what to do with that point. With plenty of people make it. Dynasty's over. All right, then fine. Let's just go home. Let's go home.
That's not how it works,
Well,
Mark.
so how does it work? That's what I'm asking.
It's an entertainment vehicle, and you
Right.
have the single most entertaining performer in maybe Bay Area history.
Agreed.
So you don't trade him, but maybe you retool around him. Maybe you refresh the other bit actors on this team because you got Clay, who can walk at the end of the year if he wants. You got Draymond Green, who's ineligible to play because of his histrionics. Andrew Wiggins, who plays well and then doesn't play well in the span of the same game. Chris Paul's going to be gone, and you've got a bunch of disgruntled youngsters. So what are you doing?
Well, I like the way that you answered it. Retool around Steph Curry. Okay, that's an answer that suggests to me that this is not over yet.
Well, it's over, but you're just going to reshuffle the deck chairs.
Oh, so the goal is not to win?
Goal's always to win.
Well, then what are we doing reshuffling around Steph Curry? Do you want to win?
You're going to try to win.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. That's all you need to tell me. If you're going to try to win, then that says to me, if that's the goal, then the organization is going to trade Jonathan Kuminga. If that's the goal, if you want to win right now, and I know some of you say, you can win right now with Jonathan. Well,
they don't think so.
Maybe. They're not. And he is playing a lot. He didn't last night. He didn't play enough. They made a mistake. But they're not winning right now with Jonathan Kaminga having a very significant role. And I've said this all year long. Every time somebody calls and brings up the idea, they got to make a trade. Willard and Dibbs, they got to make a trade. Okay, what trade? What trade do you want? Well, they need to trade Kevon Looney for Giannis. Okay.
Salaries don't match, but I like that trade for Milwaukee. They need some more front court defense.
Kevon could go home. It'd be great.
Good point.
No, this is we never seem to look at it through the eyes of the other team. You can't make a trade unless they want to. Now, that's what is interesting about today's development. Jonathan Kaminga and his representatives going public with how disgruntled he is, losing faith in Steve Kerr, and no longer believes the Warriors are the place for him or that Steve Kerr is the coach for him to grow and develop. All right, so if that's the case and Kaminga ends up on the market, well, now you have a very different trade deadline because that's the guy teams want. Trade Draymond. He's suspended. He's signed up for 3 more years and almost $100 million. That's not attractive. Trade Clay. Oh, the expiring deal, $43 million. You can make those deals, but you're not getting something good back.
Well, you're not getting something good back for Kuminga.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Not at $7 million a year.
Oh, well, then you pair him with the bad contract, and then you do get something.
But it'd have to be Chris Paul.
And
you'd have to find a team to take Chris Paul.
And maybe it is. And if I'm the Toronto Raptors, that's what I've wanted all along.
Chris Paul.
No, Jonathan Kuminga. Now, how do you get Jonathan Kuminga? Yeah, you take Chris Paul. And then you decline the option at the end of the year, and you have turned Pascal Siakam into Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody or whatever. You can do that deal. And so I now believe if Kuminga is in the conversation, the Siakam idea for the first time all year, even though it's been brought up a million times, is actually realistic. Because if I'm Toronto and you call about Siakam, that's the only guy I'm asking about. They want future young assets. That's what Toronto wants. So if that's what they want, well, the Warriors only have 1 or 2 that are attractive, Kuminga being the most attractive. So you're not getting Siakam without Kuminga. But if we're going to now talk about Kuminga, you might be able to get Siakam.
Well, you got to talk about Kuminga or you talk about Wiggins because it's clear that they don't feel like they can play them together. And if you can't play them together and you're choosing to play Wiggins over Kuminga, then that's a choice you're making. And it feels like that's the choice they've made. And they made that choice last night. And Steve said as much in the postgame where, Andrew was playing great and we didn't want to take him out. And yeah, he was playing great in the third quarter and he helped build you that lead. And then all of a sudden he wasn't playing as well and nobody was. And then you stuck with him. So you don't feel like you can play Wiggins and Kuminga together, which that's fine. The analytics tell you that those two haven't played well together in very short, limited minutes, then what are you going to do about it? You got to trade one of them then because you need help. Or you could just ride this out and continue this dance of Moses Moody, DNP, and Kaminga, who is 175th in the league in minutes per game. So it's not like he's playing a lot of minutes. He's really not. 22 minutes a night is not a lot. And he clearly feels like he deserves more.
No doubt. Siakam is an established, productive player.
Great player.
22.5 points per game. 29. Been around the block a time or two. Warriors know him well. Obviously played against him in some high leverage matchups. This is a guy shooting 56% from the field, 36 minutes a night. Like, this is not Jonathan Kaminga. If you believe that the Kaminga relationship is beyond repair, and if you believe that this year is salvageable, then that deal is possible. That deal is now possible. I'm not even saying that that's what they should do. I'm just telling you that for the first time, the Pascal Siakam idea is realistic. Chris Haynes on Twitter, quote, "There's a wild horse team out there that I've been told to look out for by rival executives with regard to Pascal Siakam. It's the Golden State Warriors. I do think ultimately this will be the trade deadline where Pascal is eventually moved."
But, I mean, that would involve either Wiggins or Chris Paul or Clay or Draymond, because you're not going to be able to get him salary-wise just by trading Kaminga.
Of course not, but it would also, like, more importantly to Toronto, it would be centered around Kaminga, not financially, but that's the guy they want.
Sure, you'd want more than just Jonathan Kaminga.
Well, you have to. You have to make the salaries work.
No, but in terms of, you're not just going to take Chris Paul and Kaminga for Pascal Siakam, I don't think. You'd want to get a pick or another player as well. I think the price for Siakam is going to be greater than just a 21-year-old question mark. And he still is somewhat of a question mark. He's not proven himself to be an elite NBA player. He's shown a lot of upside, but he's got holes in his game. Yeah, there's no doubt.
But that's what 21-year-olds are. And he's not that expensive, and that's what Toronto wants to do. Jonathan Kaminga this year is making $6 million. Chris Paul's making $30. Pascal's making $37.
Yeah, there you go. 30 plus 6 is 36. Poof. That would work. No doubt.
It works. And yeah, maybe they want Moody too. I don't know. Maybe they want Moody.
Or maybe they want your pick, which if I'm the Warriors, I'm happy to give up the pick. And
totally.
You don't have this year's pick. You'd have to give up next year's pick. And I don't know if you can give up next year's pick knowing that this year's pick has already been traded. I think you have to skip a year.
Yeah, you can't do back-to-back
years. So you
could
give up your first-round pick in 2026 if you want, because your 2024 pick is top 4 protected, and you probably won't be in the top 4. At least I hope you won't be.
Matt in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Matt. What's up?
Hey.
Hi, Matt.
Oh, hey. Sorry, they got the city wrong. My bad. Hey, guys. How you doing?
What city are you in, Matt?
I'm in Healdsburg.
You're in
Healdsburg. I'm going from Healdsburg. I'm going to the game tonight.
But have you ever been to Oakland before?
Of course I've been to Oakland before.
Matt, who's been to Oakland? Let's go to Matt, who's been to Oakland before. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you guys doing? So listen, the last few callers, I don't know what's going around the Bay Area, but they're smoking some good stuff, okay? Listen, here's what's going on. I don't understand why Steve Kerr has to be, the one to fall in the sword here. You talked about Curry getting a pass. Why can't we give Steve Kerr a pass? Because, he's given us 4 championships. What is the deal? And by the way, it's like, Kaminga, hey, if you want to endear yourself to your coach, why don't you tell your representatives to leak to the press that that you're not having a good time in San Francisco? I mean, this is lunacy. I mean, they'll be fine. And a few of the last caller, 30 minutes ago, she actually called Steph Curry and Klay Thompson trash. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
I don't remember that call. That wasn't on this show.
No,
but yeah, Matt, thank you very much. I largely agree. Look, I get it. There's no surprise that today is a Steve Kerr frustration day. I didn't like the way that game went either in the fourth quarter. And kind of like Steiny said, it wasn't like hitting me over the head as it was happening that Kaminga had sat that long.
Right.
It was kind of after the fact where you're like, oh, wow. Like, yeah, where did that? Oh, really? He never came in? He was never in there at all? And so, sure, that seems like a mistake. I freely acknowledge that. But with regard to the comment about now your representatives go public, listen to this. This is interesting. What do you think about this, Dibs? Here are the quotes from the locker room. This is right after the game from Kaminga. Quote, "It's tricky. Since I've been here, we don't have just 5 guys that we know that they're supposed to be on the floor whenever it's closing time. It's a little, I don't know how to say it, it's a little weird. I've been here for 3 years now. I'm used to it. I'm never surprised when I see a lineup change at the end of the game or even in the game. It's a culture thing." All right? That's one quote. Next one, quote, "I'm very proud of myself. I've come so far and I still have a lot of things to accomplish. This is just the beginning of the journey where things are just changing. Hopefully it changes even more." Now,
his words versus the words that are connected to his camp are markedly different.
Absolutely.
Those words are the words from a man who is maturing, is poised, who understands the complexity of an NBA situation, and they don't sound to me at all frustrated, his words.
No. And then add in that Anthony Slater on Steiny and Goo a short time ago said this is what? Financially motivated. Financially motivated. Sure. Jonathan Kaminga is closing in on the end of the rookie deal, and he needs to show the world that he's about that life and that he can get that Jordan Poole money. That's what he's trying to show.
That Tyler Hero money.
So is it possible? Again, a little speculation sensation here, but is it possible that Jonathan is frustrated, but mark my tone, he's frustrated. Yeah, I'm frustrated. And then after the game, the bigger issues, the ones that have been thread through many games and many months, come up with his representatives, and they're the ones who are like, no, man, listen to me right now.
We need to eat.
This is not okay, what's happening to you inside the walls of Chase Center.
You're getting screwed.
It is not okay, and we need to do something about it. And a 21-year-old from another nation gets to a point where he's going to nod his head. Sure. So I don't know this, but this is not, like for all of us fans who are yelling and screaming today, this is about the final score and a basketball game. I don't think it is for Jonathan and his representatives.
Of course not.
I think it's about all kinds of other stuff.
Of course it is. And that's real talk. And that's the real world of being Jonathan Kaminga, because if he was playing on another team, a team that believed in him, a team that had faith in him, and he was allowed to play the minutes that he feels like he should play, and other guys in his draft class are playing, his numbers would be better, and his contract would be bigger when his contract gets offered at the end of this year, because he's got a 4-year deal, and at the end of the 3 years, you get a chance to get an extension. And he saw his own teammate, Jordan Poole, play a 3rd year and take that 3rd-year leap. All we talk about is that 3rd-year leap. And Kuminga feels like he's making that leap, and in the middle of that leap, he's being yanked down by the coaching staff, and he's not being allowed to fully make that leap. And what happened with Jordan Poole? He got that huge contract, and then he got himself out of here. Mm-hmm. He got into a place where now he can eat. He can let his wings spread, and he can fly away.
Yeah, 10-72. Woo!
Is that, yeah? I mean,
that's probably about what they're going to end up.
They probably win 16 or 17.
Okay, fine. It was easy math.
Whatever. He's going to get to play 33 minutes a night, though.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't begrudge anyone for that. I'm no fan of Jordan Poole. You know that.
Yep.
Or I shouldn't even say it that way. I'm no fan of the way that whole thing kind of ended up.
You're no fan of Jordan Poole. It's okay to say that.
Well, that sounds personal.
The way he plays basketball, you don't like the way he plays basketball.
I am not a fan of his brand of basketball. Yes.
You don't think that he's a very good basketball player.
I think he's a very talented basketball player. I don't think he's the headiest of players.
Right.
I don't, you know what I mean? And I think that's part of what we're all talking about here.
Yes. You think that being...
who plays within a team system that is successful? You could be a great player for all kinds of years in the NBA. And the list is long. Crazy talented players who were never really on an effective team. And is that because of what's around them or coaching, or are they just not signing up for a successful system? Now, this guy's come really close, but the headliner of that group right now is James Harden. He is the system. Well, does it work?
It hasn't.
He never won.
No. He's been to an NBA Finals.
Yeah, he's been to a finals.
As a sixth man.
As a sixth man. He should have been to another one, but everything fell apart.
Yeah.
Partially because he missed a bunch of shots. Yeah, made a bunch of money. Came real close, but what's he got to show for it?
Yeah.
An MVP? Okay.
3 of the bottom 15 in the league in field goal percentage are Poole, Thompson, and Wiggins.
Oof.
All 3 in the bottom 15.
Jeez.
Yeah. Wiggins at 42.9, Clay's at 42.3, and JP, hey, this is Jordan Poole, 41.1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's last?
No. Last is Spencer Dinwiddie at 38.8.
Come on, Spencer. Button it up.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
I missed that.
We do a little bit. Anyway, you know who's on the line?
BPA?
Nope.
Oh, boy.
Sister Agnes.
I love the sister.
We all do.
Need a little bit of that good piousness from the sister.
Sister in Charlotte. Hey, Sister Agnes, what are you doing?
Hey, Happy New Year, Willard and Dib.
Yeah.
Amen, Sister
Agnes. Say it
Agnes.
loud and call us again next week and say Happy New Year too, okay?
All right, I will.
You got 2 days, Sister Agnes, and I'll turn on you, but go ahead.
First of all, it's not time to panic, Dub Nation. We've had no business being in some of these games with our top 2 defensive stars out. So Steve Kerr has been managing not only the team, but he's managing egos. There's obviously going to be a trade in 4 weeks. We've got to be patient, but we also have to understand that when Draymond comes back and Gary comes in, there's going to be that period of connectedness that's needed. I think Steve Kerr has done yeoman's work. And the reason Looney's playing, in my opinion, is because he's a consummate professional. He doesn't have the ego problem. Probably the Wiggins and Kaminga can't play together because one of them is going to be traded. That's my take. And then that's another management problem.
Yeah, sister, who do you said it's obviously going to be a trade. Who do you think's not going to be on the Warriors in 5 weeks?
Well, Willard, you know how I feel about Kaminga. I think he's a road runner like Poole was, and he hasn't had the formation of coming up in a college team and that kind of thing. He's just fast. And you know what? He lost his man probably 5 times. It didn't always hurt, but Curry was very frustrated with his support on defense. He's just not mature, and Kerr knows that. Kerr's been proving right because of this release today. I mean, the guy's overrated in his mind.
Sister Agnes, as always, bringing the heat. Thank you, Sister Agnes. What do you think about that? Jonathan Kuminga's overrated in his mind.
Well, I don't think that I agree with the sister.
Okay.
And, she was certainly absolving Steve Kerr, and saying that he's done yeoman's work. And I think that Steve has had a bit of a bad year. And it's reflective on your win-loss record. It's also reflective over mistakes that are made in the rotation. And it's easy to say when you lose games, but they're losing games. And I don't see a great deal of adjustments being made. And I don't know if it's fair to say that Jonathan Kaminga has a greater sense of who he is or who he should be. I mean, these comments that come out through his camp, that's reflective of that belief, but I don't know if I necessarily believe that.
I'll tell you this. I never dislike it when a player has full belief in him or herself. I think that's great, and it's quite frankly a necessity. So if Jonathan Kaminga thinks he's the next GOAT, great. Awesome. Like, my goodness. What an awful thing in life to not want others to believe in themselves. So that's great. I have no issue with that. And to play at this level and to play at a high level, even within this highest of levels, is it takes a ton. So there's no issue with what he thinks. However, the idea of Steve Kerr having, quote, a bad year, I just think if Jonathan Kuminga is making the wrong decision in the fourth quarter, if Andrew Wiggins is a complete crapshoot, if Klay Thompson's shot is on or off, if Draymond Green is available or not, all of these things have got to be acknowledged. They've got to be acknowledged. I don't know if he's done yeoman's work. He has not done the team dirty like many of you think he has. I will say that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and we got more of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight.
We weren't getting a great penetration. Earlier in the game, we were getting a lot of pocket passes, from the perimeter and then playing kind of 4-on-3, 3-on-2, and we didn't get any of those. They really tightened up, and so we had to take a lot of contested shots, and, they buckled down. Like I said, I give them credit.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. That alone, I feel like, ticks people off today.
I love Steve Kerr.
How can you not? If I see one more person go, hey, when's Steve Kerr going to just step up and say I messed up? He does all the time.
He does all the time.
He does it on this show all the time.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Last night, I don't know what he could say other than, he should have played Kaminga, and maybe he'll have that moment of reflection tonight in the pregame when they have his pregame avail and they talk to him. Steve, now that you've had a chance to sleep on it.
It takes a day, yeah. Same thing with us with the Moses Moody thing.
He'll come out today and say, just looking back at it, I probably should have found a way to get Jonathan back in there sooner. And, even if I didn't get him in there sooner, heck, he's 21. And I think that he would have been okay if I would have thrown him in there in that fourth quarter. He probably would have been too cold. I probably should have given him a shot.
Could have done some stretching.
Exactly. Get on the bike.
Jonathan, stretch out a little bit. We might need you.
Hey, Moses, get off the bike for a minute. I know that's all you got.
Moses over there eating popcorn.
We do yoga.
Yeah. Seriously, it's all he's got. I mean, he might as well do a double yoga. That's the only workout he's getting.
We'll go back to the phones here in a second. There's some Siakam stuff for you to hear. Let's start with Chris Haynes, Bleacher Report.
There's a wild horse team out there that I've been told to look out for by rival executives. Not to say that anything is going down now, but the Golden State Warriors, what's going on over there? There's some turmoil going on. Not just Draymond Green, Jonathan Kaminga, Moses Moody. Right now, we're seeing reports about Kuminga losing faith in Steve Kerr. All is not well in the Bay Area right now, and so. Pascal Siakam, I was told, could end up being on the Golden State Warriors radar soon. Not saying that that's happening now, but that's something to keep in mind on when you're talking about a dark horse.
Okay, so that's from Chris B. Haynes. However, a short time ago on The Rally, Shams Charania says the Raptors are ramping up trade talks surrounding star forward Pascal Siakam with the Sacramento Kings emerging as a serious suitor, which is adorable.
Well, I mean, the Kings are closer to being a championship team than the Warriors are.
Yep. And, maybe, I don't know, is Kevin Huerter a part of that? I hear that, he's kind of, I don't know if it's fallen out of favor, but they want to focus a little bit more on the backcourt of De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. Maybe that's going to be the case. So I don't know who is dangled, but as much as you say that's a championship contender more than the Warriors, I don't even know if that's relevant as far as if I'm the Raptors. The Raptors want to know, what young player are you giving me?
Yeah, exactly.
And who are the Kings going to give as a young player that's a better prospect than Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, interesting to see. And, it all comes down to, like you said, matching up the salary. So Chris Paul is maybe the most valuable trade piece the Warriors have in terms of getting Pascal Siakam, because he's making $30 million. So you're not going to get Siakam, who makes almost 38, unless you get rid of $35 million minimum. You have to be, I think, within 90% based on where the Warriors are from a luxury tax standpoint. So Chris Paul is going to be a part of any possible trade if you're bringing back somebody who's making high 30s.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there are a number of ways to do it, but that's probably the one that the Warriors would be most interested in.
And another team, if you're looking to just get salary that you can slough off at the end of the year, that would be the guy.
Exactly. Let's go to Mike in Oakland. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm just listening to you guys for like the past 40 minutes, and honestly, you guys have touched on almost everything I sort of wanted to talk about. So I really...
That's okay. It's a whole new audience now, Mike, so let it rip.
All right, so Kuminga, he might be in his feels right now, but honestly, I don't got no blame on Kerr. I feel like no matter what what a lot of audience doesn't like to listen to is, or sort of look at, is the bigger picture, And I know we're trying to get more rings, but I think what is the bigger picture for the organization? Is it trying to keep the three together still, or are we trying to evolve the team past the three? Like you guys are saying, build it around Curry, or possibly build the team even not without Curry. You got to think of all the options that there are, and yeah, that's really it. I'm a little lost right now because you guys have just been stealing the show.
Well, but Mike, let us ask you, which would you do? You still trying to win this year, or are you thinking more about the future?
I want to think about the future, but all right, so this is what I'm predicting. Let me just say this, like it's a prop bet. This is my parlay. First, I don't think Clay is going to stick with us. I think Clay, after that interview that Clay had, that post-game interview a couple of days ago, and he really went all emo Clay on us, I'm talking like emo as hell. We're talking like checkered pants, comb over hair. I mean, I did not see that out of Clay. I thought eyeliner, yes. I did not see that out of Clay. And you know what? That has to question his motivation and even the team's overall motivation too. How many of these young guys just really want to stick around for any of the top three? But how many really want to just sprout on their own, And all right, I want to end everything because you guys are great and you got more people. I'm just going to end it with two things really quick. A, those two rookies. I can't pronounce the kid's name that was in for 30 minutes.
Would you please try, though, Mike? Would you try to pronounce his name?
Baczynski?
Perfect.
Yeah,
keep going.
Too good. Actually, too good, Mike. Kind of ruins the bet.
Okay. Hey, Baczynski and Jace, the two rookies.
Yes.
Hey, Jace might have not hit, but man, his assist, those two kids, keep those kids together. I don't care what happens, those two are the new splash. I saw something with it last night, and it captivated me. The second thing I got to say, no matter what, I'm a Warriors fan all the way, since Thunder. I grew up here, but we can't deny it. That shot last night, if that shot deserved to win the game. I don't care what needs to be said. That was a hell of a shot.
No, he's the best. Thank you, Mike. He's the best in the league for a reason.
And Thunder, rest in peace. I appreciate the shout out.
Yeah.
Thunder's no longer with us.
No.
Okay, the man who was inside, the guy who was inside the mascot costume has passed.
Oh, you mean the actual,
real Thunder,
the actual person, not just the mascot. Okay.
And don't give too much credit to the Joker. That was just a chuck. That was a chuck it at the basket. That was a chuck and hope.
If Steph had hit that, we would not say that.
Steph's got the wetter.
I'm not going to say
the
that.
Joker with a throw.
No, he shot it like a shot. He just shot it.
Yeah.
Guy's made 39 of his last 44 shot attempts.
Shoot your shot.
That's all you got.
That's all he had, yeah.
And I love Jace Johnson-Lewis, too, and Brandon.
All of them.
I do. And Brandon Paczynski, they're good players. I think it's going to go very, very well for their careers. So there's that as well.
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know where you want me to go with that.
Wherever you want.
Jackson Johnson or whatever. I think that, you look at it.
It cracks me up because this is what everyone's doing right now. I don't know if this is I don't even know if you watch the games with anybody or if you just watch them on your own.
I'm watching solo pretty
much. But we're
much.
still at a spot where nobody can say Pajemski, and TJD can be any three letters you want it to be.
Yeah.
Any three names. Yeah. Bobby,
Trace Johnson,
Clark,
Dickerson.
Whatever. Doesn't matter. You're talking about that guy, the tall guy.
Right.
He's running around there in the middle.
They're three initials. It's all you need.
Yeah.
And it's, it can get confusing. But, yeah, they're playing great. But as you've said before, no team is ever going to win a championship relying on the youngsters. So it's interesting the question that you ask everyone of, what do you want to do? Because if you don't think you're a championship team, then play Kaminga and Moody and Jackson Johnson and the Poughkeepsie kid.
And bench Steph.
Play them all. Stop with the bench Steph.
Why?
Because Steph is box office, and you play Steph.
But that's not what we're talking about.
It's a business, Mark. We're talking about.
But that's not what we're talking about.
You're being disingenuous,
I'm not.
It's hollow to say bench Steph.
No,
the only time they bench Steph is when they went for the lottery and then they blew the pick.
You are adjusting the point that I'm making. It's not disingenuous at all.
You're saying bench Steph.
No, because I'm pinning people with their stupid, ridiculous, let's play the kids and fire Steve Kerr comments. It's absurd.
I'm not saying fire Steve Kerr.
I'm not saying you did, but a lot of people are. Do you know how many times fire Kerr has come up on YouTube today?
A lot.
Scroll back.
I wonder if it's trending.
We are in 3 digits, easy. Just on this show, we've only been on for 2 hours.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Thank you. So,
how about last night in the postgame, Grandy? I know you took calls till probably like 1 a.m.
I bet it was even worse.
Oh, all night long.
All night long.
11:45.
11:45 you stayed till?
So,
because I saw your tweet. You're like, I'm here all night. And I saw that. I'm like, he might actually be here all night.
Look at his eyes.
Could have kept going for like 3 more hours.
He's got bags under his eyes right now.
Yeah.
He's exhausted, the kid.
How many calls did you take? Like 30 or 40?
100.
Well, because
six people on hold the entire show.
Did anybody want to keep Steve Kerr?
Certainly more people that wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just saw it. Your tweet might have been all caps, too. I'm like, I'll be here all night. I was like, oh, my God, he might be here all night.
I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable when you have a point and then someone pins something alongside it and you don't want to hear it.
Well, the thing that you're pinning is ridiculous.
No, it's not.
It is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous because I'm pinning it to the other ridiculous.
It's not as ridiculous as bench Steph Curry. Of course
it is.
It's bench Steph Curry.
Play the kids. What does that mean,
That means when Kaminga's playing great, you put him back in, Steve.
That's not what it means.
That's exactly what it means.
That's what you mean. I'm not talking about your point.
Let Moses Moody cook.
Let Moses.
At least let him have an apron.
Look at me in the eyes.
At least give the kid an apron and a kitchen towel.
Listen to yourself.
Can you let Moses Moody play basketball?
Maybe.
It's a joke.
Maybe.
It's a joke.
Pajemski plays.
Yeah.
Chris Johnson Martin plays.
Because Pajemski does the little things.
And
Johnson Martin or Jackson Davis or whoever he is.
So Steve Kerr just doesn't like him. He's got a thing
Moses
against
Moody?
Yes, Jonathan and Moses. He hates them.
Apparently.
And he's got a thing.
I don't know why.
That's our point.
His point is that he prefers Andrew Wiggins to Jonathan Kaminga.
Okay.
And he won't play them together because the analytics tell you that it's a bad combination. Fine. I'll take it your word. Stop playing Wiggins then.
Okay.
Play the guy who's actually playing harder and better.
You're talking about much more intricate fine points, and I'm here for that all day long. But when you give your snap reaction of play the kids, fire Steve Kerr, then don't call me ridiculous when I say trade Steph.
That's ridiculous.
It's not. It's no more ridiculous than play the kids and fire Steve Kerr.
It's way more ridiculous than fire Steve Kerr.
No, it's not. What are we doing here? What's your goal? If you're that firm on this whole thing is cooked, it's over, there's no title, then why are you thumbing out $59 million for the guy who only cares about a ring? That's the only thing he cares about.
Who's better at their job right now, Steph Curry or Steve Kerr?
That's not my point.
You won't answer it.
Because Steph Curry would be the answer no matter what your second name is.
Exactly.
Who's better at their job, Steph Curry or you or me?
Well, it's close.
Okay.
I'm having a good year.
Do you want to fire us?
I'm having a good year.
We are kind of on fire.
We have been.
Anyway, to me, it is no more ridiculous. So many are lined up with, we've got to figure out how to win. Play the kids. What? That doesn't work.
Well, this isn't working either, Mark.
Fine.
So why not try something else? Instead of rolling out the same tired Paul, Looney, Wiggins troika that is blowing an 18-point lead.
But I don't argue that.
Then try something different.
I've been with you on that all day.
Play the kids. Play the kids. Play Kaminga.
All right.
You've gotten Kaminga into
No, give it to
No. You've gotten Kaminga into a spot where he's actually playing well.
Get him in.
I don't love the young people.
Get Robinson in.
How about Quinones?
Get him in.
Guy Santos.
There could be something there.
Let Guy eat.
All right. Pause. Listening to 95.7 The Game.
You really are.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. It's always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
What's the definition of insanity, Mark?
That would be doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
That's a great answer,
Thank
I'm
you.
glad that you produced that because you knew where I was going, and you did it. You did it without any ill will and no hard feelings, because that, to me, feels like where we are with this Steve Kerr experience and these blown leads. We continue to do the same thing, and we continue to blow leads, and we're not changing it up.
But
and then
Dibs,
we're apologizing the next day.
But Dibs, you and I aren't arguing. That's what I don't think. I'm not 100%.
No, we're at odds.
No, we're not. Because watch.
Because you want to bench Steph Curry.
Look at me.
Okay, I'm looking right at you.
You want to fire Steve Kerr?
No.
Okay, then we're not. We're on the same page here. You got to get out of
Ask me if I want to re-sign Steve Kerr.
I don't even know if Steve wants to be re-signed.
He said he did.
He said he did.
And
he also said that Jonathan Kaminga had been on the bench for too long, so therefore he was ineligible to return to the game.
And I know that
he
Steve
says
Kerr,
a lot of things.
Steve is not on X anymore, and he doesn't traffic in the world of social media. But I would imagine he's aware of the relative discord as it relates to his job performance.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He's a smart guy.
He's aware that Jonathan Kaminga is all ticked off.
But I also think he's aware that many fans have turned on him.
Who cares about that? That's professional sports. 8 weeks ago, a lot of the people were freaking out about firing Kyle Shanahan if he didn't win a Super Bowl. Okay? We're going to have irrational opinions. That's fandom. I'm here for it. I get it. I'm not talking to anybody who's upset with certain moves Steve has made. That's fine. That's part of the gig, and that's a rational opinion. But play the kids, fire Steve Kerr, ... we can win, is ludicrous.
Luda.
It's absolutely ludicrous.
I'm not of the mind of the second part of that.
The opinions have got to blend, or else you're just screaming at a cloud. If you think that Steve Kerr should be fired and the Warriors should play the kids, then I would argue there's no point in having any high-priced veterans on your team.
It's not about the kids.
But you're going to say, it is for some, Dibs, not you, but it is for a lot of people listening to us right now.
I think for many people, it's play the good players. Play the guys who are playing well. That's all that people want. And right now,
there's no way to know who that is night to night.
It's pretty easy in the middle of a game to look at a guy and go, you know what? Man, that 0-0, he's playing pretty well.
They all were, Dibs. That's why they were up by 20 points.
Yeah, they all weren't.
Look at the box score. Yes, and that's where we agree. As soon as it went sideways, absolutely he should have gone to him. And he didn't, and it was a mistake, and I've said it 38 times today. But the bigger picture is real. If you want to sit here and yell about playing the kids, you're officially done with championships, and therefore you're done with any high-priced veterans. I don't know why Clay or Chris or Draymond or Steph, I don't know what the hell any of them are doing here. All four of them have one thing in mind every single day they wake up, and that's it. And it does not include turning the keys over to people who just got the ability to buy a beer a few weeks ago.
Maybe they're wrong in their thinking.
Absolutely. That's fine.
So then why do we continue to live in this world of insanity, as you so defined it so eloquently 5 minutes ago? Because Clay is not having a great year. Draymond's unavailable. Chris Paul is 39 and on the deep, deep downside of his career. And the chef is not able to close out games when you need it most.
So let's do this.
So maybe you do need the young people.
So who should be on the block in 5 weeks? Let's go.
Chris Paul's on the block.
Okay, keep going.
I already said that they should trade Draymond Green.
And?
If you can get something for Klay Thompson, then do it.
Great.
It's an expiring deal.
Now tell me.
Give me a whole boatload of draft picks and we'll see you in the lottery.
Great. Now, call Steph. Tell him.
Steph, you're playing 40 minutes tonight, kid. We pay you to play basketball.
You want to know?
Get out there and give them hell, kid. ...
3, 2, 1. Sham Charania tweets that Steph Curry has requested a trade from the Golden State Warriors.
Is this breaking or faking news?
How do you all reason this? Is that? Do you honestly think that it would go any differently? You really think that Steph is just going to sit there with his feet crossed in Atherton and let the Warriors just trade Chris and Draymond and Clay and go, but you have Kuminga?
Yeah. So let's go the other way.
on.
Let's go the other way. And
No.
let's bring in more 38-year-olds and just watch this thing evaporate fourth quarter after fourth quarter.
Nobody's saying that.
Let's just go ahead and take these young assets that we have and either bench them, squander them, or trade them.
Nobody's saying that.
Well, it's got to be one or the other.
No, correct.
Because you said if you play the young guys, you're basically punting on the year.
You are.
Well, then trade them.
Not if you play them at all. How many? Okay, I'll do it for a 39th time. Jonathan should have played in the fourth quarter last night.
Yeah, you got another 50 of those to go.
But you guys want to turn the reins over. You seem to want it to, and again, not you.
Yeah.
A lot of you want to just, come on, man. Kaminga's a star. Based on what? Where do you see this? This is year 3, and he can't make a free throw most nights.
Well, he provides something that you don't have when he's not on the court.
Absolutely. He's an intriguing young player.
He's a guy who can actually attack the basket.
I already wrote this morning, I hope he doesn't get traded. I don't want him gone. It's not that at all. But my God, if there's one thing that's thread through the last 2 years of Bay Area sports, it's that a lot of fans get very excited about supposed potential that's not actually there.
Well, we've seen more from him than we ever saw from Wiseman or Lance or Joey Bart.
Granted.
In terms of what you're saying, you're right. But you know what, Mark? You got me thinking in terms of what you want and what Steph wants. Let's trade all the young guys. Bring me P.J. Tucker, 38. Taj Gibson, who's 38.
What'd you do? Pull up
Kyle
the list
Lowry,
of the oldest players.
LeBron is the oldest. I don't know if he's available. Kyle Lowry's out there at 37.
He is an expiring contract.
Al Horford at 37. And you know what? Give me Jeff Green, Wesley Matthews, and Garrett Temple, too. We'll be team 35 plus.
Let's go.
Let's go out there and find an over 40 league we can win.
I know you.
It's a joke.
I know you're kidding.
Tongue in cheek.
And nobody is saying that. But
Kaminga for P.J. Tucker, he says no.
I find it hard to reason a lot of these points that a lot of you think are just total normalcy in the NBA. Fire the 4-time champion coach and let's go young. And all of you seem to think that you could have that conversation with Steph Curry with a straight face and an honest eye-to-eye talk. You think you could do that. And I'm here to tell you that that's not possible.
Okay. And I think you're right. So the alternative is...
So those of you who want to do that, but then you'll go, but you got to keep Steph because Steph's the franchise and he's entertainment. Steph's not having it.
Is he having this?
I don't know.
Is he having this?
No.
Another blown lead and another night where you give up $130 and another night where you and the other 30-somethings prove that you're not young enough, good enough, or athletic enough to really do anything?
No, he probably wants moves. I bet he wants Pascal Siakam and Draymond Green. If you ask Steph Curry right now, what's a good trade deadline, I bet he'd love that.
Of course. So you're Joe Lacob and you're Mike Dunleavy, and you know what Steph wants, and Draymond and Clay, and probably Steve Kerr too. And so you look at your youngsters and you go, Jonathan Kuminga, lottery pick. We actually think that you might be something, but darn it, Steph and Steve and the fellas, they want another 37-year-old. They want P.J. Tucker in here. They want Garrett Temple.
No, they want Pascal Siakam, who's 29.
Right.
Yes.
What's it going to cost you? Kuminga, Moody, and probably Chris Paul and a pick.
I bet they love the idea.
I'm sure Chris Paul doesn't love the idea.
Well, nobody's really worried about what Chris Paul wants.
Exactly.
I'm just telling, again,
I wonder if,
not me.
you know,
I'm telling you.
I'm wondering.
I bet they love that idea.
And by they, I don't know if
Steph,
you mean
Clay, Draymond,
and Steve. But they don't make the decision. And if you're Joe Lacob,
they come. They got a big voice.
Sure. So you're just going to give Kaminga to Toronto and watch him turn into a potential star. And then when Clay leaves in the offseason and Chris Paul is going to be gone as a part of that deal.
I mean, those are.
And you're already stuck with Draymond and you don't win a championship anyway. So, I mean, you could do that. Yeah. You could put your eggs in that basket and they probably will.
Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Okay. Dan and Daquan and Gloria and Vince and Zach and Alex. Here we go. Promise. Right when we come back, we're going heavy to you on Willard and Dibs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy.
think we probably just got too cool out there rather than play with that same grit that had us up double digits.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm sorry that I'm laughing. We're using the breaks to do our Giants takes that we can't do on the air.
Thank
because
God.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah. It's getting harder and harder, Robbie Ray.
Robbie Ray. They got rid of two guys y'all wanted to get rid of anyway.
You wanted him off your team, Disco.
Get him off.
And you were right about too many outfielders, not enough time.
Yeah, Haniger goes back to the Mariners.
Makes sense. That part makes sense. And then they take Disco as a thank you. But what's up with Farhan and the Mariners?
They obviously get along well.
Right.
Those two GMs are on speed dial. And so here comes Robbie Ray. I do think it means that the Giants are probably not going to go get Blake Snell. But they'll get another pitcher. It'll be like a Shota Imanaga.
Stop making stuff up.
Or something like that.
Who are you?
Right.
And they'll get another hitter, too. I don't know who it is yet. Might be Cody Ballinger.
I mean, Robbie Ray.
They don't finish in second.
Robbie Ray had Tommy John. He's out till July.
Correct.
Okay.
But then he's going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's how it always works with guys coming off of TJ.
No, but I always look. You can't get mad at it unless you're mad at who they gave up.
You can get mad at it.
Well, why? Why would you get mad?
Because
they gave up two guys you all want to leave.
Fine. Your guy continues to do bupkis in free agency.
Well,
like his big moves this year have been,
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Big.
Yeah.
Nice.
If true.
We'll see. Exactly. Big if true.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We can do this some other day. Let's go to Alex in New York. What's up, Alex? What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
What's happening?
Nothing much. Wow, a lot of topics today.
Not really.
It's like you don't even know where to start.
I know what you mean, but not really. It's kind of one topic, Alex. You want to fire Steve Kerr?
No.
Okay.
The reason being is that who are you going to replace him with? That's one.
Mm-hmm.
And two, it's like people have to understand the dynamic of the Warriors. They're like a super, super, super loyal team. We don't really know Steve Kerr for making a lot of mistakes, but we do know him for being extremely loyal. With the Wiggins situation, yes, we understood, like he missed a lot of times in the past season. So he really wants to see him get back to his game. But at what cost? You know what I'm saying? Last night was pretty simple. There was no reason for Wiggins to be in the game, especially when he was at a -14 on a plus-minus sheet.
Well, but he wasn't a -14 when he got left in. He ended up being in a -14 because he stayed in. I'd argue if y'all want, it's funny. This is a cool exercise, I think, because I think we all agree that Kaminga should have gone in, right, Alex? Who are you taking out? You're taking out Wiggins? I'd have taken out Clay. That's who I thought was not really giving you much action in the final 5 minutes of the game. But you're taking out Wiggins?
Was lagging a little bit. Clay was lagging a little bit, but he had a good hold on Murray. He had a good hold.
I'd have taken out Chris Paul myself.
Chris Paul's another answer. I feel like nobody had a hold on anything defensively, Alex. They didn't. They scored on every possession, it seemed like.
I think Kaminga would have done a better job, and that's why I think the whole rant that he's lost faith. I think it's just something just happening, a little rumor shaking things up, because there's a lot of trade rumors going on, and if Kaminga was to get traded right now, he would literally go for nothing.
Oh, I don't think that at all. Alex, I don't agree with that at all. I think that, and Alex, thank you so much. Don't you? I think NBA teams would love to have Jonathan Kaminga. And I think as of this morning, when that tweet went out from Shams saying that Jonathan Kaminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr being the right coach for him in the future, I think the likelihood of the Warriors being involved in a blockbuster at the deadline went way up. It went way up because all of these teams that are looking to get rid of any established players, they're not going to want your junk in return. They're going to want a young player who they see as a future asset. And as far as the Warriors are concerned, that player is Jonathan Kuminga. To me, that is, if I'm another team and I'm looking at the Warriors, the gettable player that I want is Jonathan Kuminga. And I think there's a reason, because another rumor just popped up. We already played you the Chris B. Haynes saying that the Warriors are going to be a player for Siakam. And now, it's Sam Amico, who's another longtime good NBA reporter, says that the Warriors are a dark horse for Zach LaVine. Now, why do you think longtime seasoned reporters all of the sudden today are all bringing up the Warriors in trade talks? I think it's very likely that it's because the Warriors are open to trading Jonathan Kuminga, because that's going to put them in the conversation for all these players if they want to be.
Right. Or Andrew Wiggins. And I think that it could be either one, but if you're another team, I still think Kaminga is more attractive in terms of the age and the salary. If the two players are very similar, and at this point, Wiggins is a better defender, Kaminga is more athletic. Neither one of them is a great shooter, but Wiggins is a better shooter, I think, overall. Wiggins is a better player, but in terms of potential upside, I think that Kaminga's got more upside in terms of what he could potentially become. Andrew Wiggins is the player that he's going to be. He's not suddenly going to go somewhere and average 24 a night. He's not that player anymore. At least I don't think so. I don't think another team would look at him in that fashion. But another thing from the Anthony Slater piece in The Athletic, he mentioned that the two, Kuminga and Wiggins, have played together 131 minutes this year, and they're a collective minus 66 together. So, Steve is looking for, if you can play those two together, who are the three to play around those two? And I don't think that they have found those three players that can play around those two. So if those two can't play together, then one of them's got to go. And it feels more and more like it would be Wiggins they would keep based on the fact that the vets on this team love the fellow vets.
Well, I don't know what the commitment is to Wiggins because they're not even starting him anymore. But I just think that Kuminga's way more attractive to another team because he's younger, he's less expensive, and he's less sort of mysterious. Wiggins is such a head-scratching player. He's so fantastic when he's good, but he's such a head-scratcher.
Right.
You just don't know. You don't know what's going on. But, gosh, what if he found it? You know what I mean? The team suddenly doesn't look that crazy old if you did, go back. I mean, what if I told you 6 weeks from now, Wiggins is playing better, okay? Wiggins is playing more consistently. And your finishing five is Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Siakam, and Green. Interesting.
No, it's better than what you have right now.
Interesting.
You're assuming that Chris Paul would be a part of a Kaminga trade.
Yeah, something like that.
And, Moody either would be or wouldn't be. It doesn't matter.
I mean, if that happened, there are ifs there. Green's got to behave.
Right.
Andrew's got to play. Right? All of those things. And, there are even questions with Steph and Clay in terms of consistency. I get that. But if you are on the side of the fence of keep plugging away for this year, I could think of worse things than that being the finishing five.
That's a better finishing five than what you have right now.
I don't have any finishing five right now.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And, that's the issue that Steve is having, and that's why so many fans are critical, because it feels like he's getting that finishing five wrong more often than he's getting it right.
Yep. By the way, a lot of people are questioning the idea of why would you go get a rental in Pascal Siakam? Well, there's a few reasons. Number one is he is a better, more seasoned player. If you are the Warriors and you still believe in this year, then you're willing to give up some future stuff for this year. They just traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, for example. So they're still focused on this year. Secondarily, though, I might even argue if you are one of these people that's worried about the future, you want to know what the most valuable thing is for the Warriors? It's not Jonathan Kuminga. It's financial flexibility. If you've got Siakam and Clay both coming off the books at one time at the end of this year, that's a truckload of money. That's a truckload of money, which helps you in the luxury tax, and it helps you go shopping. And who knows? Maybe they keep him. I don't know.
But again, they don't have as much room as you think in terms of what's coming off the books.
I'm not saying that you could go shopping with the $80 million.
Yeah.
But you could go shopping with about 30 of it.
Maybe not dollar store shopping, but you're probably going to TJ Maxx or Home Goods.
At least Target. At least Target.
I might give you Target. Certainly you can go to Safeway and get yourself some Daisy Dips. Because those are affordable and delicious.
You wait 15 minutes and I'll tell you about Daisy freaking Dips.
I was just in that sour cream and onion you brought with those chips because the donuts are all gone. You brought donuts.
Are they really? Are they gone?
In typical radio station fashion, there's a half a donut left.
Yeah, I mean,
somebody went half on it.
Well, the new office sort of leaves those donuts out there in the open. We used to be able to hide those suckers.
No doubt.
Not anymore. But anyway.
All kinds of people got their hands. And I won't finish that because it makes Grandy uncomfortable.
All right.
Grandy knows where I was going. He's about to dump the
Let's go to Gloria. Hey, Gloria, in the city. Hi, Gloria.
Hi. Thanks, guys, for taking my call. My mother and I, my 93-year-old mother and I are sitting up here talking, listening to you guys. And you're making some excellent points. I want to see a scenario. What about this? Trading or getting rid of Clay, Wiggins, Chris Paul, add one of the younger ones. Who would that be? Let's say Moody, as much as I like Moody. But a scenario where we could keep Kaminga, get Siakam or Levine, and then we'll still have some youth and athleticism. And I believe that Kuminga still trends upward. He'll work on his defense and his athleticism and just continue to learn the Warriors' way. And they'll be playing for the future. Because no matter what, they're not going to win a championship. So we have to develop these youngsters with this youth and athleticism surrounded around Curry and Green.
Gloria, first of all, Gloria,
Gloria.
What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Cynthia. She's right here. Say hi, Mom.
Hi, Cynthia. Cynthia, who do you think they should trade?
Oh, boy, that put me under the gun. I really hate to trade any of those.
I like it, Cynthia.
Yeah, you want to keep it as it is.
She says she knows someone has to be traded, but she thinks that if you trade Kaminga, it's going to bite us in an unfavorable way.
Yeah, it could. But here's what I would say, Gloria. Hey, Gloria, you guys are both a delight. Thank you so much for listening. Appreciate you calling. This is what I would say. In theory, and we all do this with trade machines and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
There's no incentive for the Bulls or for the Raptors to do a deal like that. First of all, the names you all threw out there, you're sending almost $100 million.
Love it.
In the other direction.
Draymond, Clay, and CP and Wiggins for Siakam and Levine.
So you're going to need like two Supermax players to come in return. Like Giannis wouldn't make enough money to even come in return for those. And secondly, though, and maybe the more important point, is what is the incentive? The reason you're hearing, in my opinion, so many reporters talk about the Warriors in trades today is because the idea is now suddenly out there that Jonathan Kuminga might be available. That's the guy they want. The Raptors, Bulls, or anyone else for that matter, don't want older, high-priced, and in some cases, under contract for a number of years, players either. The reason they're getting rid of the Siakams and the Levines is because they would like young assets and to clear their financial books. So if the Raptors, for instance, got Kaminga and Chris Paul, what do they get? They get Kaminga, a young player they really like, and at the end of the year, they clear $30 million. So Siakam makes 37. They could turn that into 6 on their books and have the rest of that money to go do some things. That's why, to me, a deal like that is a realistic deal. I'm not saying it should happen, I'm saying it's the type of deal that could happen.
LaVine makes 40 and then 43 next year, then 46, then a player opt for 49.
I'm out on the LaVine idea.
As is Joe Lacob.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
If you want to talk about what you mentioned before about financial flexibility and getting some optionality, which is one of the new words here in 2023/24, yeah, the Warriors want to get that optionality, which they're going to get with Chris Paul at the end of the year, maybe at the deadline, and Klay Thompson. If Klay Thompson goes elsewhere or plays for half of what he's making now, yeah, that'll help you in terms of optionality. You don't want to sink your teeth into a Zach LaVine deal.
I totally agree. That one, especially, gosh, you're talking about a team right now that loses GP2 and it's defensively challenged, and you're going to acquire Zach LaVine? Oof.
Yeah.
That's a no from me, dog.
It's been a minute for that expression.
First one in 2024.
Yeah, you got to don't let that thing go too far away now. It's a good
That's a no
expression.
from me, dog.
It's a good one.
Lauri Markkanen?
That's going to be a no from Utah, dog.
Maybe.
I mean, if you're Utah, would you want to give up one of your best players?
I mean, his name's on the market for a reason.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really on the market.
Are they going to re-sign that guy? They're not going anywhere. They would love Jonathan Kaminga.
What's Markkanen making?
17.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would imagine you're going to get a lot more for Markkanen if they want to trade him than Jonathan Kaminga. You're going to want to, if you're Utah and you're looking at picks.
Picks? Yeah.
Mega picks.
Okay.
I mean, Markkanen's a very good player.
Very good. Yeah.
And
so Siakam.
And Markkanen's in a walk year? Is that right?
He's got a partial guarantee for next year.
Okay.
Partial guarantee. Not an unrestricted free agent until 2025.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's go to Vince in San Rafael. Hi, Vince. What are you doing?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Vince.
Just wrapping up the week of work.
Yeah, us too.
But yeah, I mean, just in terms of the whole rotation, I mean, I think the biggest problem is we have too many guards and wings. I mean, you got Chris Paul, Podziemski, Klay, Moody, Wiggins, Kaminga. I mean, you could even throw Gary Payton in there. I mean, I like the idea of Lauri Markkanen for a trade. I mean, we need a center. I mean, I love Looney, but you know, we haven't had a consistent big man that can spread the floor. I mean, if you add Lauri Markkanen to Steph and Klay and Wiggins, I mean, it would boost our team a ton. I just think we have to get rid of some of these guards and wings and try to get some size.
Yeah, that's Vince. Thanks. That's why it's another reason why LaVine to me makes no sense at all. You're going to give up wing players, Kaminga and Moody, so that Zach LaVine can come in here,
right?
Score a bunch of points and let other people score on him at an incredible cost for another 4 years.
Yeah,
like wow.
For me, Klay would have to be a part of a LaVine trade.
He'll probably have to be that just to make the money work anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think you're going to trade Klay Thompson. I think you're looking to re-sign him for about half of what he's making now. If you're going to stick with Draymond Green, then you're going to stick with the big three. I don't think that Klay or Draymond is going to be on the market.
Just my opinion right now. This is just today. I don't know. Got to check in again on Monday and see if I still feel this way. But what I would feel right now is the most likely package that would leave the Warriors in some form or another is Chris Paul to make money work, and Kaminga and Moody would be the potential players on the way out. And I know that that's going to make people's brains hurt. I get it. I
already put that out on the YouTube feed, and I got about 17 immediate resounding no ways.
No way.
I'm out. No thanks.
Of course, but again, I'm not saying that that's my opinion. I'm telling you, again, how the Warriors think and how they feel about this particular team. And it is clear, they have made it very clear, they're not moving on. Maybe you have. I'm not going to win this year. They're not thinking that way. That's not what they're doing. They are still trying to maximize Steph Curry. And if that's what you're trying to do, then you are potentially willing to make a move like that. And furthermore, you're more so willing to make a move like that when the two young players in question start to chirp and say that they would like to be on a different team. That makes it even easier to make a move like that. So I know that people don't want to sacrifice the future. I don't think the Warriors look at the future as centered around Kaminga and Moody. I think they think the future is centered around financial flexibility. And so they will continue to make moves that, A, make Steph Curry happy and maximized and create more room financially.
Yeah, I don't even know about the more room financially part of it. We'll see. They haven't done that yet. They're paying $400 million this year.
Well, they have done that yet. That's what pool for Chris Paul was.
But that's not until next year. So they have not recouped any savings.
But I'm talking about the future.
Right. But we haven't seen that come to pass. I mean, they may go out and get Pascal Siakam in a trade, and they may look to sign him and keep him and stay over the luxury tax.
Maybe, but that's why I believe that they, like the Siakam thing to me, that it's believable. It's believable.
Fans will be outraged because you're giving up on what many people think is a future star, and you're throwing in Moses Moody, who is a good young player, and you're getting a rental. So that's what fans will look at. And, Giants fans, you remember the Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran trade, which didn't really work out for you. Beltran was here for 2 months and then gone, and Wheeler's gone on to be a very good pitcher, and you didn't win anything that year. And so that's kind of what this would feel like to many people.
Yeah, although those deals actually usually do work. Though the big-time prospect that you give up usually does not turn in.
But that one didn't turn out to be a good trade.
No, I know, but for me, the rub on this that I know is hard for everybody to sort of wrap our heads around, but this is just the fact, is that when you have a dynasty and you have great players, and specifically one great player, when you have that, it absolutely gets in the way of young player development. I've got a lot of friends who are like, man, the Warriors player development team stinks. And I'm like, I don't know if their player development team stinks. I think Steph Curry's on the team. And that prevents player development.
At times.
Yes.
You know what prevents player development? Playing players prevents player development.
Right, but why? But to me, those are connected. Why are they not playing?
Well, Kuminga's not playing for, I don't even know why. That's a bewildering reason why he's not playing, because he's playing well.
Right, but
he starts, he plays well, and he doesn't play. Moses Moody, everyone thought, yourself included, and me and everybody,
I like him.
GP2's out. Here comes Moody's minutes.
I thought so too.
And Steve played 9 guys.
I just when you have a player like that, there's a reason that the Warriors have continued to have their young players who people are excited about get shown the door. There's a Jordan Poole, I want to start. Bye. Right?
Well, that's a more complex one than just playing time.
For sure.
He actually did develop. He was a young player who absolutely developed.
He developed.
He got a 9-figure contract from this very team.
Right. They had no choice but to do that, quite frankly. But James Wiseman, that was more of an injury thing.
That was just a bad pick.
But here's Kaminga and Moody now, and the same thing's going to happen. We want to start. We want to play. We don't like our role. And Steph Curry's like, well, sorry, we're doing something here. We're busy. Like that.
Kaminga could be the first one to go out and really haunt you.
Absolutely. I agree with you. But that, to me, is the issue that faces this organization, and too many people act like there's an easy answer to that.
It's very easy.
No, it's not.
Play him.
No.
Play that man his minutes.
Steph, no agree. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is also an opportunity to tell you about what we were eating in the other room, and it's not the donuts. It's the Daisy Dips. Oh, my gosh. We tried the ranch dip, and this time we pulled it out with some Ruffles, and we just went after it pre-show. Why do you think this show is so good today? Because we went after that ranch dip and the potato chips pre-show, and it gave us a little bit of a juice boost. You know what I mean? It's our guilty pleasure along with the donuts. Do it during Warrior games a whole lot, so I'm probably going to try the French onion. I got that one in the fridge. We're going to pull that one out while the Warriors take it to the Pistons later on. Although, not just chips. You can dip wings in there, chicken, whatever you want to dip in there. I used to make the dips with Daisy sour cream, and then you put the seasoning pack in, and you mix that thing up. But Daisy just found this out. as they started making their own. And that takes a whole step out of it. And quite frankly, it's more delicious. The French onion and the ranch dip. So don't need to make it for yourself anymore. This is not a packet with sour cream. It is specially selected herbs and spices, and it is delicious. Check it out, especially this weekend with all the games coming up. It's Daisy Dips.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days.
Yeah, he was playing great, and his normal time to go back in would have been around the 5-6 minute mark. And Wiggs was playing great, and we were rolling. We're up 18, 19, whatever it was, and so we just stayed with him. And then at that point, it didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. He'd been sitting for a while, so I stayed with the group that was out there. Obviously, we couldn't close it out.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Just want to let everybody know, Marco Luciano and Kyle Harrison, they're going to be stars. We're going to let them cook. You got a cold or something?
No, I'm trying to hold in my outburst of laughter and snickering.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Were you under the impression that that's what I think?
I'm under the impression that you're trying to either peddle that or make some sort of a comparison to a guy who's actually done it. Jonathan Kaminga.
What is it?
He's played basketball. He's gone out there and he's cooked.
Okay.
He's made meals. He served people. He got served. People are out there getting served.
Man.
14 straight games where he's reached double digits, including last night where he got to double figures despite being held down by his own head coach.
He's a good player.
He's playing 5-on-6.
Good player.
He's guarded by 5 Denver players and his own coach.
Can we have the Jonathan Kaminga conversation
Played 5-on-6
without using the word star? Can we do that, please?
You can say whatever you want.
My request. I know, I'm just asking a question. Is it possible? Can we do that?
We can, and you and I had this debate about a year ago about star and superstar, and it's all meaningless.
Fine.
It's meaningless. Is Jonathan Kuminga good enough to get a 9-figure contract at the end of this year?
Ooh, not right now.
I think the answer is yes.
9 figures at the end of this year?
Well, that's what you do when you're a rook and your third year is up and you're eligible for an extension.
You think on the open market
that's what Jordan Poole got.
Yeah, Jordan Poole is averaging 20 points a game in the NBA for a year and a half.
Yeah.
For two seasons.
Kuminga would be averaging probably 17 or 18 if he wasn't being guarded by Steve Kerr.
I love the would-bes. He would be. It would be.
Woodby Island is actually beautiful off the coast of Seattle.
I mentioned Luciano and Harrison because I've been told basically that every young, exciting player in this market is going to be great.
That's not true.
They just need to not be held back by those damn coaches. That's what I get told. That's what it sounds like to me.
Is Casey Schmidt going to be a star?
Yeah.
Doubt it.
Me too.
Marco Luciano, is he going to be a star?
No idea.
Doubt it. Kyle Harrison? Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Really?
I think that what I've seen from him, yeah, sure.
Maybe.
He's a guy who, in baseball, to be a star means you're an all-star or you're a guy who's out there winning, 15 games, a 15-game winner, which is the new 20.
I wish there was a way to have this conversation without it sound like, I already put it out. I tried to start the day with this. I don't want the kid traded. I think he's a good player. I think Moses Moody is an interesting player. If they don't want to be here, though, that changes the calculus for me to a certain degree. I don't know how dug in they are with that thought. Deebo Samuel wanted to be traded once.
Kind of.
Now he dances every time that they go out on the field. So
he carries the boombox.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the end game is here. I understand there's a lot of money on the line for everybody, and everybody's playing the game. Steve Kerr is doing it too, by the way. So I get all of that. But I think there's a way to say I like the player without immediately going to I love the player. This is not love-hate. This is not Matthew Berry's fantasy column. Okay? You don't have to do, I hate Kaminga or I love Kaminga. He's a future star. He's a bust. I'm very much in between. This is a good player. Interesting young player. future star going to wreck this league? I'm not there, nor should you be. But fine. I don't have anything against Jonathan Kaminga. We are overstating right now what he has been and is in this league because he looked good last night and he got wronged last night. And I have no problem agreeing with you on that. But that was last night.
It's more than just last night. You look at what he's done in long stretches. Last year when Wiggins was out and he helped lead them to the number 6 seed when the team, look it up, Mark. Look at how he played.
Helped lead them to the 6 seed.
Andrew Wiggins bowed out.
Yep.
Andrew Wiggins took half a year off for personal reasons. Jonathan Kuminga started playing, and the team won a lot of games when Jonathan Kuminga was playing increased minutes. I don't know how else you want to say it.
Helped lead?
Okay. He played a role in them winning games. Does that feel better for you?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
I didn't use the S word because that triggers you.
No, it doesn't trigger me.
You asked me to not refer to him as a star,
he's not.
or a star in the making, or a future star, or a budding star, a star on the rise. I won't even say anything that has to do with star.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. He's not. He's not. And there's next to zero evidence that he can be an NBA 1.
How many NBA 1s are there? 15?
Yeah, I mean, well, every team tries to have one.
Yeah. Not every team has one.
Well, and if he's not one, then what's everybody so up in arms about?
Because he might be an NBA 2. Or he might be a 3. And he's 21 years old.
Might be a 6.
He might be.
Yeah.
He might be a star.
But that's my point. Like, why are we getting so upset about might be? Do you know how many might be's we got? Pajemski might be better than him.
Pajemski's good.
Yeah, he might be better.
Might be.
So maybe that's the future.
Well, you got Pajemski. You got Kaminga.
Yeah, but if that's what we're talking about here, if we're talking about the post-Steph core that everyone is so worried about, how do I know that Jonathan Kaminga is even a key piece, let alone the dude? Because you're not winning anything without a dude, right?
Right. Well, by winning anything, only one team wins the title.
Yeah, so what are you so worried about? Like, we're all on the same page that Jonathan should have played more last night.
No one's worried about it.
It sounds, of course people are worried about it.
The worry is that the team doesn't see him the way that the fans see him. That's the worry.
Okay.
And the worry is that the head coach is not someone who is willing to give a young guy like Jonathan Kaminga, and this has nothing to do with the Poughkeepsie kid, Brandon Podziemski, because Steve already has more faith in Podziemski than he has in Kaminga. And it's because of the way Podziemski plays. He does the little things, and he has more of a basketball IQ. He takes charges. He makes the smart play, and he's a good three-point shooter. You hear that, Drew Down? He's a good three-point shooter, and he knocked down a couple of big ones last night. He plays winning basketball already. Jonathan Kaminga is learning a lot of these things. But you can't learn that from the bench, which is where he spent the majority of the second half last night.
Yeah.
The bench.
I mean, that point doesn't really do it for me. I don't disagree with it, but I don't care about learning when Steph Curry's here. I just don't. I'm sorry if that's like offensive to people.
It's not offensive.
I don't care. Like, does that make the Warriors a bad player development team? Maybe. Okay, I'm fine with that right now.
To me, it's not about Kaminga learning right now. It's about right now he's a good enough player to be involved in these high leverage moments.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I don't know if they can see that or if they believe that.
Yeah, there's some discomfort with it for sure.
Right. They look at it as if Wiggins and Kaminga can't play together, so you have to choose between the two. And more often than not, they default to Andrew Wiggins instead of Kaminga. And that is where I think a lot of fans have a problem.
You know what I think we have forgotten? Do you know that the Warriors play in 2 hours?
And do you know who's coming to town?
Yes, I do.
Jason Dumas actually spoke to him earlier today. Yeah.
What'd he get?
Just a lot of, I'm just trying to go out here and, and get better.
I'm trying to not talk about this.
Well, and Jason actually asked him, he said, Steve Kerr has said in the past that a former player, when he comes to play his old team, wants to kick their ass. Is that kind of your mindset?
What is that?
Well, I just want to go out there and play. We've we've had a real tough time this year, and we've had some adversity, and I'm just out here trying to play and improve my game and get better. He was really classy.
Oh, James has never been anything but. James seems like a good dude.
Yeah. And Jason also asked him about, you looking forward to being out there? And he said, yeah, I still talk to a lot of these guys, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them again.
I bet. Yeah, Warriors and Pistons tonight at 7. Means the Warriors Live, which is with Evan Giddings tonight, is starting right when we're done at 6 o'clock, and it's brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
Tribute video?
No. Because they're not sure if he's going to get in the game. When are they going to do it?
Garbage time. Ladies and gentlemen, before you head to the car.
It'd be amazing if they stopped the game.
122-84.
Is there a garbage
Warriors
time
in a
tonight?
bounce back.
Is there a garbage time tonight?
There better be.
There better be.
Why don't you text your guy double R's and see what they have planned?
I'm not doing that.
I'm
not bothering him pregame with that.
I'm going to harass him. Yo, Ritter, what you got planned for my guy? Hi, this is James Wiseman. That should be the tribute.
Do a highlight video that's like 6 seconds long.
We actually were talking, Lucas and Granny and I.
I feel mean.
While you were daisy dipping, I went in there, and I'm like, hey, guys, tribute video? And they both looked at each other and looked at me, and they're like, of what? His 2 dunks? And then we all had a big laugh, and then we kind of moved on.
They're like everybody, please direct your attention to the video board. And you look up, and it's like James.
This is James Wiseman.
He shoots it one time, and they're like, now back to the game. Yeah, there you go, James.
The eye of the... And you couldn't even get through the chorus because it's already over. We're kidding, James. We love you, buddy. Come on.
Terrible now.
You do not.
Bad people. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's right.
Hello.
That's right. Oh, yes, I love
drinking?
that sound. I am feeling like it is time for a sparkling water because it is Friday at 5, and the 5 o'clock pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for the weekend. We're going to be sipping on the West Coast IPA tonight. It is delicious. Sun up till sundown. Go grab a 6-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the game with us and the beer here on 95.7 The Game. I got a few of these in the fridge. Ooh, yeah. I'm going to crack one at 7 o'clock tonight.
Look at you.
Okay, yeah.
It's a big night for you.
Yeah, I don't need to be up in the morning. Yeah, I don't need to be up.
I'm up early.
We got CYO, but not till like noon tomorrow.
Yeah. I got CYO tomorrow.
You got a baby.
First tip at 9 a.m.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I got 7-pack tomorrow. Only 7.
Damn. 6-pack tonight, 7-pack tomorrow.
It's usually how it goes.
Look at you.
First couple games can be a little fuzzy. I apologize in advance if you're out at St. Vincent's tomorrow.
Ref, that's not a foul. You're like, you're right. But I'm drunk.
It's more like that is a foul, but the whistle makes my head hurt. Ref, blow the whistle. I'd rather not.
Like, where is it?
This thing is loud.
Oh, excuse me. Was that me? How about Dan in Indiana? Hi, Dan. What are you doing?
Woohoo!
Yeah, Dan.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this game tonight, and I'm telling you guys, I got 2 things that I want to say, and I'm not going to take up too much time, I promise. I love talking to you guys. I love listening to you guys squabble back and forth. It's so good. But the two points that I want to make, one is about how good we are. The second one, I want to say something about Kaminga versus Pascal Siakam, because you guys are all over that. So
let's hear it, Dan. Yeah.
First thing that we need to recognize and we need to appreciate is the fact that we have been up 20 points on a world champion basketball team and other teams like the Clippers and all that stuff. Like, we do have good pieces in place that, if not misused, can potentially get us closer to at least a finals appearance. I'm going to be hopeful for a finals appearance. So let's just say that. Okay. The second thing, nothing happens in a vacuum. Kaminga is only 0.07 points per minute higher than Siakam. So that over 35 minutes, that's about 2.5 points difference. The ceiling hasn't even hit for Kaminga yet. You know what I'm saying? So, I am guys, it's if you don't think that Siakam is going to have a little bit of a hit in his production, coming from a garbage production team to
a Warriors team with a lot of mouths that need to be fed and a lot of egos that need to be fed. I think that I stand on the side that says keep Kuminga. He's worth something. If you give him away, you're going to give him away on a dime, and then you're going to regret it because he has not even hit his ceiling yet. He's got 8 years to get to that Siakam level.
Yeah, I like Dan.
That's a fair point. But
I get all that.
Dan, 8 years from now, Steph Curry is 45.
Right. And here's the other thing that we are doing a little bit too much today. Dan, thanks. This is not me saying that the Warriors should trade Kaminga for Pascal Siakam. That's not my point here. But we're getting a little bit too stat obsessed. Jonathan scores this, Pascal scores that. Here's the efficiency. Run that out over 32 minutes a night. Well, first of all, if you ran Kaminga up to 35 minutes a night, you have no idea what would happen. You can't just take the stats and go, so add some stats on. And I have no idea what would happen if you asked him to do that. But my guess is also, and maybe this is the more important point, I think the Warriors' hesitation at times in games with Kaminga has got nothing to do with stats. It's got everything to do with the stuff that doesn't show up in the stats. That's the point. And let me see if I can find a way to sort of pass this along. There are people in NBA circles who believe that over the last few years, Jonathan Kuminga has had a hard time sort of figuring things out in terms of the way to play defense, the way to pass, the way to be fundamentally sound, to understand the system. There are those who believe that he has had a hard time with that. So I have a hard time when we sometimes go, look, the box score says that Jonathan was really good. He was a +6 and he scored 16 points. Okay, that's not usually what a coach is always going to look at. There are things going on the floor that we don't see. And so when it's mysterious to us why a guy gets pulled or doesn't get an opportunity, maybe it's a coaching mistake, maybe, or maybe there are things going on behind the scenes that we don't see that the team is upset about, which was the case in the playoffs last year.
Of course, it was effort.
It was the case with James Wiseman, by the way. He was not picking up the defense.
Well, and imagine that from a player who, as Lucas mentioned during the break, had played for 4 or 5 different high schools, and then you mentioned it, didn't play college basketball, one league, a G League Ignite, which is, not glorified open gym, but it certainly isn't as structured as the Golden State Warriors. It's a team that relies on its structure. So you take a player with limited experience in that structure and you ask him to not only learn it, but learn it by not playing 30 minutes a night and being able to have those mistakes and those growing pains on the court because you're in a championship window and you don't do that when you're a championship team. And I get that. This from Anthony Slater's piece, and it's a quote from Kaminga. Sometimes I come out of the game not knowing what I did, and that messes with my head. It's like, what do they want me to do? I can pass and I can do different S. Well, it sounds like Kaminga is disconnected with, why they're taking him out or what they want him to do at times, and that's natural for a 21-year-old player who's playing alongside one of the greatest players ever, one of the smartest players ever in Draymond Green, a space-needy Klay Thompson, a guy who thrives on, having just the right timing in the right space, and now you're playing with a 39-year-old savant in Chris Paul. So I don't fault Jonathan Kuminga for the things that you're laying out because you're right. And how could he be in another spot at 21? I think it's a big ask to say, and maybe it's different for Podziemski because he played at Illinois, and then he went to Santa Clara and he played at Santa Clara, and he's been a part of, more structured basketball environments. I think that Kuminga, what you said about Kuminga from league sources, I've heard the same thing. Yeah. And you can kind of see it when you watch him play.
I don't fault him for any of that, by the way. It's not his fault. Yeah, he's 21. He's 21.
21.
Detailed that he did not go through a structured college basketball environment. How many times have we used the word raw with Jonathan Kaminga? So this isn't about his fault at all. But that's kind of what I'm getting at when I talk about how the presence of a Steph Curry is going to make it very, very difficult for young players to come in and grow and thrive, because the Warriors, and this was literally the line they used with the media when they traded James, we love James. We think he's going to be a huge talent. We don't have the room for him to have growth minutes. We don't have the room. We're the defending champs, and we're trying to win another one. And that's usually the case. Now, you can think it's completely absurd that they think that they can win a title this year, and you might be right. But they do. So that's where they are.
Right.
And you know what else stood out to me when you just read that Kaminga quote? Just because you're coming out of the game doesn't mean you did something wrong. You have to come out of the game sometimes.
Right.
Everybody comes out of the game.
And sometimes you get to actually go back in the game.
That's the crazy night. That's the crazy night when they put you back in.
Yeah.
But no, like I wonder about his mentals when he says something like that. Sometimes I come out and I didn't know what I did wrong. Well, maybe you didn't do anything wrong.
Exactly.
And if he's over there, huffing, puffing, and moping or thinking or whatever, that's not good.
That was last year, and you're absolutely right about that.
I'm not putting you back in either if you're over there moping because I took you out because it was just time to come out. Just get a breather, dude.
Right. Last year, it was a totally different deal.
Totally.
And, I'm looking right now at the game log in the playoffs, 9 minutes and 45 against Sac in game 1, then 4 minutes, then 13, then 3. DNP, he played 4 minutes in game 6. He played 2.5 in game 7. DNP against the Lakers, 10 minutes, 9 minutes, DNP, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. So, I mean, if something's going to mess with your head, that would mess with your head, that sort of a run. But heck, that's where he was, right?
Yeah. Hey, could we add this to the conversation? This is kind of interesting because it was before the controversy got real hot. This is from 2 days ago, and it's from DeMarcus Cousins, who, albeit for a short time, played for Steve Kerr. And this is on his Bully Ball podcast alongside Rachel Nichols. And he had a couple of things to say that suddenly have become applicable to the situation at hand. So this is from January 3rd. And listen to what he says with regard to Steve Kerr.
We go back to, the previous summer, we watched Team USA. They struggle, and there's no reason for that. And it's only one common denominator in that equation, and that's Steve Kerr. Maybe it's time for new leadership in this Warriors locker room. Maybe it's time. And the reason I say that, even the Apple iPhone gets an update. You know what I mean? So it's time for the Warriors to update this team. And a new identity, a new system, something to get this core group over the hump.
How's that grab you?
Even an Apple iPhone needs an update.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Although my mom hates it when that happens. Gosh,
Mark!
Automatic update. You wake up and that thing starts talking to you in all kinds of different languages and saying ciao and hello and all of this. Oh, what's that? What? My phone? It's broken. So
I love when you imitate your mom. I've never spoken to her, but I'm giving you a 5 every time. Tom, Mark.
Do you know how? What? My phone? What's happening? Anyway, go ahead.
It missed me with all of that. And, Steve Kerr, forget the 4 championships for a minute, although that is a big part of this because that shows that he's done pretty well as a coach of this team. The vets want Steve Kerr around. Until the vets turn on Steve Kerr, until you have, and Clay's been unhappy at times, but Clay and Steve have sat down, and then Clay's come out and said, Steve said, I need to change my tune, and I'll change my tune a little bit, and Clay's responded. He had a good game last night in totality, and I think as long as the vets are still lining up behind Steve Kerr, then the team should still line up behind Steve Kerr.
I agree, and we think they are. I guess we don't know that. You're right that Clay, like his most recent press conference, certainly felt like a big backing of Steve Kerr. By the way, let's not bury the fact that Klay Thompson last night decided to point out that they really, really, really miss Draymond Green.
Yeah.
So again, the message is clear. I know to a lot of people listening to us, it's just uber clear. Steve Kerr is a moron. All right. So if that's your take, that's your take. Without you or me giving any opinion on that, you can hear that the Warriors, the key Warriors, not named Jonathan Kaminga, their mindset is the same place that it's always been. We can win a title this year, and we can win it with Steph, Clay, and Draymond being our key pieces. That's what they think, and you can call them crazy. But that's how they're operating right now. And if you think about it through that lens, it's not crazy to think that Jonathan Kaminga could get traded here in a couple weeks.
It's not crazy at all. The crazy part is thinking about what that would mean for the future. And you've already stated that you don't really care about the future. To you, the future is Steph Curry. Steph Curry's the franchise. Steph Curry's the future. So the future beyond Steph Curry and his time here, and we mentioned earlier in the week, we're putting that at 2.5 years. If he signs for longer than that, that's great, but he won't be peak Steph. Most likely he won't be peak Steph. I'm not counting him out because he's fitter and stronger than ever, and his level hasn't dropped very much, if at all, this year from last year. So maybe his window is more than 2.5 years, but if you look at 3 years from now and Jonathan Kuminga is 24 or 25, he projects to be better than he is right now. And right now, he's a pretty good player.
You'd think, yeah. By the way, there's one more from DeMarcus Cousins.
Don't call him Boogie, by the way.
I don't. That's why I call him DeMarcus Cousins.
Good. He doesn't like that.
I don't like that. This is more about the organization as a whole.
I was a part of this organization. I know the mood. I know how they carry themselves. It's super laid back. It's super, lackadaisical. It's very nonchalant. And obviously they get their work done. They're professionals and all of these things. But these were the standards that were set in place for this team. And it starts with the leadership, which is Steve Kerr. Now we're looking for some urgency now with this team to get them back in their rhythm. And like I said, maybe it's just time for a new leadership.
Well, that's interesting. I don't want to go too far back in time. I got nothing against it. I've never spoken to DeMarcus Cousins in my life. Probably not where I would go for my organizational plan.
Agreed.
DeMarcus Cousins.
You realize he played for 4 teams after the Golden State Warriors? Yeah. I mean, that just hit me because I remember he was a Warriors and he got hurt, unfortunately, torn ACL.
Yep.
And then he went on to play for Houston, the Clippers, Milwaukee, and Denver over the course of the next 2 seasons.
If you had asked me to name those 4 teams, I'd have maybe gotten one right.
Houston or Denver?
The
Clippers?
Probably Houston.
I kind of remember him with Denver.
The Milwaukee experience is a complete blank in my brain.
25 with Houston and 16 with the Clippers. And then the next year it was 17 with Milwaukee, 31 with Denver. And scene. Yeah. I mean, injury robbed him of what could have been a Hall of Fame career. He was an unbelievable player early in his career. Unguardable.
I really, really like Jimmy Ward. But like when Jimmy Ward is like, yeah, I don't like Kyle Shanahan. Okay.
All right.
There's always somebody.
Right.
Thanks.
I wonder what coach DeMarcus Cousins would vouch for.
Yeah. None.
So there's that. Yeah, there's that part of it. None. I do think,
all right.
Interesting, though, what he said about laid back versus urgency. Because as I was listening to that quote, he's not wrong in terms of what this team needs right now. But the one guy who can give you that shot of urgency, maybe he's lost his voice again, Mark, because we know last year Draymond Green lost his voice. And when Draymond comes back into this team, into this situation where they've been pretty much mediocre, you look at all the metrics, you look at the standings, you look at the blown leads, you look at what they've done, and this team is very Giants-esque. They need a big-time shot of reality check from Draymond Green, but is he still going to be able to be that guy, or has he been defanged?
Yeah.
Defanged, Mark. Has he lost his fangs?
I don't know. What I do know is that Steve Kerr is about to talk, and this will be his first availability since the report earlier today from Shams, where he will probably say, well, I don't know anything about what Jonathan Kaminga is feeling, but somebody probably does.
Fair.
But I don't know what he's going to say.
We're monitoring it.
If he says something that's certainly worth sharing, we will do that immediately. So Steve Kerr getting ready to talk pregame, Warriors against the Wisemans tonight at Chase Center. Let's go to BP. Now, this is not BPA, right? This is just BP in San Francisco. Hi, BP. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I love you guys. I'm always listening. I'm a convert from the other station. You know what I'm talking about.
Attaboy, BP.
Not a bad.
Not a kid.
Don't you leave.
I got to say something. You know, Kaminga, there's 9 assistant coaches. He just has to be coached up. He just needs a little bit more time. He's going to be a great player. And, you know, as far as, you know, winning now, well, they can. I'm thinking, what do you guys think about trading for KD? Kevin Durant, Moody, a couple of draft picks, and then throw in, I don't know who else you could throw in, but I think KD would be the answer. What do you guys think?
Is Kevin Durant on the market for some reason? I've heard this name a couple of times. I don't believe the Phoenix Suns have any interest in trading Kevin Durant. Do they? I know that their season's been disappointing. I don't think the Suns are mailing in the rest of the year.
No, I know Kevin Durant's been frustrated with the lack of availability from Bradley Beal and the general state of the Phoenix Suns. I mean, you go there with Beal and Booker and you think, I don't know about super team, but you feel like you might have one of the most talented teams in the West and you can make a run and do the one thing that you really the only unchecked box for Kevin Durant is to win a chip away from Golden State. So I don't know how coming back here fulfills that. And I don't even know if he feels like that is an unchecked box to win one without the chef.
Yeah, well, I'm sure, you know, he would like to.
Would like to just win one.
To just win one,
He's competitive,
right.
yeah.
And they were the preseason favorite, and they're 18-16. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know which is a bigger disappointment this year, the Warriors or the Suns. But
I'd say the Suns.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like a match as far as I'm concerned. How about let's go to Vince in the city. Hi, Vince. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Stuck in traffic on my way home. First off, I want to say this. I'm a huge Steph fan. I get into arguments all the time trying to defend him. But last night's loss was on him. To me, in the closing minutes of the fourth, I feel like he took 5 bad shots, which is crazy to say because usually a shot from Steph is never bad. But he was cold, and he was taking threes and chucking them up and was bricking. And then instead of making the easy pass to Chris Paul, he tried a 50-foot cross-court pass to Wiggins in the corner that got picked off, basically. So last night's loss was on Steph. Now, J.K., there's no doubt J.K. is a baller. The dude is a hooper. But how many dudes in this world are hoopers? And now he's in the NBA. There's a reason he's in the NBA, and a lot of other guys aren't. He's got intangibles. He's got things that can't be taught. But what's holding him back is the fact that he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing. If that's the quote that he's saying, I'm getting taken out of the game and I don't know why. Well, if you feel so entitled for minutes and playing time, why don't you ask? Learn your job. You want to be a craftsman at your job. You want to be skilled, and you don't know what you're doing, or you don't know why something is happening or isn't happening. Then ask. If you're rambunctious enough to complain and go to the media, or even if that's true, I don't know if it's true or not, but to come out and say that I'm not feeling it here or whatever, well then why not? And then figure it out. If it's because you're playing time, well then ask, why are you not getting play? Because I feel like with his talent, he should be on the floor, but there's a reason why he's not on the floor, whether it be his absent-mindedness on defense or if he's a one-trick pony.
Well, Vince, I think you're closing in on what's a real interesting question. And Vince, thank you very much. That's a very interesting question, which I don't know that any of us are actually prepared to answer. We can try, but you can be frustrated that Kuminga's not playing. You can be mad at Kerr. But what do y'all think? Why? Why doesn't he play more than he plays?
Because he makes mistakes that we don't see and they don't show up in the box score.
Okay, that's your answer. I think that's a pretty good answer. But I wonder what people think about that. So put aside that you're mad that JK doesn't play more. Put aside that you think Steve Kerr should be fired and never allowed in the city again. And just wonder for a moment why. Why would Steve Kerr do that? No coach wants to lose. No coach wants to hold out people that they think will win them games. So why? Why would Steve Kerr do this?
It's because what I was laying out. I think that there are either positions he needs to be in or defensive rotations or some of the intangible things. Maybe it's him not being a good enough three-point shooter. Overall reliability. One thing about Andrew Wiggins is you can pretty much rely on him being in the right spot. The problem with Wiggins is that he plays too timid. He plays too docile. But it's not ever a case of, geez, Andrew, that was a mental mistake, or defensively you didn't rotate right, or you were in the wrong spot, or you didn't switch right, or you can't cover this guy. Kaminga's highs are much higher than Wiggins, but his lows are much lower. And I think that when you're dealing with veterans in a championship window, which they think that they are, they can't tolerate that. They can tolerate Andrew drifting on the weak side and being a non-factor on offense a lot more than they can Jonathan Kuminga making the wrong play. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, I always default to that, and I'm well aware of what that sounds like. I know sometimes it sounds like the coach can never do anything wrong, and it's always the player's fault. I'm trying to access why things go the way they go. We did this exercise for a long time with Trey Lance, and people had all these different reasons why he wasn't getting an opportunity or why Kyle Shanahan ran him up the middle or whatever. And so my answer every time is there's a reason. That doesn't mean it's a good reason, but there is a reason.
Right.
Steve Kerr didn't put Jonathan Kaminga in last night for a reason. I don't know what it was, and I don't simply just accept what he said. I bet it's something that he can't really say, which is a lot of different things. They can't say. Kyle Shanahan was never going to come out and be like, yeah, he's not as good as we thought he was.
Right.
And he's not developing as fast as we would like him to.
You can't do that.
And we ran him up the middle because he can't get to the outside.
And because God forbid we let him throw the ball.
Because he's not very accurate.
Right.
Would you like would you want Steve to do that? Maybe he'd come out pregame. Hey, what's your reaction to Jonathan? Well, as it turns out, gosh, when I put him in at the end of games, he makes mental mistakes.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
What do we got?
Steve Kerr is talking. We will get you his quotes in a second, but our breaking news comes from the court, from the actual Chase Center court.
Okay.
It is a bit of a wardrobe breaking news, not really any news. Jonathan Kaminga got a haircut.
Jonathan Kaminga got a haircut.
It's the biggest news we got so far.
Jonathan Kaminga.
Video of him shooting around has surfaced thanks to our own Sam Lubman, who's covering the game for us tonight. And he got a haircut. The braids, it's all off. He has a buzz cut now. Wow. I've always said I have a haircut theory. When a player cuts his hair, he is down to business and instantly gets better at his sport, at his craft. I'm expecting big things from Jonathan Kuminga. Just look at De'Aaron Fox. The second that he cut off his longer hair, he got better.
So you're telling me that Jonathan Kuminga is mad at Steve Kerr, who comes on this show every week, brought to you by Great Clips. And then Kuminga went out.
Two great clips.
And got a cut.
Yep.
And you telling me that those two don't get along? Sounds to me like they're on the same page.
Think we're good.
In other news, he's been listed as probable tonight with left toe soreness. That came a few hours ago. Yes, correct.
Oh, boy.
That was from Slate's about 4 hours ago. Listed as probable, so he's going to play. And Anthony Slater also tweeted this about Steve Kerr, quote, Kerr from his pregame press avail, I played 15 years, and all 15 I was frustrated with my playing time. From Steve Kerr.
Yep.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he walked up to Jordan and Phil Jackson and said, time to start playing me.
I mean.
And he went third person. Time to start playing Steve Kerr a little bit more. Can you imagine?
Steve thinks Steve should play more.
Totally.
Yeah, this hasn't been said enough today. These comments that were made, and they're not even comments. It's a report from Shams, and the word choice, I think, certainly came from Kuminga's agents. These are super easy to walk back. Like, we're not that far down the road. There's no trade demand.
No.
There's no, hey, this is irreparable. Jonathan Kaminga lost faith. Okay. And then he went out the next night and had 30 minutes. And so he's regained his faith. Like, this is not over.
Of course.
The Kaminga Warriors experience might end, but I just don't want anyone to think that that line got drawn in the sand that hard. Remember, Raheem Mostert demanded a trade and then signed a new contract.
Right.
Deebo Samuel demanded a trade and then signed a new contract. These things can go pretty far down the road.
They can.
And get walked back.
They can, but this is a troubling pattern of behavior from a young star, a young player, young star in the making, where just, 6 months ago, you were DNP in the playoffs because you weren't hustling and you were sulking. And now you do all the work, you're in the lab all summer, and you come out and you play well, and now you're having some more adversity in terms of playing time, and this is the way that you show your frustration, not once but twice over the course of the last couple of weeks. It's a bad pattern of behavior.
Yep. 888-957-9570. Thank you for that breaking news, guys. That was awesome. Steve's talking, and Jonathan cut his hair. Let's go to Marco in the city. Hey, Marco, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just commuting here and wanted to say a few things. On the last caller, I don't blame Curry for last night's loss. I kind of blame Steve, and I love Steve. And all these fans out there talking about the exit of Steve is needed is ridiculous. He's a multi-year player, coach, GM. He knows what he's doing. The loss was an 18-point lead that we let it get away because Steve didn't coach, the guys that he had in right. That's the deal. But with Kaminga, this is the more important point, I think, with Kaminga. I got a chance to watch him play here when he was up at Olympic Prep. And, the thing is, a lot of these young guys, and you can see it at the college level right now, too, with a lot of the high-ranking teams, these guys are all high school jump-around guys. They move to various teams. They move to, high-level travel teams. And there's no consistency in their game. And they're great players, super athletes, but they have not learned the system. They're not willing to take the time to develop. If they don't like something, they move to another high school team. They move to another college team. The transfer portal's out of control. And these guys just don't learn to put their time in. Then you look at someone, like Pajensky and like what's the big guy that we got from Indiana. They played college time. They understand what it takes to put your time in to earn your yeoman's kind of duty. And they're better system players. They're better players that get along within a system and learn a system and can play with the guys that have been there and done that, with the Currys, with the Clays, with eventually the Draymond. And that's what you got to do. And, I agree with this attitude that Kuminga's playing with, it's not healthy. And that's a big deterrent for championship teams.
Well, Marco, it's interesting. Thanks for the call. One thing that I really noticed with it, because I don't know that that's exactly how Kaminga feels, but it certainly seems possible. But I noticed this with Jonathan. Things go hot and cold really fast. And this is when for instance, a relationship is in a bad spot. Like if a relationship cannot survive an argument, or if that argument keeps coming back up, you all get together, you make up, you go have dinner, and then the next day it's like, boom, it's there again. And you're walking or you're steaming, you take the dog for a walk, and that's it. I'm not doing it anymore. And then you come back home and you talk for 5 minutes. You're like, okay, everything's fine.
Totally.
Right. And then the next day, I'm not doing it. Like these wild swings.
It happens. It happens in all businesses, right?
I'm happy. Things are going in the right direction. Next morning, a tweet. I no longer feel like this is the place for me. The future, I've lost faith, and this is not right. And then you go out and you score 22, and you get 28 minutes, and you're like, everything's great. It's just like, and even Jonathan, when you read that thing about like, when I go out of the game, I don't know what I did wrong. It's like, man, you feel like you're on a little bit too emotional of a coaster right now.
Well, it makes sense because he's just a kid.
Yeah.
And I know 21's not a kid, but 21 is still a kid. I've got a 22-year-old.
It is in the NBA,
It's
for
in
sure.
the real world.
Yeah.
I've got a 22 and a 20, and we're actually going out to dinner tonight. And, yes, they're grown-ups, and the 22-year-old might have a pop, and the 20-year-old won't because he doesn't roll like that. But, I look at him, and they're still my babies. Even though the 22-year-old's a college graduate and the 20-year-old is going to graduate in about 2 quarters, and it's like these guys are young men, but they're still kids. There's still so much that they have to learn.
Do you tell them that their brain is not even fully formed yet?
Until they're 25.
Yeah. Do they know that?
They do. We actually talked about that when it came to such things as like the hippie lettuce, and neither one of them is big on the partaking of the lettuce, but I told him way back in the day when maybe Daddy was an aficionado. Yeah, Daddy's brain's fully developed. All right, it's all right for me, but for you guys, not until you're 25. So keep it fresh, keep those synapses firing. Meanwhile, I'm over here, sleep in the corner. Wake up hungry, then tired.
It is tough. The old do
as I say, not as I do.
Not as I do.
It's easy because they didn't want to do anything that I did, so it became an easy one. They're
perfect.
Like, Dad, we're not doing anything that you did.
All right, we have Steve Kerr's comments.
We got some fresh Kerr.
We do. So we'll keep going on the phone. Stand by. But here is Steve Kerr pre-game when asked about the Shams tweet with regard to Jonathan Kaminga.
We talked, obviously those things are better discussed behind the scenes. Anytime something like that goes public, then it creates, a distraction. And I think, it's important for all of our guys. And I talked to our whole team about it. It's like, you got an issue, I'm here. I am the most accessible coach in the league probably. My door's always open, and I have players all the time come talk to me, and I encourage it. And it's a difficult situation because every player naturally has his own goals, his own dreams. Everybody wants to flourish. Everybody wants to blossom. And we have a lot of guys who are capable of playing, and I have very difficult decisions to make each and every night. JK's a young player who's growing. He's getting better. That's why he's been in the starting lineup. He will continue to grow, and this is all part of his growth.
Okay, so what do we take from that? Steve, and this was predictable, though I think a totally fair and true point. Come say it to me.
Come after me.
Yeah. Don't go to Shams.
Right.
Come to me, which I'm sure he has. Look, this is not their first go-around with this, but every time the organization gets frustrated with Jonathan, it's because it goes to the media. And that is a fair discussion to have. I'm not saying Jonathan's wrong. There's leverage here. There's finances in play, and so people are going to make decisions and do it the way that they want to do it. But I would argue that more often than not, when you're age 21 and you've never even averaged double digits in the NBA for more than a full season, it's a difficult nut to crack to try to take down Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors on social media.
But it's also difficult as a 21-year-old to have these hard conversations in person, man to man.
No doubt.
And, you and I have had talks about, my reticence when it comes to conflict and, confronting things head on. A lot of times it's a challenge for me to get into those hard conversations. It's something I've worked on as a 55-year-old. And I think about 21-year-old Danny Dibley and the reluctance I had then to go up to a boss and say, X, Y, or Z, or if I feel like things aren't going my way.
Oh, gosh.
Those are really difficult things to do.
Totally.
And it's made even more difficult by the fact that you've got an entourage, or at least friends and agents and other people whisper, oh, man, you're getting screwed.
And they've got their own agenda.
Exactly.
They've got their own agenda.
Right. You need to let this be known. You're unhappy. You're no longer gruntled. You're disgruntled. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, JK.
Yeah.
Hey, give it to me. I'll give it to Slates.
Yeah.
I'll give it to Shams. Well, we're going to get this out there.
Or we could do a Woj bomb.
Don't call Steve Kerr. I got this, JK.
Yeah.
We're going to the media.
That's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. And again, like I had this very, very mixed feeling when I read it earlier today because the thought was, I get it. I get why he's upset. And especially in a vacuum, if we're just talking last night, who wasn't upset? We were all upset. And of course, Jonathan should have gone in the fourth quarter. I think that you've got your key rotational players should sort of be checked in on every fourth quarter. Who's on a heater, especially when you've played really well for 2.5 quarters already. Right. So there's no doubt about that. And so I totally get the frustration, but there was a second piece of me that was like, hit the brakes. Hit the brakes with the 21-year-old is losing faith in the 4-time champ and the organization. Eesh.
I would put more stock in Moses Moody if he said the exact same thing because dude can't even get on the court.
Well, and he wouldn't do it. I don't think he would do that. Like the farthest he's going to go, we got the Dumas report, which I think, we know Jason, and Jason, I think, had a conversation that was less like, hey, make sure this gets on Twitter.
Exactly.
When Shams and Woj do it, it's like, there's a phone call. We're going to need this on Twitter.
Right. And it happens automatically. And
totally.
I do think you're right. And I just think that Moses would have a stronger case to be disgruntled, even though he's not going to speak out. I look forward to tonight. 48 minutes of Kaminga. He's got to play every second tonight, Mark.
Don't lose to the Pistons.
Over under for Kuminga at 34 minutes.
Don't lose to the Pistons.
You're not losing to the Pistons. Nobody loses to the Pistons.
Raptors did.
Yeah.
Over under, what'd you say, 34?
34. That's probably too high.
I'll take the
It's a little hot.
Relaxing days, stunning sunsets, winter is magical in Bodega Bay.
It's a great golf course, too.
Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com.
Book.
This is Willard and Dibbs. And it's also time for some freaking French onion dip, okay?
What a transition.
It is time to stick your face in a big thing of French onion dip. That's what it is. Because it's Daisy Dips, my guilty pleasure. We've been snacking on it already at the office, and I got another bucket of it sitting at home. Because I tell you what I used to do. Daisy sour cream, you all know Daisy sour cream. And I used to grab the seasoning packs and mix it in to make a snack. Well, now, it's a lot easier. They're doing it for you because they're making their own French onion and ranch-style dip, but it's also tastier. It's just better because of the specially selected herbs and spices, not a pre-made seasoning pack. So it's also filling enough. This can almost be a meal, but a great snack, a great side dish, and we know dips. They go with sports. Potato chips, corn chips, tortilla chips. I've done it with all of them, and it is absolutely delicious. And by the way, if you're worried, if you're very health conscious, this product does not have MSG or any of the other weird stuff that you can't pronounce that's on the side of those labels. It's addictive. It's delicious. Try it. All new Daisy Dips.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do have a favorite child.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I use memes as a coping mechanism.
It's Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance. Get up to 60% off.
Just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I don't know that, so apparently someone else does, but I don't. Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're moving toward more Warrior basketball right here on 95.7 The Game. Boy, team goes through a tough loss, a controversial night and morning, and boom, you got to get right back out on the court against the worst team in the history of the NBA.
They always say that's the best thing for you, though, is to get right back up on that horse. He's a horse. I don't know why I did that, but and if you're going to have to get back up on the horse, it might as well be the Detroit Pistons.
That's true. It's true. Although it does present.
Don't although.
It does.
Take that although and change your attitude, negative Nelly.
If you don't win this game.
Oh, boy.
Right? Everybody's like, well, hey, this is an NBA team.
If you're going to lose to Detroit, lose on a Friday night.
That's a good point.
Because by the time you get to Monday, I mean, no one's going to even.
You'll have lost to Utah also. Or who do they play on Sunday? Play somebody on Sunday also.
Yeah.
I can't even remember off the top of my head.
Raptors.
Raptors. There you go. By the time you get to Monday, we'll be breaking down Sam Darnold.
Yeah, we will.
Everything will be fine.
Sammy D.
Sammy, close it out. Let's do this. Need that 13th win. All right, we'll do some more phone calls, but not before we do the defensive play of the week, which is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. We go back to last night. Despite the way the game ended, the third quarter and the first half of the fourth quarter, some of the best basketball the Warriors have played all year. And a big part of why, it was none other than the Rook, Brandon Poughkeepsie.
Long pass stolen by Podziemski. Podziemski, it's a foot race to the rim, goes up and scores! He beat Porter Jr. and Jokic to the rim, and Denver calls another timeout. The Warriors have an 18-point lead. It's their largest of the night, and listen to Chase Center.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, Podziemski was kind of intoxicating last night. I'm not going to lie to you. He was good. he was good, man, and he's got funny energy after big plays. Like, He's got big energy where he'll be throwing his arms around, he'll be looking at the crowd, but he also does it with this stoic face.
Right.
You're like, are you in there or are you okay?
Something about the hair, too, makes the whole thing feel a little bit more comical. Just because it's, you got the headband, and then above the headband is just this crazy sprawl of orange.
just flowing, bouncing locks.
Right.
And then like this super intense kind of a play and look. It's a lot of fun. He's been really, really good. He was great last night. Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the best defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. So visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. How about Chris in Oakland? Hi, Chris. What you doing?
Hey, man. Just trying to clean up after work here.
Yep. Us
you
too.
You guys are well on a Friday.
We are almost there, my man.
Hate to do this to two consummate professionals, but I feel like you're spinning a bit. So you're saying Kaminga's emotional and he runs to the press. It sounds more, and I might be wrong, like they asked him a question and he answered a couple times. And it's probably a little bit somewhere between him having a fit and running to the press and the way I'm presenting it. But I think, even Pajemski was a little unsatisfied in his presser, if you heard that as well.
Well, Chris,
so I'll take it off.
Thanks, Chris. Here's the thing. The point you're making is fair sometimes, but not in this case, because Kuminga was not asked a question. This is a national shams report in The Athletic, along with our Warriors insider Anthony Slater, reporting that Kuminga has become disgruntled, has lost faith in Steve Kerr, and it seemed to indicate that Jonathan feels like this is not the place for him to develop anymore. That was not asked. And Jonathan didn't say it with his own mouth.
Right.
Somebody said it either for him, or maybe he called shams and he's on speed dial. It feels like something that came from his representatives.
It was shared.
But this is a tactical negotiating maneuver by Jonathan Kuminga's camp. This is not him answering a question
at a podium or at the locker or anywhere else. This is a report, according to sources, as we like to say. So this is something that is, like you said, premeditated and came out of his camp to have a certain effect. And now Steve Kerr and Kaminga have spoken today before the game. Kaminga has cut his hair, and everybody moves on.
Or maybe Steve cut his hair.
As a punishment.
That's right.
I like that.
Speak to the media, you take a seat. I've got my clippers.
You get a buzz cut.
There you go.
Brought to you by Great Clips. Right? Isn't that how we do it around here?
It's how the conversation. Coach, I want more playing time. You sit down. I'm going to cut your hair. Very odd, but that's apparently
unless
the way
you're
it
a
went.
New York Yankee. I mean, that's how they do it, right?
Totally. They held Carlos Rodon down. Shave that beard. Shave that beard. Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. Hey, Javier, what are you doing?
Mr. Willard and Divers, man, you over here hour on hold, man. But hey,
man, it's a big time show, Javier.
Big leagues,
the hell,
Javier.
it's a big day and it's a big show. It's a big market. What are we doing?
I mean, I think we're talking about things about him, and you're saying the star of Steph Curry not going to let him develop. Well, I know a place he will develop, and that's Sacramento. Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, Kevin Huerter, him, Moody, Wiggins. And if you don't want to throw in Wiggins, Draymond instead. Who says no?
Slow that down again. I want to hear that. Javier, I want to hear that again. Slow that down. Give me the full deal, and have you already been to the trade machine to make sure the finances work?
6 times I have. But
okay.
I know you Warrior fans, roll their eyes to the sky and smack, stick their nose in the sky. Mr. Divers, he's, because he knows all and never always disagrees with me. It's Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, and Kevin Huerter.
Okay.
For Andrew Wiggins, Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kaminga. And if you don't want to put in Wiggins, you replace Draymond. I think we all get fresh starts for Huerter, Harrison, and Davion. Moody, Kaminga get fresh starts and opportunity. Wiggins gets a fresh start, or Draymond Green gets a fresh start. And I think both teams benefit.
Yeah, that's going to be a no from me, dog. I don't want Harrison Barnes back, and Davion Mitchell, great defensive player, but this is another non-scorer to add in the mix.
Well, Davion Mitchell, if Steph Curry and Chris Paul are both still on the team, is also
6'1",
largely redundant. I mean,
yeah.
So I've heard worse ideas, but yeah, the issue when Javier, you say who says no, I actually would say the Warriors say no because what you gave back is more of what they've already got too much of. And I know that that's kind of what they're giving up in the deal too. Again, he throws out Wiggins, Kaminga, and Moody, and what you're getting back is even smaller. So you're asking the Warriors, who are size challenged, to get even smaller by sending Herder and Davion Mitchell back. And then you say, if not Wiggins, then Draymond. Well, now we're going to get even smaller.
Right.
So that's a tough package to return to Golden State.
And Javier, I don't always disagree with you. I thought we were closer than that, but apparently we're at odds. And thank you to everyone.
You always disagree with everybody.
Well, it's part of the bit.
Yeah.
I mean, you good one, Mark. I wouldn't make it half a segment.
I would like more of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you the full Ed McMahon next week.
Especially the high voice.
Oh, good one, Mark. Farhan nailed it this year. Sorry, Grandy. That's Ed McMahon. It's a little before your time.
I think he thought it was one too many.
Okay.
I love the young people.
You're right. I don't love the young people.
Robbie Ray, Cy Young Award winner.
Oh, you said it, Mark. It's a great pickup.
For two guys that you wanted gone anyway.
Thanks. Man.
Masterful.
Yeah.
Masterclass.
Genius. Another guy hurt.
Off-season's not over yet.
Might as well be.
You know what's coming up in the game?
I can't wait for it. E-Dog.
It's a Warrior game. But first, it's Evan Giddings with Warriors Live, getting ready for the Pistons and the Wisemans in town. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You want to do it again tomorrow?
No.
Want to do it again Sunday?
How about Monday? I'm free Monday.
We can do it Monday.
Done.
Let's do it Monday.
Perfect.
For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen,